The KPL professional competition, the rise of the solo female protagonist in the esports landscape. In the spring 2024 season, during the second round of Group S, the match between the Wolf team and AG unfolded. Despite trailing in score, coach loveCD audaciously decided to field the substitute side laner, Ling Yun. To everyone's astonishment, Ling Yun awakened the divine esports sign-in system, and with the peak fly experience card in hand, he wreaked havoc on the battlefield, achieving instant fame. The S34 season heralded the emergence of a new prodigy, whose performance on the professional stage garnered immense acclaim. Chapter 1. A fortuitous beginning with the peak fly experience card. In the spring 2024 King of Glory competition, the second round of matches commenced, showcasing the Wolf team against AG Superplay. The Wolf team's defenses crumbled as they found themselves engaged in a fierce team fight at their high ground, oblivious to the fact that the super minions were already assaulting their crystal. Our crystal is under attack. The 5 members of the Wolf team were wholly engrossed in the clash, completely unaware of the impending doom. Go Jaimila! Go Jaimila! The fans outside the arena shouted themselves hoarse as the fight concluded, and the players returned home to replenish their health. The super minions continued their relentless assault, leading to the shattering of the crystal. Let us congratulate AG Superplay on their victory, winning 2-1 and advancing to match point. The commentator exclaimed as AG dismantled the Wolf team's crystal. Prior to this match, AG's form had been a subject of debate, with many asserting that they were inferior to the Wolf team. However, AG's performance that night was markedly superior. For the Wolf team, seeking revenge against AG seemed a daunting task. Fans of the Wolf team had already begun to vent their frustrations in the official livestream. loveCD should step down. Hurry up and leave. Are you incapable of drafting? The training is abysmal. Wolf team, bring back old Len. loveCD, step down. How can a max-level account perform like this? You deserve to lose. Selling fly for a mere return date has left you without a safety net. Let's see how you win now. Return date out. Return date out. In the Wolf team's locker room, loveCD's expression was grim as he reviewed the match with the 5 starters. Are you blind? Did you let the super minions steal the tower? None of the 5 dared to utter a word. They were so caught up in the excitement that they failed to notice their base being compromised. Stealing the base was an age-old tradition for AG, but this time it was not a cataclysm, but rather the super minions that caught them off guard. I told you there was no disadvantage. Don't be timid, fight them. What did you end up doing? You couldn't even match their punishment, especially you in the side lane. Reflect on yourself. loveCD sought to rouse the 5 players, particularly the return date. The performance he delivered was excruciatingly subpar, verging on catastrophic. While he fared decently against other teams, he faltered against Xuan Ran. loveCD was at a loss regarding what had gone wrong. The #1 player in WeChat's peak performance has sunk to this level? How could you be outperformed by a player with a negative record? Despite his scolding, it was futile, for the return date's performance was dismal. If he were to continue playing, the likelihood of a 3-2 defeat was high. Overwhelmed, loveCD pondered his next move. Currently, the Wolf team seemed incapable of executing any strategy. Winning relied solely on their mechanics, yet even the return date's mechanics were lacking. What if we put in Lebois? Lebois was the side laner from the Wolf team's second squad, who had performed well during their first-round match against LGD. His gaze shifted to Lebois, who was sitting on the couch, enjoying fruit. He then noticed another young man beside Lebois, Fong Haoyu, known in the professional realm as Ling Yun, also a side laner, who had recently made the main roster. This match was crucial. Losing would surely lead to a disastrous rhythm for the team. loveCD envisioned the post-match interview, anticipating fans would mercilessly criticize him. However, such is the nature of coaching. With the return date's poor performance, it was evident he needed to step back and regain his composure. Yet, who should be substituted? Lebois or Ling Yun? Ling Yun had never competed in a major tournament and seemed unlikely to perform well. But should he be given a chance? The atmosphere in the locker room was tense, with the most pressure resting on Yao Dao, as he was the most susceptible to being replaced. Despite his decent performance that night, circumstances could be unpredictable. At that moment, Ling Yun took a bite of a neatly sliced apple, savoring its flavor, when his gaze fortuitously met loveCD's. Ling Yun furrowed his brow, wondering why the coach was staring at him. Was it his charm that captivated loveCD? But he preferred women, not men. Speaking of which, he found Tianyun more attractive, chuckling to himself. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the divine esports sign-in system. What was that? Ling Yun was taken aback by the sudden mechanical voice that echoed in his mind. He glanced around to ascertain that no one else had heard it. Could it be that I imagined it? Just then, loveCD appeared to make a significant decision. Ling Yun, you're up this match. The moment those words were uttered, not only was Ling Yun stunned, but everyone present was equally shocked. Although it was apparent that the return date was likely to be substituted, no one had anticipated that it would be Ling Yun taking the stage instead of Lebois. Ling Yun had yet to compete in a match and was not particularly young, being slightly older than Xiaopeng. It was astonishing that loveCD would take such a bold step. Ling Yun incredulously pointed to himself, me? He had long aspired to grace the KPL stage, but as a substitute side laner for the Wolf team, that opportunity was elusive. Previously, QG's Jie had been overshadowed by Fly. Now, with Fly's departure and the emergence of a younger return date, he thought he would have to seek a transfer. Yet, an opportunity to showcase his talent had unexpectedly arisen. Thank you, coach. I will perform to the best of my ability, Ling Yun exclaimed with palpable excitement. Ding, the host's first appearance on the KPL stage grants a reward from the Divine Esports sign-in system. A new player gift pack, including a Peak Fly experience card note. Usable for only one match. Peak Fly? Who could wield a sword with such prowess but the illustrious General Fenio? At that moment, Ling Yun realized he had awakened his system. His idol was Fly, and he never imagined he would have the chance to experience the essence of Peak Fly today. Ding. If the host secures victory in this match, the system will continue to dispense rewards. Shall the host utilize the card in the match against AG Superplay? Ling Yun mentally selected, use. A surge of inexplicable confidence radiated from him. Coach, rest assured, I will not allow AG to claim this match. That Ling Yun's tone was brimming with confidence, leaving loveCD somewhat speechless. Since entering the KPL, it was astonishing for a player who hadn't played in a year to possess such confidence. He began to doubt whether his decision was indeed the right one. Chapter 2. Selecting Guan Yu? Is there something wrong with your mind? After utilizing the experience card, the techniques and consciousness of Peak Fly swiftly permeated Ling Yun's mind. As the rest period concluded, Ling Yun followed the others to the competition venue. Once he adjusted his equipment, the drafting phase officially commenced. Welcome back. This match is crucial for Long Due. They cannot afford any mistakes. The commentator's smooth voice resonated. The director's notification drew attention to a personnel change on Long Due's side. Indeed, we observe a personnel change for Long Due in the top lane. The commentator elaborated. They have substituted Geeky, who did not perform particularly well in the previous two matches. The commentator, Ishue, continued the dialogue initiated by the smooth-talking host. Is that Ling Yun? Long Due surprisingly did not field Luobua, who had performed admirably in the first round against LGD, but instead brought in a newcomer we have yet to see. This marked Ling Yun's debut, and thus, few were familiar with him. The camera focused on Ling Yun, who greeted the audience with a warm smile. His youthful charm and striking appearance radiated a unique freshness and vitality, complemented by an aura of confidence that was quite comforting. The fans of Long Due were left in a state of bewilderment. Why isn't Luobua playing? Who is this person? Is he skilled? Who is Ling Yun? Why isn't Luobua playing? I must admit, Ling Yun is quite handsome, but I wonder about his prowess. Long Due's fans typically valued skill above all. What good is good looks if one cannot perform? It seems Long Due has ventured into the realm of fan culture. Indeed, looks alone won't suffice. If he underperforms, he will be criticized. However, there were still fans enamored by appearances. The fan culture in KPL was notably intense. Who is this? So handsome. I think I will become a fan of Long Due. Can Long Due transfer him to my favorite team? I like both him and Wooey. The official livestream chat was polarized, and arguments had begun to erupt. Yet, Ling Yun remained oblivious to this commotion. He was solely focused on securing victory against AG in this match. On AG's side, Xuan Ran asked in confusion, why did they change players? Inua teased, isn't it because you utterly dominated Geeky? They had no choice but to substitute. Chongqing chimed in. In the peak match, you defeated Brother Fu in the professional match. Xuan Ran the Emperor, huh? Zhongyi frowned, puzzled as to why Long Due opted for Ling Yun. He had previously played with Ling Yun in the training camp. While his skill was decent, he was likely on par with Luobua. Seeing Zhongyi's perplexed expression, Milk Tea optimistically patted his shoulder. No worries. Let's maintain a relaxed mindset. They are the ones under pressure, otherwise they wouldn't have made a substitution. Xuan Ran, make sure to teach him a lesson. Xuan Ran confidently replied, no problem. Dashuai chuckled, it's all good. We won the last match, we will win this one too. The AG team erupted in laughter at Dashuai's remark, which originated from TTG's fan. The atmosphere on Long Due's side was markedly more somber. Aside from Ling Yun, who appeared excited, the others wore grave expressions. They were eager to avenge AG's previous victory over them at the World Championship, especially Xiaopeng, whose competitive spirit was particularly intense. As the reigning top KPL jungler, his pride was formidable. The Bampic phase has begun, everyone cheer up. loveCD, as the head coach, aimed to uplift the team's spirits. Long Due chose the red side, seeking to counter AG's blue side. AG opted to ban Master Lu Ban, wishing to deny Long Due the synergistic combination with a marksman. Long Due, in turn, banned Doralia, not wanting AG to access the duo of Kai and Doralia. AG then banned the Big Qiao they had previously used in the first match, clearly wishing to deny Long Due the combination of Big Qiao and Lao Fuzi. Long Due banned Lonling Wang, aiming to alleviate pressure on their two carries. Commentator Xiaosao remarked, "It seems AG truly does not wish to allow Long Dui to utilize the Big Xiao and Lao Fuzi strategy today. It appears they are aiming to conclude the match. Swiftly, let us see how Long Dui will respond." AG selected Zhang Fei. "Let's go for Kai and Charlotte," loveCD suggested, believing a stable approach would be prudent. A tank jungler combined with a warrior in the side lane is currently the norm in KPL. It is essential for the side lane to feature a warrior. loveCD wished to assess how Ling Yun's skills would manifest in the match. "Coach, I do not wish to play Charlotte," Ling Yun suddenly declared. "You don't want to play Charlotte? There aren't many better options available," loveCD responded. Indeed, Ling Yun should heed the coach's advice. Yao Dao and Yixing both encouraged him. "I believe we should select Guan Yu," Ling Yun stated earnestly. "Are you joking? You wish to play Guan Kai?" Guan Kai was viable in the previous 2 years, but now, using Guan Yu is akin to handing out points unless one possesses extraordinary skill and confidence. "Coach, I am serious, grant me Guan Yu." A coach must trust their players on the battlefield. loveCD gritted his teeth. Given the circumstances, the probability of victory was slim, so why not allow the players to unleash their potential? "Lock it in. Let's take Guan Yu." "All right." Ling Yun eagerly locked in Guan Yu. At that moment, the crowd gasped. Long Dui's fans could no longer contain themselves. "loveCD, do you even know how to ban pick? Not picking Charlotte and opting for Guan Yu, did you hit your head? I am truly baffled. The previous bans by Old Lin were suffocating enough, and now we have an even more suffocating choice. What sin did I commit in a past life to support Long Dui?" On the commentators panel, Xiaosao and Ishue were equally surprised that Long Dui would select the Guan Kai combination. Moreover, if they were to pick Guan Yu, it would have been better to give it to Giki, who had achieved a pentakill with Guan Yu in last summer's competition. We see that Long Dui has chosen Guan Kai, which indicates a significant level of confidence in their player. After all, to select Guan Yu early means that the opponent can easily impose restrictions, commentator Xiaosao interpreted. "Haha, Long Dui has no hope of winning the championship this season. You couldn't win even with a cat. It serves you right for selling Fly.ag's players," also chuckled. "It seems he truly fears nothing, daring to play Xuan Ran. Ran the Emperor will give him a lesson soon." Milk Tea smiled. "Let's select Luna and Wang Zhaojun. Clearly, their ban pick strategy should revolve around countering Guan Yu. Long Dui, on the other hand, opted for a Huo Wu. Why not pick Jin Chan?" Long Dui's fans felt their hearts skip a beat. However, loveCD had no alternative. If they selected Jin Chan, their output would be insufficient. Guan Yu was indeed challenging to handle. Subsequently, he banned the Ao Ing and Quang Tia they had used in the previous 2 matches. AG then banned Garo and Gongsun Li, evidently wishing to deny Yao Dao a marksman. Chapter 3. Your Guan Yu has once again made an error. The Wolf team has secured the champions Goya and Sang Chi, while they have acquired Liu Ban and Yulian. The lineups for both sides have been finalized. The roster for the Wolf team is as follows. Top lane, Guan Yu, Sprint, Ling Yun. Jungle, Kai, Punishment, Xiaopeng. Mid lane, Buji Huo Wu, Flash, Xiang Yu. Marksman, Goya, Flash, Yao Dao. Support, Sang Chi, Flash, Yisheng. The opposing lineup includes side lane, Yulian, Flash, Xuan Ran. Jungle, Luna, Punishment, Zhong Yi. Mid lane, Wang Zhaojun, Flash, Changsheng. Marksman, Liu Ban, Flash, Inuo. Support, Zhang Fei, Punishment, De Shui. Within the live stream of the battle platform, fans are expressing their disbelief at the Wolf team's lineup. How can they possibly win with a selection like Guan Yu? Have they lost their minds? I have faith in Chao Wanhui. Trust me, follow my lead. There is no error here. The coach, who is known for his dubious predictions, is currently analyzing the lineup for his fans. Thank you to Teacher Chio for the airplane gift. The barrage of comments is pleading for him to refrain from jinxing the team. Rest assured, I shall not jinx them. If they lose, I will withdraw 500. The match has officially commenced. Fans from both sides are fervently cheering for their respective teams. With hearts full of glory, they march forward. Fearless in spirit, they battle to the very end. The commentators begin their introductions. Hello everyone, I am commentator Xiaosao. I am commentator Ishue. Now, let us delve into the match. As the game begins, Guan Yu heads straight to the farming lane. Ling Yun, are you lost? The red team's top lane is situated in the lower lane. Yao Dao hastily reminds him. Ling Yun displays a playful smile, for he is indeed a seasoned player in the top lane. How could he possibly make such a novice mistake? Indeed, it is a deliberate move. Yao Dao directly contests the line with Inuo. Yisheng, you come too. Yisheng. As the main commander, Yisheng is taken aback. How could a newcomer dare to issue commands to him? Although he is somewhat perplexed, he follows Ling Yun to the farming lane. In this matchup, Liu Ban possesses considerable lane strength, compounded by his short legs that hinder his ability to switch lanes. Thus, he will not venture to the mid lane at level 1. Under normal circumstances, given that Huo Wu has no lane control, she should swap lanes with Goya and later switch back. However, Ling Yun has disrupted the level 1 strategy. What shall we do about the top lane? Yisheng inquires. Let the jungler take it. Ling Yun replies. Luna does not possess the capability to counter jungle before level 4, so they need not worry about her. Although Zhang Fei carries punishment, he is unlikely to counter. At most, he might steal some minor jungle camps. Xiao Peng appears in the top lane at level 1. Xuan Ran. The enemy jungler is starting at the side. Guan Yu must be hiding in the bush. Starting at the side has become a common strategy in Wang Zhirong Yao. It maximizes benefits by leveraging the unique characteristics of the jungler's knife. And a strong jungler can even attempt to invade the enemy jungle. The commentators are flabbergasted at the wolf team's deployment. Is Ling Yun too nervous? Why is he heading to the farming lane? Could this be their new strategy? Commentator Xiao Sa is equally baffled by the wolf team's intentions. Perhaps they are intentionally executing this plan? We shall observe closely. Yishui quickly attempts to salvage the situation for the wolf team. The fans grow increasingly anxious. No, Ling Yun, what are you doing? How can you possibly make such a mistake? Ha ha ha, he has been thrown off, even forgetting where to walk. Not only the fans, but the coach is also distressed. What is he doing? His expression is filled with anger. He regrets allowing Ling Yun to participate. This is utter nonsense. Meanwhile, the 10 players in the match remain oblivious to the commotion outside. Guan Yu, utilizing his exceptional movement speed, has stealthily arrived in the bush near the first tower. Shang-Chi is concealed in the second bush. There may be 2 individuals in the lower lane. Chang Sheng, having not spotted Shang-Chi, quickly warns. Inuo, as a top-tier marksman, naturally notices the situation. It's fine, I'll just stand slightly outside the tower. 2 players cannot kill me. However, it proves difficult for them to eliminate him. At this moment, Shang-Chi indeed emerges alongside Goya, just as Inuo lets down his guard. While he is unwittingly gathering minions, Ling Yun activates Sprint. Your Guan Yu has made yet another blunder. The next second, Guan Yu leaps from the bush. Using his first ability to shove Inuo's Lu Ban directly into the faces of Yao Dao's Goya and Yisheng's Shang-Chi. 1 man against 1,000. In an instant, Inuo's Lu Ban loses a third of his health. Inuo, why is someone starting in the farming lane? What about his line? Had I known, I would have built armor as my first item. Inuo reacts swiftly, immediately using flash in an attempt to escape. Yisheng, however, will not grant him this opportunity. He deftly maneuvers Shang-Chi to follow up with a knock-up, sending Lu Ban flying. Subsequently, Yao Dao employs his first ability to enhance his basic attack, delivering further damage. With Shang-Chi's early game first ability, Guan Yu's charged first ability, and Goya's sustained output. Within merely 2 seconds, Inuo is dispatched, granting Yao Dao first blood. Lu Ban meets his demise agonizingly before the tower. Inuo gazes at the darkened screen, furrowing his brow, utterly defeated. How could he have started in the farming lane? The fans outside erupt into cheers. This is the home ground, and there are many supporters present. Wait, does the wolf team only target Inuo? Would they perish if they did not? Jealous of Inuo's prowess, they resort to targeting him, unwilling to face him one-on-one. Dog team, they deserve to lose. Commentator Xiao Sa has also come to a realization. This is a deliberate strategy by the wolf team. I feel like I have witnessed this scene before. It seems that it is the player's suit of foam. And one cannot help but be astonished by Ling Yun's audacity to play so boldly right from the start. It is crucial to recognize that if this gamble fails and Inuo remains unharmed, it would indeed be a significant loss. Truly, the youthful players exhibit a remarkable blend of courage and creativity. Yishui expressed her astonishment as well, affirming that Ling Yun's strategy is indeed audacious. The atmosphere within Team Lang was ignited by this first blood. Xiang Yu exclaimed, "Nice. Wang Zhaojun has lost vision, so be cautious." As the most reliable player on Team Lang, Xiang Yu encouraged his teammates while signaling them. Xiao Peng chimed in, "Impressive. This is the first time I have encountered such a strategy." At this moment, Ling Yun swiftly led 2 teammates to clear the red zone as Quan. To prevent Inuo from being targeted, Zhang Fei took Wang Zhaojun to the red zone to guard it. However, Ling Yun did not indulge in greed. After securing Quan, he departed promptly. Unfortunately, Deshui's Zhang Fei, despite having retribution, was unable to reclaim any small camps from Team Lang's jungle. Xuan Ran quickly reassured. "It's all right. His Guan Yu won't be as fast as I am at level 4. Lian counters Guan Yu, and at present, Guan Yu's development is inferior to his. Yet, once Guan Yu arrived on the lane and cleared a wave of minions, he ascended directly from level 1 to level 3, thanks to the experience catch-up mechanism. Ling Yun effectively utilized this mechanism, and his level was no longer far behind Xuan Ran's Lian. Overall, Team Lang was not at an economic disadvantage. In fact, they were even ahead. This time, Luna started with the blue buff. Had it not been for Wang Zhaojun and Zhang Fei descending, he would have certainly pushed Luna. Thus, he returned to the lane, and his economy was not significantly lacking. He had just shared a wave with Yao Dao and secured a Quan, along with a valuable assist. His economic standing was quite robust. In Chapter 4, the notion that Guan Yu struggles against Lian is merely a matter of insufficient technique. Xiao Pang held the highest economy in the match. His Kai had single-handedly consumed a wave in the solo lane, accompanied by a portion of the jungle. It was simply exhilarating. Meanwhile, Yao Dao, after clearing the red zone Quan, also capitalized on the development lane's birds, the red armor, and even devoured the lizard that Xiao Pang could not clear. With their early game strategy, it was nearly impossible for Team Lang to fall behind economically. When Inua arrived at the lane this time, he was notably cautious, primarily because he had missed a wave of minions and could only farm under the tower. Yao Dao, leveraging his early advantages, continued to manipulate the lane. After enhancing his Goya with 2 empowered basic attacks, he immediately began to harass Inua, causing him considerable distress. Zhang Fei, come down and assist me. De Shuai swiftly maneuvered Zhang Fei to aid Inua, ensuring that Inua would not suffer excessively. Otherwise, if his development faltered, he would find it challenging to contend with the tanky Kai. When the fully developed tank Kai rampages, they would struggle to manage him and risk being pushed down the lane. As the game approached level 4, both sides remained stable. The hero Guan Yu indeed struggles against Ling Yun. Thus, Ling Yun opted for a more cautious approach to clearing the lane. Team Lang's composition lacked substantial crowd control. Unlike Zhang Fei or Niuemo, in this match, the priority was on Liu Ban. Lian proved to be quite challenging for them to handle, which is why Inua would be the focal point of Ling Yun's attention. At 2 minutes and 30 seconds, both teams reached level 4 in the solo lane. This time, Guan Yu did not retreat under the tower to clear minions as previously. Instead, he boldly emerged to await the minion wave. At this moment, Xiao Pang's Kai maintained vision. Xuan Ran secretly chuckled. Kai is waiting for me in the back. Huh? He won't catch me off guard so easily. During this wave, he chose not to seize the opportunity immediately, but allowed Ling Yun to clear first while he positioned himself nearby. As he maneuvered alongside the minion wave, Ling Yun was already prepared to strike. His sprint was ready, but there was no Kai behind him. At that moment, Xiao Pang was gearing up to seize the mid lane and invade the jungle with 3 teammates. Zhong Yi, come help me. Kai is up top. After finishing the blue buff, Zhong Yi promptly followed Xuan Ran's lead. Ling Yun had just completed clearing the wave. Wait for my signal before you engage. Don't rush to clear the mid lane, he instructed. After issuing his command, the initially galloping horse paused, and he executed a skill combo to unleash a devastating strike. At this moment, Guan Yu had crafted the meteorite, and the damage from this strike was quite substantial, inflicting 1/3 of Lian's health. The primary reason Xuan Ran had swiftly equipped the boots of speed was to assist promptly. Realizing this, he immediately swapped his boots for cloth shoes. While changing shoes incurs no cost, he would have to wait for the next opportunity. Ling Yun promptly activated his ultimate and sprint, pushing Lian back. Xuan Ran immediately unleashed his ultimate. At this juncture, Luna emerged from the bushes. Zhong Yi's Luna marked Ling Yun's Guan Yu with her first skill. Ling Yun had anticipated Luna's presence. In the next moment, he maneuvered his horse, and with a fully charged enhanced basic attack, he executed a charge, instantly causing Luna to lose her ultimate. At this moment, the other 4 members of Team Lang also reacted swiftly, decisively choosing to invade the red zone. The commentator, Xiao Sa, became increasingly animated. We see Ling Yun making the first move. But this is a Lian, the alien who counters Guan Yu. And there's also Luna. Luna is engaged. Luna has lost her ultimate. My goodness, Ling Yun predicted Luna's movements and baited her, and he intends to counterattack. The commentator could hardly contain his excitement. Taking advantage of Luna's lost ultimate, Ling Yun promptly pushed her towards the tower. Luna attempted to interrupt Guan Yu's charge with her second skill. Meanwhile, as Xuan Ran descended, he aimed to utilize his first skill to knock him up. However, Ling Yun, who had initially intended to charge forward, skillfully sidestepped both skills. Incredible. Ling Yun is astonishing. Unexpectedly, he managed to deceive both LN and Lian, rendering their control skills ineffective. Ling Yun's lips curled into a subtle smile. The true hunter is I. He then skillfully maneuvered to push both LN and Lian beneath the tower. Lian escaped using his second skill, while LN, lacking her ultimate and second skills, was relentlessly pushed by Ling's Guan Y, suffering 3 consecutive blows. Ultimately, LN was mercilessly slain by the tower. A counterattack ensued. At this moment, Ling Yun was left with only a sliver of health. This exemplifies the pinnacle of skillful maneuvering amidst damage control. This is Ling Yun of the Wolf team. He faced 2 opponents and eliminated 1. Is this not reminiscent of the legendary feats of 2018? Xios was momentarily overwhelmed with excitement. In GDY's live stream, a barrage of question marks flooded the chat. The host lamented, I followed your lead and am now on the brink of bankruptcy. Host, if I bet against you, I could already afford a villa, came the jesting response. 500 is gone, 500 is gone. Observing the unfolding scene, one exclaimed in astonishment, what is happening? How is it possible for 2 to overpower 1 and still be countered? Surely, the 500 hasn't vanished again. Frustration mounted. Why? With such a favorable lineup against Guan Y, did it turn out this way? I must concede. I have noticed that Ling Yun's gameplay closely resembles someone else's. Has anyone else made this observation? Suddenly, he remarked. It's quite reminiscent of that player from 2018. This maneuvering, this audacity in combat. During my coaching tenure, I had a similar impression. Following this comment, it became evident to everyone that there indeed was a resemblance. Nice. Beautifully done, Ling Yun. Impressive, impressive. Hurry to the red buff. At this moment, the red buff had respawned. All 4 members entered the jungle to contest it, while the opposing team had only 3. Moreover, LBN was underdeveloped and could not defend adequately. Ynu merely glanced over, and YSH-ing immediately flashed in. Yodo's GY swiftly followed with a third skill to slow down Ynu's LBN. Ynu reacted swiftly, immediately switching his attack speed boots for resistance boots upon being knocked back. As soon as he landed, he quickly used his flash to create distance and retreated towards the second tower. However, his health was critically low. Unfortunately, LBN is exceedingly fragile. Just moments ago, ZHF I had jumped in to shield him. Ultimately, the wolf team successfully claimed the red buff and a small camp in the jungle. ZHF I managed to secure a camp using his retribution. Xuan Ran did not teleport down to assist, having just wasted his flash and ultimate. Yodo noted, LBN's flash is on a 4-minute 59-second cooldown. Ling Yun remarked, Lien's flash is on a 4-minute 40-second cooldown. At this moment, the fans in the audience were visibly distressed. Wasn't he Guin supposed to struggle against Lien? Why could Ling Yun triumph, even eliminating LN? What on earth is happening? One fan exclaimed. A 134-segment jungle player was just instantly interrupted. Is Xuan Ran still asleep? How could such a skill miss? Given the state of Lien against Guin, are you not the one who faltered in the pinnacle matches? Ling Yun, now leisurely riding Guin Y's motorcycle, arrived at the lane to farm. Why should Ling Yun be concerned if Guin struggles against Lien? It is merely a matter of insufficient skill. Chapter 5, Epic Flank. Originally, he possessed the skill level of the national server's Guin. With the addition of the system's pinnacle experience card, his prowess can be deemed unparalleled in the realm of WNGH RNGYO. He is acutely aware of every nuance in Guin's movements. In mere moments, he left ZHNY's L and utterly deceived. His skills are not only exceptional, it can be said that he excels in every aspect. As the saying goes, no matter how great the talent, can it surpass the highest mountain? Moreover, he is not merely engaging in a 1-on-2 scenario. He is also contending with the tower. The majority of damage is dealt by the tower itself. He merely facilitates L and S demise. Within the team, one player remarked in disbelief, I'm astounded. His positioning is exceedingly meticulous. I don't understand. It feels as though he possesses foresight, dodging my skills at the very instant I release them. ZHY complained. Xuan Ran concurred. Indeed, I am also amazed. This player is not to be underestimated. He is cunningly evasive. We must remain vigilant. Ynu, however, remained silent. He was the one targeted. Bearing the brunt of their strategy, he was the most thwarted. As a premier marksman, he often finds himself the focus of the enemy's tactics. Though he typically manages to develop, this time, the targeting seemed excessively harsh. Guin, accompanied by a support and marksman, caught him off guard, resulting in an unexpected first blood. Moreover, he has been consistently pressured by Yodo. The atmosphere grew tense. The initially jovial banter dissipated, overshadowed by Ling Yun's 2 brilliant plays. Shui, the current captain, immediately offered words of encouragement. Do not panic, it has only just begun. We are far stronger in the late game. If necessary, we can stall until then. Once LBN levels up, we can fight back. All are seasoned professionals, having adjusted their mindset within mere seconds. Shui instructed, let us focus on the bottom lane. Distribute some resources in the jungle for LBN. ZHNY's LN had just fallen, and upon respawning, she lacked blue mana, while the red area had been thoroughly cleared by the wolf team. The rhythm of the game had been disrupted, and their overall economy lagged behind the wolf team by 1,000 gold. For minutes had passed. They moved toward the tyrant's position. At this moment, Ling Yun's Guin was on the verge of acquiring the Shadow Saber. Additionally, his sprint was ready. With a cooldown shorter than that of his flash, the wolf team had begun to heed Ling Yun's commands, for he had established the rhythm in the previous encounters. Now, they were hesitant to contest this dragon. At this moment, the blue zone has respawned, and the amount of blue left on Zhong Yi is minimal. He is simply unable to contest the dragon. Should he attempt to do so and fail, he would lose his remaining blue as well. Ultimately, ending up with nothing would be the greatest loss. Therefore, the wolf team faces no pressure in claiming this dragon. After securing their objective, they prepare to invade the red zone, which is about to respawn. The economic disparity continues to widen. How could Ling Yun possibly forego the opportunity to scavenge? After clearing the wave, Xuan Ran intends to teleport down for support. However, Ling Yun, who is clearing the minions, will not grant him that chance. opting to leave the wave unaddressed. Riding his motorcycle, Xuan Ran shows no mercy to Xuan Ran, directly interrupting his teleport. Meanwhile, the wolf team has assembled 4 members for an assault. Can Ling Yun arrive? Our 4 members might not be able to hold on. There is no jungle protection mechanism left. The Shui commands. Xuan Ran is visibly frustrated, his expression contorting. He longs to join, yet is hindered by Guan Yu, who continues to vex him. After taking a hit, Yilian can no longer stay close to Guan Yu. I cannot approach, for I am tainted by filth. This fellow isn't even consuming the minions. I am at my wit's end. After interrupting Xuan Ran's teleport, Ling Yun promptly returns to consume the remaining 2 minions. Although he loses 1 minion, Xuan Ran is now left with no choice but to walk for support. The wolf team still possesses the tyrant buff. Observing from the commentary booth, Xiao Sa is taken aback, not expecting Ling Yun to neglect the minions merely to irritate Xuan Ran. It appears that Xuan Ran is in a predicament today, both economically and in terms of summoner spells. Let us witness how the forthcoming decisions unfold. Xuan Ran, left with no alternatives, must rely on his own 2 legs to provide support, while Ling Yun leisurely walks towards the teleportation altar, preparing to teleport to the mid-lane tower. In this day and age, can one truly still rely on walking? As the red buff respawns, Xiao Pang immediately positions himself at the forefront. Meanwhile, Xian Yu's Huo Wu exerts pressure from the side by tossing fans. Inua maintains a position far back, only daring to poke at Kai with his passive. At this moment, Huo Wu is fixated on him. Should he dare advance, she will instantly evade him. His flash is still on cooldown for several seconds, causing him great discomfort. Yao Dao persistently harasses from the side. Soon, the red health pool is nearly depleted. Zhong Yi's Luna lands a first skill on Kai, following up with a 3rd skill to attempt to secure the red buff. Xiao Pang and Zhong Yi simultaneously activate their smites. I got it, we can engage. Zhong Yi claims the red buff. At this point, Xiao Pang unleashes his ultimate. The issue of Xiao Pang's smite has always been a concern, and once again he fails to secure it. Feeling despondent, he instructs his teammates to retreat. Just then, Xuan Ran has arrived, emerging from the right brush of the mid lane. Xuan Ran exclaims, Come, I am flanking. We can engage. Without hesitation, he dashes toward Yao Dao's Guya with his 2nd skill, rapidly following up with his 1st skill to launch him into the air. Yao Dao instantly uses his flash to escape. Xuan Ran's Yilian immediately casts his 3rd skill to cover the escape route. Trying to flee? Not a chance. Yao Dao presses down on the basic attack to utilize Guya's speed to escape. Bang! Yao Dao floors the throttle to create distance. Xuan Ran flashes to pursue. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, as Yao Dao is relentlessly pursued by Xuan Ran, the odds shift to 4 against 3. With the opposing team down a member, Zhang Fei immediately roars his ultimate. We can engage. Wang Zhaojun also advances with skills to secure opponents, freezing the activating Kai in place. We cannot engage. Ling Yun, quickly sever the connection. Do not approach. Yisheng promptly advises. At this moment, Ling Yun has already circled around from the enemy high ground. What do you mean we cannot engage? We shall strike. Indeed, upon teleporting to the mid lane, he swiftly heads to the enemy blue zone, taking advantage of his rapid movement speed to slip between the mid lane high ground and the 2nd tower. Ever since the King's map expanded, a gap has emerged between the 2nd tower and the high ground tower, and he has taken that route. With his ultimate activated, he charges straight for Inua near the red respawn point. 1 against 1,000. This battle cry belongs to Ling Yun, not Guan Yu. Chapter 6. The quintuple kill of Guan Yu, the shadow of a man. With a swift strike of his ultimate, Ling Yun sends Inua into Kai's path. Inua is left stunned. How is Guan Yu here? No one is watching him. At this moment, Inua's flash is finally ready. However, he refrains from using it immediately, waiting for the precise moment when Guan Yu strikes. Just as Ling Yun prepares to slash, he unexpectedly swings back. Inua reacts swiftly, realizing Ling Yun is about to strike and flashes away, only to inadvertently land right in the path of Guan Yu's blade. You didn't anticipate my prediction, did you? Ling Yun chuckles. His shadow battle axe has been acquired. That strike deals tremendous damage, a staggering 2,000 points. Inua, lacking a defensive item, is left with half of his health obliterated. Operating as Lu Ban, Inua attempts to retreat, but Ling Yun will not miss this opportunity. As his energy nears full capacity, he swiftly unleashes his 1st and 2nd skills. The mountain rock falls. Lu Ban is instantly crushed into hero fragments. Following this, Ling Yun pivots his motorcycle towards Wang Zhaojun. Earlier, Wang Zhaojun had used all her skills on Kai, and now she finds herself in a vulnerable position. Zhang Fei, originally aiming to block the path of Huo Wu, now turns back to protect Wang Zhaojun. Zhong Yi, I shall protect Wang Zhaojun. Soon after, Luna marked Kai with a sigil, intending to fly over and ensnare Ling Yun with her 2nd skill. Ling Yun, however, did not evade. He allowed Luna to strike him. Yet, at the very moment Luna latched onto him, He had already propelled himself forward, directly thrusting Wang Zhaojun and Luna into the vicinity of the three-headed pig. At that moment, Xiang Yu could no longer hold back. With a fortified basic attack, he utilized Zhang Fei as a springboard, emerging from the right brush of mid-lane. Then executed a flicker to immobilize both foes, following up with his ultimate to inflict maximum damage. At this juncture, Luna and Wang Zhaojun found themselves incapacitated, unable to even use their flickers. The pivotal crowd control. Guan Yu's first skill was also ready. Ling Yun seized the opportunity and unleashed a decisive strike, reducing both adversaries to mere fragments of heroes. The words of a triple kill appeared on the screen. Zhang Fei, seeking to retreat to the first tower, was ensnared by Xiang Yu's fire dance, which combined a fortified basic attack and his first skill. Although Ling Yun had exhausted his ultimate, his determination remained unbroken. He promptly followed up, pushing Zhang Fei back, while Xiao Peng joined in to deal damage. A quadruple kill. Xiao Peng and Xiang Yu graciously allowed Ling Yun to claim this kill. Quadruple kill. The commentator's exuberant voice was nearly shattered. Ling Yun achieved a quadruple kill. An epic maneuver, quelling the counterattack momentum of the Super Play team. He even anticipated Nua's flicker. Absolutely remarkable. He evoked memories of the legendary Fei-Niu. Yixue was also captivated by this scene. This team effort was entirely transformed by his singular prowess. Simply stunning. The audience below erupted with cheers. Ling Yun is incredible. Both handsome and formidable. Far surpassing Guiqi, Ling Yun firmly secured his position as a starter. So impressive, far eclipsing the stylish maneuver of the Demon Blade's Mengya. Was this strategy learned from the Blade? Fans began to voice their grievances. Why is no one keeping an eye on Guan Yu? Where did Yilian go? How did Yilian allow the opposing marksman to secure a kill? Why was Inua not protected? I am astounded. Inua did his utmost. The commentary booth noted that Guan Yu showed no signs of slowing down, instead heading directly towards the blue zone. Wait, he aims for a pentakill. The commentator gasped in surprise. At this moment, Xuan Ran had just eliminated the Demon Blade in the Wolf team's blue zone. I single-handedly dispatched the marksman. Turning around, he found all his teammates had perished. How could you all have died? The captain hastily advised. Hide quickly. Yet, it was too late. At that moment, Guan Yu was racing over on his motorcycle, wielding his great sword. Xuan Ran's Yilian was already low on health. Just as he attempted to flee, he heard the voice line of Guan Yu's motorcycle skin. If justice moves too slowly, I shall carry it forth. Ling Yun, without a moment's hesitation, struck decisively, eliminating Xuan Ran's Yilian. Pentakill achieved. Ding. Pentakill detected, rewarding 10 in dueling skills and 10 in awareness. Ling Yun's joy was palpable. To think that achieving a pentakill would also yield rewards. Host, Feng Haoyu. Occupation, Wolf Team Ling Yun. Skill, 100. Note. Average professional players have a skill level of 90. Star players reach 100. Top players 130. And exceptional top players 150. Awareness, 100, matching the skill level. Host top skill heroes. Hua Mulan, Guan Yu, Xiao Luote, Kuang Tai. Note. The term exceptional top players refers to certain elite players who perform extraordinarily in a specific season, such as the Spring Demon Blade, whose performance in the Spring Tournament far surpasses other times. Why is there no Ma Chao among the host's top skill heroes? Is it because he does not weigh 200 Gene? The commentary booth was already in a frenzy. 5 consecutive kills. Ling Yun made his debut by securing the first pentakill of the Spring Tournament. The commentator's composure was beginning to unravel. This match was nothing short of a personal showcase for Ling Yun. Meanwhile, the coaching staff of the Wolf team erupted in jubilation, excitedly shouting, "Incredible! Old Lin has dealt me a winning hand. A player with a great heart, yet remarkably calm. Just like the peak Fei-Niu. Old Lin truly knows his talent. Why didn't he reveal such a player sooner?" It made others think he had no cards to play. Following this, Ling Yun meticulously directed the team, controlling the dragon with precision. He even tower dived several times to eliminate Inua. Inua's Lu Ban faced a dire survival situation, being reduced to a staggering 0-5. The outer towers were gradually dismantled. However, as the top team of the Spring Tournament, their resilience remained formidable, dragging the game to the 20-minute mark. Only a crystal remained. A final stand. At this moment, the Storm Dragon had emerged. "Let us take a chance," Zhong Yi declared. No better options remained. If the Storm Dragon were lost, the pressure from the 3 lanes would be immense. He felt confident in the duel against Xiao Peng regarding the smite. The Storm Dragon resided in the Tyrant Pit, behind the red zone. Meanwhile, Guan Yu had already positioned himself on the top lane. Yilian could only clear the backline. He couldn't reach the team fight in time unless he could secure the Storm Dragon before arriving. Keep it up, don't rush. Inua had adjusted his mindset. Captain Zhang Fei steadfastly guarded Lu Ban's side. This time, he would ensure Inua's safety. "You can disregard me for now. If the opportunity arises, take the dragon first. I can exchange my resurrection armor and the Ming Dao," Inua commanded. As a frequently targeted marksman, he was acutely aware of the allure he presented. At that moment, He could leverage the enemy's focus on him to secure the Storm Dragon with their composition smite. Chapter 7. Guan Yu's 4-man push. A flawless team fight. Although he frequently meets an untimely demise, his strategic vision is beyond reproach. The Wolf team has begun to approach the Storm Dragon, and it will be intriguing to see their choice in this match. They have opted to let Xuan Ran handle the minion wave in the top lane alone, while the other 4 prepare to engage in the Dragon Pit. A 4 versus 5 scenario. Their decision-making at this crucial moment is remarkably decisive. They understand that they cannot afford to lose this dragon, and it seems they are ready to take a risk. The 4 players swiftly position themselves near the red buff. The Wolf team's Xiao Pang has already begun to approach the dragon. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu's Jihuowu has thrown the fan to secure the position. At this moment, Lu Ban Shihao's damage has escalated. In the late game, everyone is equipped with 6 full items. Zhang Fei stands close to Lu Ban, poised to break through at any moment. His positioning is quite meticulous, preventing the Wolf team from threatening Lu Ban while simultaneously applying pressure from the side. Wang Zhaojun's second skill is always ready to be placed at Lu Ban's feet. Guan Yu is nowhere to be seen. Inua senses something amiss. Wang Zhaojun from Changsheng immediately casts her first skill into the brush in the red zone. None of the 3 brushes reveal Guan Yu's presence. Guan Yu is absent, but there is no need for alarm. The Storm Dragon has already lost half its health. Yao Dao remains focused on the Storm Dragon, preparing to initiate the fight. Ling Yun is currently concealed in the brush near the second tower in the bottom lane. Indeed, he has hidden there in advance. Faced with the pressure of the minion wave, there is simply no time to check all the brushes. Zhong Yi is ready to secure the dragon. With both of us having smite, we can claim it. De Shuai directs the team as they push towards the middle right area. Little do they realize that the Wolf team's true objective is not the Storm Dragon. At that moment, Ling Yun has already made his move. In Goodiya's live stream, Ling Yun's position remains undetected, an impeccable flank. Unbeknownst to them, they are still vying for vision. The dragon's health is down to 1/3. Is it time to strike? Excitedly, he counts down. 3, 2, 1, engage. Ling Yun's Guan Yu has now arrived behind the enemy. Xiang Yu is the first to react, dashing forward to secure a target, sending the position Luna airborne. Yao Dao then charges in with a powerful ultimate ability aimed at Luna, followed by a flurry of attacks. At this moment, the opposing team realizes something is amiss. The instinctive reaction is to retreat. However, Guan Yu will not grant them this opportunity. An epic flank. Ling Yun shouts, his voice resonating throughout the venue, and he leads in terms of momentum. With a single ultimate ability, he sends 4 players crashing into the faces of the Wolf team. Yixing's Seng Qi follows up with a swift dash, knocking 5 players away. Xiang Yu's Huowu unleashes her ultimate for further damage. Xiao Pang activates his ultimate and begins to wreak havoc. In an instant, Wang Zhaojun is taken down before she can even activate her divine shield. Inua, reacting the fastest, deploys his resurrection armor, which is quickly destroyed. Zhong Yi attempts to escape, but Ling Yun, having charged up his power, targets Zhong Yi's Luna with a second skill, delivering a devastating blow. His first skill then spins out more than 1,000 damage, sending him to the respawn screen. A monumental slaughter. The king's voice announcement echoes triumphantly. As De Shuai's control ends, he immediately follows up with his ultimate, eager to dismantle the turret. Yet, the flames have already extinguished. Whether he destroys it or not has no bearing on the battle's outcome. Just as Lu Ban Shihao resurrects, he is swiftly focused down by several opponents. This team fight unfolded with barely any exchanges. A flawless team fight. The fans of the Wolf team in the audience erupt into a thunderous cheer. Kill, kill, kill. Oh, Ling Yun, you are my idol. Ling Yun is incredible. From now on, I will only support you. Bring them down. The voices of the home crowd are suddenly silenced, leaving only 1/3 of the Wolf team's fans cheering. Inua, tonight, in bed, will dream only of Ling Yun, haha. The prince has been reduced to a score of 0-6. Is this how a marksman performs? In the official live stream, Inua's detractors swarm in. If one were to ask who has the most fans, it would undoubtedly be Inua. Conversely, if one were to inquire about who has the most haters, that too would be Inua. Thus, the pressure on him is immense. After his phone screen goes black, Inua slumps in his chair. He understands that the outcome of this match is already determined. He must concede that Ling Yun from the Wolf team has outmaneuvered him. Regarding such a formidable opponent in the side lane, he can only say, the future is bright for this guy. Nevertheless, he will not concede defeat. There is still one match left. He will reclaim the home ground in the next game. Xuan Ran alone cannot defend against 5 opponents. With the sound of the crystal shattering, let us congratulate the Chongqing Wolf team for equalizing the score. The score is now tied at 2-2. In this match, Ling Yun's Guan Yu boasts a record of 10 kills, 0 deaths, and 5 assists, turning the tide of the game. As he returns to the resting area, fans below fervently chant Ling Yun's name. Ling Yun is so handsome and impressive. I love you, Ling Yun. Ah, so charming. Ling Yun joins his teammates as they return to the resting area. Satisfied, De Shuai pats Ling Yun on the shoulder. You truly are a hidden gem. A player with a big heart. I told you, the players that Lao Lin picks are extraordinary. Xiao Pang. Ling Yun's decision-making is truly commendable, and his execution is remarkable. Yi Sheng. Especially that early game play in the lane, it left me dumbfounded. Yao Dao. The flank positioning was also excellent. A pentakill for Guan Yu in the spring split. Xiang Yu remained silent, as always, modest and unassuming. He is so endearingly innocent that even when he quarrels with teammates in ranked matches, he can only say, "I will play professionally and make you furious, make you furious." This is such a childish thing to say. Facing the praise from his teammates, Ling Yun remains humble. He humbly stated, "This is the result of everyone's hard work. We still have another match. We must strive harder." However, not everyone in the lounge appeared to be in high spirits. At the very least, Geeky and Luobo wore expressions of disappointment. After all, if Ling Yun continued to perform at this level, it would be challenging for them to secure their starting positions. In the training room, Nika pointed at the replay and questioned, why was Luna able to execute such a decisive move in the top lane? Why couldn't Yelian contain Guan Yu? Where's your rhythm? Why are you always being led by others? And why haven't you cleared the bushes? Were you waiting for Ling Yun to flank? He understood that the current mood among the team was quite disheartened, yet he refrained from scolding them, knowing they would repeat their mistakes otherwise. After a moment, he sighed. I want you all to remember this lesson. We have not lost yet. There is still an opportunity for redemption. You possess the strength of a formidable team. So be more confident and attentive. Employing a mix of discipline and encouragement, Coach Nika soon saw the 5 players regain their spirits. It's nothing. We merely lost one game because we were unfamiliar with Ling Yun. We will win the next one and return to study him thoroughly. Inua, as the captain, stood up and took the lead. Everyone gathered together, rallying. Let us do our best. In the commentary section, Chapter 8, Did Sister Tianyun fall in love? Hello everyone. I am Su Nuo from the commentary section. Hello, I am Zhu Hong from the commentary section. Hello, I am Linger from the commentary section. Su Nuo remarked with a smile. In this match, the Wolf team made a surprising personnel change. I was astounded to see Ling Yun take the field instead of Luobo. It's worth noting that Ling Yun had never played before, and bringing him in at such a critical juncture is audacious. Zhu Hong chimed in, indeed. This is Ling Yun's first match, and he shows no signs of nervousness typical of newcomers. Rather, he exudes the aura of a seasoned veteran. He reminds me of that man. Linger suppressed a smile. Are you referring to the man I have in mind? Ha ha ha, who else could it be? Zhu Hong continued. Ling Yun's performance in this match undoubtedly merits recognition, and he should be retained for the next one. They seemed a bit bewildered, as they are not familiar with this player from the Wolf team. Moreover, Ling Yun's skills are exceptional. We witnessed an impressive 1 versus 2 play in the top lane, showcasing the fearless spirit of a newcomer. Su Nuo nodded, and he is quite handsome, isn't he, Linger? Linger blushed slightly, laughing. Yes, he is indeed handsome and quite strong. Zhu Hong analyzed further. If Ling Yun's performance remains stellar in the next match, it is likely he will start in the next major event. After all, he achieved the first pentakill with Guan Yu in the Spring Championship. His skills and awareness are beyond reproach, and Geeky is in a precarious position. Meanwhile, Ling Yun was in the lounge enjoying some fruit when suddenly, multiple WeChat messages popped up on his phone. How are you? Congratulations. You secured a pentakill in your first match. The sender was Tianyun, one of the beautiful figures he had known for quite some time, and their relationship had always been quite amicable. Ling Yun teased. Sister Tianyun is watching my match? How attentive of you. At that moment, Tianyun, in the live stream, blushed slightly upon reading his message. I'm commentating live, and I just happened to see you play. As your good friend, of course, I had to congratulate you. Ling Yun chuckled. I don't believe you. You must be infatuated with my charm. All right, you can think of me as being captivated by your looks. Do well in the next match. Don't let me down. Tianyun appeared exasperated by Ling Yun's banter. The viewers in her live stream noticed her blushing and smiling at her phone, prompting a flurry of comments. Sister Tianyun is in love? I'm heartbroken. Woo woo woo. Nonsense. Tianyun is mine. Hey hey hey. Don't steal my wife. Who dares to take my Tianyun away? As she read the comments, Tianyun thought of Ling Yun's handsome face, and her blush deepened. She hurriedly clarified to the viewers, I don't have a boyfriend. I am still single. Please don't spread rumors. Comments flooded in. Oh, it won't be long. Who is this rogue? Who could possibly capture Sister Tianyun's heart? In the Wolf team's lounge, a notification chimed, detecting that the host has won a minor match against the Superplay Association, rewarding the host with a Peak Mastery Experience card for any hero. Using this card allows you to specify any hero and gain their ultimate skills and peak awareness. This is excellent. Ling Yun felt a surge of joy. The combination of exquisite technique and heightened awareness was akin to cheating. His heart swelled with satisfaction. Knowing his outstanding performance in the previous match ensured he remained on the roster. Ling Yun, you will continue in the next match. Had it not been for Ling Yun, they could have easily faced defeat in such a crucial moment, and as the head coach of the Wolf team, he naturally could not substitute him out. Soon, the break ended, and both teams returned to the competition arena. The score was tied at 2-2, and fans below fervently cheered for both teams. In Ling Yun's live stream, titled Neutral Commentary on the Wolf Team, he remarked, "Ling Yun possesses the demeanor of a great leader. His skills and awareness in the previous match were impeccable. It seems the Wolf Team has discovered another genius in the offlane. It is somewhat unfortunate for Geeky, who just recently secured last year's Challenger Cup championship, only to have Ling Yun emerge." As a neutral commentator for the Wolf Team, Ling Yun continued to analyze the unfolding drama. Remain perpetually neutral amidst the Wolf Pack. Neutrality is merely a jest. In truth, he is a fan of the Wolf Team. The Wolf Team has selected Xiao and Lao Fu Zi for this match. Let me take the stage. Fu Li's commentary is still infused with emotion. In the live stream, the audience expresses, "If we air again, we will draw for 500. Last match was a fluke. Trust me, this match will surely succeed." They still lament over the previous 500. The barrage reads, "Please, spare us your support. Quail, cease your chatter. Your words may lead to our demise, and everyone. Quiet down. Do not let my electronic pet perish." The atmosphere surrounding the Wolf Team remains quite pleasant. Xiao Peng remarks with a smile, "Let us reward Ling Yun with a match at the edge of battle." Few teammates can persuade Xiao Peng, the current top jungler, to forsake his wild core for a tank. It is noteworthy that Ling Yun managed to win Xiao Peng's admiration with just one performance of Guan Yu. In the previous match, Xiao Peng played comfortably, rarely facing defeat, simply following commands to secure victory. Previously, his jungling was semi-commanding, which dulled his sharpness. With Ling Yun and Yi Sheng as dual commanders, he can be completely liberated. Ling Yun chuckles, observing the lineup. This match is quite winnable. The opponent lacks De Qiao and Lu Bandashur, leaving them with limited options. Our hero pool can still produce a solid 5. Hearing this, there is a hint of awkwardness. It cannot be helped. He has not had many systems in the recent matches. In the first match, he opted for Hai Nua against De Qiao. However, the results were remarkable. This time, they are on the red side. At the very least, we can secure one system. Rest assured, he confidently guarantees that this match will not disappoint. The atmosphere is buoyed by Yao Dao's presence. De Hung surprisingly does not choose a wild core in this crucial match. How peculiar. Note, De Hung is the name of Xiao Peng from the Wolf Team, and his teammates affectionately refer to him as such. Yixing teases, "De Hung has long sought revenge. The opportunity is at hand, yet he refrains from playing the wild core." Xiao Peng, while adjusting his headset, chuckles, "Stop teasing me. I am quite inexperienced and can only be carried. Even Zhong Yigu has exhausted me with military training." At this moment, Ling Yun adjusts his headset. "Hello, hello. Is my microphone clear?" Xiao Peng responds, "It's quite clear. It has me dizzy." The atmosphere here has also shifted. Nai Cha inquires, "Hello, hello, can you hear me?" Inua replies, "Yes, I can hear you." Nai Cha glances at the coach's board and instructs, "Make sure to pay attention to the points I reviewed in the lounge. Be a bit fiercer when necessary. Do not hesitate. If we can engage, we shall. If not, we withdraw immediately. Do not engage then retreat. That is meaningless, understood?" De Shuai nods, "Understood." Nai Cha continues, "De Shuai's commanding experience is insufficient. Everyone must participate and remind him, but avoid divergences. Let us secure this match and send them packing. This is our home ground. Let victory remain here." Xuan Ran's gaze becomes serious. "Rest assured, coach. I will ensure that Ling Yun faces a rigorous military training. My previous state was subpar, but I will be more confident this time." Zhong Yi's fighting spirit ignites. Previously, as a substitute jungler for Xiao Peng, he enjoyed a good relationship with him, yet they would often be at odds during matches. He aims to prove that he is not inferior to Xiao Peng. Winning the world championship is merely his first step. Everyone shouts their rallying cry in unison. In the commentary booth, the commentator, Xiao Sa, elegantly introduces the evening's match to the newly arrived viewers. "Welcome back. Tonight, the Wolf Team's match has reached the point of no return. Who will emerge victorious in this final round?" Commentator Yi Shui continues, "Indeed, in the last match, the Wolf Team secured a crucial point thanks to Ling Yun's Guan Yu, preventing a 3-1 sweep. Let us see what formation the Wolf Team will choose this time. Will they grant Xiao Peng a wild core, or allow Ling Yun to take the edge? Let us await the outcome." Commentator Xiao Sa states, "Let us enter the 5th match. This time, they have chosen the red side, seemingly aiming to counter the Wolf Team, aware that the Wolf Team has numerous strategies left. On the Wolf Team's side, they mention, 'Let us ban Hai Yu.' The Wolf Team opts to ban Hai Yu. Ling Yun expresses mild surprise. "Oh, they banned Hai Yu. This opens many options for the Wolf Team. They can choose a wild core, Lu Bandashur, or De Qiao. Let us see what they select." He nods. One must admit, the Wolf Team has an abundance of strategies available. This match may be challenging. The commentary table sees Zhu Heng quip, "As we reach the 5th game, the Wolf Team's advantage is becoming evident. Their hero pool still allows for a solid 5. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. especially if they cannot secure victory early and face a 3-1 defeat. His confidence is indeed remarkable. He shares a penchant for conserving heroes similar to Lao Lin. They then choose to ban Lu Bandashur, clearly unwilling to allow the Wolf team access to such a formidable strategy. The Wolf team counters by banning Duo Liya, preventing the powerful combination of Kai and Duo Liya. Commentator Xiao Sa ponders, should we consider banning De Qiao, or let the Wolf team have her? They promptly ban the easily rhythm-inducing Shang Wanwan Air. There is some confusion. Shang Wanwan Air? Not banning De Qiao? Afraid of Xiang Yu's Shangguan? In his view, banning De Qiao would be a wise choice. Should the Wolf team select Jing or Lu Na, they could still opt for Jin Shan to counter them. Lai Shan elucidates, Xiang Yu's Shangguan boasts a perfect win rate this season. Last summer's competition also saw a flawless win rate. In this context, it becomes evident that the ban on the fish player Shangguan is justified, although it may also serve as a ploy for the Wolf team. Without hesitation, the Wolf team secured De Qiao. At this moment, the most effective composition involves De Qiao and Lao Fuzi. Failing to seize this opportunity would indeed be foolish. Subsequently, they opted for the combination of Sun Shangxiang and Tai Xuan Ran, a truly formidable pairing designed to counter the De Qiao strategy. The commentator, Xiao Sa, quickly grasped the situation, realizing that the intention was to deliberately allow the Wolf team to acquire De Qiao, aiming for a direct confrontation. In the first match, the Wolf team had intentionally granted them De Qiao, and it appeared that they were now seeking to reclaim their dignity. Following this, the Wolf team secured Lao Fuzi and the Tiger, while the opposing team, learning from the Wolf team's tactics, selected Hai Nua to restrict the De Qiao strategy. The Wolf team then banned Shishir and Jiang Zia, two mages that countered De Qiao, elevating their own positions. In response, they prohibited Zhou Yu to prevent a synergy between De Qiao and Lao Fuzi with Zhou Yu, as that could lead to an overwhelming push. Then, they banned Ji Xiaoman to target Ling Yun, preventing him from obtaining excessively dominant heroes. In the live broadcast, Lai Shun furrowed his brow, lamenting Ji Xiaoman's ban, questioning what viable alternatives remained. With characters like Quang Tai, Damo, and Guan Yu already utilized, and Ji Xiaoman now banned, it seemed there were few commendable side lane options left. It appeared the Wolf team was left with only Cao Cao and Charlotte. Subsequently, they acquired Damo to counter the De Qiao strategy. Within the Wolf team, they inquired about Ling Yun's choice. Would he prefer Cao Cao or Charlotte? After contemplation, Ling Yun requested Hua Mulan. Hua Mulan, are you confident in your abilities? Hua Mulan struggles against Damo. The inquiry continued. Ling Yun nodded affirmatively, assuring them that his Hua Mulan could be considered the pinnacle of the Hua Mulan realm. Even Jerry would be of no use. Initially intended to provide Ling Yun with a more comfortable option, the team had no choice but to comply with his insistence on Hua Mulan. However, Hua Mulan's effectiveness before level 4 is notably low, lacking sustainability, and there are concerns about being targeted, as she heavily relies on skill proficiency. Though her upper limits are high, this presents both advantages and disadvantages. Thus, Hua Mulan was secured. Yao Dao assisted Ling Yun in locking in Hua Mulan, while the mage selected the Bomb Cat. This composition is quite commendable and notably strong. The mid lane also commands lane control. Finally, they secured Ying Zheng. The rosters are confirmed. The Wolf team lineup consists of top lane, Hua Mulan, Flash, Ling Yun. Jungle, Tiger, Punishment, Xiao Peng. Mid lane, Bomb Cat, Flash, Xiang Yu. Bottom lane, Lao Fuzi, Flash, Yao Dao. Support, De Qiao, Purification, Yisheng. The opposing team's lineup includes top lane, Damo, Flash, Xuan Ran. Jungle, Hai Nua, Punishment, Zhongyi. Mid lane, Ying Zheng, Flash, Changsheng. Bottom lane, Sun Shangxiang, Flash, Inua. Support, Tai Zhen Run, Flash, Deshuai. Commentator Xiao Sa announced, let us proceed to the final match of the day. As the match commenced, fans in the audience enthusiastically chanted the slogans of their respective teams. With hearts full of glory, they forged ahead. Fearless in life, they battle until the final chapter. Chapter 10. It has been a long time since I witnessed such a finely contested top lane. In the live broadcast, the composition appears quite decent. However, the Wolf team's De Qiao strategy is also commendable. The odds seem evenly matched, perhaps favoring the Wolf team slightly if they are in good form. For the Wolf team to secure victory, Ling Yun's performance must be exceptional. At this juncture, someone might inquire, Teacher, who do you favor in this match? I favor the Chao Wan Hui. Rest assured, if they lose, I will give away 500. With a resolute promise, he pounded his chest. Meanwhile, the fans in the chat began to despair. Teacher, are you trying to sabotage us? The good news, a 500 giveaway. The bad news, you are favored. No, don't jinx it. You already cursed us in the last match. In the early game, Inua was directed to contest the mid lane against the Bomb Cat. This is a common lane swap in professional matches. Tai Yi and Sun Shangxiang moved to the mid lane, quickly securing the lane to guard the jungle area. Commentator Xiao Sa analyzed the opening strategies. the Wolf team opted for a combination of Tiger and Bomb Cat, which presents significant early game strength. Hence, they chose to play Sun Shangxiang in the mid lane. Upon entering, Sun Shangxiang promptly pushed the Bomb Cat back. The skirmish ensued as Xiang Yu utilized the Bomb Cat's early game skill to harass Inua's Sun Shangxiang. However, Inua was accompanied by Tai Yi, providing a stronger combat capacity than Xiang Yu's Xiao. Neither side gained a substantial advantage. Subsequently, Inua and Tai Yi returned to their own red area, intending to assist Hai Nua with the red buff. However, Xiao Pang did not attempt to invade the jungle, but rather proceeded with a standard red start to gank top lane. At this point, a solo kill had occurred. Hua Mulan achieved a solo kill on DMO. Xiao Sa was momentarily stunned, hastily exclaiming, "What just happened in the top lane? How did that solo kill occur? Director, please replay that moment." Moments earlier, the system had granted me the top-tier skill and awareness experience card for Hua Mulan. Ding. The host has successfully utilized the card, gaining peak skill and awareness for Hua Mulan. Instantly, all of Hua Mulan's skills and awareness flooded into his mind. Being a top-tier Hua Mulan player, he seamlessly integrated this knowledge. At that moment, the minion wave arrived perfectly. Xuan Ran's DMO, confident in Hua Mulan's early game weakness, rushed in to contest the minions. Under the new version's rules, a player must clear 3 minions to reach level 2. However, Hua Mulan could not learn her second skill to contest the 2 backline minions to level up. Nevertheless, Ling Yun knew how to engage DMO at level 1. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth as he informed his teammates, "I am preparing for a solo kill. Xiao Pang, Yao Dao, Xiang Yu, Yisheng." Then, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan learned the second skill. Yet he had no intention of contesting the minions. Instead, he remained concealed in the brush, as the esteemed Xuanzhan's DMO stood before 3 minions. Preparing to utilize his second skill to secure the lane, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan emerged, launching her own second skill at Xuanzhan's DMO. Xuanzhan, unperturbed, merely awaited the conclusion of the skill to land 2 basic attacks and ascend to level 2. "I shall wear you down," he thought. Yet, unexpectedly, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan advanced directly towards Xuanzhan's DMO. Due to the nature of his second skill, Xuanzhan was compelled to remain stationary to clear the minions. And thus he did not retreat immediately, fixating instead on the shurikens and Hua Mulan's damage to contest the lane. The combination of Hua Mulan's shurikens and basic attacks swiftly silenced DMO, interrupting his second skill. The resultant silence, coupled with DMO's continued presence beneath the shurikens, left him with less than 1/3 of his health. Furthermore, the aggro of the 3 minions was firmly directed at DMO. It was only at this moment that Xuanzhan realized the peril he faced. 2 minions in the backline still retained a modicum of health. Yet he could no longer continue his clearing. He had no choice but to use his flash to escape. An unsettling feeling surged within Xuanzhan. He activated flash to vacate the area, but Ling Yun's Hua Mulan, having retrieved her shuriken, halved his escape route and pursued him with further basic attacks. In an instant, DMO was reduced to a mere 300 health points. Xuanzhan had underestimated Mulan's early game damage, particularly the potency of her silence. Subsequently, Ling Yun's second skill was perfectly timed, directly striking Xuanzhan as he attempted to retreat to the safety of the tower. The director replayed this moment, eliciting cheers from the fans of the Wolf team. "Nice. Incredible. Ling Yun is amazing. A solo kill on Xuanzhan the Emperor. From now on, we shall call him Ling Yun the Great. Far superior to Xuanzhan the Emperor. He has decisively schooled Xuanzhan." Ling Yun exclaimed, "Xuanzhan." To which Xuanzhan replied, "What is happening in the top lane?" At this moment, Zhongyi had just finished clearing the blue buff when the dreadful news from the top lane reached him. "Oh my. I underestimated her proficiency with Hua Mulan. I never anticipated she could play in such a manner. Combined with the damage from the 3 minions, she dealt a crippling blow to me. I shall not commit such a fundamental error again." Meanwhile, in Tianyun's live stream, the viewers marveled, "My word. This play by Hua Mulan." Leveraging her understanding of both heroes, foresaw that DMO would attempt to contest the lane for level 2. And with the aid of minion damage along with her second skill's shurikens and silence, she single-handedly eliminated Xuanzhan's DMO. What finesse! It is rare to witness such meticulous play in the top lane. Regrettably, Ling Yun did not hear Tianyun's words during the match. Otherwise, he would have surely retorted, "I am not meticulous. I am bold. This is slander." Following his solo kill advantage, Ling Yun collected the river crab and the red armor from the top lane, denying Xuanzhan 2 minions in the process. Xuanzhan found himself nearly 200 gold behind, a plight that weighed heavily upon him. How could a DMO be so suppressed by a Hua Mulan? Most critically, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan offered no opportunity for Xuanzhan to recover. The minion wave was not hastily cleared, but rather controlled with precision. Meanwhile, Xiao Pang's Tiger had reached level 4 at precisely 1 minute and 35 seconds. The 2 opposing lanes were poised to converge at level 4. This engagement would determine who would gain the upper hand. At this juncture, neither DMO nor Hua Mulan had their flash available. The wolf team's south top lane bushes concealed Xiaopeng, while the bushes before the bottom lane tower harbored Hai Nua. Both sides were poised for action. Hua Mulan was the first to strike, marking 2 rear minions with her shurikens before executing her first skill. Let me reach level 4 first, Ling Yun urged. Xiaopeng's tiger, in human form, immediately followed up with a first skill to expedite Hua Mulan's minion clearing. Xuan Ran and Zhongyi, naturally unwilling to forfeit this opportunity to reach level 4, took action as well. Hai Nua marked the rear minions with his first skill, facilitating the MO's second skill for better clearing. Xuanzhan's de MO executed a first skill to advance and activate his second skill, seeking to secure level 4. Meanwhile, Xiaopeng's tiger had already begun to harass de MO. Hai Nua utilized his second skill to engage Hua Mulan, switching to melee mode and enhancing his defenses. The skirmish erupted in the top lane as Hua Mulan aimed to secure level 4 first. De MO responded in kind. Who would ascend to level 4 first in this encounter? Chapter 11. The Art of Anticipation. Supreme Awareness. Hua Mulan achieved level 4 first. Indeed, Ling Yun, having secured the river crab and red armor, was merely 1 minion's experience away from level 4. He promptly activated his ultimate, switching to Great Sword mode, and pushed De Mo back. At this moment, De Mo had yet to acquire his boots of resistance. Just as he prepared to clear the minions, he was ensnared by Hua Mulan's second skill. With Xuanzhan's health already dwindled, he was left with a mere 1,500 health points. Subsequently, Xiaopeng transformed into tiger form, executing a reinforced basic attack followed by a first skill, leaving Xuanzhan's Do Mo with a scant 100 health points. Hai Nua, lacking control abilities, could only be a nuisance. Yet, he was powerless to intervene, forced to witness as the Mo succumbed to Hua Mulan's first skill, resulting in a solo kill. I got the kill, Ling Yun exclaimed. Xiaopeng cast a puzzled glance at Ling Yun, questioning, am I not human? Am I not a person? Ling Yun chuckled, replying, do not concern yourself. As long as we secured the kill, just declare it a solo kill. Following the demise of DMO, Hai Nua hastily retreated from the scene. Ling Yun, lacking flash, opted not to pursue further but instead cleared the river crab he had just claimed. With a 2-0 lead at the onset, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan was thriving. His gold count soared to the highest in the match, while Xuanzhan's gold was comparable to that of the support, Tai Yizhenren. Due to Tai Yizhenren's passive ability to generate additional gold, Xuanzhan's gold was even briefly surpassed. Goodness, this fellow is truly insufferable. At this moment, Xuan Ran's state resembles that of a peak competition. When targeted during the live broadcast, he eloquently expresses his frustration. On the battlefield, the Emperor Xuan Ran seems to embody the essence of a fierce competitor. Come. Let me have the mid lane, he commands. Despite gaining an economic advantage, Ling Yun is not satisfied. He instructs Xiang Yu to share the minion wave with him. Historically, Xiang Yu has played the role of a passive mid laner, accustomed to this routine as he fulfills his duties in the Wolf team. He willingly sacrifices for the team, having been the top mid laner last year, contributing significantly while earning the least. Xiang Yu is the most undervalued mid laner in the Wolf team. Come on, after securing the minions, head to the bot lane. We need to secure the 4th minute and take down the tyrant, he urges. At this stage, the economic standings of both teams are nearly equal, primarily due to the presence of Tai Yizhenren. Sun Shangxiang is developing comfortably, effectively farming both the double lane and the jungle. Inua's economy has even begun to rival Ling Yun's Hua Mulan. Despite being at a disadvantage, Inua's economic performance has remained exceptional. After all, in a balanced matchup, he proves himself to be an elite marksman with remarkable farming capabilities. A fact Ling Yun silently admires. The Wolf team, having finished clearing the minions, cautiously positions themselves around the tyrant. In the 4th minute, neither side is willing to concede. The red team possesses an advantage in claiming the tyrant, so they strategically hold their positions. In the commentary booth, we observe the pre-established formations. Hai Nua takes the front line. Sun Shangxiang positions herself in the red armor, rolling to preserve her first skill. Tai Yizhenren stands ready to initiate a team fight or protect the marksman. While Ling Zheng occupies the blue zone, Xuan Ran's Mo has already reached the small bush on the mid-right. This positioning is exemplary, providing protection for the marksman while maintaining the option to engage. Xiaosha expertly analyzes the circumstances on the battlefield. The Wolf team gradually encroaches on vision, with Lao Fuzi leading the charge. De Chao preemptively deploys a circle, and Hai Nua uses his second skill to engage in close combat alongside Lao Fuzi. The tyrant has respawned. Everyone, don't rush. I will teleport down, Ling Yun instructs. Having cleared a wave of minions, Ling Yun can utilize De Chao's ultimate to provide support. Xuan Ran, however, has a different plan. He decides not to farm the lane, but to assist his team in securing the tyrant. Hai Nua has already begun to approach the dragon. At this moment, Yao Dao's Lao Fuzi relies on Hai Nua to stack his passive. Attack now, Ling Yun commands. No, the binding isn't in place. Yao Dao realizes that without successfully binding Sun Shangxiang, the situation becomes problematic. Sun Shangxiang is positioned between Lao Fuzi and Tai Yi. Near the mid-right, close to the enemy's middle turret, there is a Dai-Mo in the bush. Flash and now, Ling Yun, confident in his understanding of the top lane dynamics, signals to Yao Dao. Currently, Yao Dao is not far from the bush Ling Yun indicated. A well-timed flash would be perfect. Yao Dao hesitates. Hurry, don't hesitate, trust me. Ling Yun is 90% certain that Xuan Ran is hiding there, waiting for the right moment. If he is not there, they can simply concede the tyrant. After all, they can still exchange a turret and secure the small lord. So the wolf team would not suffer a loss. Use the bomb cat's ultimate. Yao Dao, disregarding his doubts, controls Lao Fuzi to execute a flash into the indicated bush. Success with the drop. Lao Fuzi, adorned in the Santa Claus skin, lands a flash that binds Dai-Mo, instantly triggering his voice line. No one can overcome the fury of this cat. Xiang Yu's bomb cat promptly follows up with her ultimate. De Qiao unleashes her ultimate at the dragon pit. Yisheng, responding to Ling Yun's command, immediately casts her ultimate at the dragon pit. The vortex of the gate opens. Meanwhile, Dai-Mo, bound and wanting to use his ultimate to kick Lao Fuzi away, finds himself confronted by the approaching tiger. The small but fierce tiger swiftly transitions into its tiger form, executing a flawless combo that eliminates Xuan Ran in an instant. Inside the team, Xuan Ran, infuriated, contemplates throwing his phone. How did that Lao Fuzi know I was here? De Shui remarks, I wasn't beside you to revive you. Zhongyi senses something amiss and urgently calls out, quick, Sun Shangxiang, come help me take down the dragon. And once it's secured, we must leave. Sun Shangxiang immediately rushes forward to assist Hai Nua with the dragon. However, at this moment, Hua Mulan has teleported down. In the commentary booth, my goodness, Yao Dao has sensed the presence of someone in the bush. If they win this match, it will undoubtedly be his victory. His perception is extraordinary. If this weren't a live match, I would seriously suspect foul play. In the live broadcast, viewers express their astonishment. Oh my. Family, does it seem like Yao Dao is hacked? How could he discover Xuan Ran? Are we losing 500 yuan again? What are you all doing? The excitement is palpable. The wolf team's performance has been phenomenal, as if they have been thoroughly scrutinized. Refund. Refund. Yao Dao must be cheating. How could he possibly know? The viewers demand a thorough investigation as Xuan Ran begins to act theatrically. In Lai Shun's live broadcast, my goodness. The knife is truly impressive tonight. Who would dare to challenge him? Except for Ling Yun, of course, Lai Shun exclaims passionately, clearly astonished by the remarkable prediction without vision. Isn't the commentator supposed to be neutral? Just how neutral can you be when you are practically wearing the wolf team's pants? Don't insult the notion of neutrality. The audience in Lai Shun's broadcast begins to voice their frustrations. Yet, Lai Shun has grown accustomed to this. Suddenly, Lai Shun's eyes widen in disbelief. What? Is Hua Mulan going to take on 4 opponents? Chapter 12, The Critical Cut, The Pinnacle of Prediction, The Vital Dragon Steel. Xiaosa comments. What is Hua Mulan planning to do in this crucial moment? Behind him stood only De Qiao. Could he truly aspire to take on 4 adversaries alone? In the heat of the match, he boldly declared to Yisheng, come at me. Ling Yun had timed his descent perfectly. Just as Tai Xuan Ran was ready to deploy his first skill, he was left with only a second skill to control the situation. The moment Ling Yun landed, he deftly maneuvered, evading Tai Yi's grasp while redirecting his attention to the tyrant. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan exhibited remarkable reflexes, swiftly executing a rapid sequence that silenced Sun Shangxiang and depleted half her health. Sun Shangxiang had just utilized her first skill, relying on a temporary reprieve. The cooldown still lingered for over a second. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan had already initiated her second strike, aiming to push her further. Inua, quick to react, realized that she could not use her skills while silenced, and promptly switched her boots from attack speed to tenacity. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan had barely struck with her second skill when Sun Shangxiang flashed backward, attempting to deliver her second skill's armor-breaking effect. However, the instant Inua activated her flash, Ling Yun mirrored her movement. Their flashes exchanged within a mere fraction of a second. This exemplified Ling Yun's exceptional predictive skills. Sun Shangxiang found herself ensnared by Hua Mulan's blinding silence, fully receiving the impact of her second skill. Her health plummeted to a mere sliver. Hua Mulan swiftly executed her first skill, eliminating Sun Shangxiang. She made a mistake, Ling Yun remarked nonchalantly. Inua had not flashed towards Tai Yi, otherwise he could have cast his ultimate to assist her. Nonetheless, even with his ultimate, the charged first skill from Hua Mulan would have been sufficient to finish her off. Tai Xuan Ran had initially aimed to deliver his ultimate to Sun Shangxiang, but a well-timed knock-up and silence from De Qiao thwarted his efforts, leaving him unable to save her. Meanwhile, Changsheng Xingzheng unleashed his ultimate, Supreme Royal Power, beginning a barrage of attacks. Ling Yun, leveraging Tai Yi, utilized the first skill of his dual swords to launch himself to the dragon pit. At that moment, the dragon's health dwindled to just over 2,000. Ling Yun effortlessly claimed a kill amidst the chaos. Inua was swiftly dispatched. Ling Yun had predicted Inua's flash position. Xiao Pang and Xiang Yu soon joined the fray. The dragon belonged to whom? Within the wolf team, Ling Yun narrowed his eyes, instructing Xiao Pang, use your smite immediately. Xiao Pang, hesitant to delay, chose to trust Ling Yun despite the dragon not being at execution health. The moment he activated his smite, Ling Yun's second skill, the throwing dart, was already in flight. Xiao Pang's smite, in conjunction with Ling Yun's Hua Mulan's second skill, dazzling dance, perfectly secured the tyrant. A crucial steal. The commentator exclaimed with flair. Whose dragon is it? It's Hua Mulan's dragon. My goodness, Ling Yun has once again achieved greatness. This evening, Ling Yun had delivered an abundance of breathtaking moments, utterly astonishing. With the tyrant snatched away, that team fight was effectively rendered futile. The marksman and side lane were eliminated. A 3 versus 5 scenario? How could that possibly unfold? The tyrant was gone. Chang Shengxing Zheng, having exhausted his ultimate, faced an awkward 5-hit combo. At this juncture, Lao Fuzi had also regained his status and arrived at the dragon pit. King's Call. He ensnared Tai Yi. Kill, kill, kill. The members of the wolf team were ignited by Ling Yun's dragon-stealing maneuver, altering the atmosphere entirely. However, only Tai Yi remained. Hai Nua activated his ultimate, Fate Rewind, and retreated. Deshuai's Tai Yi displayed remarkable intelligence, recognizing his imminent demise and opting not to cast his ultimate. In this wave of team fights, the wolf team was completely liberated. The once dormant wolves had awakened, especially Xiao Pang, the jungler from the 2023 Challenger Cup, owner of the Pei Qin Hu skin, who, upon gaining an advantage, aggressively invaded the enemy jungle. At this point, he was utterly flabbergasted, unsure of how to proceed. The jungle had been thoroughly cleansed by the wolf team's counterattack. By the 10-minute mark, Demo found himself trailing Hua Mulan by nearly 3,000 gold. Hua Mulan's economy soared above 9,000. Where had this Hua Mulan amassed such wealth? Xuan Ran gazed at the economic panel with frustration. The reason for Ling Yun's elevated economy was the bountiful minion waves in Xiang Yu's mid lane. They were simply too enticing. Moreover, the advantage of the wolf team allowed him to freely consume the jungle resources. At this moment, Yao Dao's equipment consisted of resistance boots, a dreadnought, an ice heart, and a celestial sphere, with plans to procure a witch's cloak. His strategy was fundamentally centered on tankiness. Yet, there was no one capable of dealing with Yao Dao's Lao Fuzi. Even Lai Shun remarked, Yao Dao has forsaken the electric blade. He truly sees himself as a tank. What kind of Lao Fuzi plays without the electric blade? Let me at him. I would start with an electric blade right off the bat. Oh dear, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan's build was exceedingly aggressive, featuring armor boots, black cleaver, ruptured celestial sphere, and starbreaker. Wasn't he supposed to acquire a witch's cloak? The magical damage output was still quite significant. It seemed his final item was a breaking army. Why then did he opt for an iron sword? Lai Shun was thoroughly perplexed. In this situation, where the entire team led by over 6,000 gold, Ling Yun chose not to stabilize with a witch's cloak, but instead pursued damage output. Ling Yun, do not be overly confident. If we lose, I will hold you accountable. Last time, the wolf team lost the championship due to overreaching. Ling Yun, do not emulate that. The wolf team steadily approached the tyrant, aiming to secure it. Meanwhile, they intended to replace the main objective. If they continued to evade, it would result in a slow demise. De Qiao need not come to the tyrant. Head directly to the grass in the top lane, Ling Yun commanded. Although Yi Sheng was uncertain of Ling Yun's intentions, he obediently proceeded to the grass in the top lane. The wolf team lacked a marksman but had a tiger and the highest economy, Hua Mulan, on the field, allowing them to dispatch the dragon with remarkable speed. Just as they prepared to take down the dragon, they cleverly positioned themselves at the main objective's pit. They allowed Ying Zheng to miss vision and clear minions in the upper lane, intending to confound the Lang team in exchange for this lord. Alas, at this moment, they stealthily attempted to secure the dragon. However, De Qiao was hiding in the grass above the lord, and their actions were entirely uncovered by the Lang team. They had not yet realized it, and had already commenced attacking the lord, Pei Qin, who vanquished the tyrant. The Lang team swiftly eliminated the tyrant. They had just begun to engage the dragon, having only depleted 1/3 of its health. Yi Sheng immediately unleashed his ultimate. Upon hearing the tyrant's demise, Yi Sheng revealed himself and positioned to cast his ultimate in front of the lord. De Qiao, the vortex gate, is now open. Everyone. Inua, what the heck? Why is no one checking the grass? De Shuai, in a rush to finish the dragon, I didn't pay attention. Zhong, hurry. The marksman should retreat first. At this moment, Inua was in their red zone's red buff area, where the Lang team's ultimate posed no threat to him, allowing him to output damage while escaping. Just as he executed his first skill to roll away, a sharp voice suddenly emerged from the grass behind him. Having accomplished 3 tasks, hunting dragons and training them. Chapter 13. Hua Mulan silenced not only Sun Shangxiang, but also her fans. In an instant, Hua Mulan appeared behind Inua. At this moment, Inua's heart raced. Where did this Hua Mulan come from? The Tai Jinren was not beside him, but was instead with De Mo and Hai Nua. taking damage at the dragon pit. Inua spoke this line in despair, wondering if help would arrive. Shuai wanted to assist him but needed at least 3 seconds. Yet, he might not withstand even a second. As expected, Hua Mulan unleashed her second skill followed by the first, silencing Inua, prompting Sun Shangxiang to immediately use her flicker. However, this time, Ling Yun did not even use his flicker, silencing and then executing his ultimate, Blade Bloom, switching to his heavy sword and directly breaking Sun Shangxiang's resurrection armor. Indeed, Inua had swiftly sold his black cleaver to replace it with a resurrection armor. This was the only option left, allowing Shuai to arrive. Shuai had also come, flickering beside Inua and Sun Shangxiang. Ling Yun smirked, knowing that even Tai Jinren's arrival would be futile. He charged his first skill, Song Pa Slash, with the heavy sword, releasing it the moment Sun Shangxiang revived. Suddenly, the sound of a broken famed blade echoed. Inua sold his endless edge. Bankrupt? The commentator, Xiao Sa, was nearly hoarse, exclaiming, "Oh my heavens, Inua has bankrupted himself to survive this wave." Today's match was indeed thrilling, far exceeding the previous mundane games. Strong confrontations are always more captivating. The audience gasped collectively, holding their breath in fear that loud cheers might disrupt the player's performance. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan swiftly engaged Sun Shangxiang with her heavy sword's second skill, Swift Blossom, pushing her. At this moment, Hua Mulan was in a state of invulnerability. Shuai was utterly unable to control Ling Yun, merely feeling anxious from the sidelines. He then cast his ultimate on Inua. As Ling Yun's first skill, Accidental Incident, detonated, he immediately switched to the light sword, unleashing a beam of silence, causing the resurrection from Tai Jinren to be triggered on Inua. Meanwhile, Shuai's Tai Jinren continued charging a second phase of Accidental Incident, aiming to control Hua Mulan once Inua revived. After Inua's Sun Shangxiang resurrected, Hua Mulan had already entered a vulnerable state, requiring a few seconds to recover. Tai promptly used his second skill, Third Hand, and first skill, Accidental Incident, to immobilize Hua Mulan. The marksman should retreat. Inua dared not linger, immediately rolling away. However, Ling Yun smirked slightly. His objective had been accomplished. Inua was declared utterly bankrupt. He now only needed to head to the front line, as victory was within reach. Lai Shun, oh my, Inua has bankrupted himself relying on 2 resurrections and a famed blade. With nothing left but a master and a broken famed blade alongside the resurrection armor. He is entirely useless now. It would be better to die directly. Surviving is futile. Commentary booth. Commentator Xiao Sa was flushed from the excitement. This wave led to Inua's total bankruptcy, while Ling Yun had not even used his flicker. With the tyrant and Ling Yun's economic advantage, Inua barely held on, fortunate to have 2 resurrections and a famed blade. One must admit, Inua's speed is astonishing. Commentary panel. Ling Er, witnessing Ling Yun's maneuvers, felt a surge of astonishment. Observing his sharp execution and calm demeanor in peril sparked her curiosity about Ling Yun. She murmured, "Ling Yun, could it be that he is?" Zhu Hong. This match is undoubtedly in Lang team's favor. Inua lacks equipment, is weak in the front line, and has insufficient economy. The Lang team still has the tyrant, so we can congratulate them in advance. Su Nua chuckled, "Fortunately, the live broadcast isn't on us. Otherwise, you'd be dragged into the rhythm, haha. Opening champagne halfway through is a major taboo. Nevertheless, it seems the Lang team is highly likely to secure victory." In the front line, the legendary old master of the Demon Blade executed a large flicker to ensnare Demo. Xiao Pang. Focus on Demo first. Ignore Hai Nua and let him play by himself. Everyone concentrated their fire on Demo, disregarding Hai Nua. After Hai Nua switched to melee mode, he dealt no damage, only tanking. At this moment, Zhong Yi felt utterly wronged. Why is no one paying attention to me? Is this the sensation of being isolated? It wasn't until the Lang team eliminated Demo that they noticed Hai Nua, subsequently activating his ultimate. At that moment, Ling Yun was in red, directly sticking to Tai. Can help arrive? Tai couldn't escape. Xiao Pang, help is on the way. I have arrived, having decelerated and measured the moment. The tiger swiftly came forth to assist Hua Mulan in vanquishing Tai, a sweeping victory over the enemy. Following her triumph over Tai, Hua Mulan's battle record soared to 6 kills, 0 deaths, and 4 assists. The Wolf team's kill count reached an impressive 15-3. In an instant, only Ying Zheng, Hai Nua, and Sun Shangxiang remained. Even the swiftest revival of Demo would take over 10 seconds. The Wolf team, accompanied by the minion waves from the mid and top lanes, advanced towards the high ground. Ying Zheng activated his ultimate, seeking to eliminate the mid-lane minions. However, Lao Fuzi stepped forward to block the attack. Clad in tanky equipment, Ying Zheng's ultimate, Supreme Sovereignty, struck an astonishing 80 hits, achieving an 80-hit combo. Yet, with the activation of Lao Fuzi's second skill, he began to assault the tower, reducing Ying Zheng's efforts to mere scratches. I am quite resilient. My economy surpasses his by a significant margin. He cannot harm me. Come, come to defend the line. Whoever approaches shall be ensnared. Victory is within sight, exclaimed Yao Dao with excitement. Xiaopeng swiftly dismantled the mid-tower. Meanwhile, Yinua's son Shangxiang found himself in a dire predicament, too fearful to advance. He was utterly incapable of dealing with Yao Dao's Lao Fuzi. As he was now financially destitute, he dared not even glance at Yao Dao, for a mere look could spell disaster. Can this wave be defended? Hai Nua charged forth at the cost of his life to clear the minions. Yet, without his ultimate, he could not retreat. A massacre ensued. The kills continued to be claimed by Hua Mulan. They pushed towards the top lane. All 5 members hastily congregated to demolish the top lane, allowing the minion wave to advance. Hua Mulan signaled a move upwards. In that moment, Hua Mulan suddenly turned back, dashing towards Sun Shangxiang, unleashing a rapid series of strikes that silenced him with astonishing speed. Yinua's reflexes had always been quick, but this time he failed to respond. Even had he reacted, it would have been futile. He had no flash and was utterly broke. Hua Mulan required but an instant to eliminate him. Following the silence, she executed her first skill, Songpa Slash, delivering a relentless 2-part assault, unparalleled in prowess. In the commentary booth, Xiao Sa exclaimed in shock, Ling Yun has once again eliminated Yinua. Such swiftness, truly remarkable. At this moment, the home crowd fell silent. The majority were fans of Yinua. They all simultaneously hushed. Indeed, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan not only silenced Yinua's Sun Shangxiang, but also the fans below. Chapter 14. Ling Yun's impeccable performance. The fans of Yinua remained quiet. Meanwhile, the fans of the Wolf team erupted in cheers. Ling Yun is incredible. From now on, you shall be my husband. That person beside you, step aside. I am Ling Yun's spouse. So handsome and so powerful. The Wolf team now boasts an impressive and capable side lane player. Yet, more resounding were the chants of one wave. One wave. One wave. One wave. One wave. Do not falter. Quickly, one wave. Do not grant them opportunities, or else you shall be mercilessly criticized tonight. The Wolf team was not weak to begin with. Now, only Ying Zheng remained. Doimo had just revived. Should these two fail to secure a wave, the Wolf team could disband on the spot. Yao Dao's Lao Fuzi advanced directly to the fountain, and as Xuan Ran's Mo emerged, he was immediately ensnared. Meanwhile, Chongqing's Ying Zheng found himself pursued by Ling Yun's Hua Mulan to the high ground of the bottom lane, unable to mount a defense. Yao Dao bound Xuan Ran behind the crystal, while Chongqing was cornered before the second tower, with the minion wave reaching the crystal, allowing us to preemptively congratulate the Wolf team on their victory with a score of 3-2. At the moment the crystal exploded, the 5 members of the Wolf team shouted in unison. Incredible. Nice. Ling Yun is amazing. Your Hua Mulan is truly formidable. Ling Yun, hearing the praises from his teammates, felt a bit bashful, modestly replying that it was nothing special. It was mainly due to the opportunities presented by the opposing team. In the commentary booth, host Ling Air remarked, Congratulations to the Wolf team for securing victory tonight. What are your thoughts on this match? The camera shifted to Zhu Hong, who adjusted his glasses, stating that the Wolf team performed admirably by promptly substituting the underperforming Guiqi. Imagine, Guiqi was clearly not in form, although they won the first match. His DMO was still quite abstract. Honestly, that match had little to do with him. Ling Air quickly interjected. Perhaps Guiqi was unwell, after all. Zhu Hong nodded, but expressed surprise at the strategic shift tonight, noting that they did not replace him with Luo Bo, but instead brought in Ling Yun. I believe that decision reflects great courage, which is why such a bold player was given the opportunity to compete. Su Nuo then remarked, It's hard to say. Perhaps Ling Yun had been performing excellently in practice matches, secretly preparing to deliver a surprise. Zhu Hong chuckled, suggesting that this did not align with the usual pattern. Had Ling Yun performed well, he would have been selected over Luo Bo initially. Look at Yao Dao, who is still competing with Dao Zai for a starting position. It's clear that there is a preference for Dao Zai. Perhaps one day, Yao Dao will find himself sidelined. I believe that had Yao Dao not been performing well lately, showing signs of the spring demon blade, he would have lost his starting spot. Ling Air felt a bit awkward. Zhu Hong tended to speak candidly, enjoying to stir the pot. Now, could you both analyze who performed the best today? Su Nuo pondered before stating. Undoubtedly it was Ling Yun. Without him, the Wolf team likely would have faltered. Today, Ling Yun excelled both in technique and awareness. Zhu Hong responded. Speaking of awareness, Yao Dao's crucial flashbind was pivotal. This match could go to Yao Dao, but I lean towards Ling Yun. Ling Yun first secured a solo kill against Xuan Ran, then won another kill in a 2-on-2 skirmish in the top lane, snatched the dragon during the 4-minute team fight, and ultimately crushed Yinua financially in the final wave. Yao Dao only executed a single flashbind, while merely absorbing damage. I would estimate Yao Dao's contribution at 30%, whereas Ling Yun's should be around 70%. Linger smiled faintly, and then said, Let us see who the victor of the final round is. The director subsequently revealed that this round featured Ling Yun's Hua Mulan, boasting an impressive record of 8 wins, 0 losses, and 5 draws, thus earning accolades for this match. Zhu began to analyze. It was not easy for Hua Mulan to perform so well. Achieving such results is commendable. Meanwhile, in the lounge of the Wolf team, Xiao Pang patted Ling Yun on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Ling Yun, you are amazing. 2 matches. 2 victories, 100% success." Ling Yun towered over Xiao Pang by half a head, standing at approximately 183 centimeters. Although Fat Emperor was not short, he appeared relatively diminutive beside him. As for Yao Dao, he was a full head shorter. However, it should be noted that Yao Dao's height was 187 centimeters. Given that Yun Zhongjun could inflict 1874 damage. At that moment, someone walked over and approvingly patted Ling Yun's arm, saying, "Well played. Why haven't I seen you perform this well before? Starting tomorrow, you will enter the first team for training. Compete for the starting position against Guo Qi." Upon hearing this, Guo Qi's gaze locked onto Ling Yun's, signaling a struggle between starters and substitutes. The forthcoming practice matches would determine their starting positions. However, Ling Yun did not fear competition. Rather, he dreaded the absence of opportunities to compete. He had originally planned to transfer due to the lack of chances to play. Now that he had a chance to compete, he would not hold back. "You will go for the post-match interview later." Ling Yun touched his handsome face and confidently replied, "Huh, me? But I am quite shy." Almost ready to throw a punch, it was amusing how this self-absorbed Ling Yun claimed to be shy. His expression seemed to declare, "I am the most handsome in the world. Today, there is no way you will lose, especially since you secured 2 victories. You must go up there. You deserve some exposure. I will request a separate live streaming room for you from the club, and you will have it ready by tomorrow." Upon hearing he would have a live streaming room, Ling Yun became instantly excited. In the past, only the first and second teams of the Wolf team were granted live streaming rooms. He was quite eager for this opportunity, as it would enhance his visibility. If he ever retired, he could embark on a career in streaming. Moreover, he knew he was indeed handsome and wanted to indulge in some self-admiration during the stream. At that moment, the director was broadcasting the post-match voice commentary of the Wolf team. Soon, Yao Dao's voice, providing blind vision for the MO, was heard. Ling Yun exclaimed, "There's a MO hiding in the small grass on the middle right. The knife should directly use the ultimate skill. Trust me." Subsequently, Yao Dao executed the ultimate skill on DMO. There was also a moment when Ling Yun preemptively instructed Yi Shang to lay in wait in the grass near the Lord. After watching the voice replay, the official live stream chat erupted. "What the heck? What just happened? Is this kid using aimbot? Does he know what color underwear they are wearing?" Ling Yun was incredible, directly training like a prince. However, it was not Inua's fault. He had simply been unwell. "You're sick, fake match team. You were lucky to win 1 round. Stop calling out, dog team." 5408. 26. Stop calling out, Ling Long Tower. Chapter 15. Post-match interview, where the elder speaks little truth. During the Wolf team's matches, the chat was perpetually filled with fans from both sides arguing. In the commentary booth, Zhu Heng remarked, "I was wondering why they were so quick." It turns out both crucial team fights were commanded by Ling Yun, which makes sense. It wasn't just Yao Dao's awareness, it was Ling Yun's keen insight. Su Nua furrowed his brows and asked, "I'm curious, what if Ling Yun guessed wrong?" Zhu Heng chuckled and replied, "If he guessed wrong, they would merely lose the tyrant, which isn't a significant setback. Conversely, if successful, not only would they win the fight, but they could also secure the tyrant. Which is why they began to dominate the jungle by the 12th minute. Such a low risk, high reward decision shows Ling Yun's decisiveness in allowing Yao Dao to blind vision bind Xuan Ran. He is indeed a talent to be nurtured. Who would have thought that after losing one genius, the Wolf team would gain another in Ling Yun? The Wolf team truly has a knack for exceptional talents on the flank." Host Linger interjected, "Indeed, Zhu Heng's analysis is spot on. Now, let us move on to the post-match interview with the victorious team." The scene shifted to the post-match interview. Host Bai Lu, dressed in a stylish white-gray suit, stood on the right, while beside him was a handsome young man, Ling Yun from the Wolf team, alongside the toothless team leader, Yao Dao. "Hello, and welcome back. I'm Bai Lu, and standing next to me are the victorious Wolf team, Ling Yun from the flank, and Yao Dao from the jungle." Ling Yun held the microphone in his left hand while waving to the audience with his right. "Hello, everyone. I am Ling Yun from the Wolf team." Yao Dao also smiled and warmly greeted the viewers. "Hello, everyone. I am Yao Dao from the Wolf team." At that moment, the audience in the live chat noticed that Yao Dao appeared to be of similar height to Ling Yun, bombarding the chat with questions. "What is going on, Yao Dao? Have you undergone a second growth spurt? What is with that? What do you mean? It's perfectly normal for a marksman to develop well, right? Wait, what do you mean by a second growth spurt?" Yao Dao has always been 187 centimeters tall. What brand of height increasing insoles is he wearing? He seems to have grown nearly 20 centimeters. The chat was flooded with fans disparaging Yao Dao. Only those present could see that Yao Dao was standing on a box, which made him appear similar in height to Ling Yun. Host Bai Lu continued, first and foremost, I would like to congratulate you on securing your first victory in the group stage by defeating Chao Wanhui. I understand that Ling Yun must have felt quite a bit of pressure this time, being his first match. How do you feel, Ling Yun? Ling Yun picked up the microphone, feeling quite exhilarated, as it was his debut performance. After all, who isn't nervous during their first time? Yet, with more experience, one inevitably grows accustomed. The host, Bai Lu, chuckled, interpreting Ling Yun's demeanor as an indication that he would indeed take to the stage again in the future. Ling Yun smiled subtly, casting a knowing glance his way, inviting a playful guess. Bai Lu then inquired about the impressive blind vision flash made by Lao Fu Zi in the final match of Yao Dao. Referencing the voice replay that revealed Ling Yun's keen judgment. What instilled such confidence in his decision-making, he asked. Yao Dao responded in a light-hearted tone, suggesting that it was perhaps the trust among teammates. He had a tendency to place great faith in his allies. Ling Yun had performed admirably today. Thus he would defer to Ling Yun's judgment, even suggesting that the position of team leader be entrusted to him. Continuing, Bai Lu asked if Ling Yun had specifically researched Guan Yu for today's fourth match, particularly why he chose him against formidable opponents like Yilian, Wang Zhaojun, and Luna. Yao Dao handed the microphone to Ling Yun for his response. Ling Yun admitted, there wasn't much research involved. Primarily, I trust my own skills. Bai Lu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the commendable confidence a player must have in their abilities, especially under immense pressure, leading to a remarkable 5 kills. He then queried Ling Yun about the decision to commence in the development lane. Was this strategy premeditated? Ling Yun exchanged a glance with Yao Dao before smiling and clarifying. It wasn't planned in advance. He then spoke earnestly. In truth, I was so nervous that I made a misstep. There wasn't time to retreat. So I decided to help the development lane gain an advantage. Bai Lu laughed heartily, well aware that Ling Yun was jesting. Thus concluded the interview, with gratitude extended to both participants. Meanwhile, a new trending topic emerged on Weibo concerning Wolf Team's Ling Yun. Capturing his words and sharing them with the caption, Ling Yun has learned from Yao Dao. Age brings wisdom, yet he speaks little truth. Haha. Ling Yun claims to be nervous, yet he performs with unrivaled ferocity. Various platforms worked diligently to compile highlights of Ling Yun's performance that evening, showcasing his prowess on Do Hai. A seasoned viewer, a sophomore at Jiangcheng University majoring in media, named Nong Siyu, often indulged in video editing in his spare time, aspiring to earn a living through this craft. However, his previous edits had garnered only modest attention. After witnessing Ling Yun's astounding performance, he was utterly astonished, immediately dedicating himself to compiling Ling Yun's highlights with exhilarating music. The title read, Wolf Team's Genius Marksman, Called to Action, and Scathe, achieving the season's first pinnacle on his debut. Exceptional awareness and skill. The video commenced with Ling Yun's pinnacle, showcasing his impeccable positioning and maneuvering. He illustrated decisive moments, such as the early kill of Inua's Lu Ban and the final, strategic maneuver that eliminated 4 opponents in one fell swoop. The second match featured a solo kill of Xuan Ran's DMO by Hua Mulan, alongside a swift elimination of Inua's Sun Xiang. Nong Siyu crafted this exhilarating video with fervor, and within an hour, it amassed over 100,000 views, his first experience of virality. The comments flooded in, bro, did you edit this while standing on your router? It's been a while since Wolf Team had a genius marksman. Ling Yun is so handsome. His skills are incredible. Regretting not watching the match today, it was so thrilling. Can he really outshine Xuan Ran the Emperor? Wait, he just soloed Xuan Ran? Nong Siyu, eyes wide, marveled at the rapidly increasing view count. The likes had surpassed 10,000 within just an hour. Wow, Brother Yun, you're amazing. In Chapter 16, titled Tian Yun Invites to Dinner, the viewership and potential earnings were incomparably higher than anything he had previously experienced. Brother Yun is incredible. From now on, I will only edit videos of you. Although Nong Siyu was a devoted fan, he had never particularly favored any player until now, and he had already resolved to focus solely on Ling Yun's highlights. Yet, Ling Yun was not the sole subject of edits. Numerous marketing accounts began to compile his performances as well. In no time, the name of Wolf Team's Ling Yun resonated throughout the gaming community. Following the post-match interview, Ling Yun returned to the club with the team. Upon arrival, he was assigned a dedicated streaming room. Ding! Congratulations, host, on winning the second round of the regular season. You are rewarded with a skill mastery card. Upon using this card, you will randomly acquire the top-tier skills of a champion, permanently effective. Ling Yun raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the prospect. Shall the host use it now? Yes. Without hesitation, he opted to utilize it. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful use. You have attained top-tier skill proficiency with Sun Xiang. Ling Yun paused, momentarily bewildered. Sun Xiang's skills are maxed out, but I primarily play the marksman role. Isn't this a loss? Host, Fong Hao Yu profession, Wolf Team Ling Yun skill level 100. Note: average professional players possess a skill level of 90. Star players hold 100, top-tier players reach 130, and super top-tier players achieve 150. Awareness 100. Matching skill level. Host top-tier skill champions: Hua Mulan, Guan Yu, Xiaoluo Te, Huang Tai, Sun Shangxiang. Ling Yun could not help but express his frustration, saying, "System, why on earth have you given me a marksman when I am a side lane player?" The host's unfortunate luck in not drawing a hero suitable for the opposing lane was hardly the system's fault. Ling Yun felt somewhat speechless. Nonetheless, he realized there was no way to change the situation now. Well, it's better than nothing. Perhaps I could utilize Sun Shangxiang in the opposing lane. Ling Yun decided to let it go. At the very least, he could still use it in the peak matches. He entered his streaming room to check his equipment. At that moment, a staff member from the Wolf team approached him. "You can start streaming tomorrow," she said, beaming with a sweet smile. It was evident that she had a fondness for Ling Yun. After all, with his handsome appearance, he had often attracted the attention of girls during his school days. "Thank you, sister," Ling Yun replied politely. Suddenly, a message popped up on his WeChat. "Would you like to go out for a meal tomorrow?" The message was from Tian Yun. "Are you treating me?" Ling Yun raised an eyebrow. Tian Yun pouted and replied, "Okay. I'll treat you to celebrate your outstanding debut performance." Fortunately, she had just finished her stream. Otherwise, her fans would have been in an uproar upon witnessing her expression at that moment. An elegant lady pouting while replying to a message from another man was surely more painful for them than a mortal blow. "All right, see you at the usual place tomorrow. Sleep early, good night." Ling Yun responded with a smile. He felt a bit weary but was nonetheless quite happy. After all, today marked his debut. He continuously reflected on his performance throughout the day. Perhaps I shouldn't have rushed during that play. Wouldn't it have looked cooler if I had taken my time? He pondered while reviewing his actions. Just then, someone who originally intended to enter the training room to retrieve something happened upon this scene. Surprised, they asked Ling Yun, "Are you still here reviewing your performance?" Ling Yun nodded, saying, "Not quite. I'm just checking where I can improve and indulging in a bit of self-admiration, haha." He was candid about his intentions. While reviewing was his primary goal, self-admiration was certainly a secondary one. Who wouldn't enjoy watching their own highlight moments? You truly are diligent. No wonder Lao Lin said you patiently review even winning matches. I believe you can become a top-tier player, they remarked, tiptoeing to pat Ling Yun on the head. "I will work hard, coach." After an hour of reviewing, Ling Yun returned home to rest. The following day, his tasks were relatively light. He reviewed in the morning, took a nap, and trained until 5 in the afternoon. Previously, during his time with Team 3, Ling Yun had not had many training tasks, as there was a deliberate intention to promote him to the starting lineup. Therefore, he participated in the training of Team 1 today. The training yielded average results, similar to his previous performances, which piqued his curiosity regarding why this player excelled during matches. Could it be that he was merely a matchday player who performed better under pressure? As the training match came to a close, Ling Yun prepared to commence his live stream that evening. However, before streaming, he had plans to dine with Tian Yun. Ding. Daily task for the host has not been signed in yet. Would you like to sign in? Oh right, I almost forgot about that. Ling Yun slapped his forehead. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Today's system task: achieve 15 consecutive victories in the peak matches. Matches above 2,500 points. Reward: 10 points in skill and awareness. 10 points in skill and awareness? Not too shabby. My skills and awareness are already at a star player level. 10 points is quite significant. If I could achieve this a few more times, I might just reach the level of a top player. The peak matches were set to begin at 6 p.m., leaving him with roughly 2 hours to spare. Tian Yun had arranged to meet Ling Yun at a high-D Lao restaurant. Upon arriving, Ling Yun found that Tian Yun had been waiting for him for over 10 minutes. With a playful arch of her beautifully shaped brow, she teased, "Are you making girls wait for you?" Today, Tian Yun wore a black sweater paired with black stockings, exuding an air of sensuality. Her flawless face was adorned with a light touch of makeup, making her every bit the dream of many men. Ling Yun was momentarily taken aback by her appearance, his heart skipping a beat. Noticing Ling Yun's dazed expression, Tian Yun couldn't help but chuckle, tilting her head and blinking her captivating eyes. She teased, "What's wrong? Cack out your tongue? Trying to act aloof when I'm the one treating you to hot pot?" Once Ling Yun snapped back to reality, he awkwardly smiled. "I was just captivated by your beauty, Tian Yun. You look absolutely stunning today." Unable to resist, Tian Yun burst into laughter. No woman dislikes compliments, even one as ethereal as Tian Yun. Especially when such praise comes from a striking young man like Ling Yun, it put her in high spirits, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. "What do you want to eat? Today is a celebration of your first appearance. You should choose." Chapter 17. Why are your cheeks so flushed? Is the tomato hot pot a bit spicy? Ling Yun did not hesitate, accepting the menu to begin selecting dishes. After ordering, while waiting for the food, Tian Yun curiously inquired, Are you confident in securing a starting position now? Ling Yun pondered for a moment. He could not guarantee it. But based on his previous performance, there was a clear intention to cultivate him. Even though his training match didn't shine particularly bright, it was highly likely he would be starting in the next match. It is highly likely that you will be in the starting lineup, although nothing is absolute. Xuan Ran gazed at Ling Yun's handsome visage, remarking that with such a striking appearance, he would surely attract a multitude of fans in the future. Are you feeling envious? Ling Yun blurted out. Xuan Yun's cheeks flushed slightly. What are you talking about? I am not envious at all. You just love to make wild claims. Ling Yun chuckled. I was merely joking. There's nothing I can do. It's not my fault for being good-looking. Besides, my focus is solely on my performance. As for fans, I can simply tell them 4 words. Do not associate with me. Ling Yun was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of fan culture. The most severe case was that of Wu Wei, an excellent competitor who was nearly driven to despair by his fans. Whenever Wu Wei was not in the starting lineup, chaos ensued. In competitions, if Wu Wei encountered any issues, fans were quick to place the blame on him. They would even boycott the club if he was not a starter, making things difficult for the organization. This eventually led to higher-ups intervening in training, resulting in Coach Jiozha's departure. This season was particularly tumultuous, as efforts to acquire Xiao Yi were made without wanting Wu Wei to be a substitute, leading to him being assigned to the support role. If there were not already a team formed, they might have plunged directly into forming one. Xuan Ran smiled. You better be careful. Your current form is quite impressive. Are you still planning to transfer? Originally, Ling Yun intended to transfer after the spring season concluded. Each player's transfer was typically aimed at securing a starting position. For instance, Jian transferred for a starting role, Zhongyi did so as well, and Fan sought one too. Ling Yun was no different. He could not afford to waste his youth here, as professional players relied on their youth to thrive. Of course, it was different for him. He could only admire his idol. To have remained on the competitive stage for so many years and to have won 8 championships was a testament to his prowess. Ling Yun shook his head. It's hard to say. If the Wolf team cannot retain me, I may consider joining another team. However, if I remain a starter, I certainly would not leave. What is your goal for this season? The top 4? Xuan Ran inquired with curiosity. I have only one objective, the championship. This was his idol, and naturally, it was also his aspiration. Xuan Ran was not surprised by Ling Yun's response. He had always been a confident individual, albeit with a hint of narcissism. I wish you the best in claiming your championship, and just so you know, you must treat me to a meal then. Xuan Ran pouted slightly, despite her mature appearance. She exuded a certain cuteness at that moment. Haha, thank you for the kind words. Soon, the dishes Ling Yun ordered arrived, astonishing Xuan Ran as they were all her favorites. Do you remember what I like to eat? Ling Yun smiled. I happen to recall what you mentioned the last time we went out together. Professional players tend to have better memories. It is primarily about being attentive. However, he refrained from voicing this thought. Xuan Ran was no fool. She understood that Ling Yun had committed her preferences to memory. A playful glint sparkled in her beautiful eyes as she glanced at Ling Yun. You can be so stubborn. It's obvious you remembered secretly, but are too shy to admit it. Just as Ling Yun swallowed a slice of tripe, he felt his cheeks heat up at Xuan Yun's words. Awkwardly replying, this hot pot is really spicy. Xuan Yun burst into laughter. Can a tomato pot be spicy? Ling Yun coughed awkwardly. I won't be returning to this hataleo. The tomato pot is unexpectedly fiery. It has made my face flush. Xuan Yun picked up a piece of cooked tripe and offered it to Ling Yun. You are quite adorable. See if this is spicy. Ling Yun was taken aback that Xuan Yun was serving him food. After tasting the tripe, he gave her a thumbs up. It's sweet. Xuan Yun was amused by Ling Yun's reaction, laughing heartily. After finishing the hot pot, Xuan Yun bid farewell to Ling Yun. How you? I must take my leave. Next time. It is definitely your treat. Stay safe. After parting with Xuan Yun, Ling Yun quickly hailed a taxi to the club. It was nearly 6 o'clock. The peak match was about to commence. If he did not hurry, he might not finish tonight's challenge. 15 consecutive victories. He could only afford to lose 3 matches. Today marked his first live streaming debut. The Wolf team had not prepared any promotional activities. Instead, he himself had announced the live stream on social media. Due to his rising popularity and the absence of promotional support, he anticipated that the viewership for his first live stream would likely be low. Ling Yun was accepting of this. He did not mind as long as someone was watching. His immediate priority was to complete the system's check-in task for today. Ling Yun inquired, System, what are the penalties if I fail to complete the task? The task rewards will be cancelled, and the experience card for the next check-in will be revoked. Ling Yun exclaimed, What? This won't do. That would be quite a loss. Consequently, he hurried to the live streaming room, arriving just as the clock struck 6 o'clock. Once the operations team had finished adjusting the equipment, Ling Yun officially began his live stream. To his surprise, as soon as he started, the backend data showed that thousands of viewers were online, and the VIP section swelled to over 500. What is happening? This was all thanks to Nong Siyu. although he was unfamiliar with this individual. Nong Siu had seen Ling Yun's post on Weibo about the live stream and had specially edited a promotional video for his debut. The video he edited the previous day garnered over 100,000 likes, and his fanbase had grown by more than 1,000. Thus, he has become a staunch admirer of Ling Yun, naturally eager to warm up the atmosphere for him. However, Ling Yun remains oblivious to this. His sole focus is on amassing points. He is using an Android account, currently boasting a peak score of 2,568. Hello everyone, I am Longdue Ling Yun. He greets the camera. As the barrage of comments begins to flood in. I came from Dohai. Anyone else here from there? How many points do you plan to score today? The streamer seems quite skilled. Have you considered turning professional? Ling Yun jovially responds. I have no intention of going pro just yet. I am merely a small-time streamer. Let's aim for a 15-game winning streak tonight. Chapter 18. Have we reached the summit of the LB tier? Upon hearing Ling Yun's boastful remarks, a naysayer in the chat could no longer contain himself. Do you think the peak competition is easy? A 15-game winning streak? Today is the last day of the challenge. And it's also the final day of the weekly rankings. The intensity is beyond what you can handle. You are just bragging without a plan. Even if you are a professional, success in peak competition relies not only on skill, but also on luck. By the end, you might not even match Han Han's score. Yet here you are acting invincible. The internet is never short of critics. Of course, even the best performances will attract detractors. Ling Yun possesses a strong mental fortitude. Unlike some who crumble under criticism, he flashes a confident smile at the camera. Let us wait and see. Whether I can achieve a 15-game winning streak in 6 hours will only be revealed through trial. If I fail to secure a 15-game winning streak today, I shall accept the punishment from the comment section. The comments unanimously agree. If you fail, you must wear women's clothing. Instantly, the screen is filled with demands for him to don women's attire should he fail. Ling Yun rubs his forehead, exasperated. I really can't deal with you all. Very well then. His eyes glimmer with fierce determination. This evening, he will give his utmost to conquer the peak competition. Before long, he embarks on his first game. The comments begin to play with the streamer's mindset. Aren't you warming up? Jumping straight in? Be careful not to lose your touch on the first game. During the matchmaking period, Ling Yun refrains from glancing at the comments, instead focusing on the peak leaderboard. At that moment, the top score is 2,704, while his stands at 2,568. The same as Dehua's from years past. His ranking is currently 99th. To be frank, he usually participates in peak competitions in a somewhat passive manner. This marks his first earnest attempt at a peak match. After approximately 2.5 minutes, he finds a match, which is relatively quick. After all, the matchmaking speed for the top 100 is typically slow. We have a ban on heroes. Ling Yun, a peak summoner at rank 1, finds himself in the blue team. Normally, if there are positional conflicts, players would communicate via voice chat. Typically, the higher ranked player claims the position, while the lower ranked one fills in. If scores are similar, the one with the higher tier takes the role. Hello, can you hear me? Can anyone help? Suddenly, a voice from the 5th floor chimes in. The familiar tone of a player notorious for their lack of skill. Is there a skilled player who can carry me? I'm willing to fill in. The other 4 teammates immediately feel a sense of dread upon hearing this. A glance at his favored heroes reveals LB, L of Z, and NZH. Indeed, he is the infamous summit of the LB tier. Ling Yun is momentarily taken aback. What is happening? I've matched with Dehua. How is it possible to match with him at this tier? Suddenly, a voice from the 2nd floor inquires, Dehua? Is that you? In Dehua's live stream, he beams brightly. Indeed. Yes, it's me. Is there a skilled player who can carry me? I can fill the support role, or if necessary, I can play LB. Unlike the typical foul-mouthed players, he prefers to borrow accounts to engage in light-hearted banter at high ranks. The chat explodes with comments. This noob is shameless. Borrowing accounts again. This poor fellow's account is doomed. Faced with the wave of criticism and mockery, Dehua merely chuckles dismissively. Although I may not be the best, I assure you I won't drag you down. Consider it a stroke of luck to have me on your team. Ling Yun's livestream chat has now surpassed 1,000 viewers, half of whom have come over from Dehua's stream. He forces a smile, reassured that as long as Dehua plays normally and avoids feeding, victory should be within reach. What is your score? Ling Yun inquires. Dehua, pleased to be acknowledged, responds, close to 2,400. The 5 players then report their respective scores, with Ling Yun having the highest among them. As most teammates range from 2,300 to 2,400, it can be said that high scores are matched with low scores. Additionally, there is a player named Dehua who is currently under immense pressure. In the realm of Wangzhou Rongyao's peak matches, it is characterized by the juxtaposition of high and low scores. Ling Yun pondered for a moment and concluded that the opposing team likely possesses a similar level of skill. There are probably not many players within the top 100 ranks. In matches involving the top 100, he can perform consistently well. Moreover, in games that don't reach the top 100 in quality, he still has an 80% chance of securing victory. His prowess is on par with those specialized players and streamers. Presently, he stands as a top-tier competitor, having emerged from being a common player. On the blue side, the team lost to Qiao, Yang Yuhuan, and Shi Shi. Meanwhile, the red side lost Jing, Lu Ban to Shi, and Dun Shan. The positioning in peak matches differs from that in professional competitions. Most participants in peak matches are streamers and common players. Often, they tend to ban the recently overpowered heroes, such as the jungler Yang Yuhuan, Jing, and the mid-lane trio of Wang Zhaojun, Shi Shi, and Yi Xing. They might also ban the opposing team's signature heroes, like banning Jing from Wei Liang. As the peak summoner for the blue side, Ling Yun inquired of his teammates, "Is there anyone who wants to come up first?" At that moment, his teammates did not respond. Undeterred, Ling Yun decisively locked in Mulan, as he held absolute confidence in his abilities. The opposing team had selected Ma Chao and the recently altered Nija. Given the aggressive composition of the opposing team, the marksman might struggle to survive. Dehua asked, "Do I need to take any particular position? I can fill in." Ling Yun contemplated and decided it would be prudent to select a supportive hero to protect the marksman for Dehua. "Hua Gu, you take Tai Yi and come up first." Dehua promptly selected Tai Yi Xuan Ran, requesting his teammates to assist in securing the pick. The second player did not hesitate to help Dehua acquire Tai Yi Xuan Ran, while the third player selected Wang Zhaojun, one of the mid-lane trio. At this moment, Hua Gu learned through the chat that the first player is a professional competitor. "Are you Ling Yun from the Wolf team?" Chapter 19. Collision with the peaks number 1 Xiao Qi and the national servers Ma Chao, Qian Mo. I saw someone in the chat mentioning you are Ling Yun from the Wolf team. Although Dehua does not follow the matches and is unfamiliar with Ling Yun, he respects professionals and hopes they can carry him to victory. Yes, Hua Gu, that's me. I'm counting on you to lead us to victory this game." Ling Yun also showed respect for Dehua, considering him the pride of the Tiger team, and thus he deserved recognition. The world of gaming is not solely about combat. It is also about relationships and etiquette. With the two of us skilled players here, the opposing team is already at a disadvantage, Dehua stated with bravado, while the chat was flooded with comments about his audacity. At this point, the opposing team selected Huo Wu and Sun Shangxiang, while Ling Yun's teammates opted for Lao Hu and Gong Sun Li. Gong Sun Li was chosen to counter Sun Shangxiang, and Lao Hu would establish the rhythm in the early to mid-game. Ultimately, the opposing support picked Kai Wenji. Collision. The chat in Ling Yun's stream was ablaze with excitement. The streamer noted that the opposing Ma Chao is the top-ranked Ma Chao in the national server, Qian Mo. The mid laner is the peak's number 1 Xiao Qi from the Apple region. Ling Yun was momentarily taken aback. He had encountered the peak's number 1? The average score should not be so low. It wasn't until he entered the game interface that he discovered Xiao Qi was playing on a Smurf account, while Qian Mo was on his main account. At that moment, their scores were quite similar, with both teams averaging around 300 ranks. The team compositions were as follows. For Ling Yun's side, there was Mulan, Flash, in the top lane, the jungler Pei Qin who, Punishment, ranked within the top 50. Mid lane Wang Zhaojun, Flash, also within the top 100, marksman Gong Sun Li, Berserk, ranked in the top 50, and support Tai Yi, Flash, with blue proficiency. On Xiao Qi's side, there was Ma Chao, Dash, in the top lane, ranked number 1 in the national server, jungler Si Kong Jun, Punishment, ranked within the top 50. Mid laner Huo Wu, Flash, ranked number 1, marksman Sun Shangxiang, Flash, within the top 100, and support Kai Wenji, Cleanse, ranked in the top 10 at the provincial level. Ling Yun. It seems we VE encountered a collision. The opposing team has the peak number 1 Xiao Qi. How are we supposed to play against that? Dehua expressed his concern. "We just need to play normally," Ling Yun reassured him, eager to witness Xiao Qi's capabilities. At that moment, Xiao Qi was also aware through the chat that he was up against the Wolf team's Ling Yun and Dehua. "Ling Yun from the Wolf team? I came across his video yesterday. He is indeed impressive. I should target him in this match. Is that Dehua? When did he attain such a high score? Is he borrowing an account? This match should be a sure win." Upon realizing that Dehua was on the opposing team, Xiao Qi's confidence surged. He had already decided to focus on countering Ling Yun in this match, as Ling Yun was the only significant threat on the opposing team. "Qian Mo, for this match, you should focus on the top lane to prevent Mulan from getting ahead," Xiao Qi instructed. "I'll handle it. Welcome to Wangzhe Rongyao. The enemy will arrive on the battlefield in 5 seconds. All troops advance." This was the first match of his livestream, and the opposing team boasted 2 peak number 1 players, one currently ranked number 1, and another who had once held that title. As the game commenced, Ling Yun skillfully maneuvered Mulan to the lane, preparing to face off against Qian Mo's Ma Chao. At the 30-second mark, as the minion waves converged, the audience in Ling Yun's livestream keenly observed his meticulous approach. Upon reaching the lane, Ling Yun did not hastily use his skills but patiently awaited Ma Chao's emergence. Should he attempt to seize the line, their Mulan would be ready to engage. As Ling Yun narrated the unfolding events, the moment of confrontation approached. Qian Ma's Ma Chao chose to disregard Ling Yun's Hua Mulan completely. Having pre-stored a lance, Ma Chao executed his second skill upon a minion, then thrust forward to retrieve the lance. In this scenario, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan decisively leveled up her first skill, unleashing a full combo that reduced Qianma's Ma Chao's health by half, leaving him with a mere 1686 HP. At this moment, Qianma promptly activated his sprint, eager to secure the lane. Meanwhile, Ling Yun opted to pursue him with sustained basic attacks until Qianma's health dwindled to 973 HP, at which point he reached level 2. At this juncture, Ling Yun had also suffered a significant reduction in health and had yet to attain level 2. Ma Chao's sprint had expired, and both players resolutely chose to halt their aggression. Ling Yun decided to push the minion wave into the turret before clearing it. By this time, Qianma had already diminished the river crab's health significantly. Upon reaching level 2, Ling Yun swiftly navigated to the river, intent on denying Qianma's Ma Chao the crab. Qianma, utilizing his second skill, struck Ling Yun's Hua Mulan before conceding the river crab. At this moment, Ma Chao, lacking his sprint, faced a precarious situation with Hua Mulan possessing both her flash and second skill, while he was below half health. A single flash could spell his demise. As a top-tier Ma Chao player and a veteran of the solo lane, Qianma recognized that retreating was the only prudent course of action. Ling Yun, unfazed, promptly secured the river crab, which was left with merely 1500 HP. In the early game skirmishes, Ling Yun, leveraging his hero's strength, gained a slight advantage. Players at high ranks exhibit remarkable composure. Ling Yun chose not to rush, biding his time until the convergence of the level 4 minion wave at 140, where he successfully claimed the wave alongside Lao Hu, reaching level 4. Dehua remarked, "Let me check the mid-left." He maneuvered his Tai Jinren toward that position, accompanied by Wang Xiaojun. As they entered the mid-left bush, Xiaoqi attempted to approach with his second skill to scout. Wang Xiaojun inquired, "Can I lick?" Dehua replied affirmatively. In an instant, Tai Jinren managed to lick Xiaoqi's Huowu. Wang Xiaojun employed her first skill to reveal her vision. Yet Xiaoqi not only refrained from fleeing, but retaliated with a flash that kicked Wang Xiaojun. Xiaoqi called out, "The jungler is coming." At that moment, jungler Xikong Zhen emerged from the red zone, followed closely by Ma Chao. Instead of consuming the level 4 minion wave in the top lane, Ma Chao chose to join his teammates in the mid lane for a coordinated attack, swiftly altering the dynamics to a 3 versus 2 scenario. Wang Xiaojun, utilizing a flash, deployed her second skill to freeze Xiaoqi, relentlessly attacking him in an effort to secure the kill. Xiaoqi's health had fallen below half. Xikong Zhen and Ma Chao arrived just in time, with Xikong Zhen casting his second skill, Huang Leiji, to immobilize Wang Xiaojun. Ma Chao then unleashed his second skill, Riluo Gu Chong, upon Wang Xiaojun, combining it with a strengthened basic attack for a decisive thrust. Qianma's Ma Chao achieved first blood. At this moment, Ma Chao was only level 3, while Xikong Zhen was level 4, and Huowu was at level 3 with low health. Dehua contemplated fleeing when Ling Yun urged, "Hua Go. Don't leave. Just flash and explode." Dehua's first skill, Accidental Incident, was on the verge of being fully charged. "Almost ready," he exclaimed. Instead of fleeing, Dehua executed a flash and turned back to unleash his skill, Critical Crowd Control 3. He shouted, successfully immobilizing 3 opponents. Dehua reveled in his accomplishment. Meanwhile, Ling Yun and Lao Hu maneuvered around the opponent's red zone. Xiaoqi exclaimed, "Oh no, I've been controlled." Qianma lamented, "Not good. The enemies have reinforced." Xikong Zhen activated his ultimate. In Chapter 20, Qianma's Ma Chao, utilizing his passive to gain extraordinary movement speed after storing a lance, retreated to the safety of the first turret. However, Xiaoqi and Xikong Zhen were not as fortunate. Xiaoqi's health had plummeted to a few hundred. Lao Hu capitalized on this, using the wall to execute his second skill and eliminate him. As Xikong Zhen landed, he was instantaneously silenced and obliterated by Ling Yun's powerful combo of skills, resulting in his demise. Nonetheless, Xikong Zhen managed to take down the nearly dead Dehua before his own death. This engagement concluded with a 2-for-2 trade, ultimately favoring Ling Yun's side, as they secured kills on both the jungler and top laner, while losing a utility mid laner and support, Tai, which was of little consequence. The opposing team lost their jungler and core damage dealer, Huowu. Furthermore, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan achieved a double kill and subsequently farmed the mid lane before departing. Following this skirmish, the barrage of comments in Ling Yun's livestream erupted in excitement. "Talk, Blackie. National server Ma Chao? Sorry, but Yun Gu is the national server Hua Mulan. A professional player. Secure it, secure it. Aim for number 1, Xiaoqi. Go Yun Gu." Conversely, comments in Dehua's stream read, "Stranger, stranger. 2G. Listen to the commands and get carried effortlessly. Donkey Pit. Donkey has reason. If you criticize a donkey, it's because you're a donkey." Dehua seems quite unfamiliar today. Dehua, witnessing his impressive play where he controlled 3 opponents, basked in the glory of his performance and boasted in the livestream, "I set the pace for this play. You thought my support was just for show? The comments flooded in. But Hua, aren't you supposed to be an all-rounder and not just a support? Dehua replied. That's because I only support the truly skilled. Those at 1700 to 1800 aren't worthy of my assistance. Comments continued. Originally, the donkey was about to escape. But if it weren't for Ling Yun's command, he would have sold out his teammates long ago. Dehua's expression twitched, and he began to respond sarcastically. If it weren't for Ling Yun's command, you lot wouldn't have managed to control so many just now. Do you think you're worthy of criticizing me? The atmosphere in Dehua's livestream remained as harmonious as ever. The 2G and 2G army always maintained this unique characteristic of Dehua's stream. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi's livestream was filled with a flurry of question marks. The streamer was outshone by Dehua. If the streamer does not intensify their efforts, they will soon be recorded in the annals of El Shirchunqiu. What a disgrace. The pinnacle of excellence is about to be overshadowed by Dehua. However, Xiaoqi maintains a commendable attitude, reassuring everyone that the streamer will take charge and will not allow Dehua to claim any of their points. He promptly begins to issue commands. Brothers, steady now. The point of breach for the opposing team is Tai Xuan Ran. This round, we shall focus on countering their strongest player, Hua Mulan. At 2 minutes and 42 seconds, Xiaoqi makes his way towards the top lane. Jianmo, I can assist you in this wave. Come on. By this time, Xiaoqi has reached the confrontation lane, while Ling Yun is lurking beneath the tower. Cautious against Ma Chao and Buji Huowu. Even with Ling Yun's exceptional skills, he must avoid drawing attention. I will feign a retreat to create a false vision and see if he dares to engage you. Upon saying this, Xiaoqi, controlling Buji Huowu, throws a second skill fan, providing a deceptive vision towards the mid lane. After observing Xiaoqi move downwards, Ling Yun's first instinct is to confront Ma Chao. Ma Chao is currently level 4, while Ling Yun is at level 5, leading an economic advantage. He cannot afford to let Ma Chao control the lane. Just as Ma Chao approaches the minions, the decisive Ling Yun swiftly activates his passive ability. Jianmo, playing as Ma Chao, realizes that Xiaoqi's Buji Huowu has not left and charges forward. Ling Yun immediately hurls a second skill dart, silencing Ma Chao and reducing his health to half. Following that, he unleashes his ultimate and first skill, swiftly eliminating Ma Chao. Ling Yun's speed is astounding. Jianmo barely has time to react before the screen turns black. Goodness, how fierce. Xiaoqi, hurry. At this moment, Xiaoqi suddenly appears from the bush beside Ling Yun's top tower, with Buji Huowu closing the distance to Hua Mulan. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan has just cleared the minion wave in front of the tower and begins charging her first skill backward. Xiaoqi, instead of moving forward immediately, chooses to throw another fan. Ling Yun skillfully retains a heavy sword's second skill and releases it the moment his first skill concludes. Xiaoqi seizes the opportunity, launching his first skill directly upward. Ling Yun immediately follows with his second skill to push back towards their own defensive tower. Buji Huowu's first skill is deflected by Hua Mulan's unstoppable state. Just as he returns to the tower, Buji Huowu unleashes an ultimate to eliminate the already weakened Ling Yun. Calm and collected, Ling Yun switches to his light sword, deftly evading the ultimate from Xiaoqi's Buji Huowu and retreats to the tower. My apologies, I was a bit too meticulous, Ling Yun smirks. Xiaoqi nearly slaps himself, exclaiming, "What? He escaped? I made a mistake." However, before he can finish his lament, the tiger has already arrived at the top lane. In a moment of vulnerability, Xiaoqi is swiftly taken down by the tiger's second skill. This wave, Xiaoqi and Qianmo's strategy was flawlessly countered by Ling Yun's skillful maneuvers. Incredible. The streamer's Hua Mulan is so formidable. Has he ever considered going pro? This Hua Mulan's technique resembles that of Jerry. My goodness. No wonder he was able to bankrupt Inua yesterday. The VIP seats in the live stream instantly surged to 1,500. Ling Yun's maneuvers are exceptionally sharp, verging on the extreme. After single-handedly defeating Qianmo's Ma Chao, he manages to evade Xiaoqi's Buji Huowu's attack and delays until his teammates arrive. The challenge is not merely in defeating Ma Chao, but in outshining Xiaoqi's Buji Huowu. In Xiaoqi's livestream, he asks, "Are you playing Yo-mo?" This wave is extraordinarily abstract. Is the opposing team employing actors? To be outshone like this, Xiaoqi feels a bit embarrassed. Do not worry. We are not at a disadvantage. We still have the upper hand in the bottom lane. After Qianmo was single-handedly defeated, his state is somewhat off. Do not rush. I underestimated his burst damage earlier. I did not expect him to half my health in an instant. I thought I could evade it with mobility. That was my mistake. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan's record has now reached 201. Achieving such an advantage in a high-stakes match is already quite exhilarating. At 3 minutes and 40 seconds, the mid-lane minion wave is about to converge. Hua Gu, come to the right side of mid-lane and ambush Si Kongjun in the bush. This wave, Si Kongjun will surely come up to clear the wave. Dehua, playing Tai Xuan Ran, heeds Ling Yun's command and positions himself in the bush before the tyrant, activating his first skill to charge. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi confirms that the right mid lane is clear with his fan. Xikong Jun uses his first skill to enter the right mid bush, prepared to contest the wave with Xiaoqi. Having observed Xikong Jun's movements thanks to Ling Yun's guidance, Dehua is ready. At 3 minutes and 50 seconds, Dehua's flash is also ready. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan has already arrived at the left mid lane position. Hua Gu, you directly flash to detonate Xikong Jun. Chapter 21. The ultimate counterkill beneath the tower. Qian Mo's Ma Chao is utterly dazzled, responding to Ling Yun's command. Dehua does not hesitate and rushes towards Xikong Jun's location, executing a flash that catches Xikong Jun. Immediately following, Dehua's charged first skill, Accidental Incident, detonates perfectly. The 2 consecutive explosions incapacitate Xikong Jun, who is equipped with attack speed boots. At this moment, Wang Xiaojun also casts her first skill, Frost Crystal. Along with her ultimate, Winter has arrived to add to the damage. This leaves Xiaoqi, who initially intended to use his second skill to attack, too intimidated to proceed. Meanwhile, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan has arrived, utilizing the light sword's first skill, Kong Lai Zhan, using the minions as a springboard. He follows with the second skill to reach the immobilized Xikong Jun. Then, with his third skill, Zhanfeng Dao Feng, he inflicts damage and swiftly transitions to the heavy sword, executing the 2-part first skill to eliminate the half-health Xikong Jun. In this instance, Xikong Jun was unable to even take flight, as Ling Yun did not afford him the opportunity to ascend. Within a mere 4 minutes, Ling Yun had claimed his third victim, and astonishingly, he had achieved a double kill. Xiaoqi exclaimed, Xikong Jun, do not rush. Wait for the minion wave to arrive. Without vision, do not venture out to clear. For a moment, Xiaoqi was gripped by anxiety. Could it be that today he would truly fall prey to El Dehua? Was this Taiji Jinren truly Hua Gu? This awareness seemed inconsistent with Hua Gu's usual prowess. Could it possibly be the remnants of 2568's spirit at play? Xiaoqi pondered quietly. However, at that moment, he was unwilling to succumb to defeat. He hastily made his way to the top lane, choosing to continue his assault on Hua Mulan, who was thriving under Ling Yun's control. At 4 minutes and 10 seconds, Ling Yun was clearing the minion wave beneath the first tower when he spotted Xiaoqi approaching with ill intent. A sly smile crept across his face. Come if you dare. Today let us see whose skills are superior. At this juncture, Ling Yun's flash was still on cooldown for another 40 seconds, and he found himself without that escape option. Xiaoqi, lurking in the brush near the blue area beside the first tower, relentlessly hurled his second skill at Ling Yun. Ling Yun first employed his heavy sword's first skill to clear the minion wave. Due to the damage inflicted by Huo Wu's second skill, he was left with only 2/3 of his health. Just as Ling Yun switched to his light sword, Xiaoqi's Huo Wu suddenly sprang into action, executing her first skill and flashing forward simultaneously. Ma Chao, come to me. With a swift kick, Huo Wu sent Ling Yun's Hua Mulan soaring into the air. Promptly following up with her ultimate, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan was reduced to a sliver of health, while Huo Wu's ultimate slid away from the tower. Subsequently, she casually tossed her second skill and elegantly exited the tower's range. However, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan demonstrated exquisite positioning, deftly anticipating the trajectory of the fan and rolling to the right with his first skill. At that moment, Qian Mo's Ma Chao had already charged into the defensive tower, preparing to poke forward. Dehua, witnessing this scene, grew frantic. Oh no! Hua Mulan is about to be tower dove. Fortunately, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan managed to graze Qian Mo's Ma Chao with his first skill, triggering the second segment. As Qian Mo's Ma Chao attempted a second poke to the right, Ling Yun executed a downward roll to evade the attack. He then countered with his second skill and a basic attack to silence Ma Chao, who had already endured 2 hits from the defensive tower. Following this, Ling Yun commanded Hua Mulan to swiftly unleash his ultimate, switching back to his heavy sword, and with the tower's aggro, he obliterated Qian Mo's Ma Chao in an instant. Qian Mo was left bewildered. What just happened? That ultimate was perfectly timed. Ling Yun sighed in relief, grateful that Hua Mulan's ultimate was fast enough. Otherwise, he would not have been able to secure the kill. At that moment, Xiaoqi, witnessing the scene, nearly erupted in curses. How could Hua Mulan, with so little health, triumph over Qian Mo's Ma Chao? He had intended to vent his frustration, but upon remembering that Ma Chao was Qian Mo, he stifled his words. Qian Mo furrowed his brow, realizing that he had been outplayed in that engagement. His skillful execution and damage control were undeniably precise. He had to concede that Ling Yun's abilities were not inferior to his own. Although Hua Mulan is indeed a strong counter against Ma Chao, the latter can also maneuver adeptly against Hua Mulan. In the previous engagement, Qian Mo had underestimated Hua Mulan's low health and sought to eliminate her with ease, only to be outsmarted instead. Xiaoqi felt a surge of frustration, as the kill had effectively been handed to him. He had inadvertently gifted a kill to Ling Yun and was left feeling like a fool. After executing that brilliant play, Ling Yun could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Wasn't it supposed to be effective against me? What is the definition of exquisite technique? My skills are impeccable." Following this remarkable sequence, the barrage of comments in Ling Yun's live stream flooded the screen, with viewers expressing their astonishment at his prowess. "Is this Qian Mos Ma Chao? Incredible. This is the most impressive Womulan I have ever witnessed, surpassing even Jerry S. Why is the streamer quoting Jerry? Truly, there is no fault to be found. The streamer is simply too skilled." Some viewers remarked, "The streamer isn't that skilled. I've seen better." In El Dahua's livestream, his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the screen. "What is this? A counter kill? What kind of maneuver is this? I cannot comprehend it." The comments poured in with playful jibes. "Next time, don't employ such tactics, Ling Yun. Dahua simply cannot grasp them." Dahua was flabbergasted, unable to fathom how Ling Yun executed that play. "Stop envying. You can't even play El Bu," one comment mocked. "Even the donkey is perplexed, Ling Yun. Come teach the donkey how to play." In Qian Mos livestream, viewers were curious about the general's sudden change in demeanor. Is he in love? Emotions are a distraction in the lane. It was not that Qian Mo was lacking in skill, but rather that Ma Chao needed buffs. Indeed, when will Ma Chao's ultimate be available in the official server? It was evident that Qian Mo's performance was subpar, otherwise, he would have secured the kill. Faced with the barrage of comments and ridicule, Qian Mo felt a sense of helplessness. They could not possibly understand the exceptional skill of the Womulan he was contending with. The comments in the livestream were rife with critiques, a common occurrence that a streamer must learn to accept. Quickly regaining his composure, he resumed the game. In Xiao Qi's livestream, the comments were also in a frenzy. Xiao Qi should have swapped champions. That way, Ma Chao wouldn't have been sacrificed. Stop targeting Womulan. The more you do, the more formidable she becomes. Let South bully the bottom lane instead. At least there's a Dahua to toy with. Faced with the multitude of comments, Xiao Qi could only sigh. Xiao Qi could not help but exclaim, "Isn't it true that the barrage has reached its peak before? I have my own understanding. The opposing team's powerhouse is Hua Mulan, and we cannot allow her to develop comfortably." After speaking, he resumed his focus on the gameplay, no longer allowing the barrage to affect his mindset. Subsequently, Xiao Qi's Jibuhu danced around the tiger twice, swiftly reversing the disadvantage. As time reached 8 minutes and 30 seconds, Chapter 22, the resilience of high-scoring matches. At this moment, Ling Yun's side had lost 2 outer towers, while Xiao Qi's side had lost the middle tower. The kill count stood at 6-7. Indeed, despite having claimed 4 kills early on, Ling Yun's team was still trailing by 1. Gong Sun Li's development was rather poor, as the opposing support was essentially glued to Sun Shangxiang. This made it exceedingly difficult for Gong Sun Li to play effectively. On Ling Yun's side, the Tiger had just finished clearing the blue zone, while the other 4 were clustered in the red zone. Hua Gu established vision towards mid-right. The 4 members of Ling Yun moved towards the mid-right position. "There must be a Hua Wu in the brush. Hua Gu, just go in directly. You have resurrection, don't be afraid." Upon hearing this, Hua Gu immediately maneuvered Xuan Ran from the red back towards the right brush. At that moment, Xiao Qi was in the right brush and, upon seeing Xuan Ran, swiftly cast his second skill while moving back. Hua Gu, activate Xing Zhaoji Jian. Use your second skill to lick forward. Although Dahua's execution was somewhat lacking, activating Xing Zhaoji Jian and the second skill was not a daunting task. He moved forward without hesitation. However, Xiao Qi's teammates, save for Ma Chao, were nearby. Xiao Qi promptly began directing a counterattack. "Come on, help me take down Hua Wu. They are behind Tai Yi. We can fight." The instant Xuan Ran exploded near Xiao Qi, he shouted, "Up, up." The tiger immediately switched to human form and began to deal damage, while Gong Sun Li unleashed a flurry of attacks with her first and second skills. Xiao Qi and his team clustered around Kai Wenji, their positioning exceptionally tight. As Kai Wenji activated her third skill, providing double defenses and healing to her allies. At that moment, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan suddenly dashed into the fray, attempting to unleash silence. Unfortunately for Xiao Qi, he had purchased resistance boots. Xiao Qi's Hua Wu reacted swiftly, executing her ultimate to retreat, inflicting damage upon Hua Mulan and ensuring her own escape. Xikong Zhen then activated his ultimate to initiate a counterattack, while Sun Shangxiang continued to roll and output damage. Meanwhile, Qian Mo's Ma Chao had arrived. "We can fight. I'm here." Qian Mo's Ma Chao charged from the mid-left position, catching Ling Yun's teammates in the mid-lane off guard. Ling Yun alone bore the brunt of 4 enemies' damage as he charged up his abilities. However, Kai Wenji's healing was overwhelmingly potent, coupled with his teammates being restrained by Ma Chao, leading to a disjointed team effort. Dahua's Xuan Ran desperately pushed forward to revive Hua Mulan, but it proved futile. As soon as Ling Yun's Hua Mulan was revived, she was swiftly eliminated. Meanwhile, Ma Chao was frantically collecting kills, employing his ultimate and rapid movement. The front line collapsed in an instant. Fall back, don't worry about me. Ling Yun commanded his teammates to retreat before his demise. Yet, Wang Zhaojun was still killed by Qian Mo's Ma Chao in 2 swift strikes. Da Hua's Tai Xuan Ran, along with Gong Sun Li and the Tiger, managed to escape. However, the mid-tower was undoubtedly destined to fall. Truly, in high-stakes matches, even the slightest error cannot be afforded. Ling Yun silently admired this fact. But what of it? He did not believe they would lose this match. Once he respawned, the mid-second tower had already succumbed. It was now their turn to face adversity. Nevertheless, Ling Yun reveled in this feeling of being at a disadvantage. Of course, he was not a masochist. He cherished the sensation of emerging victorious after overcoming difficulties. Observing Ling Yun's predicament, the viewers in the live chat could no longer contain themselves. Streamer, don't throw. Wasn't it said there would be a 15-game winning streak? And it's lost in the first match? I don't understand why you made that play. If it were me, I would have secured the win easily. And you call yourself a professional player? You're nothing compared to the top players. Ling Yun ignored the barrage. Even if he had seen it, he would not have paid heed. Both teams waited patiently until the 10-minute mark. At 10 minutes, don't lose any points. Don't imitate Lu Wei. We must engage this time, or else we'll lose the dragon. Ling Yun continued to lead. This match's outcome depended entirely on him, as the other teammates were of lower rank. Only he stood out with a higher score. At this critical juncture of 10 minutes, Xiao Qi and his team gathered at the mid-right brush. They want to come out and fight us. We will see how it unfolds and engage accordingly, Xiao Qi stated. At this moment, Ling Yun moved from his red zone to the mid-right position. Huagu, check mid-right with Xing, Zhao Zijian, Wang Zhaojun, Gong Sun Li, and Tai Xuan Ran rushed from the mid-lane towards the mid-right brush. The Tiger was currently clearing the blue. The 5 players formed a semblance of a 1-3-1 formation. If we engage now, the Tiger won to be present. Tiger, hurry up, we might have to fight, Ling Yun urged. At this point, Da Hua's Tai Xuan Ran activated Xing, Zhao Zijian along with his first skill, revealing Xiao Qi's vision in the brush. Meanwhile, Qian Mo's Ma Chao emerged from the mid-left, using his second skill to slow Tai Xuan Ran, then utilizing his ultimate to prepare for action, ensuring the enemy's damage output remained ineffective. At this juncture, the Tiger had finished clearing the blue and rushed towards the mid-lane. On Ling Yun's side, the Tiger, Gong Sun Li, Wang Zhaojun, and Tai Xuan Ran were all in the mid-lane, aiming to push towards the right brush. Xiao Qi's team, except for Ma Chao, was positioned in the mid-right brush. Gong Sun Li, go for Ma Chao. Don't be afraid, Tai Yi, be ready to provide resurrection. At this moment, Ling Yun skillfully maneuvered Hua Mulan, having transitioned from the red zone towards the middle right grass. Gong Sun Li wasted no time, promptly utilizing her first skill to strike Ma Chao twice before deploying her second skill and retreating with her umbrella. Xiao Qi had long been aware of Gong Sun Li's umbrella position, while Wang Zhaojun sought to advance and unleash her abilities. Follow me. Seizing the opportunity, she executed a swift flash, instantly sending the recently retreated Gong Sun Li, along with the forward Wang Zhaojun and the closely positioned Tai Xuan Ran, soaring through the air. Control 3. After Xiao Qi's fiery dance sent 3 adversaries flying, she immediately followed up with her ultimate, pulling back those attempting to escape. Meanwhile, the Tiger relentlessly pursued Xiao Qi's fiery dance, swiftly reducing her health to half. However, Hua Mulan had arrived just in time. With a deft throw of her second skill, she followed up with her ultimate, capturing the half-health Xiao Qi. Although Xiao Qi performed admirably in this encounter, she was swiftly reduced to mere fragments of a hero. Beside them, Xikong Zhen activated his ultimate, launching devastating elbow strikes. Sun Shangxiang and Ma Chao continued their relentless assault. The moment Wang Zhaojun was sent flying by the fiery dance, Sun Shangxiang and Ma Chao focused their attacks, eliminating her in a heartbeat. Her ultimate cast just before her demise. Gong Sun Li, severely weakened, promptly utilized her third skill to retreat. We can fight. Don't rush, pursue slowly. With the dual output diminished, it was evident that this team battle would likely result in a rout for Ling Yun's side. The Tiger switched to his feline form, using the nearby wall to leap backwards. At this juncture, Hua Mulan was in prime condition. While both the Tiger and Tai Xuan Ran were left with only half their health, Ling Yun leveraged the substantial damage mitigation from his second skill to push back. And as his ultimate became available, he swiftly transitioned to his light sword. Using Xikong Zhen, who was intent on pursuing the Tiger as a springboard, he executed 2 segments of his light sword's first skill to retreat, positioning himself next to the Tiger. Meanwhile, Da Hua's Tai Yi had activated his first skill to shield the front. Chapter 23. Unparalleled technique, flawless execution. Ma Chao found himself in a precarious state. having been reduced to half health prior to the onset of the team battle by Xuan Ran. While pursuing the tiger, he sustained additional damage. At this moment, he was left with but a sliver of health. Just as he prepared to turn and flee, Hua Mulan seized the opportunity, activating her second skill and hurling her shurikens, capturing Ma Chao in her grasp. Ling Yun's performance had now reached an impressive 6-1-3, boasting the highest number of kills in the match, with a perfect participation rate. As Ling Yun's health dwindled to half, the tiger retreated towards higher ground. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan and Dahua's Tai Xuan hastened their retreat. Although Shao Qi had fallen, he continued to direct his teammates from the god's perspective. Take it slow, we can pursue. Leave Tai Yi and Mulan behind. Xikong was now within a mere flicker of distance from Hua Mulan and Tai Xuan. Suddenly, Sun Shangxiang, positioned behind Xikong, executed a flash to deliver a reinforced basic attack, while Xikong surged forward with his first skill. In an instant, both were upon Hua Mulan, and Tai Yi's health was swiftly depleted. Enraged, Dahua slammed his phone down. Damn! Sun Shangxiang flashed in. Can Mulan escape? It's over. She's about to be overwhelmed. He believed that Hua Mulan was destined to fall in this encounter. At this moment, Hua Mulan was left with only 2 segments of health. Nice. Incredible. Shao Qi and Qianma began their premature celebration. The audience in Ling Yun's livestream started to mock in the comments. What command? Commanding teammates to their doom? By Z, speak up. The pinnacle is a height you can never reach. You lost the first game. What a disgrace. However, they failed to notice Ling Yun's gaze had turned mischievous. Sun Shangxiang and Xikong were now right in front of him. His first skill was just ready. Both opponents bore the marks from his second skill. In a mere 0.1 seconds, Ling Yun reacted with lightning speed, unleashing silence. He swiftly reduced the already weakened Xikong and Sun Shangxiang to critical health. Following this, he unleashed his ultimate combined with his second skill, delivering a powerful strike that eliminated both Sun Shangxiang and Xikong. A double kill. A triple victory. Shao Qi exclaimed. Huh, what just happened? So fast. Kai Wenji run. Qianma shouted. No, you guys are too close. Quickly get away. Dahua exclaimed. Huh? What just transpired? How did Sun Shangxiang and Xikong vanish so quickly? The remaining Kai Wenji could not escape her fate either. Ling Yun, waiting for his ultimate to recharge, seamlessly transitioned to his light sword, utilizing the approaching minions as a springboard to pursue. With his second skill's shurikens slowing and marking her, he struck twice with basic attacks to silence her. His ultimate was now available, and he immediately switched to his heavy sword, executing a rapid 2-hit combo to capture Kai Wenji. The voiceover resonated throughout the canyon. A rampage. In this pivotal team battle, he dealt 51 damage. Ling Yun sighed, lamenting the missed opportunity for a 4-kill streak, which took considerable time. His teammates eagerly praised him over the microphone. The tiger exclaimed, Wow, your Mulan is extraordinary. Wang Zhaojun remarked, Is this what you call unparalleled technique? Gong Suanli added, Incredible, incredible. I've never encountered such a remarkable Mulan before. The once occupied livestream chat exploded with excitement. Wow, did that silence happen so fast? Is the streamer not rewarding himself? Where are the haters now? 666, amazing. I admit the streamer's technique is impeccable. The doubters in Dahua's livestream began to panic. Oh no, did this underdog really manage to gain points? I can't believe we didn't lose points in the first match. It seems this time the reputation points are secure. What a lucky break. If it weren't for encountering Ling Yun, those reputation points would surely be lost. As Dahua's initially pained expression shifted upon witnessing Ling Yun's stunning maneuver, he immediately embarked on a classic self-congratulatory segment. Ahahaha, impressive, impressive. This was all thanks to my ability to draw Sun Shangxiang in with a quick flash. Yet, while Ling Yun's performance was undeniably remarkable, it paled slightly in comparison to his own. The barrage of comments on screen echoed this sentiment. Mocking him with even a rustic chicken can be shameless, and deriding his blatant self-promotion. In stark contrast to Dahua's lively broadcast, Shao Qi's stream exuded a palpable calm, with only Shao Qi himself remaining silent. The comments section exploded with ridicule, particularly from those migrating over from Dahua's stream. Lost to a rustic chicken? Today, El Shur Chun Xiu shall immortalize the pinnacle victory in history. Losing to a donkey means you should retire from the internet. Dahua taunted, asserting that Shao Qi's mid laner was no match for him. Faced with the barrage of taunts, Shao Qi appeared rather youthful and impressionable, easily swayed by the comments. What are you all saying? My teammates were just too hasty to execute their moves. What can we do? Their side is no slouch either, right? Everyone's claiming to be the pinnacle victor. After allowing himself to be affected by the comments, it became evident that Shao Qi was losing his composure. Shortly after, the tiger emerged, swiftly claiming the shadow tyrant at the 10-minute mark. At this juncture, Ling Yun's economic standing had soared to the highest in the game, boasting a record of 9 kills, 1 death, and 3 assists. His equipment included the Shadow Battle Axe, Burst, Skyward, and Starbreaker. Just one item shy of achieving 6 full items, all bolstered by the Tyrant's enhancements. Any fragile opponent who dared to glance his way would find themselves swiftly dispatched. As the clock struck 11:44, Ling Yun directed his teammates toward the enemy's red zone. Everyone to the red zone. Huage. Just wait until you see Huo Wu or Sun Shangxiang, and then flash in. Dehua nodded, assuring him, rest assured, I will handle this. My support skills are top-notch. With his previous flash on cooldown for 40 seconds, and having regained it for half a minute, Ling Yun's flash also became available. Keep your eyes on me, especially you marksman. Remember to follow up with your damage. Xiao Qi and his entire team congregated in the red zone to guard it. Wang Xiaojun unleashed her ultimate on the red buff, while Gongsun Li and Sun Shangxiang focused their damage on it. The health of the red buff plummeted instantly, and Sikongjin swiftly executed a smite to secure it. However, Ling Yun's objective had already been accomplished, denying the enemy marksman the red buff. Initiate the attack. Initiate the attack. Ling Yun signaled twice to commence the offensive. At this moment, Xiao Qi sensed something amiss. Fall back, fall back. He tossed a fan backward, attempting to utilize his second skill's displacement to cross the wall to the top lane's second tower. Yet, Dehua decisively flashed in with his second skill, ensnaring Xiao Qi's Ji Huo Wu. I've caught Huo Wu. Come quickly. Just as Xuan Ran activated his flash, Ling Yun executed his first skill, followed by a second skill dart, instantly silencing Xiao Qi with the intent to eliminate him. Meanwhile, Kai Wenji and her allies rushed to assist Xiao Qi in dismantling the fire. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan absorbed the damage from the second tower while charging up her heavy sword. Xiao Qi attempted to escape with a grand maneuver, but Kai Wenji, Sikongjin, Huo Wu, and Sun Shangxiang were all grouped together. Ling Yun, with unwavering resolve, flashed and unleashed his heavy sword's first skill, stunning 4 adversaries in an instant. Unassailable, Xiao Qi's Ji Huo Wu fell victim to Hua Mulan's heavy sword strike. As Ling Yun triumphantly declared, hit 4. The second tower was subsequently demolished by the Tiger and Gongsun Li. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan remained with half health, seamlessly connecting her second skill with Skyward, allowing her to withstand the damage from Sun Shangxiang and Sikongjin without faltering. Gongsun Li executed an ultimate to reposition and deal damage, while the Tiger lunged in with a second skill to maul Sun Shangxiang. Hurry, hurry. Xiao Qi's earlier mishap had transformed into a disastrous blunder, having been ensnared by Dehua's flash, triggering the onset of this team fight. With Ma Chao absent, their 4 versus 5 situation became increasingly dire. However, Ling Yun's Mulan seized the opportunity, delivering a swift heavy sword strike that secured 4 opponents. In swift succession, Sun Shangxiang was obliterated by the Tiger, while Gongsun Li and the dream-weaving Wang Xiaojun followed up with additional damage. Despite Sikongjin and the ultimatums of Kai Wenji, they could not withstand the onslaught. In an instant, the front line was annihilated. Hua Mulan, leveraging her damage mitigation from her second skill and Skyward, stood resiliently in the fray. The remaining Ma Chao was of little consequence. The minion wave had already reached the base. Steady, steady. Just as the minion wave approached the crystal, Dehua proclaimed, remember, the one leading you is El Dehua. With the crystal exploding, Ling Yun secured the first victory of the match. This round concluded in a mere 15 minutes, facing off against Xiao Qi, the pinnacle victor, and a formidable Ma Chao. Meanwhile, Ling Yun, alongside 3 other random players and El Dehua, celebrated the day's opening triumph. Ling Yun's Mulan achieved a magnificent record of 11 kills, 1 death, and 7 assists, alongside a 30% contribution to damage, clinching the victory for the round. His score soared to an impressive 157, earning him the title of Gold Medal Warrior. The system awarded him an additional 12 pinnacle points, elevating Ling Yun's total to 2,580. Speak, Hazy, Ling Yun exclaimed triumphantly to the audience after securing victory, igniting a flurry of 666 comments and speak, Hazy, in the chat. The VIP section of the stream surged to a staggering 1,900 viewers, and Ling Yun's popularity skyrocketed, largely attributed to his collision with El Dehua. El Dehua possesses considerable stature, and his remarkable skills have attracted not only his own fans, but also those of Xiao Qi and Qian Imo. Additionally, a number of fans from the Wolf team and various female supporters from the fan community have joined in. Thus, Ling Yun's inaugural live broadcast garnered quite a respectable audience. It is noteworthy that the recent VIP section for Han Han had only a few thousand attendees. It should be noted that the VIP section does not accurately reflect the actual number of viewers, nor does the audience size correlate with actual popularity. Ling Yun's impressive performance during the match left El Dehua thoroughly satisfied. He promptly entered Ling Yun's live stream, expressing gratitude for the generous gifts bestowed by Hua Ge, including the esteemed Huya No. 1 and the protective support. As the esteemed Huya No. 1, it was only fitting for Dehua to shower a few gifts upon entering another's live stream, contributing 1,000 yuan for Huya No. one along with an additional 300 for the protective support. Although modest, it exemplified the grandeur of the Huya number 1. The two then commenced a dialogue across the digital divide. Ling Yun had just initiated a match and had not yet queued. Please inquire of him whether my last performance was commendable. Although I met my demise several times, my contributions were undeniably significant, Dehua remarked with a sense of pride. Upon seeing the barrage of comments relaying this conversation, Ling Yun responded with a smile. Hua Go, while your last match may not have boasted impressive statistics, the top lane does not solely consider such metrics, and neither does support. In my view, you executed several pivotal plays, and your impact was certainly noteworthy, perhaps even surpassing mine. Dehua's delight was palpable as he absorbed these words of praise. He could hardly contain his exuberance as he declared to the viewers, "Did you all witness that? Such is the evaluation from a professional, even stronger than a professional. Henceforth, I implore the chat not to critique me." Ling Yun's commendation had stretched Dehua's grin from ear to ear, prompting him to generously send another Huya number 1 to Ling Yun. "Thank you, Hua Go, for your Huya number 1. Your generosity is commendable. I wish you a triumphant return to 2,568 this season." At that moment, Dehua's live stream was inundated with comments criticizing him for his shamelessness. This kid Ling Yun appears quite handsome and honest, yet he dares to tell lies. Is he truly that audacious? Selling his integrity for money to curry favor with Ling Yun, utterly disgraceful. Meanwhile, Dehua initiated another match, determined to continue supporting Ling Yun and elevate his performance further. He subsequently altered the title of his stream to 2,568 Remnants, assisting Fu Lai's alternate account to break into the top 100. He also recorded this match's illustrious achievements into the L family annals, etching the names of the pinnacle players Xiao Qi and Qian Mo into history. In Xiao Qi's live stream, the host lamented, "Is this the live stream of Dehua's vanquished opponents?" Feeling somewhat vexed, he could not deny that Ling Yun's skills with Hua Mulan were formidable. A loss is a loss. There was no denying that Ling Yun's prowess was simply overwhelming. "I suppose I shall play a few more matches on my alternate account to regain my rhythm before returning to my primary account to rank up." Simultaneously, this exhilarating clash was being edited by Nong Si, preparing to be shared on Douhai later. Ding. Congratulations, host, for leading El Dehua to victory over the peak player Xiao Qi and receiving a hidden reward. Would you like to unlock the hidden reward? Upon hearing the system's notification, Ling Yun raised an eyebrow. More treasures, you say? What else could I possibly await? Unlock it. Without hesitation, he chose to open the reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a God-level peak skill awareness experience card. All hero skill awareness maxed to 200. Usage time is limited to tonight only. Only tonight. Ling Yun felt a twinge of regret. Such a powerful experience card could not be utilized in crucial matches. What a pity. One must understand that even the top-tier players possess awareness and skill only up to 150. Wouldn't 200 points of skill awareness be akin to having X-ray vision? Ding. The experience card has been activated. It will expire after midnight. Instantly, Ling Yun felt a surge of knowledge flooding his mind, encompassing the godly techniques and awareness of all heroes in Wangzhe Rongyao. When he regained his composure, he marveled at the newfound invincibility he felt in this realm. If all goes well today, completing the daily tasks should be within reach. Match success. At that moment, the notification of a successful match vibrated in his hands. Once again, Ling Yun found himself on the blue team. In Dehua's live stream, he exclaimed, "I've queued in. Is Ling Yun also in?" His excitement was palpable as he closed his eyes and began to fervently pray, "Please, Wolf Team Ling Yun, do not be on the opposing side." Chapter 25, Dehua queues against his opponent? System, reputation points shattered. "Hello? Is there anyone familiar here?" Dehua inquired as soon as he entered the game. Unfortunately, there were no familiar faces, only strangers. Dehua, ranked 6 in peak summoning, found himself in the first position. His 4 teammates, upon hearing Dehua's voice, seemed to have foreseen the outcome of the match. Huh, is that Dehua? The second floor player was momentarily stunned, unable to believe they encountered Dehua in such a match. "Huago, how come you're over 2,000 points? Is that not another borrowed account from Baoxingxing?" Dehua quickly retorted, "Borrowed account? Assisting someone to rank up is not the same as borrowing an account. Lai asked me to help him rank up. I just took down Xiao Qi's points." The third floor player expressed disbelief. "Is that true?" As the hero selection phase commenced, Dehua suddenly had a realization. Wait a moment. Is that Ling Yun on the opposing side? A wave of unease washed over him. It can't be, can it? He promptly opened Ling Yun's live stream and discovered that his hero mirrored the one on Ling Yun's side. Oh no, I've collided with Ling Yun. Quick, pick Hua Mulan. However, by the time he realized what was happening, his teammates had already secured victory. They had eliminated Daji, Dualia, and Wang Xiaojun. The barrage in Dehua's live stream was already in fits of laughter. Haha, serves you right. Ling Yun has completely shattered your credibility points. You're about to return the points you lazily acquired. After this match, they would once again witness Dehua heading towards the Mo family's mechanical path. Observing this scene, he finally felt a sense of relief. Dehua, meanwhile, was lamenting about his teammates. Don't be so quick. Come on, you've let him unleash Hua Mulan. At this moment, his teammates did not refute Dehua. After all, in high-level games, everyone would affectionately refer to him as Hua Ge. Hua Ge, it's alright. I'll carry you this match. Hua Ge, you take Lu Bu. We trust you. Hearing the flattery and comfort from his teammates, Dehua's expression improved slightly. The barrage, however, condemned such behavior. You didn't speak up sooner, yet you blame others? How shameless. Apologize. In Ling Yun's live stream, someone suddenly opened their microphone on the first floor. Are you the Wolf Team, Ling Yun? The voice was very familiar, often associated with Li Bai, BNK, and D Renjia. Moreover, the player's rank was only at 28, a national server Li Bai. Ling Yun immediately recognized the identity. Xiao Jiner? Yes. The barrage told me you're Ling Yun. I watched yesterday's match video. Let us take a ride this game. Xiao Jiner, a frequent top 10 contender in peak matches, was renowned for his exceptional Li Bai skills. Ling Yun had previously watched Xiao Jiner's livestream, where his Li Bai was incredibly smooth. If you carry me, that would be splendid. The atmosphere between the two was quite harmonious. At this moment, Ling Yun learned from the barrage that the opponent was Dehua. Is the opponent Dehua? Then I might have to face him in lane. However, the teammates on the 5th floor had no intention of yielding their position to Ling Yun, instead sending a message to claim the side lane with a rank of 104. Ling Yun smirked. A rank of 104 dares to send that? He then sent a message revealing his own rank of 120 in the confrontation lane. Initially, the 5th floor had characters like Ji Xiaoman, Hua Mulan, and Si Kongjun. In an instant, they pre-selected Zhang Fei. The 5th floor remarked, actually, I still prefer support. Xiao Jiner immediately locked in Li Bai on the 1st floor, brimming with confidence. In contrast, the opposing team selected Zhang Fei and Lu Bu, with no doubt that the Lu Bu was locked in by Dehua. Ding. The host triggered a hidden mission. Defeat Dehua's credibility points and receive a divine-level peak skill awareness experience card, valid for 1 match, which could be used at any time. The sudden appearance of the hidden mission prompted him to abandon his intention to continue in the confrontation lane. Thus, he declared, this match, I will support. 5th floor. Take the confrontation lane. The 5th floor replied, you go ahead. Just be impressive, and I'll play safely. Hurry up, I believe in you, Ling Yun urged. Consequently, the 5th floor did not hesitate, as further humility would lead the system to automatically select a hero for Ling Yun. He chose Hua Mulan, and the 3rd floor selected a mid-lane Yi Xing. The team compositions were finalized. Blue side, confrontation lane Hua Mulan, Flash, small national rank top 50. Jungle Li Bai, punishment, large national rank Xiao Jiner. Mid lane Yi Xing, Flash, small national rank top 100. Development lane UG, Flash, small national rank top 50. Support Lanling Wang, execution, proficient level Ling Yun. Red side, confrontation lane Lu Bu, Flash, red proficiency. Dehua, jungle Dongfang Yao, punishment, large national rank. Mid lane Buji Hua Wu, Flash, small national rank. Development lane Lycia AO, Flash, small national rank. Support Zhang Fei, healing, small national rank. As the game commenced, Dehua learned from the barrage that the opposing Li Bai was Xiao Jiner. What? There's a Xiao Jiner on the opposing team? This match is doomed. It seemed he would need to summon his peak prowess. His teammates promptly reminded Dehua, Hua. The opponent has Lanling Wang as support. Be cautious in your lane. Dehua scoffed at such reminders, immediately retorting, don't worry, I'm aware. Upon receiving the barrage warnings, he discovered that the opposing Hua Mulan was not Ling Yun, but rather a low-tier Mulan. What? Not Ling Yun? Then I can easily take him down. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Yun's Lanling Wang had already learned his second skill, becoming invisible and following Hua Mulan to the lane. As the minion wave converged, Mulan promptly used her second skill to seize the lane. Dehua's Lu Bu immediately activated his first skill, striking Mulan and applying a buff. At that moment, his teammates had already signaled to Dehua, warning him that Lanling Wang might be lurking in the bottom lane. Just as Dehua contemplated leaving, Lanling Wang suddenly appeared, marking him with his second skill, followed by an auto attack. Fortunately, Mulan was still focused on securing the lane and did not engage him. Dehua quickly turned to flee. This encounter cost him a third of his health. Mulan, after securing the lane, threw a second skill shuriken at him, slowing him down. Dehua was forced to retreat to the tower, consuming a recovery item. This left him with less than half of his health. Dehua's expression turned grave. Damn it. They're targeting me. Fortunately, he did not have to use his flash, preserving it for future use. Everyone knew that Dehua typically used his flash only right before dying. He often performed sudden hidden flash maneuvers. The barrage commented, is the remaining flash reserved for the next hidden flash teaching? The barrage added, you were warned and still went out. What a talent. During the first wave, Ling Yun had no intention of initiating the tempo. Instead, he aimed to annoy Dehua first. At this moment, the barrage in Ling Yun's live stream was clamoring for the host to shatter Dehua's reputation points. Chapter 26. The most painful match for El Dehua. The host declared, if you shatter his reputation points, I will purchase a magic book. I will buy 5. When will the host finally crush Dehua's reputation points? Ling Yun wore a mischievous smile, saying, everyone, do not rush. The fun has only just begun. As time ticked to 1 minute and 10 seconds, Dehua found himself hiding in the brush before the first tower. I know Lanling Wang is surely waiting for me. I shall remain here. Becoming aware of Lanling Wang's focus on him, Dehua began to exercise caution. If it weren't for this Lanling Wang causing trouble, I could easily eliminate this Wamulan. Unbeknownst to Dehua, danger was silently approaching, while he continued to explain himself to the barrage in the live stream. At this point, Ling Yun had reached level 2, stealthily advancing from the river to the upper lane, moving directly towards the brush before the first tower. If Dehua's elbow were not present, he would miss the minions this time. Given Dehua's tendencies, this moment seemed likely to unfold here. Ling Yun decisively opened his microphone, saying, Milan, observe my position. Sure enough, as Ling Yun's Lanling Wang approached the brush before Dehua's first tower, his passive ability activated instantaneously. Oh no, here we go again. Dehua noticed the exclamation mark appearing above his head and attempted to flee. However, Ling Yun's Lanling Wang swiftly used his second skill to mark Dehua's elbow, followed by the first skill, which resulted in a stunning effect, draining half of Dehua's health. Mulan promptly followed suit, unleashing her second skill and then the first, silencing Dehua and severely depleting his health bar. Dehua, silenced, could not even use his flash. With Ling Yun's final strike, he confidently secured the first kill. Despite this, Dehua valiantly upheld the reputation of the Blood Emperor. Dehua could not suppress his pained expression, exclaiming, this Lanling Wang is a bit excessive. Is he Ling Yun? Just moments ago, I gifted him 2 tiger teeth #1, and now he is directly targeting me. Please, everyone in the live stream, tell Ling Yun not to focus on me anymore. This is too torturous. Meanwhile, Ling Yun's live stream audience erupted in applause, cheering for the effective strike that shattered the reputation points of this Earth Chicken. Let us lower the price of this Earth Chicken significantly, shatter his reputation points, and prevent him from causing harm to others. Ling Yun felt a sense of helplessness. Although he had no desire to target Dehua, the system had provided him with too many advantages. Jiner, this time Yao should come to support Elbu. You and Mulan wait in the brush at the upper lane for them to clear the minions. Little Jiner believed this to be somewhat cruel, remarking, wow, do you harbor such animosity towards Huaji? That does not seem right. Despite these words, her body remained quite honest. After reaching level 4, she directly approached the brush before the enemy's first tower at 1 minute and 40 seconds. Dehua had just arrived on the lane, and at that moment, his jungler Yao had come to assist him at the lower lane's first tower. Hua, let us clear the minion wave together. Hearing the jungler's call, Dehua hastily descended to the tower to farm the minions alongside Yao. At this point, Yao was still unaware of the intent to shatter Dehua's reputation points. Just as the two began to clear the minions, 2 formidable figures leapt from the brush. Mulan and Li Bai immediately sprang into action. Mulan unleashed a combination of silence and heavy sword attack, quickly reducing Yao's health. Meanwhile, Little Jiner, playing Li Bai, executed the most basic combo, dealing damage while triggering his ultimate's passive. In the midst of this, he cleverly utilized his second skill to evade tower damage. After Yao used 2 segments of his first skill, he followed up with his third skill to mitigate the damage from the star's descent, attempting to escape. However, Yao was left with a mere 500 health, gravely wounded. As a masterful Li Bai, Little Jiner had no intention of allowing him to escape. With his ultimate freshly available, he targeted Yao's escape route. Earlier, Yao had been struck by Li Bai's second skill's armor penetration effect, and with his low health. Although Li Bai's early damage was not particularly high, he still managed to claim the severely wounded Yao, benefiting from the armor penetration effect. Concurrently, Elbu also succumbed to the combined damage from Li Bai's ultimate and Mulan's attack, leaving him in a half-health state. Dehua had initially believed he would be safe beneath the tower, but suddenly, an exclamation mark appeared above his head. Oh no, not again. Dehua could not help but curse aloud, though Ling Yun remained unaware of his plight. Ling Yun's Lanling Wang had deliberately circled around from the red area, intending to block Elbu's escape. In an instant, Mulan, Li Bai, and Ling Yun's Lanling Wang surrounded Dehua's level 3 Elbu. Yet this was not the most critical factor. At that moment, Yixing unexpectedly descended to provide support. Dehua inwardly cursed, sniper. Yixing immediately unleashed his control skill, attempting to knock Dehua airborne. Dehua used his flash to evade, but Lanling Wang followed up with a second skill and then a first, stunning Dehua and reducing him to a sliver of health before retreating without a backward glance. Realizing he was doomed, Dehua surrendered to fate, standing still. A true man never looks back at the explosion. As Ling Yun declared this, in the next moment, Elbu was obliterated by his passive ability. At this moment, he possessed an extraordinary awareness and skill, predicting Dehua's every move with precision, akin to a human-like cheat code. Host, you are delightfully wicked. I adore it. Could you be even more wicked? I find this delightful. The host is so mischievous. I truly enjoy it. If you continue to pursue Dehua like this, I might just follow you. At the 4-minute mark, seeing Dehua being rather evasive, Ling Yun decided to shift his focus towards the mid lane. In the mid lane, before the left bush, Ling Yun lay in wait for the elusive Ji Huowu, poised to unleash her second skill. Following the successful application of her ultimate ability that left Ji Huowu stunned, she elegantly executed her first skill, wounding the opponent before departing with grace. Another true man, never glancing back, claimed the spoils of victory from Ji Huowu. At 5 minutes and 20 seconds, Ling Yun noticed Lu Bu farming the lane in the mid, immediately deducing that Dehua would be heading downwards. Lu Bu prepared to descend, and Ling Yun called upon Mulan and Li Bai to conceal themselves in the brush beside the red zone, awaiting the opportune moment. If Dehua did not traverse this path, he would remain unscathed. However, Ling Yun was convinced that Dehua would indeed take this route, as some of his habits were not easily altered. As anticipated, Dehua approached with Lai Xie and Ji Huowu, yet neither Ji Huowu nor Lai Xie ventured into the bush by the bird's side. Dehua, emboldened by the confidence of his ultimate ability, boldly entered the fray. Engage. Ling Yun commanded Li Bai and Mulan without hesitation. Just before entering the brush, Dehua employed a first skill to cut through the foliage, clearly aware of the danger. Yet, it proved futile. Mulan swiftly cast her silence, followed by Li Bai's 2 segments of his first skill to stun Dehua, who frantically attempted to activate his ultimate, but to no avail. His health plummeted in an instant. Meanwhile, Lan Ling Wang executed a second skill followed by a first skill to stun Lu Bu and severely weaken him, ultimately delivering a fatal blow that felled Lu Bu. In Dehua's livestream, the air was thick with frustration. Damn it, he exclaimed, slamming his phone onto the table, which promptly sustained significant damage. By now, Dehua had surrendered his 3rd life in this match, leaving his score at 0-3-0. It cannot be deemed utterly disastrous. Rather, it is extravagantly poor. But that was not enough. Brothers, let us focus on Lu Bu. Securing this victory is essential. Ling Yun urged his teammates to target Dehua further. As the clock struck 7 minutes and 30 seconds, skirmishes erupted in the mid lane. Due to the absence of a front line, Ling Yun's team struggled, resulting in a 2-for-1 exchange. Profit and retreat. I'm low on health. I'll return home, Dehua declared, retreating to the first tower to recall. However, he reconsidered, suspecting Ling Yun might approach, and thus moved back to the second tower before initiating his recall. I'm too cautious. They shouldn't find me here, he thought. No sooner had he finished his thought than an exclamation mark appeared above Lu Bu's head. Even unwieldy weapons can save the day in critical moments. The voice line for Lan Ling Wang's skin triggered. Damn it, Dehua exclaimed as he activated his second skill in a bid to escape. Yet, Ling Yun's precision with Lan Ling Wang's skills was unparalleled. He had not missed a single ability throughout the match. With a swift execution of a second skill followed by a first, he departed with finesse. Notably, Dehua managed to activate his flash, unlocking the hidden skill of flash usage. A devastating kill. Indeed, a life was lost, and the flash was expended. This exemplified Dehua's hidden flash mastery. Following the single kill in Ling Yun's livestream, Dehua, filled with fury, slammed the table once more, causing further damage. Damn it, Lan Ling Wang. This is quite excessive. Meanwhile, the chat in the livestream began to fill with jovial comments. Hidden flash mastery? Did Huage realize I forgot to buy groceries today and decided to serve me a feast through his gameplay? Haha. Who doesn't he enjoy dumplings during the new year? Did Huage genuinely believe he was among the top 100 players? Dehua's livestream resembled a festive gathering, filled with laughter, except for the pained expression etched on his face. Ling Yun, having brought Dehua to a score of 0-4, witnessed an influx of viewers excitedly requesting the destruction of Dehua's credibility. Make sure to crush Dehua's reputation, they urged. Why target that old lady on the opposing team? I meant for you to subscribe with fervor. At 11 minutes, Ling Yun's team had secured the Dark Tyrant and invaded the enemy's red zone. Dehua's Lu Bu was positioned too far forward. Yixing promptly ensnared Lu Bu. Ling Yun acted decisively. Dehua had not yet perished enough. Yixing, upon hearing the call from the team's mainstay, immediately executed his second skill to launch Lu Bu skyward, followed by an ultimate that ensnared him in a deadly trap. Lu Bu failed to activate his ultimate immediately, and it was only after sustaining half health from Mulan's attack that he attempted to activate it. Ling Yun's Lan Ling Wang remained poised, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. As soon as Lu Bu descended, Ling Yun's Lan Ling Wang sprang into action. The hunt commenced. With a fundamental combo of 213, He swiftly reduced Lu Bu's health to a critical state, then executed a killing blow to claim Lu Bu's life. Dehua, even after activating his Tsang Qiong, could not salvage his existence. Dehua slumped in his chair, tossing his phone onto the table with a resounding thud. Damn it, Jelly. I can't play like this. They are all targeting me. How can I proceed? My credibility is on the line. This isn't my fault. The opponents are out for me. Anyone would struggle in my position. Observing Dehua's despondent demeanor brought joy to the viewers. Seeing Dehua like this reassures me. No worries, Dehua. Believe in yourself. You are the least skilled player. On a different note, is it not true that the opposing team has made mistakes as well? They managed to reduce Dehua to a score of 0-5. It is about time for the streamer to shift the blame. If a donkey is foolish, it deserves to be scolded. Fortunately, during this team fight, his allies managed to preserve a Hua Mulan. At the 14-minute mark, Ling Yun prepared to engage the Shadow Tyrant. Dehua, accompanied by his teammates, approached the blue zone. As they neared the dragon pit, they observed the enemy team attacking the tyrant, whose health was already quite low. Without hesitation, he activated his ultimate to secure a kill. The targeted Yixing swiftly blinked backward to evade the attack, then unleashed his own ultimate at the landing spot of Elbu. Dehua's Elbu found himself trapped once more. Meanwhile, Ling Yun, positioned in the middle right, had been waiting patiently. As Elbu landed, he immediately advanced with a combination of skills. Hua Mulan rushed in using her first skill to inflict damage. In an instant, Elbu was left severely wounded upon landing. Dehua quickly utilized his second skill to absorb a substantial shield. Come to me, I've got it, Dehua exclaimed. He believed he could hold on with the shield and the support of Tsang Qiong, but Lanling Wang unleashed a lethal attack, unrivaled in the world. After Elbu was eliminated, Li Bai seized control of the tyrant. Engage, Xiao Jiner signaled, heading directly for the enemy's Lai Shao. At this moment, Li Bai was fully equipped. With his well-prepared gear, eliminating an opponent was a simple task, especially for Xiao Jiner's Li Bai. He swiftly used 2 segments of his first skill to close the distance and ensnare Lai Shao, following up with his second skill and ultimate to eliminate him. Nice. Meanwhile, Dehua's teammates hastily began to retreat. Fall back. At this juncture, Lanling Wang had already become invisible and flanked to the blue zone. I'm coming around. Charge. Ling Yun's Lanling Wang located the position of Zhihua Wu and executed a rapid assault, instantly escaping the battlefield. Unrivaled in the world. Zhihua Wu was also eliminated by Ling Yun's Lanling Wang. In a flash, Dehua's team was left with only Zhang Fei and Dongfang Yao. Noticing the minion wave had reached the top lane, Ling Yun declared, "Let South push the top lane." He rushed from the enemy's blue zone to their red zone, first demolishing the second tower in the top lane, then waiting for the minion wave to reach the high ground. As soon as the minions entered the high ground, Zhang Fei and Yao charged out. Zhang Fei unleashed his ultimate, and Yao joined in to forcefully clear the minion wave. Yixing's ultimate was ready, quickly trapping both of them. Yu unleashed a barrage of damage. In the late game, Yu's damage output was still formidable, coupled with the damage from Mulan and Li Bai. They dispatched Zhang Fei and Dongfang Yao back to their fountain in mere seconds. They cleared that wave of minions as well. However, another wave of minions remained intact. As Ling Yun and his team destroyed the side lane high ground, Dehua's Elbu finally respawned. Welcome your king. Chapter 28, The Versatile Streamer. As the minion wave approached the crystal, Dehua immediately activated his ultimate and leaped forward. Although his voice was impressive, the outcome would not change. Upon landing, he was instantly focused and eliminated. His score reached the extravagant 0.73. His credibility points were likely to be shattered. Steady, Ling Yun shouted. Following that, they claimed victory in this match, which lasted half an hour, adding 11 points to their score, bringing it to a peak of 2,591. Golden medal support, 10-0-3. Although this was slightly inferior compared to Dehua's extravagant score, it was still commendable. Upon seeing Elbu's output at less than 10% in the summary screen, Ling Yun tearfully submitted a report, fearing the system would not deduct points. It was only after seeing the system deduct 4 points from Dehua's credibility that he breathed a sigh of relief. This hidden task was completed. They decisively won the second match of the day. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of shattering credibility points. You have received a Peak Technique Awareness Experience card, valid for 1 match. Would you like to use it? If not, the system will automatically place it in your backpack. Without hesitation, Ling Yun chose not to use it. Do not use. Host, Feng Haoyu. Profession, Wolf Team Ling Yun. Lane performance, 100. Note, average professional player performance is 90. Star players 100, top tier players 130, and extraordinary top tier players 150. Lane awareness, 100, matching the level of technique. Host top tier technique heroes, Hua Mulan, Guan Yu, Charlotte, Huang Tai, Sun Shangxiang. Backpack, 1 Peak Technique Awareness Experience card, valid for 1 match. After confirming the card was placed in his backpack, Ling Yun nodded in satisfaction. However, while some rejoiced, others despaired. In Dahua's live stream, he slumped despondently in his chair. The most striking feature of Dahua's stream was the adult microphone, a long-standing source of amusement for his fans. I thought my reaction speed was already quite fast. Why am I still falling behind in the speed of losing points? Dahua murmured. As soon as the game ended, he immediately exited and clicked to match again, only to find his credibility points insufficient. Why isn't the local chicken moving? Is the local chicken trending? Has the electronic pet been killed? Hurry, donkey, go to the mechanism. If I have no credibility points, I should end the stream. The broadcast had only commenced for an hour when they were once again set to return to the MGJGU NDO. However, before entering, Ling Yun pulled him into a room. Huji, I did not intend to offend you. Our teammate YXing said that if I did not target you, I should just perform as myself. I sincerely apologize. Ling Yun felt it necessary to soothe Di Hu. After all, he was the champion of HY. Just moments ago, he had even gifted him 2 HY1 and a guardian. Targeting him was indeed somewhat excessive. Di Hu seemed to have found an excuse. Exactly. I told you, there's a sniper on the opposing team. Otherwise, I wouldn't be feeling so miserable. That YXing always comes after me, lurking in the bottom lane. However, you were also somewhat excessive. Di Hu was about to lightly reproach Ling Yun when Ling Yun presented him with 3 spellbooks. Oh, thank you, Wingdu Ling Yun, for the spellbooks. No need to apologize, I certainly won't hold it against you. You were pressured by your teammates. Just lend me your account next time. Ling Yun casually responded, next time, if Huji needs me, I'll lend you my Smuff account. Professional accounts cannot be borrowed, but I do have a small account in the Apple region. You didn't report me just now, did you? Di Hu suddenly inquired. Ling Yun hurriedly replied, how could I? I would never report you. Huji, that's good. I'm off to grind my credibility points. Bye. After saying this, Di Hu exited the room. Did you hear that, everyone in the live stream? The opposing team has a sniper who is deliberately trying to irritate me. This is not my fault. Moreover, my teammates are lacking, so losing is quite normal. No worries. I will make sure to win back for LISHN tonight. Ling Yun was quite emotionally intelligent and generally disliked offending others. Seeing that Di Hu had forgiven his misdeeds, he resumed matchmaking. The subsequent games mostly matched him with random players. With his top-tier skills and awareness, Ling Yun quickly achieved a remarkable 5 consecutive victories, each with splendid stats. Hu MLN 1205, ZHNGFI 3014, Hu W 1214, SNSH Angxiang 1504, Jing 1803. At that moment, he was a versatile player, having played nearly every position, all with extraordinary performances. In total, he had only died once. And that death was a deliberate act caused by a teammate's negligence in pushing the crystal. His peak score had now reached 2,648 points. The bullet comments noted Ling Yun's dominance in every position, showering him with praises. Is there anything you cannot do, streamer? Your jungle play is phenomenal. You should replace Shi Op Ing in the jungle. There were suspicions that the streamer was only playing due to the lack of worthy opponents. The streamer is an all-round player. This meant he could do it all. The streamer is fantastic. I wish I could have the Wolf team swap out anyone performing poorly for you. Ling Yun gazed at his achievements for the night. With 7 consecutive victories. It was now 8:15. Each of the 5 games averaged about 15 minutes each, resulting in a massacre. However, part of the reason was that he had faced few formidable streamers in those 5 games. Even if he had faced them, it would have made little difference. As long as time allowed, he could effortlessly ascend to the pinnacle. With the season nearing its end, there were less than 20 days remaining. Everyone was striving for 2,800 points, and discussions abounded online about who would reach the pinnacle of 2,800 points. At this moment, Ling Yun had already risen to the 6th position in the peak rankings. When he began the broadcast, he was in 99th place. In just 2 hours, he had climbed to 93rd. The live stream had now surpassed 50,000 viewers, with the VIP section reaching 2,500, and the popularity soaring to 1.5 million. The peak rankings for the Android region were as follows. First, 2759D Alar JDing. Second, 2698 He Shio Su Nexiang. Third, 2670GXN. Fourth, 2666U in Lu F NXing. Fifth, 2660X NW P Ingi NJG. Sixth, 2648 L Ingdu L Ingi N. Seventh, 2635W Huan. 10th, 2617 T NRN. The rankings for the Apple region were as follows. First, 2780D U Shi Oqzich in TN. Second, 2745D in W Shu BZ in GSH. Third, 270 for BITU W Eli in Su Zhing. Fourth, 2684 DU Hu Z. Fifth, 2669 Shi Ohn. 9th, 2620 Du Shi Ow Izh Nshn. 10th, 2604 Du Qngf Ing Snz. This was the current peak leaderboard. Ling Yun was in an upper middle position. Should he aim for the top spot tonight? Chapter 29, Striving for the Pinnacle. While also attaining the highest combat power with Hu MLN, there were only 8 games left to achieve 15 consecutive victories, and it was merely 8:15. There were still approximately 4 hours remaining. If he were to win all, it would take around half an hour per match. Time was plentiful. The live stream comments echoed. Is the streamer aiming for the top spot tonight? Have you considered breaking the record for the highest combat power with Hu MLN? Let us push beyond 26,124 points and surpass the limit of CHOM Ing Hu MLN. Ling Yun pondered for a moment. Should he attempt to break the record for Hu MLN's highest combat power? Currently, he had not lost a single match in the challenge matches, and his rank performance points were at maximum capacity. If he were to achieve 8 consecutive victories with Hu MLN, it would undoubtedly shatter the record of CHOM Ing. Alright, I'll heed everyone's wishes. Since you all want to see me push for the highest combat power, I shall indeed strive for it, Ling Yun said with utmost ease. Some detractors in the live stream have resurfaced. Really? Do you think achieving such an impressive record is easy? One must at least maintain a winning streak to reach the pinnacle of glory. It is far simpler said than done. You can join my live stream if you dare. However, this time, the number of critics has noticeably diminished, largely due to Ling Yun's remarkable performance, securing 7 consecutive victories with only 2 deaths, one of which was a deliberate sacrifice. Such prowess has already silenced the majority of the smaller critics. Yet, a few stubborn ones remain, their tongues sharper than those of Lu Wei. The majority of Ling Yun's fans in the live stream promptly defended him. Are the small critics feeling anxious as they witness their favorite streamer being overwhelmed? Alas, the heights of a streamer such as him are unattainable for you in this lifetime. Sending barrage messages before the matchmaking mode is even activated? I cannot say whether the streamer will participate, but I am certain these few small critics cannot even reach the rank of Low Star King, let alone the Starry Sky rank. Ling Yun's live stream does not have any moderators, and most participants are supportive of him. Matchmaking successful. A peak duel. Upon seeing the matchmaking display indicating a peak duel, Ling Yun was momentarily taken aback. It seems this match has drawn many skilled opponents. Just then, the game commenced. Our sideband's heroes. Upon entering, the familiar blue side's 3rd floor came into view. Noticing the 1st floor occupied by Li Bai, BNK, and D Renjia, Ling Yun immediately recognized this was the previously encountered Xiao Jiner. Xiao Jiner, is it? Yes, it's me. Wow, we matched again. I feel like I'm going to score big tonight. Xiao Jiner, upon hearing Ling Yun's voice, was noticeably excited. He learned from the barrage that Ling Yun had achieved 7 consecutive victories, propelling him into the top 10 of the Android region. At this moment, the 2nd floor also activated their microphone. A familiar voice, tinged with excitement, followed. Ling Yun? Wow. You just took my points in the first match of the peak competition today. Ling Yun inquired, are you Xiao Qi? Exactly. We matched against the Great One. This match is secured. Ling Yun chuckled, don't flatter me too much. I must say, the teammates Ling Yun has been assigned this time are quite decent. However, the players on the 4th and 5th floors possess relatively low ranks. The 4th floor commented, we are all Great Ones. I can fill in. The 5th floor added, I can fill in as well. I'll follow your lead. At this point, the barrage began to flood with messages about a collision. Ling Yun curiously asked, is this a collision already? What did we collide with? The barrage responded, we hit Niu Wei. Xiao Qi exclaimed, wow, the opponent is Lu Wei. Doesn't that mean we VE got this in the bag? However, Ling Yun held a different view. Isn't this a peak duel? Lu Wei's rank shouldn't be that high. There must be other high-ranking players. Upon hearing this, the barrage immediately retorted, is the streamer discrediting the opposing team? What nonsense is this? Niu Wei is the world's #1 jungler. Have you heard the story of 18? Yes, it's from the Pocket Peak Season 123. No matter how many skilled players the opponent has, I guarantee Niu Wei will consistently secure points within 10 minutes. No worries, we are not colliding with Han Tiandi, but with Niu Wei, the Guangzhou Viper. Note, Han refers to Lu Wei. On the red side, the player Yao Dao entered the game and immediately asked, are there any skilled players? Hearing someone inquire about skilled players, Lu Wei on the 3rd floor could no longer remain silent. Yes, it's me. I am Lu Wei. A skilled player. Yao Dao responded, so you are Lu Wei. Hello? Are there any skilled players? Lu Wei's expression stiffened. What does this mean, Brother Dao? Am I not a skilled player? At that moment, the 2nd floor asked, is the 1st floor Yao Dao? Carry me this match. Yao Dao replied, are you a one? Wow. We matched against the Great One. Feeling ignored by the two, Lu Wei felt quite embarrassed. What is going on here? Am I really this unremarkable as the Guangzhou Viper? At that moment, the 4th floor also activated their microphone. Isn't Lu Wei still at 2,300? Lu Wei, hearing himself being disparaged, could no longer sit idle. What 2,300? I'm already at 2,500. Are you a clown? How dare you malign Han Tiandi? We are all high scorers. How many points do you have? It better not be low. Low scorers should fill in, understand? Observing this, the fourth floor interjected. The second place in the peak rankings is verifiable. Lu Wei's demeanor instantly shifted. Oh, isn't that you, brother Zhongsher? I'll fill in. Fifth floor, don't steal my brother Zhongsher's Huowu. Wait for me to reach Zhongsher. Currently, I am the second in the peak rankings for the Apple region. With my highest Huowu power at 26,000, the pinnacle Huowu. Rest assured, I will secure Huowu. I guarantee to carry you. At this moment, Lu Wei also took note of the barrage alerts. Collision. We are up against Xiao Qi. This match features the first and second in the peak rankings. Does the system arrange this so well? Wu Huan remarked, who cares if it's Xiao Qi or Xiao Ba? I can suppress them easily. Is this what being suppressed implies? Lu Wei flattered. Clearly, the low-ranked players are him and the fifth floor. The fifth floor added, I'll fill in as support. Everyone, please guide me. In Yao Dao's live stream, it was announced, collision with Ling Yun. The streamer has collided with a teammate. Upon seeing this barrage, Yao Dao was slightly taken aback. Did we collide with Ling Yun? As the team leader, I must put some pressure on Ling Yun. He then shouted in Ling Yun's live stream, Ling Yun, if you win this match against me, I might not let you start next time. Quickly send me some points. Naturally, this was merely a jest among teammates. Hearing Yao Dao's voice in the live stream, Ling Yun laughed and replied, you come to face me in this match. I'll gift you 2 kills. Lu Wei remarked. The opponents are Xiao Jiner, Ling Yun, and Xiao Qi. This will be tough. Xiao Qi's tone became serious. The opponents include Wu Huan, Yao Dao, and Zhongsher. The barrage chimed in. Where do you place Lu Wei? Xiao Qi. There are 3 formidable opponents across from us. I hope Lu Wei can take down a few within 10 minutes. The blue team has banned Dualia, Wang Zhaojun, and Aoyin. The red team has banned Qiao, Shi Shi, and Yang Yuan. The blue team selects their heroes first, meaning Ling Yun's side makes the first choice. Xiao Qi, aware of the enemy's masterful skills, immediately instructs the first pick, Xiao Jiner, to secure the elusive Huowu. Chapter 30. What is being suppressed? The suppression master Lu Wei. Xiao Qi, you have taken Huowu. Master, are you planning to jungle? A master is not solely reliant on Huowu. Their prowess in jungling is equally formidable. Otherwise, they would not pose a threat to Xiao Qi's position as the pinnacle number 1. Please lock in Jin Chan for me. I aim to restrain the enemy's Huowu. With that, Yao Dao promptly secures Jin Chan. Meanwhile, Wu Huan locks in Charlotte, intending to severely suppress Ling Yun. As a newly debuted young player and a draft champion, Wu Huan naturally feels competitive against Ling Yun, who shares the same position and is also hailed as a prodigious talent. This match will demonstrate what true suppression looks like. On the blue side, Xiao Jiner secures Li Bai. Ling Yun unhesitatingly selects Hua Mulan, having previously declared his intent to achieve the highest combat power with her tonight. Therefore, he is committed to using Hua Mulan in every subsequent match. He is a man of his word. Having promised his fans in the live stream, he must deliver. His core principle is to cherish his fans. At this moment, Lu Wei has also acquired his Dongfang Jing. The comments flood in. The old reading glasses have arrived? You're using reading glasses to reward your teammates? The Thunder God is coming. Yao Dao locks in Gong Sun Li. The last 2 random picks for the blue team are Neo Mo and Jia Luo. The red team's support completes the lineup with Zhang Fei, as in high-stakes matches. When in doubt, selecting Zhang Fei is always the right choice. If Princess Yao Yao cannot provide, Princess Fei Fei will. Both teams finalize their compositions. Blue team, top lane, Hua Mulan, Flash, Ling Yun, jungle, Li Bai, retribution, Xiao Jiner, mid lane, Huowu, Flash, Xiao Qi, ADC, Jia Luo, Flash, top 50, support, Neo Mo, Flash, top 100. Red team, top lane, Charlotte, Flash, Wu Huan. Jungle, old reading glasses, retribution, top 100 Lu Wei, mid lane, Jin Chan, Flash, master with blue proficiency, ADC, Gong Sun Li, Berserk, Yao Dao. Support, Zhang Fei, heal, provincial standard. This is a pinnacle showdown, with both sides averaging a ranking of 30. It promises to be an exhilarating match. As the game commences, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan purchases a pair of boots. The moment he exits the high ground, he sells them to acquire an iron sword. This is a habit of the skilled. A little speed boost allows for quicker arrival on the lane. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan, still not rushing to upgrade skills, faces a slight alteration this season. She can no longer learn the second skill to secure level 2 immediately. Thus, for Mulan, it is a form of indirect nerf. Nevertheless, level 2 Mulan possesses considerable combat prowess, especially when dealing significant silence damage. As the suppression master, Wu Huan's Charlotte immediately learns the second skill upon reaching the lane to secure the farm. Meanwhile, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan opts for the first skill and begins to engage Charlotte. With a swift execution, he inflicts silence, reducing Charlotte's health by nearly half. Wu Huan. This guy pays attention to detail, but now that I've reached level 2, how will you respond? Just as Charlotte is about to level up, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan retreats toward the tower, choosing to avoid confrontation as he prepares for a potential solo kill. As Charlotte reaches level 2, Hua Mulan retreats under the tower. Witnessing this, Lu Wei immediately praises, "Is this the suppression master? To suppress others directly to the tower at level 1 is impressive." Hearing Lu Wei's words, Wu Huan feels a sense of satisfaction. Who wouldn't feel pleased when receiving compliments? However, after securing the lane, as he moves to take the river crab, Ling Yun has already cleared the minions under the tower and reached level 2. He swiftly heads toward the river. He cannot let the river crab, a symbol of respect in the top lane, slip away. Wu Huan, with only half health, has restored 2/3 using his second skill. Seeing Hua Mulan daring to contest the river crab, he activates his second skill, triggering the third layer of his passive, 7-star Radiance Blade. He then utilizes this passive to attack Mulan directly. In that instant, as 7-star Radiance Blade locks onto Mulan, Ling Yun quickly activates his flash. However, instead of retreating, he flashes forward, directly behind Charlotte. He then unleashes his first skill, immediately silencing Charlotte and reducing her health to 1/3. Wu Huan, what the? So decisive. Realizing he might be solo killed if he remains, he activates his flash. Yet, his escape is perfectly timed, falling within the range of Ling Yun's second skill, which slows him down. Instantly, Hua Mulan hurls her second skill, reducing Charlotte's health to a sliver. With Charlotte slowed, Ling Yun swiftly closes the gap. Xiao Qi, incredible. This Mulan is far superior to a certain mouse. Note, Xiao Qi harbors a conflict with Jerry. Xiao Jiner, incredible. You truly are the suppression master. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, Lu Wei exclaims, what is happening? The suppression master is being suppressed? If Wu Huan is the suppressor brother, then Lu Wei is the pressure brother. Fond of pressuring his teammates, Zhongshi remarked, this Mulan possesses skill. Having just achieved a consecutive victory, she has reached peak rank 6, so be cautious. Yao Dao replied, don't rush. Just play steadily. Wu Huan's expression was somewhat stiff. In previous peak matches, he was always the one suppressing others. Today, however, he was surprisingly solo killed right at the start. This left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to say, I made a mistake. I will play more cautiously next time. The barrage in Ling Yun's livestream could hardly contain itself. No way, streamer, you can suppress even more than the suppressor brother. Now, who could distinguish who truly held the title of suppressor brother? The streamer remarked, I heard you are the top lane prodigy? The streamer was indeed playing at a high level. Ling Yun's execution was nearly flawless, calculating every wave with precision and completely grasping the opponent's intentions. This left the barrage experts in awe. Watching the streamer's gameplay was always a delightful experience. I find even greater enjoyment in admiring the streamer's face. He is simply too handsome. After single-killing Wu Huan, Ling Yun announced the cooldown of Wu Huan's flash. Xiaoyuo's flash is down for 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Following this single kill of Wu Huan's Xiaoyuo, both the river crab and Wu Huan's red armor were taken by Ling Yun. With an additional 200 gold from the kill, the economic gap in their lanes widened by several hundred gold. Xiao Qi inquired, should I assist you more in this match? It was common in high-level matches to help the stronger player rather than the weaker one. At this moment, the combination of Gongsun Li and Zhang Fei in the bottom lane was not necessarily superior to the pairing of Jialuo and Yo Mo. Jialuo could freely suppress Gongsun Li in lane. The two marksmen were in an 80-20 split. However, the opposing marksman, Yao Dao's Gongsun Li, was of top caliber. So Jialuo had not gained a significant advantage. You should assist the marksman, harass that Gongsun Li a bit. I can handle this on my own. Ling Yun expressed with unwavering confidence. He also hoped his teammate could annoy Yao Dao, a gesture of camaraderie towards his ally. Chapter 31. Another single kill, details maximized. Lu Wei succumbs to pressure. At 2 minutes and 40 seconds, both Mulan and Xiaoyuo reached level 4. Xiao Qi stated, I will stay in the bottom lane. Feel free to farm the mid lane. Ling Yun was somewhat taken aback. Not long ago, Xiao Qi had been displeased when a previous peak match saw someone take his farm. It was unexpected that this time, he willingly let Ling Yun take the lane. This was a demonstration of unreserved trust in Ling Yun, as well as recognition of his skills. I believe in your Mulan. Just 2 hours earlier, Xiao Qi had been thoroughly impressed by Ling Yun's performance with Hua Mulan. Ling Yun wasted no time and immediately went to farm Xiao Qi's lane in the mid. At this moment, Xiaoyuo also arrived in the mid lane to farm. Jinch In should be in the bottom lane. It should be a 3-on-3. Trust my words and blind ward in the bushes in front of the enemy tower. Ling Yun deduced the position of Jinch in the moment he spotted Xiaoyuo. Sure enough, Jinch In was lurking in the bushes as Ling Yun had predicted. Xiaoqi felt a bit uneasy and considered sending Niuemo in. Niuemo, as a lower-ranked player, typically followed commands. He executed a quick dash in. Zhongshi's Jinch in was caught off guard by Niuemo's sudden engagement and was sent flying by Niuemo's second skill. Xiaoqi swiftly followed up with his second skill and a dash to apply control. Jialua, switching to long arrow mode, unleashed damage on Jinchen. The trio's sudden assault, combined with their burst damage, obliterated Jinchen, who couldn't even activate his flash in time. Jialua gleefully claimed Jinchen's bounty. Zhang Fei had intended to use his second skill to shield himself, but was too late, instead landing it on Jinchen's lifeless body. Zhang Fei remarked, "That's mine. That's mine. I arrived too late." Zhongshi replied, "It's all right. I was slow to react too. I didn't expect the enemy's Niuemo to be so bold as to blind ward like that." Xiaoqi exclaimed, "Wow, Ling Yun, honestly, did you have prior knowledge? I could guess that something was off, but I certainly wouldn't dare to engage like that." Ling Yun chuckled, "I mentioned you could have guessed. It's all about who is bolder. If no one was there, it would just be a wasted flash. Better to use it early. Even if we don't gain an advantage, our composition is still safe from Gongsun Li without a flash." The viewers in the live stream could hardly believe Ling Yun's audacious command and began to tease. "Has the streamer turned up the volume?" Just now, Zhongshi's footsteps were audible, and our master Ling Yun caught it. Ha ha ha. If the streamer weren't professional, Zhongshi might have wanted to report him. The streamer hadn't turned it on. He simply forgot to mute it. At 3 minutes and 21 seconds, Lu Wei was in the mid lane, while the bottom lane remained a 3-on-3. Li Bai had just finished clearing the red buff. Xiao Jiner said, "I'll help you catch Xiaoyuot." Ling Yun declined. "You should farm mid. Xiaoyuot won't escape." After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Jiner chose to heed Ling Yun's guidance. Li Bai had just revealed himself in the mid lane. Wu Huan Xiaoyuot immediately came to the lane to farm. In his view, besides Hua Mulan, there was no one else, indicating that only Hua Mulan was in the top lane. He was exceedingly confident in his one-on-one skills. It was impossible for him to shy away from a challenge simply because Ling Yun had killed him once. Confidence is the essence of peak performance. Upon seeing Wu Huan Xiaoyuot venture out to farm, Ling Yun wore a mischievous smile. "I've been waiting for you." Just as Wu Huan Xiaoyuot unleashed his second skill on the minion wave, Ling Yun sprang out from the bushes by the river. With a second skill to slow him down, he utilized the minions as a springboard, closing the gap with his first skill to trigger his passive. Wu Huan narrowed his eyes slightly. "You really dare to come. Whoever backs down is the loser." Hua Mulan, having regained her composure, swiftly struck Charlotte, depleting 2 segments of her health. With her passive fully charged, Charlotte unleashed the 7-star Radiant Sword, inflicting substantial damage while simultaneously avoiding harm. Ling Yun promptly activated his ultimate, transitioning to the Heavy Sword's second skill to push Charlotte away. As Charlotte executed her second skill to distance herself, she accumulated a layer of passive. Subsequently, she cast her first skill on Hua Mulan, thereby gaining 2 layers of passive and a significant increase in movement speed. At this moment, Hua Mulan, having lost a third of her health, turned to retreat. Unfazed, Wu Huan, the top lane prodigy, immediately initiated a flash to knock Hua Mulan airborne, hoping to accumulate another 7-star Radiant Sword. However, at the precise moment of his flash, Hua Mulan displayed remarkable reflexes, utilizing her first skill to gain invulnerability and evade Wu Huan's attack. The Heavy Sword's first skill was unleashed as Wu Huan's ultimate concluded, leaving him with less than half his health. Meanwhile, Hua Mulan was also reduced to half health. Both competitors nearly equal in vitality. Wu Huan's Charlotte managed to charge her passive once more, activating the 7-star Radiant Sword again. In a flash, Hua Mulan used her blink to evade and reposition behind Charlotte. Switching to her light sword, she dealt damage while applying a mark. Wu Huan, sensing danger, aborted the 7-star Radiant Sword, and as he pulled back with his second skill, he siphoned a small amount of minion health. Just as he intended to strike Hua Mulan with his first skill for a speed boost, Ling Yun's Mulan executed her second skill, activating 2 layers of passive. Wu Huan's health plummeted to below a third. He then closed the gap with his first skill, triggering the 3rd layer of passive. The second skill's dart swiftly accumulated another layer of passive beneath Wu Huan's feet. Suddenly, the silence was cast. Charlotte's first skill became unusable. Wu Huan was taken aback. After being silenced, Charlotte's health was entirely depleted, while Mulan retained a third of hers. The second segment of her first skill swiftly claimed Charlotte's life. "A solo kill," Ling Yun exclaimed. At that moment, Wu Huan could not resist setting his phone aside, needing a moment to compose himself. Within a mere 4 minutes, he had been solo killed twice, making his reputation as a dominating player rather awkward. Although his teammates refrained from voicing their thoughts, discontent was inevitable, particularly from Lu Wei, who was fond of criticizing teammates. "What? You've been solo killed again in the top lane? Stay steady, Wu Huan. If you're not on your game, let me take the lead." Lu Wei's expression bore slight dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, The live chat was rife with derision. Even an old pair of glasses can carry the game? Lu Wei's awareness can land him in the top 10, but with mechanics, he barely makes the top 100. The lowest ranked still feels the pressure? Lu Wei. Saying such things embarrasses us all. Go seek the guidance of Wei Liang. An old pair of glasses won't win. Wu Huan, however, chose not to respond further. There was little to be said. Being solo killed twice was a fact. The best way to regain his stature was to reclaim the advantage and secure victory. He resolved to play more cautiously. The atmosphere in the top lane was charged, yet the tension in the farming lane was equally intense. Chapter 32, Live Chat. Are the resistance shoes not fitting? Then changed to another pair of resistance shoes. The farming lane had consistently been a 3-on-3 affair, especially between Xiao Qi and the Master, both of whom were fully committed. Xiao Qi aimed to maintain his position at the pinnacle, while the Master sought to usurp it. Fans from both sides fervently rallied in the opposing live streams, compelling these two to summon their utmost focus and strength. As the 4-minute mark approached, both parties converged towards the Dragon Pit. Lu Wei announced, "It's 4 minutes. Everyone gather." At that moment, Ling Yun had just finished the top lane minion wave and teleported down. Charlotte, upon respawning, hurried to the Dragon Pit as well. Ling Yun advised, "Let us not rush. We'll take our time." He positioned himself strategically near his red buff, keeping a vigilant eye on the movements of the Demon Blade Gongsun Li. As a top laner, the primary target in team fights was, naturally, the marksman. Lu Wei's Jing initiated the dragon, pulling it out. At that moment, the Master struck first, ensnaring the Bull Demon with his first skill, Tightening Spell, preventing him from using his second skill to engage. The Bull Demon's second skill was effectively blocked by Jin Chan's containment. "I'm out of chains," the Bull Demon exclaimed. "Li Bai, can you secure the dragon?" Ling Yun inquired. Xiao Jin hesitated before responding. "I can't guarantee it. Jing's execution threshold is higher than mine." Ling Yun nodded, instructing, "Jia Luo, you go in to deal damage. I'll position behind you for vision." With that, he concealed himself in the grass of the lower river. Jia Luo, without hesitation, advanced to engage. Activating her first skill and switching to long arrows, her basic attack dealt substantial damage, swiftly driving back Jing, who was attempting to slay the dragon. "Get closer, Zhang Fei. Don't let him hit me." Lu Wei urgently called for Zhang Fei to assist. He could not afford to lose health without the jungler's vitality. Securing the dragon would be difficult. Zhang Fei provided a shield with his second skill to Jing and immediately positioned himself in front of Jia Luo. The Master remarked, "Jia Luo's positioning is slightly too aggressive." Zhang Fei decisively initiated, "I'm about to unleash my ultimate." With that, he activated his ultimate, bestowing the surrounding allies with protective garments. At that moment, Charlotte and Gongsun Li charged forth. Zhang Fei unleashed his ultimate as well, directing their combined assault towards Jia Luo. Jia Luo quickly switched to her light sword and attempted to blink away, but alas, she was still caught in Zhang Fei's ultimate. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Neo Mo immediately unleashed his ultimate ability, sending Xia Luo soaring through the air. Meanwhile, the adept Gongsun Li skillfully evaded Neo Mo's strike with her first ability. Subsequently, she darted forward, utilizing her passive ability to unleash a flurry of attacks upon Jia Luo, while simultaneously using her second ability to block Jia Luo's counterattacks. Just as Jia Luo's health dwindled to half, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan made her move. With 3 primary objectives in mind: hunting dragons, training them, and taming them, Hua Mulan emerged from the brush, catching Gongsun Li off guard and silencing her before she could retreat. Following this, she executed her ultimate, delivering a devastating blow that eliminated Gongsun Li in an instant. Though Gongsun Li had activated Jin Chan's ultimate ability, Ling Yun had amassed sufficient resources from minion waves and 2 kills, enabling him to construct the coveted Black Cleaver. His damage calculations were impeccably precise. Even with Jin Chan's shield, Gongsun Li could not withstand the full onslaught from Hua Mulan. This exemplified an unwavering confidence in damage control. Upon landing, Wu Huan Xia Luo disregarded both Hua Mulan and Neo Mo, opting instead to advance with her second ability, activating her pre-stored passive, Qixing Guangmong Jian, which struck Jia Luo directly in the face. Jia Luo, already low on health, felt the sting of Xia Luo's passive ability, swiftly reducing her to a mere sliver of life. At that moment, Nyomo's second ability became available, and he aimed to use it to protect his marksman. However, Wu Huan Xia Luo swiftly claimed Jia Luo's life with a well-timed first ability. Both teams had lost their marksman in the skirmish. Just as Neo Mo prepared to launch his second ability at Xia Luo, she activated her ultimate, using her invulnerability to avoid his strike while simultaneously stacking her passive. At this juncture, another, Qixing Guangmong Jian, was ready. While Wu Huan anticipated Ling Yun's Hua Mulan would seek him out, she instead headed toward the Dragon Pit to engage in jungle activities. Lu Wei, sensing something amiss as the tyrant's health remained at half, attempted to retreat. As he turned toward the middle right brush, "Oh la la, Ganba Dai?" Xiao Qi's Yi Wu emerged from the brush with her second ability, followed by her first ability, sending Lu Wei's Jing crashing to the brink of defeat. Astonished, he exclaimed, "What on earth is Yi Wu doing in the brush?" At that moment, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan shifted to her light sword, using the tyrant as a launch pad. With the ferocity of a burning beast soul, she wielded her Dragon Slayer blade, executing a series of swift attacks that culminated in the demise of the weakened Jing. The double strike was executed flawlessly. Xiao Qi's Yi Wu had been lying in wait, responding to the signal provided by Ling Yun. Lu Wei, having purchased Boots of Resistance, found himself unable to activate his ultimate. Frustration surged as he cursed, "Ah, this Xiao Qi is truly infuriating. These boots are utterly useless." The audience continued to berate him, primarily due to the new season's restriction on purchasing multiple pairs of boots. Otherwise, Lu Wei would have undoubtedly acquired 2 pairs of resistance boots. Misunderstandings ensued, as it was evident that Lu Wei had simply forgotten to switch to a more suitable pair, which would have allowed him to unleash his ultimate ability. The current pair was ill-fitting, necessitating a replacement. The audience was urged to refrain from disparaging the boots. It was merely a matter of Lu Wei's slow reaction, which had no bearing on the boots themselves. At this moment, Xiao Jin Air's Li Bai found a strategic position, utilizing his first ability, Jiang Jin Jiao, to approach Zhongshi Jin Chan and build up his passive. Jin Chan, being a mere tool in this scenario, had no choice but to flee. Zhongshi promptly used Flash to initiate Jin Guji Zhou in an attempt to ensnare Li Bai. However, Xiao Jin Air, embodying the pinnacle of Li Bai's prowess, activated his second ability, Shun Lai Ji Bai, just as the spell was about to connect, rendering him untargetable and evading the grasp of Jin Chan's spell. At this moment, Zhang Fei, in his transformed state, sought to slow Li Bai with his second ability, Beng Lai Jian Ta. Yet, just as Zhang Fei leapt towards him, Li Bai executed the second part of his first ability, striking Jin Chan and stacking his passive once more. He continued to engage in basic attacks, rapidly building up his passive to 4 stacks. However, instead of immediately unleashing his ultimate, he opted to continue wearing down Jin Chan's health. As Jin Chan found himself with less than half health, Xiao Jin Air unleashed his ultimate, exclaiming, "Ha! The great river sword descends from the heavens." Just when it seemed Jin Chan would face annihilation, a critical healing sound resonated, providing a crucial lifeline. Chapter 33, Lu Wei's timely demise at the 10-minute mark. Is he offering me a name change card? Just as Zhongshi's Jin Chan believed salvation was at hand, Ling Yun suddenly emerged from the blue pit, unleashing a light sword with a second ability that led to a triple kill. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan secured her 5th kill of the match. Wu Huan Xia Luo Te, realizing the tide of battle had turned, made a hasty retreat, while Zhang Fei found himself unable to escape. Niu Mo and Ji Wu swiftly approached, leaving the unfortunate Zhang Fei to his fate. The kill was graciously awarded to Hua Mulan by her teammates. With a remarkable score of 6-0-0, Ling Yun's team claimed victory in this skirmish, subsequently controlling the tyrant and clearing the enemy jungle. Ling Yun's economic advantage soared to the highest in the match. Following this pivotal team fight, under Ling Yun's leadership, they pushed forward with Jia Luo in tow. With the advantage firmly in hand, Jia Luo found it remarkably effortless to assault the towers, while Gongsun Li dared not even glance in Hua Mulan's direction. At this juncture, Ling Yun taunted, "Dao Zi, I better not see you. Once my flash is ready, I will cut you down." In response to Ling Yun's provocation, Gongsun Li could only respond with resignation. "Do not bother me. Go focus on Jin Chan and Wu Huan. My current position is on the verge of collapse. Brother Ling Yun, do not take my share." The tone of Yao Dao made Ling Yun feel a wave of nausea. "Go away. This time I must take your share." The clock struck 10 minutes. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan had reached an economic total of 9,000, and her equipment had taken shape, leaving only one final item to acquire. In contrast, Wu Huan, who faced him, was in a state similar to Xuan Ran yesterday, having been suppressed by nearly 3,000 gold. The tyrant must not be allowed to escape. Lu Wei's Jing was now so impoverished that his economy was nearly lower than that of the support. The jungle had been invaded repeatedly, pushing him to the brink of madness. Presently, they were left with only the final 3 lanes of high ground. "Let's venture out for one last strike, without the tyrant." "Defeat is inevitable," remarked Zhongshi. "Zhang Fei, go check the vision." Zhang Fei proceeded towards the blue zone to provide vision for his teammates, while the other 4 followed closely behind. Lu Wei said, "I will check the brush near the second tower on the top lane." At Ling Yun's side, Xiao Jiner was currently engaged in taking the dragon, with the well-developed Xiao's health diminishing rapidly. By this moment, Zhang Fei had arrived. "The dragon is about to be eliminated. Activate the ultimate," commanded Yao Dao. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Wei suddenly shouted, "Run. I have been eliminated." The voice notification announced Lu Wei's death at the hands of Hua Mulan. A massacre echoed in Lu Wei's live stream chat. 10 minutes have passed. Lu Wei is remarkably punctual. As expected, at the 10-minute mark, the Ganzhou rattlesnake would inevitably drop points. Lu Wei tossed his phone aside, feeling deeply frustrated. He had intended to check the brush for enemies, but as he prepared to use his mirror to scout, Hua Mulan swiftly silenced him with a flash and then struck him down with a heavy sword. There was no recourse. One could only blame the speed at which Hua Mulan unleashed her silence. Lu Wei, with his old glasses, could not react in time, compounded by Hua Mulan's overwhelming economy. She had not even built the Shattered Star Hammer and opted for the Broken Army instead. Regrettably, it was too late for Yao Dao and the others to retreat. Ling Yun had previously given them a signal. Xiao Qi's Jihua Wu delivered a reinforced basic attack followed by a swift kick that struck Jin Shan, who did not have a chance to retaliate. Zhang Fei reacted quickly, activating his ultimate to assist Jin Shan in dismantling the fire. At this moment, Xiao had already taken down the tyrant. The tyrant has been slain. Yao Dao attempted to retreat, but Hua Mulan was relentlessly pursuing him from behind. The battlefield transformed into a confrontation between Yao Dao's Gongsun Li and Wu Huan's Charlotte, alongside Zhang Fei and Jin Shan, situated between the blue zone and the tyrant pit. Four formidable opponents charged forward, while another skillful Hua Mulan loomed behind. A pincer attack? Xiao Jiners Li Bai, having prepared his ultimate, immediately dashed toward Yao Dao. Just as Yao Dao activated his ultimate to reposition, he heard Hua Mulan's voice. Allow me to demonstrate premier technique. Another swift combination produced silence, flawlessly canceling the recovery time in a mere 0.1 seconds. This was the pinnacle of skillful Mulan. Transitioning to the heavy sword, she dealt the finishing blow to Yao Dao's Gongsun Li, Wu Huan's Charlotte, in a desperate attempt to take down Hua Mulan before perishing. Unleashed a 7-star radiant sword that surged forth. Ling Yun activated Mulan's heavy sword's second skill to mitigate damage while attempting to repel Charlotte. The presence of Qiao rendered Zhang Fei and Jin Shan instantly vulnerable. Wu Huan's Charlotte's last-ditch effort was in vain. The combination of the Celestial Sphere and the ultimate along with this 7-star radiant sword's immense damage reduction could not withstand Xiao's 5 basic attacks. Naturally, the kill was awarded to Ling Yun's Hua Mulan. A triple kill, a team wipe. With Lu Wei's 10-minute point drop, their hopes of a comeback dissipated. Ling Yun confidently claimed an 8-game winning streak. As the crystal exploded, the peak score reached 2,660 points. Hua Mulan, along with the challenge victories, surged to a fighting power of 25,020 points. This match's score marked 140 gold medal warriors. This not only reflected the consecutive solo kills against the side lanes Wu Huan, but also the multiple eliminations, culminating in a 4 consecutive extraordinary performance, ultimately capitalizing on Lu Wei's 10-minute point drop to conclude the match. In the live stream chat, the messages flowed. Incredible, incredible. Achieving an 8-game winning streak. Tonight we will surely surpass Hua Mulan's highest combat power. Brother Yun is amazing. Not a single loss tonight. With this momentum, he will ascend to the pinnacle. Could he become the first of this season to reach 2,800 points? Just as Ling Yun prepared to start the next match, he noticed that Lu Wei had pulled him into a room. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Lu Wei asked. What's the matter, Lu Wei? Ling Yun replied. Lu Wei shamelessly stated, in the last match, my teammates faltered before I could showcase my abilities. This is not my true strength, you know. Next time we meet, I will surely take your points. The live stream comments were rife with criticism. After losing, Lu Wei pulls you in for a meeting. After winning, he still drags you in for an explanation. Lu Wei truly brings shame to us all. Who can manage Lu Wei? It's so embarrassing. Ling Yun chuckled. I know this is not your level. Who doesn't know the story of 18? Lu Wei gulped, of course. Who in the past did not know the renown of my Han Tiandi? Ling Yun teased, if you had played as Luna in the last match, you might have won. The chat chimed in. The originator of Giguzi Jungle, Niu Wei. Wait, how come everyone knows that Niu Wei's Luna ultimate can only be used once? Lu Wei couldn't help but laugh. Are you part of the criticism group, too? Are you preparing to reach the pinnacle? Let us proceed in this manner. Although I did not take any of your points earlier, I shall certainly reclaim them next time. To express my apologies for the points I will take, I shall present you with a name change card when you ascend to the pinnacle of success. Ling Yun appeared bewildered, realizing he had been caught off guard. Chapter 34. Witnessing Mulan's historic breakthrough in combat power. Ling Yun awkwardly declined, stating that a name change card was unnecessary. Lu Wei, however, delighted in the notion of gifting a name change card to the top player. Achieving the pinnacle requires an investment of several hundred thousand. For a casual player, reaching the top necessitates exceptional skill and awareness. Yet for Lu Wei, a mere 9 yuan name change card sufficed. Lu Wei suggested, when you reach the pinnacle, you shall grant me a spellbook. Ling Yun couldn't help but marvel at Lu Wei's audacity. Shouldn't it be you who sends me a gift when I reach the pinnacle? Noticing Ling Yun's lack of enthusiasm, Lu Wei chuckled to mask his embarrassment and said, I wish you a series of victories tonight. Do not forget to request the name change card from me. Farewell. With that, he exited the room. Ling Yun glanced at the clock. It had been less than 15 minutes since the last match. Is this the power of extraordinary skills and awareness? Even matches among the top 10 can be dominated. At this moment, his score had reached that of the 5th-ranked player, totaling 2,660 points. This score undoubtedly did not represent his limits. Brothers, let us continue our pursuit of points. Thus, he embarked once more on his journey of point accumulation. In the 9th match, Hua Mulan, performance, 1404, average rank 42. Pinnacle score reached 2672. In the 10th match, Hua Mulan, performance, 1201, average rank 30. Pinnacle score reached 2684. In the 11th match, Hua Mulan, performance, 1104, average rank 20. Pinnacle score reached 2696. In the 12th match, he surpassed 2,700 points in the qualifying rounds. Performance, 1503, average rank 13. Pinnacle score reached 2707. His rank now stood at 2nd place. The clock read 10 o'clock in the evening. Only 3 more matches remained to achieve the coveted 15 consecutive victories. Hua Mulan's combat power had now escalated to 26060. With 12 consecutive wins in the qualifying rounds, if he triumphed in the remaining 3 matches, he might even breach the 27,000 combat power threshold. The VIP section of the live stream had swelled to 3,000 viewers. Through the back end, Ling Yun observed that the actual number had surpassed 100,000. Indeed, this recent streak of victories had drawn numerous streamers into his orbit. His gameplay had captivated the fans of other streamers as well. Primarily, everyone wished to witness history in the making. Would Mulan's highest combat power be shattered tonight? Even the chat of the ultra-cute live stream was inundated with comments. The highest combat power is about to be surpassed. Ling Yun's prowess may surpass that of Mulan. You are truly inferior, Mulan. Upon seeing this news, Xiao Ming did not feel perturbed. Records are meant to be broken. Everyone in the live stream, refrain from instigating negativity. I recognize Ling Yun's exceptional skill. I witnessed his performance in the professional arena yesterday, and honestly, his techniques rival those of a certain individual. Although Xiao Ming refrained from naming names, everyone in the chat understood he was referring to Jerry. The relationship between the two had soured, akin to that of Ku Jie and Bei Mu. Hence, he chose not to mention it. Jerry's skills in the arena were universally acknowledged as the pinnacle. However, his demeanor left much to be desired. Observing the barrage of comments, Xiao Ming could no longer contain himself. Is this even human? How can one achieve 12 consecutive victories with merely 2 deaths? Such statistics could only be produced by a director in the WeChat zone, right? Were it not for Ling Yun being a professional player, he might genuinely believe an actor was involved. In Ling Yun's live stream, gratitude poured in for the spellbooks sent by Hua Gu and Lu Wei, as well as for the guardian bestowed by Xiao Jin Air. The audience, brimming with anticipation, awaited the birth of the legendary Mulan with a combat power of 27,000. Upon learning this news, De Hua was incredulous and rushed over to witness for himself. Upon seeing the record of 12 consecutive victories with only 2 deaths, his eyes widened in disbelief. His own experience of suffering through an entire night, losing credibility points at an alarming rate, contrasted sharply with Ling Yun's performance, who barely faced death in 10 matches. He lamented the injustice of the matchmaking system. What an outrageous matchmaking mechanism. If only Ling Yun and I could team up, I would not have lost points. He hastily sent a spellbook, hoping to cultivate a favorable relationship with Ling Yun, for he might lend him an account in the future. Lu Wei, alerted by the comments, arrived to witness the astonishing performance. Stunned, he exclaimed, how is it possible that this guy has only died twice in an entire night? Mulan's combat power is astounding. He is on the verge of breaking records. What shocked him the most was that Ling Yun had not lost a single match in the qualifying rounds. How could this be? I am in awe. Ling Yun must have been paired with exceptional teammates. If only I could team up with him. His achievements might not appear as dazzling. The comments implored me to ask him if he would consider changing his name to Tiger Tooth Lu Wei ascending to the summit. I believe he would not be so petty, unlike that foolish Wei Liang, who always hesitates to change his name and ultimately declines. However, the comments suggested alternative names such as Toothless Braggart or 10 Minutes to Lose Points. Tiger Tooth Lu Wei sounds rather appealing. The couple from G and ZHU has divorced? Why must Ling Yun change? Is he not concerned about W. Liang's jealousy? Upon seeing this barrage of comments, I was rendered speechless. If W. Liang were to feel jealous, he would have changed his name long ago. That fellow is exceedingly petty. In Xioj NRS live stream, the protection for Ling Yun was established primarily because he had led them to victory several times that evening. Of course, there were not only these individuals presenting gifts, but also numerous elder brothers or new fans bestowing gifts upon Ling Yun. He graciously thanked each one. He expressed gratitude for Li Wi and Li Ying's early wedding playing, for the magical tone that TJ could not fathom, and for the streamer who, regrettably, had to refrain from certain comments due to violations. By the time he finished expressing his thanks, his mouth felt parched. At that moment, YODO entered his live stream, curious about the multitude of viewers. Why are there so many people in your stream? Ling Yun shrugged, stating, they are all here to witness me create history. YODO gazed enviously at the figures, saying, with so many people, don't forget me when you become successful. You must plead with me, and I shall take you along, he laughed. Although Ling Yun's VIP seats were limited, the genuine number of viewers was quite substantial. Primarily because most were there for the spectacle rather than as true fans. This particular match was pivotal for breaking MLN's highest combat power, hence the increased attendance. Just as the two were playfully bantering, suddenly, his phone vibrated. Match successful. Just like the previous 8 matches, the successful matching interface displayed the 4 prominent characters. Pinnacle Showdown. Chapter 35. Collision of the 4 Great Titans. Although the earlier matches had all been Pinnacle Showdowns, Ling Yun sensed that this match felt distinct. An ominous premonition brewing within him. Could it be that the mechanics of WNGZHRNGO were about to intervene? After all, WNGZHRNGO would not allow a player to maintain an unbroken winning streak indefinitely. After a series of victories, a losing streak is inevitable. The higher the hidden score, the worse the match teammates become. However, once reaching the top 10 in the Pinnacle rankings, this discrepancy becomes less pronounced, as those who achieve this rank cannot be merely lucky. Skill is the paramount factor. For instance, no matter how fortunate LD who may be, he could at most win up to 2,000 points, but he could never reach the top 100 unless he borrowed an account. The difference between the top 100 and the top 10 is not merely one of rank, but of skill level. Upon entering the game, Ling Yun found himself on the red team, positioned on the first floor. Any familiar faces? He inquired tentatively. If this match consisted solely of ordinary players, it could become rather uncomfortable unless they were all top-tier players or prodigies. Suddenly, a message appeared from the 5th floor. Are you the Wolf team, Ling Yun? Ling Yun nodded affirmatively. That's me. The 5th floor then seemed flustered. Huh, aren't you the 2nd in the Pinnacle rankings? How could you be matched with me? I only have over 2,400 points. Hearing this, Ling Yun felt something was amiss. How am I, with 2,700 points, matched with someone at 2,400? What kind of matchmaking mechanism is this? Let us all disclose our scores to determine our positions. The 2nd floor replied, I have 2,500 points. The 3rd floor chimed in, I have 2,590 points. The 4th floor announced, I have 2,569 points. The 5th floor stated, I have 2,490 points. Wait, what? What kind of Pinnacle Showdown is this? All 4 of Ling Yun's teammates had scores around the top 100 in the Pinnacle rankings, with only the 3rd floor's ranking being within the top 30. This situation caused Ling Yun considerable distress. Although the ranking appeared to differ by only 5 or 6 places, the disparity in skill was significant. Surely, the opposing team would not be too formidable, but unbeknownst to him, the opposition was Li Ying, the revered elder. In Li Ying's livestream, he wondered if he had matched against Ling Yun. What a coincidence! Was he in the MLN highest combat power promotion match? It seemed he needed to take this seriously. Li Ying had not anticipated that he would finally be matched against Ling Yun that night. The man known as the elder of Li Ying, who had dominated the Pinnacle rankings for 4 consecutive seasons. When it comes to the character Jing, Li Ying is the first person that springs to mind. Meanwhile, Li Wi, witnessing the collision between Ling Yun and his wife in the livestream, immediately perked up. Wow, Li Ying is matched with Ling Yun. Foolish Li Ying. He is definitely going to lose points. Among the couple from GNZHU, slander was inevitable. On Li Ying's side, he queried, is there anyone familiar? Suddenly, the 1st floor activated their microphone. Li Ying? It's me, Huzi. Huzi, you must carry us with your SNZ this match. If we lose, we will become material for future commentary. Li Ying reminded him. Such historic moments must be recorded in the annals of time. The 3rd floor exclaimed, Li Ying? I'm ZNGSH. Let me take Hu W, and you take J Ying. It's a guaranteed win. Initially, Li Ying thought it was already remarkable to be matched with a teammate of similar caliber in the top 10, but to his surprise, he had been paired with 2. He became increasingly excited. Wow, 3 players from the top 10 in one match. I wonder if the opposing team has many experts as well. The 4th floor responded, huh? Who ZNGSH, Li Ying? Are we matched with so many renowned players? After speaking, the 4th floor displayed SNSH Ying's grand national emblem. Hold on, are there really experts? You can't possibly be DY, can you? Li Ying was astonished. This match has indeed gathered so many skilled players. Precisely, this match is splendid. All the strong ones are together. The fifth floor remarked, then I'll play the support role. The fifth floor, recognizing his place among such esteemed company, promptly chose to support. The atmosphere among the 5 players was one of camaraderie and joy. Lu Wei gazed at the lively and cheerful presence of Wei Liang in the live broadcast room, feeling a twinge of displeasure. What does it mean, Wei Liang? To laugh so joyfully with others besides me? The comments flooded in. Is the young master feeling jealous? The young master doesn't allow the young lady to be so happy with others. You can hear the young master on the verge of tears. Lu Wei declared. Wei Liang must lose this match. He then posted a comment in Ling Yun's live room, stating that if they won, he would reward them with 2 magic books. Ling Yun chuckled upon reading the comment. Meanwhile, their teammates were not very confident. On the second floor, it's Wei Liang on the opposing side. I just watched the live stream, and it seems the side lane is still the formidable Sun, Su, and Huazi. On the third floor, the mid laner is still a master, 3 in the top 10. On the fourth floor, the marksman is still Ye Li, the peak Sun Shangxiang. I'm primarily a marksman player, and I have no idea how to face him in the lane. On the fifth floor, fortunately, the fifth player on the opposing side is also a low rank like me. Ling Yun hurriedly reassured them, don't panic. How can you know you can't win if you haven't played? I've already achieved 12 consecutive victories and still managed to carry my teammates to victory. Just listen to my commands and perform normally. He could feel the immense pressure of this match. However, with his exceptional skills and acute awareness, he possessed immense confidence. No matter how challenging it may be, losing must be done standing tall. Even if they win, we shall still strip them of a layer of skin. Ling Yun's words immediately inspired the 4 teammates who were ready to give up. Think of it this way. Losing doesn't cost us, but winning is a tremendous gain. Winning against 4 peak players will surely be quite impressive, right? Who doesn't play pinnacle matches to win? Isn't it all about flaunting after securing victory? Winning this match would give us bragging rights for an entire year. On the second floor, what Ling Yun said makes sense. We can't give up on this match. On the third floor, we'll follow your commands this time. On the fourth floor, as long as you don't pressure me, I'll do my best. On the fifth floor, I also want to experience the pressure from 4 peak players. Let's go. Ling Yun patted his chest, assuring them, rest assured. I won't blame you for a loss. Even during his 12-game winning streak, he had encountered formidable teammates. Nevertheless, his demeanor was impeccable, akin to Zhang Daxian, who seldom uttered foul language. Those who wished to criticize his skills found nothing to fault in his character. He did not demand exceptional performance from his teammates. He only asked for their utmost effort. This was a sign of respect for electronic sports. The heroes were chosen. Initially, the teammates wanted to ban Jing, Sun Tzu, and Sun Shangxiang. However, Ling Yun did not allow them to do so. Instead, he instructed them to ban Dualia, De Qiao, and Wang Zhaojun. Banning their signature heroes would be uninteresting, wouldn't it? The opposing team hadn't banned my Mulan, had they? He wanted to secure this match fairly and squarely, not wishing for anyone to accuse him of deliberately targeting others by banning their heroes. The comments expressed admiration for this scene. The streamer is truly impressive. A real man. You are the toughest streamer I've ever seen, directly giving away all the signature moves to the opposing side. Ling Yun, even if you lose this match, you're still impressive for giving the 4 peak players their signature moves. If you win, I'll feast on the stream. Lu Wei, upon witnessing this scene, furrowed his brows. Why did Ling Yun not ban the signature moves? Handing Jing to Wei Liang is akin to courting death. If it were him, he would have certainly banned them. Chapter 36, commanding the side lane to secure early advantage. After all, during the previous competition with Wei Liang's team, he had banned Wei Liang's Jing and Luna. This foolish Wei Liang was exceptionally lucky to have been matched with 4 experts, while Ling Yun was unfortunate. If it were me, I would have given up already, huh? Lu Wei could not help but chuckle at Ling Yun's side. Meanwhile, Wei Liang was slightly taken aback. He had originally planned to play Luna, but was surprised that the opposing team did not ban their signature heroes. The master quietly remarked. The opposing side is a bit arrogant, quite confident. This match is a guaranteed win. First, help me secure Wu Ji Hua Wu, and I will make them pay. Yili was somewhat astonished by Ling Yun's actions. However, he quickly realized that this was a demonstration of absolute confidence in his own skills. And he was eager to witness the prowess of Sun Shangxiang. Huazi exclaimed, brothers, we are all peak players, let us not lose for real. Subsequently, everyone locked in their respective signature heroes. The composition of both teams was finalized. Blue team, average pinnacle ranking, 10. Side lane Sun Tzu, stun, with a high rank Huazi. Jungle Dongfang Jing, punishment, with a high rank Wei Liang. Mid lane Wu Ji Hua Wu, master, with a high rank master. Development lane Sun Shangxiang, flash, with a high rank Yili. Support Zhang Fei, punishment, with a lower rank top 100. Red team, average pinnacle ranking, 93. Side lane Mulan, flash, with a high rank Ling Yun. Jungle Xia Ho Dun, punishment, with a lower rank top 50. Mid lane Jin Chan, flash, with a lower rank top 100. Development Lane Jia Luo, Flash, with a lower rank top 50. Support Kai Wen Ji, Purification, with a lower rank top 50. The ranking difference between the two teams was nearly 100. The red team was pulled down to the top 100 by Ling Yun alone. The opposing 4 high-ranking players were all the best in their respective fields, making them akin to a luxurious armored vehicle. Although they appeared competent compared to the opposing team, it felt more like a wuling, the kind that shatters upon impact. However, the wuling Hongguang can be modified, and the key to modification is naturally Ling Yun. The heroes in Ling Yun's composition were all chosen under his direction. Since their jungle player could not compete against Wei Liang, they opted for a simpler tank jungle. Meanwhile, the development lane featured Jia Luo, a prominent marksman, along with the close protection of Kai Wen Ji. With Xiahou Dun serving as the jungler, the front line is well established. At this juncture, securing a Jinch in the mid lane emerges as a pivotal strategic move. Not only does it constrain the entrance of Jie Ing and BZHUW, but it also provides a shield to allies through its ultimate ability. More importantly, Jinch serves as a utility character, allowing LN to freely farm the mid lane. Upon entering the game, Ling Yun promptly encouraged his teammates, urging them to focus on the details that needed attention. Xiahou Dun, alongside me, approached the side lane as I struggled to contend with SNZ. Under normal circumstances, he would not permit the jungler to gain an advantage in the side lane, as he could secure it single-handedly. However, the early LN and SNZ are not on the same level. No amount of skill could allow LN to overcome SNZ in the early game. Akin to how a level 2 LN would fail against a level 2 J11 OMN. A combination of their skills could easily send one back to the fountain. Upon hearing this, Xiahou Dun followed Ling Yun and arrived ahead of the enemy tower in the grass. Typically, a jungler would not venture to the side lane, particularly Jie Ing, who prefers to engage in other jungling routes. Heroes like H and JZ, along with Su NC and Ying Yhuan, tend to favor the side lane. Unbeknownst to Hu Zi, Xiahou Dun lay in wait. Hu Zi thought, if he dares to show himself early, I will certainly secure a kill. LN lacks strength, and the most she could do is use her first skill to poke at my health. At level 2, I can stun him in retaliation. Others were also confident in Hu Zi's skills, considering the inherent hero advantage and the upper hand in skill execution. When Ling North approached the lane, he exhibited great intelligence by not rushing out, but rather positioned himself behind the minion wave near the tower, waiting patiently. Don't rush out, I will call for you. Ling did not allow Xiahou Dun to assist him in seizing the wave immediately. He aimed for more than just the wave. He wanted first blood, observing LN lingering behind his minions. Hu Zi quickly deduced that she intended to wait for him to overextend before striking. Nonetheless, what could he do? SNZ, with his early game armor, was quite tanky and could heal himself with his passive enhanced basic attacks. Without hesitation, Hu Zi advanced, using his first skill to strike the 2 rear minions. By the time he finished off the rear minions, the last front minion was left with low health. At that point, he would only need a basic attack to reach level 2 and gain the upper hand. Just as he finished his first skill and executed his enhanced basic attack, knocking the 2 minions down to a sliver of health, LN made her move. She initiated with her first skill, inflicting silence and taking away a third of Hu Zi's SNZ's health, followed by a barrage of basic attacks. Hu Zi's SNZ managed to secure 2 minions, aiming to finish off the last front minion to level up. You're finished. Hu Zi envisioned the scene of securing a kill. You can come out now. At this moment, Ling Yun signaled for Xiahou Dun to emerge. Xiahou Dun instantly sprang from the grass, using his first skill to deal damage to SNZ while also applying a slow effect. LN continued to follow up with basic attacks. At that moment, Hu Zi's SNZ suddenly turned to unleash a stun before attempting to finish off the minion. Use the second part, Ling Yun instructed, controlling LN to dodge the stun from SNZ. Before SNZ could release his stun, Xiahou Dun executed his second skill's knockup. Though SNZ's stun was unleashed, Xiahou Dun's knockup followed suit. Without resistance boots, SNZ was knocked into the air, and LN capitalized on the opportunity to continue attacking. Under concentrated fire, Hu Zi's SNZ's health plummeted. He had yet to reach level 2. Had he leveled up and executed his enhanced basic attack, he might have had a chance. Unwilling to relent, SNZ sought to finish off the last front minion. However, Ling Yun adeptly managed the damage. Just as SNZ was about to unleash his enhanced basic attack, LN claimed first blood. Jinchen, keep an eye on the jungle and ensure the enemy does not retaliate. BZHUW's wave-clearing speed was not swift. Without the presence of ZH Fi, facing Jinch N and CIW New Jersey's combination could have forced them to clear waves under the tower. Xiahou Dun assisted Ling Yun in securing the river crab and the enemy's red buff before starting to clear the jungle from the red zone. Although his jungle speed was diminished, he managed to secure the river crab, the red buff, and a wave of minions. The first 4 minutes of the jungle do not affect the economy. As long as the blue zone remained intact, the start was auspicious. Furthermore, HuMLN was thriving, boasting over 200 more gold than HuZ due to the recent play. Though HuZ's SNZ had been slain, SNSH Ing was now facing off against Ji Lu. Ji Lu played steadily, demonstrating a long-range advantage while adhering closely to Ling Yun's commands. Refraining from engaging in a skirmish with SNSH Ing, his focus was solely on developing his character. The blue zone was now under siege. Chapter 37. The development path falls into disadvantage. Jinch spoke into the microphone. Let us see if we can hold on. Unfortunately, venturing into the side lane could easily lead to incursions into the jungle. Xiahou, after finishing your red, head straight to the enemy's blue zone and see if you can secure a trade. At this moment, W. Liang's Jing, alongside the masterful BZH Hu W and Zh Ing Fi, had all arrived at the enemy's blue zone. Ling Yun recognized that Zh Ing Fi was equipped with smite. It was challenging to defend the jungle with 2 smite users, prompting Ling Yun to direct Xiahou Dun to proceed to the enemy blue zone for a trade. While they focused on the jungle, he aimed to seize the mid lane and delay their return to their own blue zone. Ling Yun acted decisively, knowing that their presence in the blue zone would not merely result in taking 1 blue buff. They would likely aim to secure small camps as well. Xiahou Dun could only claim 1 blue buff, and by the time he finished, they might have already returned. The blue zone was swiftly ravaged by 3 players. Although HuZ's SNZ had fallen once, he could still suppress HuMLN until he reached level 4. Ling Yun's HuMLN refrained from engaging, and instead, the 2 worked in unison to clear the wave. Xiahou Dun refrained from indulging in the minor creatures. Instead, descend from the riverway to seize an opportunity. After consuming the blue buff, Xiahou Dun has already reached level 4. This is due to the initial engagement in the opposing lane, along with the river crab and the red zone. Just in time, level 4 unlocks his ultimate ability, a skill of displacement and control. At this moment, emerging from the blue area and arriving at the riverway, Sun Tzu, under the guidance of Hua Zi, was about to encircle Xiahou Dun from the blue zone. Under normal circumstances, with their blue zone thoroughly raided, how could Xiahou Dun simply retreat after taking the blue buff? Would he not at least consume another lizard? However, this match is directed by Ling Yun. All teammates adhere to Ling Yun's commands, devoid of personal initiative. In any case, if they lose, Ling Yun bears the blame. His extraordinary awareness instantly deduces Sun Tzu's intentions. Just as Sun Tzu arrives at the riverway, the one-eyed warrior exclaims, "A man's romance." Due to initially lacking vision of Xiahou Dun, while Hua Mulan possesses his vision, teammate vision is shared. And Xiahou Dun also sees Sun Tzu. Xiahou Dun cleverly positions himself in a blind spot to predict Sun Tzu's movements with his ultimate. He locks onto him. This decisive ultimate ensnares the level 3 Sun Tzu. Startled by the sudden appearance of Xiahou Dun, Hua Zi gasps, "How did you get here? Can anyone assist?" In an instant, Xiahou Dun follows up with his first skill to slow down, then utilizes his second skill for a shield that also inflicts true damage. He continues to unleash basic attacks. At level 4, Xiahou Dun, bolstered by a red buff, exhibits an unparalleled tenacity. Sun Tzu attempts to escape using his first skill. Little White Dragon, cease your games of hide and seek in the fog of war. Obediently become my sister's new pet. The path behind him is already blocked by Hua Mulan. The second skill hits Sun Tzu, who has no escape, simultaneously triggering 2 layers of Hua Mulan's passive ability. Coupled with the slow effect, the level 11 silence swiftly reduces Sun Tzu's health to a mere sliver. As a top-tier player, Hua Zi certainly refuses to be easily vanquished. He executes a swift 222 combo to stack his armor while simultaneously siphoning some health. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan, having only been struck by his 3-second skills, is left in a precarious state. This exemplifies the fragility of Hua Mulan in the early game. However, it is crucial to note that Hua Mulan is not alone. At this juncture, Xiahou Dun also arrives, launching a second portion of his first skill to send Hua Zi's Sun Tzu flying. At this moment, Hua Mulan follows up with basic attacks. Even with the passive armor boost, the already weakened Sun Tzu cannot withstand the onslaught and is ultimately claimed by Hua Mulan's final blow. Hua Mulan's record now stands at 2-0-0, while Sun Tzu's record has taken a dismal turn at 0-2-0. It seems Hua Zi has a good temperament. Had it been someone else facing such targeting, they would have already erupted in anger. For instance, Ludahua. I shouldn't have traversed the riverway. I was too hasty. They are indeed targeting me. I must play more cautiously. This wave of level 4 engagement allows Ling Yun to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Huazi's Sun Tzu must await the next opportunity. Wei Liang reassures, it's all right, just play steadily. I didn't expect him to be so greedy. However, from a god's eye perspective, Lu Wei openly criticizes Wei Liang. Wei Liang is truly foolish. He returned too slowly and sold Huazi out. I've completely given up. Wait a moment, what is happening in the development lane? They've been double killed by Yali. I'm truly going to be carried by Wei Liang. When will I ever get teammates like this? Lu Wei's tone is laden with frustration. Exciting news arrives from the top lane, a double kill. Sun Shangxiang eliminates both Jia Luo and Kai Wenji. In this sequence, Ji Huowu provided a misleading vision towards the mid lane, only to support the development lane. The mid lane was seized by Jing, alongside Zhang Fei, advancing towards the development lane. Although Jia Luo was not positioned too aggressively, she was not under tower protection. And in an instant, she was struck by Ji Huowu's second skill, taking half her health. As Kai Wenji attempted to heal, Sun Shangxiang swiftly executed a high-damage combo, using her first skill followed by her second skill to break armor and deliver a devastating blow. Meanwhile, Kai Wenji failed to heal Jia Luo. Zhang Fei, using his first skill, pushed Kai Wenji away, but after being purified, Kai Wenji evaded the attack. Sun Shangxiang relentlessly targets Kai Wenji. Zhang Fei ventures in to tank the tower, but ultimately falls to a three-man ambush. Yali's Sun Shangxiang secures a double kill. The economy skyrockets. 400 gold is credited. This is not encouraging news for Ling Yun. After all, the opposing team is gaining momentum. The 2 kills on his side, to be honest, have not significantly impacted the game. It is unlikely to maintain pressure on Sun Tzu, who, upon reaching level 4, can assist at any moment. At this point, the live chat in Ling Yun's stream has begun to shift the blame onto him. What is going on with the marksman in the top lane? Don't let Ling Yun down. Oh dear. It seems this match has truly been dictated by the matchmaking system. If they cannot secure a victory, they will have to wait until the next match, as they have not yet lost in today's challenge, with 2 opportunities remaining. The streamer is indeed skilled, but the teammates are lacking. Ling Yun, observing the comments in the chat, does not wish for his diligent teammates to face ridicule. Everyone, please refrain from criticism. They are performing admirably, following my instructions without complaint. And who says we are destined to lose? We will surely emerge victorious. Ling Yun asserts with great confidence. His optimistic demeanor and refusal to shift blame onto his teammates earn him the admiration of the live audience. Many believe that Ling Yun is bound to lose this match. With their primary marksman Jia Luo having fallen, the situation has become increasingly difficult. Yali, as a top-tier Sun Shangxiang, is bound to amass an overwhelming economic advantage, leaving Jia Luo with no respite. However, the consensus remains. However, Ling Yun held a different perspective. Initially, everyone doubted his ability to match Xuan Ran's Yalian with his Guan Yu. Yet, what was the outcome? He achieved a remarkable pentakill, silencing his critics. Rather than relishing an effortless victory, he reveled in the thrill of a comeback against the odds. Jia Luo, don't worry, keep pushing forward. Focus on your development, and farm as much as you can in the jungle, he encouraged. In Chapter 38, a flawless flank? A perfect team fight. Ling Yun showed no sign of reproach towards Jia Luo for her positioning. This gesture deeply moved her. The barrage of comments highlighted Lu Wei. If it were Lu Wei and Dehua, they would have been criticized mercilessly by now. If Niu Wei had taken the initiative, it would have been a different story. Had it been Lu Wei, he would have secured a vote within 6 minutes. Indeed, if it were Dehua, he would already be focusing on regaining his credibility. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan diligently farmed the mid lane, while Jin Chan was active in the top lane and blue area, tasked solely with safeguarding the marksman. He had no intention of farming the minion waves. After reaching level 4, he would merely serve as a support, amassing no gold for himself, but rather funneling it all to the mighty Hua Mulan. At 2 minutes and 40 seconds, as Sun Tzu and Hua Mulan contested the mid lane, he suddenly set sail towards the off lane. Ling Yun furrowed his brow, for it was uncharacteristic of Sun Tzu to waste his ultimate in such a manner. Moreover, at that moment, Jing should have just cleared the blue area. Ling Yun's quick wit enabled him to deduce Sun Tzu's intent to invade the blue area with the jungler to ambush the development lane. Sun Tzu set sail, with at least 5 opponents in the top lane, and Xiahou Dun rushed to provide support. After speaking, Ling Yun immediately granted vision in the off lane and then returned to the enemy's red zone. Hua Mulan retreated to clear the waves, while the bottom lane engaged in a 5-on-4 skirmish. I'm coming with the jungler, Huazi declared. The exceptional sailing skills of Sun Tzu were impressive. He navigated the blue area without colliding with any obstacles. He had demonstrated such prowess even when the map was smaller, and now with the expanded terrain, it further enhanced Sun Tzu's capabilities. In the development lane, Xiahou Dun stood resolutely before Jia Luo, while Jin Chan and Kai Wenji flanked her side, maximizing protection for the marksman. Let us take Xiahou out swiftly, Huazi commanded as his ship was hurled forward, colliding with Xiahou Dun. Xiahou activated his second skill shield and subsequently unleashed his first skill to slow Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu is out of boats. We can engage, Xiahou shouted. Jia Luo immediately switched to her long-range arrows to unleash her attacks on Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu began stacking armor with his second skill. But Jia Luo's damage output remained disappointingly low in the early game. Without adequate equipment, her burst damage paled in comparison to Sun Shangxiang's. Sun Shangxiang capitalized on the opportunity, rolling with her first skill and following up with her second skill to reduce armor. Meanwhile, Huowu unleashed her second skill fan, significantly diminishing Xiahou Dun's defenses, reducing him to half health. Weiliang lingered nearby, searching for the opportune moment to engage. As Xiahou fell below half health, his passive activated, allowing him to use his first skill's second strike to knock Sun Tzu into the air, healing himself in the process and narrowly avoiding elimination. Kai Wenji promptly activated her ultimate, bolstering her teammates' defenses while providing healing. Sun Shangxiang persistently used her enhanced basic attacks to chip away at Xiahou Dun's health. However, the composition chosen by Ling Yun excelled in healing, particularly with Xiahou Dun in conjunction with Kai Wenji's passive abilities. Before the arrival of Dream Nightmare, they were not susceptible to defeat in team fights. Jin Chan also unleashed his ultimate, granting an additional layer of damage mitigation to 4 allies, enabling Xiahou Dun to endure even longer. Stay calm, Zhang Fei is flanking, Weiliang noted, as Zhang Fei was not positioned at the front line. Being a top-tier player, Weiliang's awareness was astute, having instructed Zhang Fei to maneuver behind early on. Indeed, while they engaged Xiahou Dun, Zhang Fei's presence had vanished from view. Ling Yun sensed something amiss. Fall back. Zhang Fei is flanking. Yet, before he finished his warning, Zhang Fei had already leaped from the brush near the first turret in the top lane, using his second skill to jump into the tower and subsequently activating his ultimate to knock back and stun the 3 fragile opponents behind. Jia Luo attempted to use her flash, but found herself at a loss as to where to escape. Forward, there was a Jing. To the right, to the left, all paths led to peril. Ultimately, she refrained from using her flash. Kai Wenji's purification was still on cooldown. Thus, Zhang Fei managed to land his ultimate on 3 targets, executing a critical area control maneuver. Weiliang's Jing seized the moment, utilizing Xiahou Dun as a launch pad to soar towards Jia Luo. He first struck Xiahou Dun with his first skill to refresh it, then used the recharged second skill to close in on Jia Luo. After locking her down with his ultimate, he unleashed a barrage of high damage with his second skill, culminating in a lethal first skill execution. In an instant, the high-tier hero demonstrated its prowess. Huang Xiangjiao. In the hands of a skilled player, its capabilities were exponentially magnified. After Jia Luo was eliminated, the remaining teammates found themselves devoid of any offensive potential. Jin Chan's first skill, the tightening spell, was directed at Sun Tzu rather than Jing. That's mine. Can we escape? I should have saved my first skill, Jin Chan lamented, initially intending to use it to detain Sun Tzu. Little did he anticipate Sun Tzu's resilience or Zhang Fei's cunning positioning. This exemplified the disparity in awareness between players. The esteemed Huowu swiftly advanced with her first skill to secure the area. This team fight unfolded with remarkable precision. Ling Yun's 4 teammates were left utterly bewildered. Xiahou Dun, despite possessing the dual defenses of Kai Wenji and Jin Chan's ultimate ability, could not withstand this onslaught. A flawless team fight ensued. Weiliang exclaimed, "Nice. Impressive." Master Zone praised, "Beautiful. A perfect team fight." Huazi urged, "Secure the victory." Yili echoed, "Incredible." In this moment, Weiliang achieved a triple kill, a triumphant streak. Lu Wei, watching this unfold in his live stream, was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. He immediately began to disparage the play. If it weren't for Zhang Fei flanking, this battle would have been unwinnable. "I'm astounded. Weiliang has really put on a show." The comments flooded in. Every time Madame Xiao showcases her skills, Lu Wei's bravado is all talk, merely a show of bravado. Another remarked, "No worries. The host's reading glasses are quite impressive as well." As Weiliang and his companions celebrated, the raging beast soul wielded the Dragon Slayer blade. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan arrived to reap the rewards. At this juncture, the crucial skills of the 5 players were all on cooldown, having been expended in the earlier skirmish. Ling Yun's first target was the now most threatening Sun Shangxiang. Upon noticing Hua Mulan lurking behind him, Yili panicked. "Hurry, Hua Mulan is flanking." In a split second, he unleashed his second skill, following up with a swift blink that silenced Sun Shangxiang. With her health already compromised and her mana depleted, she lost half her health in an instant. Unable to utilize her first ability, Yili found himself helpless. After silencing her, Hua Mulan swiftly switched to her great sword, eliminating Sun Shangxiang. Weiliang immediately charged in, aiming to refresh his passive and dealt 100 damage. Just as Jing's first ability was about to strike Hua Mulan, she deftly twisted backward, evading the attack. The skill failed to refresh. Sun Tzu, following closely, sought to inflict damage with his first ability. Ling Yun's reflexes were astonishingly swift. He activated his second skill in mere milliseconds. Such incredible speed. The fallen teammates could not help but praise his maneuver. Chapter 39. Team Annihilation? Flanking Pentakill. Hua Mulan's second skill repelled Jing and Sun Tzu, who both found their health reduced to a third. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan, however, remained nearly at full health. At this moment, Hua Wu also tossed a fan, lingering nearby. As Ling Yun's Hua Mulan completed her second skill, Hua Wu activated her first ability. With her invulnerability, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan instantly countered with her first skill, absorbing the knock-up. The Greatsword's first skill struck with full damage, and her ultimate was ready. Meanwhile, Jing and Sun Tzu, both in a critical state, fled in opposite directions. Ling Yun remained unfazed. He activated his ultimate, switching to the light sword to deal damage while throwing a shuriken that eliminated Jing on the left. A double strike. He then pursued Sun Tzu with his first ability, inflicting 2 stacks of marks before following up with a basic attack and a second segment of his first ability, silencing him. A triple extraordinary strike. Only Hua Wu, with a third of her health remaining, and a severely weakened Zhang Fei were left. Zhang Fei had previously taken considerable tower damage. Yet, Hua Mulan too was down to half health, entering a vulnerable state. Hua Wu's second skill had a quick cooldown. Master Zong, utilizing the enhanced basic attack, approached Ling Yun. Ling Yun, however, maintained his distance. Ola Gamba Dai. Master Zong hurled his second skill at Hua Mulan, but, with his exceptional awareness and skill, Ling Yun remained calm. He anticipated the trajectory of Hua Wu's fan, feigning movement to the right while actually veering left. Master Zong exclaimed, "Damn, what positioning! He evaded my attack. Zhang Fei, shield me, my blink is nearly ready. I will strike him." At this moment, Master Zong's blink was just seconds away. Zhang Fei provided a shield for Hua Wu. With the shield, the critically injured Master Zong gained a margin for error. 2 seconds remained. As Master Zong prepared to blink towards Hua Mulan, the instant he leaped, Ling Yun unexpectedly turned back. He unleashed a second skill shuriken, switching to the great sword in an impeccable display of timing. The reaction speed was a mere 0.1 seconds, just in time. Hua Wu's blink was countered by Hua Mulan's second skill, evading the knock-up. Moreover, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan seized control with her second skill. She had not yet purchased resistance boots. At this juncture, many Hua Wu players opt to acquire the Echo first before buying boots. Yet, she had neither. Hua Mulan propelled Hua Wu into the path of the shuriken, having her health. Subsequently, she executed her great sword's first skill, finishing off the weakened Hua Wu. A quadruple extraordinary strike. Had it not been for the shield from Zhang Fei, Hua Wu would have fallen without even needing to use her first ability. At this moment, Zhang Fei intended to retreat. However, it was too late. Though he was a blink's distance from Ling Yun, his ultimate was ready. The advantage of Hua Mulan was her swift ultimate cooldown. The most successful Dragon Knight had only managed to slay the least likely dragon. In the next moment, Hua Mulan switched to the light sword, unleashing her second skill shuriken, slowing Zhang Fei while applying 2 stacks of marks. Following this, she executed her first ability, silencing him and ultimately claiming the last remnants of Zhang Fei's health. A quintuple extraordinary strike, an annihilation. In that moment, Hua Mulan resembled a deity of war. The teammates' voices erupted in cheers. "Ling Yun, you are my god. From now on, I shall be the loyal follower of Shun Li Ling Yun. Impressive, truly impressive. My skills have reached their zenith, and I, Ling Yun Gu, have vanquished all 4 opponents. Let us gather the materials." Not only my teammates, but the live stream audience exceeding 100,000 viewers erupted in applause. Many generous patrons even showered me with gifts. Ling Yun is extraordinary. Tonight, I shall ascend to greatness. The world's foremost Mulan. Wei Liang, Yili, Zhongshi, Huazi. Apologies, but I shall conquer you all. My skills are unparalleled. My reflexes are astonishing. A mere 0.1 seconds. I am aptly dubbed the Instant Man. Ah, how magnificent. If I were to be Ling Yun Gu's girlfriend, I would gladly reside in a mansion. In Lu Wei's live stream, even he was left in awe. Initially, he believed Wei Liang had secured the match effortlessly. Unexpectedly, Ling Yun's Mulan emerged victorious. In the face of a challenging team fight, through sheer judgment and skillful execution, he calmly turned the tide in our favor. If it were to be Chow Meng and Jerry, could they achieve this? Perhaps Jerry possesses the skill, but he certainly lacks the awareness. Composed and daring. Even Lu Wei, known for his tough demeanor, was captivated. My goodness, Ling Yun is truly remarkable. No wonder I lost that match today. You see, Wei Liang cannot compare to me. At the very least, I was not defeated by a quintuple kill. However, I must still disparage Wei Liang. This clearly illustrates that Wei Liang's prowess is inferior to mine. His teammates are significantly stronger than mine, with 2 in the top 10 and 1 extraordinary Sun Shangxiang. The opposition comprises players ranked merely within the top 100, some even below that. The players I faced, such as Xiao Qi and Xiao Jin, alongside Ling Yun, were not comparable to Wei Liang's team, where his teammates excelled while the opponents faltered. Here, it was a 50-50 chance that did not pan out well. Lu Wei grew increasingly animated in his assertions. Thus, I genuinely excel beyond Wei Liang. The comments should cease their slander against me. At 18, I was in El Dehua's livestream. The humble El Dehua has lost his credibility and is now wandering through others' live streams. He was just in Ling Yun's stream, even gifting items. His expression was one of sheer disbelief. What just happened? A quintuple kill? I cannot comprehend. How can his Mulan inflict more damage than mine? He seems rather formidable, perhaps comparable to me. The comments section erupted in laughter at Dehua's expense. A humble player could not grasp the brilliance displayed. His previous Mulan performance was abysmal. It is laughable. Dehua's naive gaze reflects his utter confusion. 10 humble players could not rival a single Ling Yun. Ling Yun's side was ecstatic, yet Wei Liang's team felt the pressure. Yili expressed frustration. Alas, no one noticed Mulan's flanking maneuver. What a pity. He outshone us. Wei Liang reassured. It's all right. Don't rush. Let us remain steady. The opponent has but one skilled player. We shall target others as our point of entry. Huazi adjusted his mindset. Let us not be hasty. Soon, Huowu will focus on Mulan, or I could engage instead. One of us will initiate the skirmish while the other monitors. Zhongshe assessed the economic panel and noted minimal disparity. Most of the economy resided with Mulan, whose recent quintuple kill had granted him a significant boost. However, the others lagged behind in economic growth. No worries, the economic gap is not vast. How could one player carry 4 teammates? Ultimately, Wang Zhirong Yao is a team-based game. In Chapter 40, within 4 minutes, Huowu's economic advantage reached 2,000. Ling Yun's Mulan had achieved a remarkable record of 7 kills with no deaths or assists. Keep in mind, the game time had only just reached 4 minutes. Ling Yun, having secured a quintuple kill, exhaled in relief. At least this round was not a total loss. However, nearly all the economic gain rested upon his shoulders, amplifying the pressure he felt. Stay calm. The opponents are human and will make mistakes. Let us forget the previous errors. Ling Yun continually encouraged his teammates. This match is crucial. Should we lose, all his efforts would be in vain. 15 consecutive victories. Not a single match must be lost. He first secured the mid lane, then stealthily invaded the enemy's blue area to claim the lizard, subsequently defeating the enemy's red armor before returning to lane. 4 minutes in, the tyrant has now respawned. After reviving, Xiahou Dun immediately arrived at the tyrant's location to scout the area. Hua Zi's Sun Tzu, positioned in the lane, dared not contest Ling Yun's Mulan for minions. The game has progressed beyond the early levels. Moreover, Mulan's economic advantage is approximately 1,000 gold. That recent quintuple kill even allowed him to complete his black cleaver. Indeed, within 4 minutes, thanks to the quintuple kill, he had already acquired the Shadow Blade. 7 kills combined yield nearly 1,500 gold. Ling Yun is exceedingly affluent in this match. Sun Tzu dares not even glance at Mulan, for a mere glance could lead to his demise. Ling Yun's Mulan has also gained the opportunity for priority teleportation. As for Sun Tzu attempting to interrupt him, that is preposterous. Currently, the opposing 2 players lack the capability to eliminate him. They are still missing a key item. He had long completed his Shadow Blade. 2 players attempting to ambush him might find themselves at his mercy. Ling Yun's prowess has instilled a psychological barrier in Hua Zi and Zhongshe, especially Zhongshe. Should they lose this match, Ling Yun would seize 2 ranks from him. This match is a luxurious opportunity. If they were to lose, he would be too embarrassed to face his fans. A prestigious player ranked second could be overshadowed. All are young individuals in this rank, each possessing a sense of pride. Mulan utilized the teleportation array to arrive at the cannon minions in the mid lane. The vision in the central left area has already been claimed by Jin Shan. Upon the arrival of Hua Mulan, she swiftly devoured a wave of minions. Ling Yun, after consuming the minions, was delighted to find himself nearly 2,000 gold ahead of the opposing mage, a rarity for a 4-position mage accustomed to a modest economy. However, maintaining a lead of 2,000 was indeed uncommon. After reaching level 4, Ling Yun continued to feast upon Jin Shan's minion waves and the small camps in the enemy jungle. Relishing the bounty, Zhongshe was taken aback upon reviewing the statistics. While he could comprehend a jungle carry achieving such high income, a fighter on the edge accumulating so much wealth was astonishing. Consequently, he dared not initiate the clearing of the mid lane without caution, waiting instead for Ling Yun to finish before farming under the tower. At this juncture, Xiahou Dun had commenced the dragon engagement. As a formidable tank in the current meta, he was unperturbed by harassments while maneuvering around the dragon pit. He approached the dragon cautiously, without haste. After clearing the mid lane, Ling Yun promptly arrived to offer support, while Zhang Fei and Sun Shangxiang hastened from the top lane. Meanwhile, Weiliang positioned himself near his red buff, ready to utilize his first skill to traverse the wall and contest the dragon without fearing enemy assaults. Following her mid lane clear, Huowu also approached the left side of Jing, near the trio of wild boars, constantly launching her fans towards the middle right to prevent ambushes in the grass. After clearing the minion wave, Sun Tzu swiftly teleported to the mid lane, refraining from initiating his boat this time, as he felt hesitant to lead the charge. Ling Yun chose not to take the risk of flanking from behind again, having already alerted the opponents on his previous attempt. Skilled players rarely repeat the same mistakes. Should he attempt another flank and be discovered, it would cost him dearly. Thus, Ling Yun opted to conceal himself in the front, creating a false vision directing the enemy towards the side lane before returning to the forefront, hiding behind Jialuo to remain unseen. Without vision of him, the opposing team was left in a state of anxiety. Indeed, as he had anticipated, panic ensued. Where did Hua Mulan go? She must be flanking. Sun Tzu, go investigate. She might have circled around from the blue area between the second tower and the high ground. Weiliang, sensing the absence of Hua Mulan's vision, immediately instructed his teammates to scout. They could not afford to repeat the same blunder. I'll go find her right now. The intimidation posed by Hua Mulan's disappearance was overwhelming. Until Sun Tzu located her, Weiliang's team hesitated to initiate a confrontation. At this moment, Xiahou Dun had reduced the dragon's health to 4,000, preparing for the engagement. If they couldn't secure the dragon, they would still need to fight. Ling Yun signaled Xiahou Dun. The instant he did, Zhang Fei leaped into the dragon pit, followed by Jing, who utilized her first skill to wall jump into the pit. Both Zhang Fei and Jing wielded the smite ability, making it impossible for Xiahou Dun to secure the dragon. However, Ling Yun had no intention of claiming the dragon. He aimed to secure kills instead. In that moment when Zhang Fei dove into the dragon pit, Jinshan suddenly blinked and ensnared Jing with his first skill. The theft was successful. While Weiliang secured the dragon, he was simultaneously trapped by Jinshan. Jialuo instantly unleashed a long-range arrow combined with her ultimate, relentlessly targeting Jing. Though Jing activated her ultimate, she could not evade the onslaught, becoming an easy target for Jialuo's continuous assaults. Additionally, Xiahou Dun locked onto her with his ultimate. Had it not been for Jing's damage reduction and repositioning ability, she might have perished from that encounter. At this juncture, Zhang Fei's ultimate was still on cooldown, having just revived from the previous skirmish. He had no ultimate available. He was not the same Zhang Fei as the one known for his relentless aggression. Huowu attempted to utilize her first skill to launch Jialuo into the air, but by then, Jinshan had already activated his protective barrier. The damage reduction nullified Huowu's efforts. Her first skill merely reduced Jialuo's health by half. In an instant, Kai Wenji activated her ultimate, restoring Jialuo's health back to full. At this moment, Huowu sought to retreat, but was slowed down by Jialuo's long-range arrow. Huowu's aggressive attempt to dismantle Jialuo had left her in a precarious state. Now, it was Ling Yun's Hua Mulan who took action. "Oh Crystal, may my drop rate be elevated." With a swift first skill followed by her second, she dispatched Huowu, proclaiming her supremacy. Sun Shangxiang stood resolutely behind Zhang Fei, unleashing her damage. Zhongshi could not contain his exclamation. "Goodness, Hua Mulan is here. This fellow has been right in front of us all along. We were deceived." Realizing Hua Mulan was not beside him, his confidence surged. Meanwhile, Weiliang's Jing, upon the dispelling of Jinshan's tightening spell, immediately unleashed a combination, restoring her health. Xiahou Dun, lacking Jing's agility, failed to eliminate her. Huazi was caught off guard by Ling Yun's psychological warfare. The moment Hua Mulan's vision lapsed, Huazi charged from the blue area, activating his ultimate to provide support. The relentless wave surged forth. In Chapter 41, the extraordinary awareness and unparalleled rhythm of operations unfolded. As he approached, witnessing Huowu's demise, he unleashed his ultimate at the red buff, colliding directly with Xiahou Dun. This time, he could only dismantle Jialuo in this manner. Otherwise, Jing would be lost. Weiliang, swift to respond, retreated to the red area after concluding his ultimate. Although he failed to eliminate Jing this time, Jinshan's first skill was once again available, ensnaring Zhang Fei. With a rapid succession of strikes, Hua Mulan claimed yet another head. Despite losing the dragon, they inflicted significant damage upon the enemy, proceeding to dismantle the mid-tower, leaving the opponents in a weakened state. One must acknowledge that Ling Yun's decision to have his teammates select Kai Wenji was undoubtedly a stroke of brilliance. Huowu's dream nightmare required the completion of Echo before it could be unleashed. Should Sun Shangxiang opt for sanction, the damage would be nullified, wasting precious resources that could only be accumulated by the late game. At this juncture, the synergy between Kai Wenji and Xiahou Dun is formidable, further bolstered by the protection of Jinshan. As long as Jialuo remains unscathed, victory in team battles is assured. After successfully demolishing the mid-tower under Ling Yun's guidance, Xiahou Dun and Jialuo meticulously cleared the jungle. Jialuo, who initially lagged in economic standing, swiftly ascended to the second position in terms of team economy. This exemplifies the pivotal role of this composition. Boldly seize the moment. With the dual defenses provided by Jinch In and Kaiwenji, survival becomes markedly easier. Although Ling Yun's performance has been impressive, reliance solely on his prowess would be insufficient. He continuously directs his teammates into the jungle to farm for resources, consistently predicting the opponent's movements. In an instant, the tide of the match shifted in their favor. The first tower in the top lane fell, and all three outer towers of the opposing team crumbled. Subsequently, the resurrected Minor Tyrant and Minor Lord were also secured by Ling Yun's team. Not only does Ling Yun possess commanding skills, but he also maintains acute awareness of the adversary's strategies while executing flawless maneuvers. Each skirmish exerts pressure on the opponents, instilling a sense of urgency. Viewers in the live stream are left in awe of Ling Yun's leadership, witnessing a visual feast of operational brilliance. Ling Yun excels, simultaneously commanding and executing strategies. His perceptiveness to every movement is commendable. I recently observed the perspective of Weiliang, and it was astonishing. Every step was calculated by Ling Yun. His exceptional awareness naturally encompasses operational capabilities. What does it matter if his mechanics fall short against the opposing team? Even professional players may not match the skill of top-tier streamers on certain heroes. So why do 5 streamers struggle against 5 professionals? Operational prowess is a critical determinant of a strong team. Thus, even if Ling Yun's 4 teammates lack mechanical finesse compared to their opponents, their adherence to his commands is unwavering. They act on Ling Yun's directives without question, showcasing their absolute trust in him. With Ling Yun's extraordinary awareness, coordinating operations becomes a straightforward endeavor, provided that the teammates comply. While Weiliang's side boasts mechanical prodigies, their individualistic approaches lead to divergent opinions, preventing them from functioning as a cohesive unit. Lu Wei, watching as Ling Yun's team steadily gains an advantage, cannot help but express admiration. It is not without reason that others claim Lu Wei's awareness could place him among the top 10, and with refined mechanics, he could rank among the top 100. Although he may no longer possess his former dexterity, his awareness remains commendable. Upon witnessing Ling Yun's various anticipations of Weiliang's ambush positions, he was rendered speechless, repeatedly exclaiming, "How does he know? How can he find this? There appears to be no vision in that position, right?" If Ling Yun were not a professional, these series of plays would surely raise suspicions of foul play. Weiliang's attempts to flank proved fruitless, culminating in a single death at the hands of Ling Yun. The smile that adorned his face at the beginning has vanished. I am astounded. I have been discovered multiple times. How does he manage this? Yali is also feeling the pressure. I find it perplexing. It feels almost as if he is cheating. The master feels somewhat speechless. He is a professional, streaming live. How could he be cheating? The staff are right here watching. Huazi is utterly disheartened, bearing a negative record with no kills to his name. When did this game become so challenging? At this point, 12 minutes have elapsed, and the mid-lane high ground has been breached. Initially, they intended to contest the dragon at the 10-minute mark, yet Ling Yun surprised them by bypassing the dragon entirely. Instead, he led all 5 players to hide in the brush near the second tower in the development lane. The moment they emerged, they launched a surprise attack. While they had encountered a single flank before, have they ever witnessed 5 players executing a simultaneous flank? This maneuver nearly resulted in their annihilation, with the mid-high ground lost. The other 2 lanes also succumbed to the same fate. The dark tyrant that appeared at 10 minutes has vanished, and even the jungle has been claimed. The economic disparity has widened to nearly 6,000. When have 4 elite players ever felt so stifled? Even Weiliang could not suppress a sigh of defeat. How are we to play against a team that cannot eliminate Jelua? The opposing team appears almost ghostly, frequently emerging unexpectedly from behind. Attempting to engage alone risks significant losses. Weiliang is thoroughly dismantled by Ling Yun's operational prowess. Of course, it is not just Weiliang who feels this way. The top-tier Huowu Master, the top-tier Sun Shangxiang Yali, and the top-tier Sun Su Huazi all share a collective sigh of frustration. Preparing for one final push, they decided to send the major dragon into battle, ensuring Jelua's safety. I have my flash ready. If they dare approach, I will eliminate their front line. Ling Yun's words exude a sense of security. His 4 teammates promptly comply. Thus, the 5 of them, accompanied by the major dragon minions, advanced through the mid lane. With the advantage of 2 dragons, Ling Yun's momentum is unstoppable. Victory lies within reach. With the support of the tyrant and a 6,000 economic lead, how could a reversal occur? Ling Yun would not allow his team to suffer the same fate as the Wolves in the losers semifinals. Steady now, if we haven't engaged yet, focus on the enemies. He commands with a calm demeanor. Jelua has acquired the Dawn and possesses the tyrant's enhancements. With a flurry of arrows, Zhang Fei, still without his ultimate, is unable to withstand the assault and is forced to use his ultimate ability. This ultimate strikes 3 enemies. In a final desperate effort, the Master Huowu swiftly dashes forward, kicking 3 adversaries. CIW New Jersey and Ji Lu, along with the formidable Xuan, found themselves ensnared by 2 opponents. In an instant, CIW New Jersey unleashed her purification ability, following it with her ultimate skill and dual defenses. JNCHN promptly activated his ultimate to grant his ally, Ji Lu, damage mitigation. Ji Lu's health was restored to full in a heartbeat. Just as Jing attempted to execute her ultimate to eliminate Ji Lu, Ling Yun made her move. Switching to her great sword with her ultimate, she seamlessly followed up with her second skill and blinked forward. Her reflexes were astonishingly swift, as she forcefully pushed Jing away, who sought to close in. Meanwhile, Ji Lu, equipped with resistance boots, landed safely and immediately commenced her assault. Huzi's SNC attempted to charge in, only to be thwarted by JNCHN's timely blink. The blink disrupted the charge, and upon landing, JNCHN ensnared Jing with his first skill, JNGZHZHU. Chapter 42, Breaking Through, Hu MLN achieves the highest combat power in the entire network. The conditions for Ji Lu's output were nothing short of exhilarating. Upon landing, she unleashed her assault on Hu W, dispatching her with 3 arrows. The ensnared Jing was also left severely weakened by 2 of Ji Lu's arrows. Ling Yun's Hu MLN swiftly executed 2 segments of her great sword's first skill, eliminating the nearly defeated Jing. Unparalleled. I am indeed more stable than the Byligian. At this moment, Ji Lu had transformed into an invincible force, relentlessly pursuing her output, with no one left to threaten her. With swift precision, following Jing's demise, SNC became the next target. The 2-hit combo proved overwhelming, as SNC could not withstand Ji Lu's merciless strikes. Next came ZHing FI and SNSH SNSH was utterly ineffective against the fortified HUDN, who boasted dual defenses and damage mitigation. ZHing FI, standing at the forefront, also faltered against Ji Lu's arrows. Ji Lu, capable of unleashing nearly 3 arrows in a second, was bolstered by the Dark Tyrant. How could the economically disadvantaged ZHing FI withstand such might? Furthermore, Ling Yun's Hu MLN continuously inflicted damage. Within mere seconds, she was vanquished by Ji Lu. A 3-hit victory. SNSH attempted to evade, not wishing to concede a 4th kill, but at that moment, HUDN unleashed his ultimate, stunning SNSH. Ji Lu swiftly blinked in to secure a strike. Do not steal it. Let him have the 4th kill, Ling Yun urged. A 4-hit extraordinary. Ji Lu claimed SNSH with 3 arrows. A team wipe. This skirmish resulted in a flawless 0 for 5 exchange. Ji Lu exclaimed, "Incredible, incredible." For kills. But wait, where's my pentakill? Ling Yun awkwardly cleared his throat, realizing it had been claimed by HUDN. At this point, the crystal was shattered. The peak score reached 2,716 points. This match garnered an additional 9 points. After reaching 2,700, winning a match yields 9 points, while a loss incurs a deduction of several points. Ling Yun once again triumphed. His record, 1,005, nearing 100% participation rate. He also achieved a 5 consecutive extraordinary. The opposing team comprised the 4 titans of the King's Streamer Circle. Ling Yun, accompanied by 4 average players with rankings differing by 90 positions, concluded the match in under 15 minutes. The only challenging moment was the initial 3 minutes when they nearly faced a team wipe, but under Ling Yun's command, the rest of the match proceeded smoothly. The significance of this match is beyond dispute. A challenge match with 13 consecutive victories. MLN's combat power soared to 26,354 points. She shattered her previous record. Without a doubt, Ling Yun is the strongest MLN of this era. At this moment, the barrage of comments inundated the livestream screen. Welcome the new goddess of MLN. Welcome back, Emperor Ling Yun, world's #1 MLN, truly deserving of the title. The highest combat power in the entire network. Detractors began to speak. This match is likely to go viral tomorrow. Numerous individuals have already begun editing the footage of this final match. The significance is undeniably immense. A 1-against-4 scenario reminiscent of the Winter Championship Finals of 2019. With sheer determination, he rewrote the narrative. After winning this match, Ling Yun felt a surge of excitement. However, he restrained himself from vocalizing it. The livestream chat was instantly overwhelmed with gifts. Gratitude was expressed for the magical tomes sent by Li Wi, Xiojnr, and W. Liang. After acknowledging the gifts, Ling Yun promptly initiated a matchmaking process. Time waits for no one. While waiting for a match, the previously live-streaming Xiaoping and Yodo approached. Did you break MLN's highest combat power? Xiaoping inquired with astonishment. Indeed. Ling Yun replied with a calm demeanor. as if it were the simplest matter. Let me check your MLN score. The Fat Emperor, a seasoned player with a high rating for GNGBN, was eager to see Ling Yun's score. Ling Yun opened the MLN score, 119 points. Upon seeing this score, the Fat Emperor was taken aback. What does a score approaching 120 signify? It implies that each match is a gold medal performance. Furthermore, maintaining an average score of 119 across matches is extraordinary. Xiaoping initially believed himself to be a seasoned player, only to discover that Ling Yun surpassed him in skill. Truly remarkable. From now on, you shall be known as Yan Huing. The previously elated comments celebrating MLN's new peak power were now captivated by this score. 119 points? Is that even achievable? With hundreds of matches, such a high score is almost robotic. My goodness, this score would take a lifetime to replicate. Ling Yun modestly remarked, it's not that remarkable. I have always been a master of MLN. I previously had an account with nearly 10,000 matches on MLN, but I sold it later. I started this new account, which I have been using since obtaining professional certification. This evening, my condition improved slightly, allowing me to surpass the highest battle prowess of MLN, though there's no need for excessive excitement. The comments read, is it a show of arrogance? A slight improvement in condition? A punch to Wi Liing? A kick to Zing Sh? One comment suggested that if Li Wi were involved, he would surely brag about it 3 years later. Perhaps the matchmaking system realized it could not target Lin effectively. Consequently, the next 2 matches were arranged as normal games for him. In these regular matches, Lin undoubtedly triumphed with ease. In the 14th match, his peak score reached 2,725 points, with a record of 1304 and an average ranking of 12th. In the 15th match, the peak score climbed to 2,734 points, with a record of 1403 and an average ranking of 20th. The goal of a 15-game winning streak in the peak matches was achieved. MLN's battle prowess soared to 26,990 points. The clock struck 11:30, with just half an hour remaining. Ding! The system detected that the host had completed today's tasks, rewarding him with a 10-point enhancement in overall skill awareness. Ding! The completion of a hidden task was acknowledged, as MLN's battle prowess broke new ground, granting an additional 10-point boost in combat awareness. A hidden task as well. Lyn's spirit soared, and he promptly accessed the attribute panel. Host, FNHOY profession, Ling Du Lny North top lane skill awareness, 120. Note, the average skill awareness for ordinary professional players is 90. For star players is 100, for top-tier players is 130, and for extraordinary top-tier players is 150. Jungle skill awareness, 90. Mid lane skill awareness, 80. Farm lane skill awareness, 90. Support skill awareness, 90. Host top-tier heroes, MLN, Guan Y, Shilu T, Kuing T, SNSH Ing Xiang. Backpack, 1 peak skill awareness experience card, valid for 1 match only. Having received the rewards, Lyn did not cease his pursuit of points, but continued his ascent. With a divine level skill awareness experience card in hand, he thought it unwise to delay its use. Before midnight, he played 2 more matches, both of which ended in victory. His peak score reached 2,752 points, a mere 8 points shy of first place. MLN's battle prowess also climbed to 27,500 points. Chapter 43, The Mightiest MLN. Trending. Upon completing the final match, the time struck midnight. The live stream attracted over 100,000 viewers. Lyn's debut performance captivated the audience with his unparalleled skill, drawing in countless spectators without any prior build-up. The gifts showered upon him were innumerable. After deducting the platform's share and various taxes, he pocketed around 10,000. Do not underestimate that sum. Given the revenue-sharing model on the HY platform, where even guilds take a cut, 10,000 is quite commendable for a professional player. Many streamers rely on advertising revenue rather than gifts. To achieve a net profit of 10,000 on the first day of streaming is indeed impressive. Should Lyn maintain his starting position, he could easily earn a minimum of 50,000 a month. This figure reflects the salary of current starters, and outstanding performances could elevate that amount significantly. FN's transfer was partly influenced by salary considerations. As the night's streaming session came to a close, he urged everyone to rest early. After finishing the peak matches, Lyn planned to end the broadcast. For tomorrow, he had training matches to prepare for, and maintaining optimal condition was imperative. The comments were uniformly filled with wishes for a good night. Lyn then closed the stream, exchanged greetings with the operations team, and returned to his accommodation. This was not the club's main venue but a temporary lodging arrangement, so they did not have the usual shared rooms. Instead, he had booked a room in a nearby hotel. The next day, he would be competing again. After logging off, NSY began editing Lyn's highlights from the evening. He was determined to work through the night. As LNYN's performance had been nothing short of spectacular, 2 deaths and a flawless victory rate propelled him to peak second place, breaking LN's highest battle prowess to reach 27,000 points. He struggled to determine how to edit the numerous exhilarating matches, yet he selected a few of the most captivating games for the highlights. Editing LNYN's videos was not limited to him alone. Many marketing accounts were also at work. Unbeknownst to LNYN, a multitude of individuals were beginning to compile videos of his gameplay. Upon entering his room, LNYN promptly collapsed onto the bed, lying flat in exhaustion. Professional players train rigorously every day, leading to neck strain. And LNYN was no exception. Thus, as soon as he returned to the hotel, he eagerly reclined on the large bed. He had not checked his personal phone throughout the day, using a dedicated device for streaming that kept his private messages separate. At this moment, his WeChat was filled with messages and friend requests from numerous individuals. Clearly, the live stream had yielded a favorable response, with many extending their congratulations, including family, friends, and his beloved T New York NGG. He pinned T New York N's message to the top of his WeChat. Congratulations. So many viewers on your debut. And you were so close to reaching peak first place. This message was sent just after midnight, indicating that as soon as he logged off, T New York N reached out to him. However, just moments ago, Ling Yun had no time to check his phone. Upon seeing the message, he immediately replied, "Haha. Why haven't you come to support me?" At that moment, Tian Yun was lying on her bed, eagerly awaiting a message from someone. Why hasn't he replied yet? Is it intentional? She began to spiral into her thoughts. Suddenly, the notification sound from WeChat rang out. Tian Yun immediately sat up, her bright eyes darting towards her phone. After noticing Ling Yun's response, she pouted. Is this how long it takes to reply? No way, I'll leave him hanging too. I will pretend I am not looking at my phone. 2 minutes later, she texted, did I not invite you to Hadaleo today? You are so greedy. Is there anything else you desire? Upon receiving the message, Ling Yun nearly replied, you. However, he refrained from sending it. Hey, that's different. You invited me to celebrate my debut, right? One thing at a time, they do not conflict. Tian Yun rolled her eyes, commenting, you truly do not know how to lose out at all. Being so handsome, yet so stingy. Ling Yun chuckled. I was just joking. I will treat you next time. Tian Yun raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in her beautiful eyes. Next time? When will that be? She would not be polite about it. Ling Yun intended to be courteous, but he did not expect her to respond this way. Now, it would be impossible not to treat her. Yet, this suited him perfectly. Would you like to come to the next match to cheer for me? Ling Yun suddenly inquired. Tian Yun, resting on her bed with a faint smile, swung her delicate white feet back and forth. If Ling Yun had seen this scene, his eyes would surely widen in astonishment. After all, Tian Yun possessed a striking, regal beauty, and her long legs were exceptionally attractive. The first, beautiful legs. This was no jest. Are you inviting me? Sort of. If I win the match, I will take you out for a meal. Then I shall reluctantly accept. Tian Yun agreed. For some reason, she felt extraordinarily happy. The two continued chatting for a while before Tian Yun decided to rest. Ling Yun took a shower. After drying off, he checked his friend requests. There were Lu Wei, Eldahua, Xiao Jiner, and several others, about a dozen streamers wanting to add him as a friend. They simply wished to get acquainted, considering that in high-level matches, one often encounters the same players. Those with skill would naturally have people adding them as friends, providing an additional ally for ranked matches. After confirming there were no issues, Ling Yun accepted all friend requests. Once his hair was dry, he went straight to bed, unaware that he would soon become a sensation the following day. The next day, Nong Siu edited a video throughout the night. He released nearly 10 videos, including a compilation of Ling Yun's kills from the previous night. The first video was titled, Professional Ling Yun collides with the peak first Xiaoqi and General Qianma, bringing El Dahua along. The second video was titled, Professional Ling Yun teams up with Xiao Jiner to cripple Dahua's credibility points. The third video was titled, Lu Wei is breached by Ling Yun, declaring he will gift Ling Yun a name change card. The fourth video was titled, Breaking the highest Mulan combat power online at 27,000, the number 1 player. The fifth video was titled, Ling Yun collides with the 4 great ceilings, achieving a pentakill, pushing within 15 minutes. The 10th video was titled, Challenge match with 15 consecutive victories. Ling Yun's highlight reel of nearly 200 kills in one night. Just after he posted the videos, they instantly went viral. Within an hour, the view count exceeded 100,000. Soon, it reached millions of views. Nong Siu, who initially planned to sleep, became restless upon seeing the data, completely shaken out of his previous drowsiness. Moreover, Ling Yun's videos were not just edited by him. Various marketing accounts were also promoting them. Consequently, a plethora of keywords surged to the trending topics. Phrases such as Genius Youth, 119 rated strongest Mulan, and the most handsome player, Wolf Team Ling Yun dominated the trending charts. Initially, Only players watching Ling Yun's matches were aware of him. However, last night's 15 consecutive victories were witnessed by hundreds of thousands of viewers. Coupled with the aggressive promotion by editing accounts, Ling Yun quickly ascended to today's trending topics. Chapter 44. Gifted Youth, likely the next big thing. The marketing accounts titles labeled him as a professional genius youth, undefeated in peak matches, with a 100 win rate surging to 2,752 points, and Wolf Team's newest strongest side lane. Various tags were affixed to Ling Yun. Another genius side lane from Wolf Team? The next one. In the Wolf Team Club, the management office. Wolf Team manager Fei Fei, note, not the same Fei Fei, was on a call with the manager. I will not let him go for now. Although I previously mentioned I would put him on the market, that has not happened yet. The Wolf Team manager was reconsidering. Originally, Ling Yun was to be put on the market at the end of the season. However, due to his impressive performance, the manager changed his mind. After selling Baisho, they now lacked a capable side lane. They had previously set their sights on Ling Yun, primarily due to his affordability and potential for growth. At that time, Ling Yun did not stand out particularly. He played adequately. Thus, the Wolf Team had considered selling him for profit. But now, things were different. Ling Yun not only exhibited a flawless record in matches with 0 deaths and a 100 win rate, but also surpassed the highest combat power of Hua Mulan, reaching the pinnacle's second place. The manager was quite helpless. Of course, when Fei Fei from Wolf Team stated they would not sell for the time being, it did not mean they would never sell. It was merely to observe future developments. What significance does reaching the pinnacle for a single night hold? If one does not perform well, they will still be cast aside. The realm of electronic sports is indeed ruthless. Wasn't Jiguang frequently at the zenith in the past? Yet, during competitions, they were still exposed to vulnerabilities. They simply cannot replace Inua. Although Inua's performance in the spring 2023 season was far from commendable, one might even label it as abysmal. Yet, why was Jiguang not replaced? The answer was revealed in the summer season. Upon Inua's return, he secured the runner-up position in the Challenger Cup and the championship in the World Crown. Thus, while peak matches may gauge a player's skill, they cannot truly assess a competitor's prowess. Highest has only reached the top 10, never the pinnacle. However, his experience, decisiveness, and accolades on the professional stage remain unparalleled. The manager may desire Ling Yun, but there is little that can be done, especially considering Ling Yun's recent surge in popularity. Fine, if they change their mind. I will be the first to contact them. It seems to be a rather frugal club. If Ling Yun proves his worth, they might not afford the price later. Moreover, should he establish his value, the Wolf Team will certainly not part with him. After Fei Fei of the Wolf Team hung up the phone, she fell into contemplation. She had specifically mentioned that Ling Yun possesses remarkable talent for the arena, particularly in high-stakes situations. He could very well be the next great one. Of course, such a statement carries an element of exaggeration. The honors achieved by the likes of Bagua Qi are not so easily surpassed. He stands as the highest peak. Nevertheless, this clearly piqued Fei Fei's interest. At the very least, she currently has no intention of placing him on the market. Upon awakening, Ling Yun discovered that he had become a sensation on Douhai. As soon as he opened the platform, he heard the announcement. The prodigious youth of the Wolf Team, Ling Yun, was unstoppable in last night's peak match. He was taken aback. The most talked about moment was when he surpassed the highest combat power of Hua Mulan, colliding with the 4 great pinnacles. Netizens declared it the epitome of individual heroism, turning the tide of the match with a quintuple kill. With astute strategic command, he secured victory in under 15 minutes, achieving the highest combat power for Mulan across the internet. He encountered numerous comments, some praising him and others criticizing him. However, the accolades undoubtedly outweighed the disparagement. Ling Yun furrowed his brow. Despite his newfound fame, he felt no overwhelming excitement. He still had to travel today, heading to the home ground. After freshening up, Ling Yun and his team arrived early at the venue, renting a hotel nearby and commencing their training. Due to their daytime travels, they only trained in the evening, not for long. By 10 o'clock, they returned to the hotel, where Ling Yun intended to start a live broadcast. The staff assisted him in setting up the streaming equipment. A notification chimed. The host has not checked in today. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Another notification followed. Today's task: reach the pinnacle first. All lane mechanics and awareness increased by 10. Unlocking a hidden task will also grant a Pinnacle Inua experience card, limited to 1 match. An increase of 10 in all lane mechanics? This reward is already quite substantial. Simply improving the solo lane would not suffice. If he could achieve top-tier mechanics in other positions as well, it would greatly benefit his solo lane. A hidden task, and a Pinnacle Inua experience card. However, he doesn't play marksman, does he? Still, one should never refuse a gift. Although he was unsure of the hidden task, perhaps he would inadvertently complete it while playing, just as he did last night. It would be best to secure the best outcome, but if not, it was no matter. For he was not a professional marksman. As soon as he began streaming, the room filled with viewers, even doubling the numbers from the previous day. Within 10 minutes, 20,000 viewers had joined. This is the advantage of short videos. The VIP section surged to over 5,000 people. Nong Siu had just awakened, with the combined views of his videos surpassing 100 million. Each video averaged 10 million views. His follower count increased by several tens of thousands and continued to rise. After 2 years of creating videos, he had only accumulated a few tens of thousands of followers. Yet, in just 2 days of producing Ling Yun's content, he matched the growth he had achieved in 2 years. What an astonishing concept. Moreover, he had plans for mid-length videos. With everything combined, his earnings would surely exceed 10,000. Thus, as soon as Ling Yun began streaming, he hastily entered the room. He immediately activated a 6-month subscription called Ling Yun Go, My Deity. Thanks to Ling Yun Go, My Deity, for supporting the stream. At this moment, Ling Yun's super topic attracted numerous visitors. However, he typically does not check Weibo and is not well versed in super topics. The barrage of comments inquired about what was happening tonight. Why are you streaming so late? I thought you wouldn't be live. You must work overtime for 2 hours. Hurry and start the peak match. I want to see you dominate. Ling Yun explained, sorry. The training match just concluded, and I rushed here to stream for everyone. After his explanation, the viewers forgave him, and he quickly initiated the first peak match of the night. Last night, he was only 8 points away from the pinnacle, but now he was 12 points behind. He needed at least 2 consecutive victories to secure a win. Otherwise, he would collide with the first-ranked player, directly losing points. Regardless, Ling Yun felt undaunted. Tonight, he was determined to claim the pinnacle. Without further ado, brothers, let us charge for points. Ling Yun swiftly clicked to match. Due to his higher score, the matchmaking took a bit longer, approximately 7 to 8 minutes before entering the game. Our team banned heroes. The opposing team banned heroes. Upon entering the game, Ling Yun found himself on the blue side's second floor. As soon as he arrived, he heard a familiar voice. Chapter 45, Striking the Pinnacle First. The Ganzhou couple loves and fights. With a score of 2,500, the low scorers should be filling roles. The voice from the third floor resembled that of an old acquaintance. Lu Wei, how did I get matched with you? Ling Yun remarked with a hint of disdain. Is it so bad to be matched with me? I can carry you, Lu Wei replied, unabashedly maintaining his habit of boasting in high-tier matches. However, he did not immediately recognize Ling Yun's voice, having only conversed with him once before and not recalling his tone. Listen, you shouldn't always belittle Lu Wei. Your score might not even be higher than his, you know? Lu Wei continued his shameless banter. 2,500. Don't steal my jungle. Is that you, Lu Wei? Are you going to play jungle? But I can't play anything else. How about you fill the marksman role? Lu Wei asked. What is your score? I'm at 2006. Upon hearing the first floor's score, Lu Wei's expression changed instantly. I'll let you have jungle. I'll play marksman. At that moment, Ling Yun pre-selected Hua Mulan. Are you going to play Hua Mulan on the second floor? Lu Wei glanced and saw that the fourth floor also specialized in the fighter role. The fourth floor also plays fighters. What is their score? The fourth floor responded. 2,610 points. Lu Wei's demeanor shifted again. Second floor, I command you to give jungle to the fourth floor big brother, with 2 high scores. There should be a low score on the team, either the second or the fifth floor. You two just fill the roles. I have 2,752 points. Ranked second in the pinnacle, and my record is verifiable. Ling Yun chuckled and replied. You have 2,752 points? Do you think you're Ling Yun? Wait. That voice sounds somewhat familiar. Lu Wei suddenly sensed something was amiss. He quickly glanced at the barrage. Oh my, it really is Ling Yun. My big brother has arrived. Fourth floor, I command you to give the fighter role to the second floor. The second floor is my father. Being matched with Ling Yun as a teammate was undeniably delightful. This match was surely secured. Lu Wei's initial thought was this. Ling Yun smiled, teasingly saying, so Lu Wei must be the lowest scorer, right? Lu Wei awkwardly smiled and boldly stated, although I might be the lowest scorer, I am certainly not the weakest. My marksman skills are reputable, with an 80 win rate on the national server with Sun Shangxiang. 2,000 combat power. The fourth floor responded, Lu Wei, it's already 34. You should wake up. Laughter erupted from the others. Lu Wei was at least happy at the beginning of the match. Why was he happy at the beginning? Because if they were behind, he would feel pressured. Meanwhile, on the red side, Wei Liang's live stream was filled with barrage comments. I crashed into the bull's tail. Your husband is on the other side. The young lady crashed into the young master. The Ganzhou couple is not just talk. Once a collision occurs, it is bound to create an entertaining spectacle. Is that Lu Wei on the other side? This game will surely be a point feast. Wei Liang's spirits instantly lifted upon hearing Lu Wei was on the opposing team. However, his smile quickly faded. Wait, there is also a Ling Yun on the other side? How are we supposed to play? Wei Liang's smile froze. Initially, upon learning through the barrage that he had crashed into Lu Wei, he thought victory was assured. But with Ling Yun, it became uncertain. After all, the pressure Ling Yun exerted the previous night was palpable. Even for someone who has been ranked first for 4 consecutive seasons. Lu Wei, Clearly a low-scorer matched with a high scorer. Left Wei Liang feeling somewhat envious of Lu Wei's teammate, yet he still believed there was hope to win. As long as they could exploit Lu Wei's weaknesses, he would likely throw the game within 10 minutes. The fifth floor is the big brother. The fifth floor is the limit breaker. The fifth floor can surpass the limits. Note, I can surpass the limits. Substitute for Xuan Ran substitute. I can surpass the limits. Xuan versus what is being suppressed. Wu Huan. Both are regulars in high-tier pinnacle matches, exerting maximum pressure in the lanes. Wu Huan often trains streamers in pinnacle matches, having previously trained the former Mulan benchmark, Jerry. The fifth floor is Xuan. Upon learning of the identity of the fifth floor, Wei Liang felt considerably relieved. If it were this man, he should be able to contend evenly with Ling Yun, right? Is that you, Wei Liang? It seems our teammates for this match are decent. Once Xuan realized his teammate was Wei Liang, he felt this match was nearly guaranteed. Can you compete against Ling Yun? Wei Liang inquired. Rest assured, I have never backed down from anyone in lane. I will definitely help you secure this match, and the side lane will surely gain an advantage. Xuan exuded confidence. What player of their age lacks confidence? A player without confidence can never unleash their full potential. Xuan, a rising star in the side lane, and Ling Yun, also a new generation player, clashing drew many spectators. Just a few days ago, Ling Yun had recently trained Xuan Ran. Xuan was Xuan Ran's substitute and had personally nurtured him. Meanwhile, Ling Yun emerged suddenly in the Wolf team, showcasing his talents. The Wolf team previously acquired Ling Yun alongside purchasing Xiao Pang for 100,000. At this moment, the third floor announced the significant achievement of Genghis Khan. Wei Liang frowned. Brother, the Wolf dog isn't that reliable. Frankly, this hero is too weak in the current version. What significance does the national server hold? The version remains inadequate. The comments read, Lango is Lin Guai Guai. To which Wei Liang responds, is it Lin Guai Guai? Then it's all good. You may proceed. Upon hearing the comments attributing the identity to Lin Guai Guai, Wei Liang's expression shifts instantly. The comments continue. Truly, the Ganzhou couple. Their expressions change as swiftly as ever. Another comment chimes in. I ship this pair. Lin Guai Guai, a deity from ancient times. In the prime of ancient peak competitions, a single Lang Go jungle dominated against numerous elite players. Alas, he has since fallen from grace. Nonetheless, he remains the most formidable expert of Lang Go. Ling Yun has also learned of the impending clash. Facing Xuan, the pressure is undeniably substantial. Ling Yun remains modest. For although he no longer possesses divine awareness and technique, his prowess with Hua Mulan is still that of a top-tier player. Yet, he remains uncertain if Xuan can match him evenly. Only through trial can the truth be revealed. Facing skilled adversaries always ignites Ling Yun's fervor. The blue team bans Wang Zhaojun, Daji, and Shi Shi. The red team counters by banning Ao Yin, Lu Bandashir, and Zhang Fei. The lineups are quickly finalized. On the blue side, top lane, Hua Mulan, Flash, by Da Guobiao Ling Yun. Jungle, Lan Ling Wang, Punishment, by Da Guobiao. Mid lane, Hai Yu Flash, by Xiao Guobiao. ADC, Gong Sun Li, Berserk, by Hong Se, Shu Lian Lu Wei. Support, Tai Zhun Run, Flash, by Da Guobiao. On the red side, top lane, Yilian, Flash, by Da Guobiao Xuan. Jungle, Dong Fong Jing, Punishment, by Da Guobiao Wei Liang. Mid lane, Yixing, Flash, by Da Guobiao. ADC, Cheng Ji Si Han, Flash, by Da Guobiao Lin Guai Guai. Support, Duo Liya, Heal, by Xiao Guobiao. The lineups are thus established. The opposing team did not target Hua Mulan in their bans, and Ling Yun will not ban Dong Fong Jing either. Such a matchup requires both sides to showcase their signature heroes. That is the essence of the game Ling Yun desires. Both teams are poised to unleash their utmost capabilities. The enemy shall arrive on the battlefield in 5 seconds. All troops advance. Chapter 46. Can Xuan dominate Ling Yun from level 1? Upon entering the game, Lan Ling Wang inquires, would you like me to assist you in the lane? Ling Yun promptly declines. No need. Just farm normally this match. Aiding in the lane might disrupt your rhythm. Even with perfect execution, Hua Mulan struggles against Yilian early on, which is why Lan Ling Wang offered his help to gain an advantage. After all, nurturing the primary carry is essential for victory. If the primary carry falters, the match is likely lost. One cannot rely solely on Lu Wei, can they? Thus, this match begins with a standard opening. Ling Yun maneuvers Hua Mulan to the top lane. The blue side's top lane is positioned there. As the minion waves converge, Ling Yun opts to learn his second skill. Previously, he would have chosen the first skill to silence and control. However, every hero has a unique approach. In the case of a hero like Yilian, he would not employ the first skill for control, as it would lead to significant losses. At the moment Ling Yun unleashes his second skill, Yilian promptly learns his own second skill, charging in to harass Hua Mulan. Ling Yun is taken aback. This Yilian is indeed unconventional. He quickly retreats back to the tower, fortunately only suffering minimal damage. Early on, Yun's basic attack damage is not particularly high. Without the first skill, he cannot inflict substantial harm. Moreover, due to Yun's advance using his second skill, he inadvertently takes a hit from Ling Yun's second skill, resulting in both players losing a segment of health, an inconsequential exchange. Shortly thereafter, as Ling Yun's second skill cools down, he intends to throw a shuriken forward. The moment he leaves the tower, Xuan Ran immediately lunges forward to continue harassing. He shows no intention of allowing Ling Yun to farm. Ling Yun endures the damage to cast his second skill, eliminating the frontline minions, and then promptly retreats. Yet, Yan relentlessly pursues. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan quickly finds herself reduced to half health. Due to the lack of lane control, the river crab must be sacrificed. This is the first time viewers in the live stream witness Ling Yun struggling in a peak match. Although the hero matchup is unfavorable, it leaves the audience in awe. Today, Ling Yun has indeed faced pressure at level 1. He has always been unyielding against opponents at this stage. He has rarely missed the river crab. Yet today he has made an error. This evening is indeed peculiar. It is rare to see Ling Yun under pressure. Could it be that Ling Yun has found his nemesis? Although Ling Yun faced pressure at level 1 for a brief moment, no one mocked him. Those who had previously taunted him have been proven wrong. Many are still owed a historical account. Ling Yun's struggles are quite normal. It is not due to his technique, but rather the hero matchup. Moreover, Xuan's unconventional approach, opting for his second skill, caught Ling Yun off guard. Nonetheless, the absence of the river crab is not a significant loss. Ling Yun can compensate with red armor, and the economic gap between both sides remains negligible. As long as there is no widening of the disparity, it is a gain for him. Soon, the clock strikes 1 minute and 30 seconds. Lan Ling Wang starts with red, while Jing commences with blue. Both junglers arrive at the top lane, lying in wait. The minion wave is pressed against Ling Yun's tower. This wave marks a crucial moment, as both top laners striving to reach level 4 will seize the initiative. At 1 minute and 30 seconds. This is a pivotal rhythm point for the top lane. Will they manage to secure level 4? At this moment, Ling was cloaked in invisibility, constantly intimidating Li In and Jing, preventing them from advancing to clear the minion waves. Ling suddenly remarked, "Do not contest. Li In will secure level 4 this wave, so just give him a complete set of skills and retreat." The minion wave was stymied at the tower, necessitating that Li In clear the minions before the tower. Li In inquired, "Do you wish to contest level 4? I can assist you in dealing damage." Without hesitation, In replied, "Come on, let us contest. Once we reach level 4, they cannot withstand us." After Li In attained level 4, even with diminished health, he could utilize his ultimate to escape. Thus, during this wave, In chose to seize the lane. With only 2 minions remaining, Li In advanced with his second skill, followed by the first skill, aiming to obliterate the minion wave. Li Jing sought to assist Li In swiftly reaching level 4. Suddenly, Ling revealed himself, executing a basic 213 combo, launching his ultimate towards the tower to maximize damage. The moment Ling emerged, Hu swiftly utilized her second skill followed by the first skill, landing a silence. The two acted in perfect synchrony, as if they were one. It was merely Ling's quick reflexes that created the illusion of simultaneous action. Li In, initially at level 3 with half health, was left severely weakened by Ling's assault, dwindling to less than 1/3 of his health. Suddenly, Ling unleashed a silence. Catching Hshin off guard, he contemplated using his flash but hesitated, as the minion wave was just shy of a sliver of health. Reluctant to use his flash, knowing that Ling would likely follow suit, he faltered for a mere second, allowing Ling to silence him completely, offering no opportunity for a flash escape. The instant claimed Li In's life, she immediately used her flash. Li anticipated Ling's flash and unleashed his ultimate behind him. Hu RGCHing. However, the moment Li activated his ultimate, he was taken aback, for Ling had not flashed backward. Instead, he flashed directly to the backline minions to clear them. Indeed, Li had predicted Ling's movement. Yet Ling equally anticipated Li's prediction. This exemplifies the intricate dance of skill between masters. Ling instantly vanished into invisibility once more, while Lin cleared the minion wave, attaining level 4. At this juncture, Jing found himself in a precarious position. Without the platform for his flying thunder god, he was vulnerable to tower damage. He had not anticipated that this Lin would foresee his every move. By heavens, W.E. Li Ying, it's a disaster. It's becoming difficult to escape. Lamented HSHN. Just then, L Ing W Ing struck, employing a second skill followed by the first to diminish J Ing's state. Do not rush. L Ing N interjected. He refrained from entering J Ing's ultimate range, opting for caution and awaiting its expiration. Unexpectedly, L Ing W Ing charged in. As the apex of J Ing, W.E. Li Ying naturally seized this opportunity, relentlessly changing positions to inflict damage upon L Ing W Ing. L Ing W Ing soon realized his skills could not touch W.E. Li Ying's J Ing. Damn, this J Ing is extraordinary, he exclaimed. L Ing W Ing, already at 2/3 health, found himself rapidly depleted by J Ing's onslaught. Come this way, L Ing directed. L Ing W Ing promptly complied, just as J Ing repositioned to secure the kill on L Ing W Ing. L Ing launched her second skill, hurling a shuriken that pushed J Ing away from claiming L Ing W Ing. This rapid transition into her heavy sword's second skill allowed L Ing W Ing to narrowly escape. L Ing W Ing's health bar was at a critical low. Had there been a minion present, he might well have been slain by it. W.E. Li Ying had yet to acquire any defensive footwear, hence suffering considerable damage from L's relentless strikes, losing a third of his health. Just as W.E. Li Ying sought to reposition himself, his mirror world shattered. His ultimate had concluded. L Ing had accurately timed the duration of W.E. Li Ying's ultimate, down to the exact second. At this moment, W.E. Li Ying had no skills remaining, entering a vacuum period. Meanwhile, L Ing still possessed her heavy sword's first skill, having just retrieved the shuriken with her heavy sword. With her second skill halved, L Ing promptly charged the heavy sword, unleashing a third of its energy, followed by the second segment of her first skill. The two segments of damage swiftly reduced W.E. Li Ying to less than 1/3 health. W.E. Li Ying's first skill became available again, while LN retained half her health. With the enemy tower looming behind him, escape was impossible. A final gamble. W.E. Li Ying suddenly turned back, seeking to utilize his first skill in conjunction with his smite for maximum damage output. Yet, while his intentions were noble, reality proved harsh. Just as W.E. Li Ying's J Ing aimed to strike with his first skill, L Ing's heavy sword's second skill was already off cooldown. The heavy sword's second skill propelled J Ing back towards the tower, achieving a double kill. In this encounter, L Ing once again seized the advantage in the 2 versus 2 skirmish. The barrage of comments erupted. L Ing suppressed? Apologies. It's simply not yet his time. Haha, I can break limits, yet I was confined by L Ing. It seems neither side can suppress L Ing. Every time L Ing begins, he must claim first blood. He is truly a seasoned player. Anyone who faces him must prepare for a harsh lesson. In the realm of the game, the illustrious figure of Ishuadadi Ling Yun stands in contrast to the genuine Ishuadadi El Dahua. Lu Wei exuberantly exclaims, impressive, truly impressive. As expected of Ishuadadi, Ling Yun is destined to secure first blood. The world's most formidable Hua Mulan, clad in a delicate veil, contemplates the prospect of claiming the coveted first blood, a sly grin betraying his anticipation. Ling Yun, with a cough, modestly interjects, let us remain humble, it is merely luck. And Lu Wei, do take care not to drool on your phone. Lu Wei, overwhelmed with excitement, nearly spills his enthusiasm. It is indeed Ling Yun who offers this timely reminder, averting potential mishaps, such as the prowess of the Ganzhou Viper. Ling Yun then embarks on a quest for gold, aware that Hua Mulan's current strategy hinges upon economic advantage. Yu, cognizant of who the significant player is on their side, willingly concedes some resources. Yu maneuvers into the opposing red zone. At 2 minutes and 20 seconds, Ling Yun has just returned from mid lane, having summoned Yu for assistance. With no flash available, and Xuan's alien having previously refrained from using his flash, Ling Yun recognizes the precariousness of the situation and opts to invite the mid laner. He accurately predicts Alien's forthcoming actions, and, as anticipated, Alien leaps from the brush as Ling Yun approaches the dragon pit. In an instant, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan switches to her heavy sword, utilizing her second skill to push Alien back. With only half health remaining and lacking a flash, the prospects of a solo kill seem assured. Alien, undeterred, withstands a few hits from Hua Mulan's second skill before retaliating with his first skill, inflicting a quarter of her health and damage. At this critical juncture, Yu arrives, executing a first skill followed by a second and ultimate, aiming to ensnare Alien in a realm of illusion. Xuan, however, reacts with remarkable speed, employing a second flash to retreat. Half of his health is lost in the exchange. Xuan exclaims, what the heck? Call for help. This is not honorable. Ling Yun, undeterred by such sentiments, focuses solely on forcing Xuan's flash, for without it, the lane would be a significant disadvantage. Returning to the tower, Ling Yun consumes a health pack to restore his vitality. At 2 minutes and 35 seconds, Hua Mulan arrives at the junction of the minion waves, where Alien also appears. The two engage in a synchronized assault. Upon sighting Alien, Hua Mulan promptly unleashes her light sword's first skill on a minion, triggering the second strike. As her second skill's darts inflict a slow and mark, she uses the first skill's second activation to close the distance. Alien follows suit, landing a few hits before activating his first skill. In a fleeting moment, as Alien casts his first skill, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan silences him. Achieving this in under 0.3 of a second, Xuan is taken aback by Ling Yun's swift hands and impeccable timing. Though astonished, he persists with his frantic maneuvers. Following the silence, Alien is left with half health, mirroring Hua Mulan's condition, both players now at parity. Ling Yun decisively employs his heavy sword's second skill to control and weaken Alien. Xuan, quick to respond, activates his ultimate just as he is pushed, placing Alien in an untargetable state above Hua Mulan. As Ling Yun's second skill concludes, he swiftly activates the first skill of the heavy sword to mitigate damage. Alien, upon striking, finds himself shielded, though his health appears favorable. Alien attempts to evade Hua Mulan's first skill by retreating behind her. Yet, as a top-tier player, Ling Yun anticipates Alien's intentions. The instant Alien casts his second skill, Ling Yun retaliates with the first skill of the heavy sword. Immediately following, he charges the second strike. Realizing evasion is futile, Xuan begins to trade blows with Ling Yun, executing for consecutive hits culminating in his first skill. Utilizing the invulnerability from his first skill, Ling Yun evades the initial knockup and retaliates with a powerful heavy sword strike, inflicting substantial damage and reducing Alien to 2 bars of health. Hua Mulan, similarly, endures the impact. "You possess finesse, but I must apologize, for I surpass you," Ling Yun declares. The moment his first skill connects with Alien, victory is sealed. Hua Mulan's ultimate is swift. Ling Yun seamlessly transitions to the light sword, hurling his second skill, and with lightning speed, silences Alien, eliminating him with a single blow, a genuine solo kill. Both players were without flashes, engaging at half health, yet Ling Yun's Hua Mulan, despite being countered by Alien, triumphs through sheer confidence in his abilities. Ling Yun had indeed gambled. For had his reflexes faltered even slightly, the first strike of the heavy sword would have missed, leaving him vulnerable to Alien's retaliation. Yet, fortune favored him. His reactions eclipsed those of Xuan. Such is the prowess of the highest-performing Hua Mulan in the realm, undoubtedly the pinnacle of Mulan players. His confidence in his techniques shines through, even in the absence of systematic advantages or extraordinary awareness. His mastery of Hua Mulan has always been unparalleled. Lu Wei, engaged in a duel with Lang Go in the top lane, grins widely upon hearing the news of the solo kill from the bottom lane, his smile nearly stretching to his ears. Meanwhile, he remains undaunted against Lin Guai in their confrontation. Certainly, the primary concern lies with the hero issue. The gradient of the hero Lang Go cannot possibly be compared to that of Gong Sun Li. They are simply not of the same caliber. Lang Go is only viable in the late game, and whether one can endure to reach that stage remains a question. In ancient times, Lang Go was formidable, however. In the present day, he can be deemed exceedingly weak, even less frequently selected than AI Lin. One might mistakenly believe that the village chief of Wu Pai Cun has been eliminated. We now reside in the era of the Santi Ren. Times have changed. If it were not Lin Guai playing Lang Go, Wei Liang would certainly not allow him to select this hero. Xuan, I underestimated him. This fellow possesses some skill. He has been a bit careless this round and is facing some adversity. Let us remain calm and develop. Wei Liang felt a tinge of helplessness. He had yet to set the rhythm of the game. Xuan was unexpectedly taken down by Ling Yun once more, casting a shadow over him. If even Xuan could be vanquished by Ling Yun, one can only imagine the pressure faced by others in their lanes against him. Wei Liang adjusted his mindset, reminding himself not to rush, as it was still under 10 minutes. He would wait for Lu Wei to lose some points. Suddenly Lu Wei, who was in the midst of his lane, sneezed. Who is maligning me? Chapter 48. Ling Yun. The streamer hasn't gone live. He merely forgot to turn it off. The barrage in Ling Yun's live stream has erupted with praise, filled with 666. Absolutely astounding. The details are exquisite. The streamer is too meticulous. It stinks. Streamer, don't be too meticulous. It may hinder your chances of finding a girlfriend. Is it skill that surpasses the rest? Or is it merely a foul's prowess? 666. Is this truly the clash of top-tier side lanes? It is utterly exhilarating. Their initial confrontation culminated in Ling Yun securing a solo kill. It can be said that both players exhibited an abundance of finesse, but Ling Yun's was decidedly superior. When it comes to finesse, Ling Yun has yet to concede to anyone. Of course, in other aspects, he would undoubtedly not be so refined. Another opening with 3 kills and 0 deaths. Ling Yun's economy this match places him at the forefront. The barrage reads, has anyone noticed that the streamer has never died twice or more? It seems so. Throughout this lengthy stream, I have not witnessed the streamer perish more than once. Could it be that the streamer is an immortal war god? With such comments creating a buzz, many viewers began to realize that since his debut, Ling Yun has never had a death count exceeding 2 in any match. Such prowess can only be deemed terrifying. The audience in the live stream is rapidly increasing, reaching 7,000 in the VIP section. Eldehua's stream barely boasts around 10,000 VIPs. Remarkably, on just the second day of his broadcast, Ling Yun's popularity is rivaling that of the renowned Eldehua. If Kwang Mo Gu were to resurrect, he would undoubtedly draw an immense amount of traffic. Alas, Kwang Mo Gu has yet to return, merely left to watch as this wave of attention gravitates towards Ling Yun. With so many viewers in the live stream, notably today as topic trending, numerous marketing accounts have edited his gameplay. Of course, this is inextricably linked to his formidable abilities. There is no need to rush. He has gained an advantage. First securing the dragon, and then gradually encroaching upon the enemy's jungle. Ling Yun did not grow complacent despite the favorable winds. Instead, he began to direct his team earnestly. As time reached 3.5 minutes, he called out to claim vision in the middle left area. After clearing the top lane minions, Ling Yun, alongside Lan Ling Wang, headed towards the mid lane, while Haiyu also advanced towards the middle left vision. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan displayed a remarkable detail. He did not follow Lan Ling Wang into invisibility, but maintained a distance suitable for a flash. As Lan Ling Wang approached the brush, his passive activated. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan suddenly cast her second skill into the brush, then executed a flash to strike. Indeed, he boldly initiated an attack without regard for the number of foes within. Haiyu, what is happening? Keep up, Ling Yun exclaimed. The moment he flashed in, the vision in the brush was revealed, exposing Yixing and Jing. Wei Liang, what is going on? Lan Ling Wang reacted swiftly, immediately chaining his skills in a combo. Hua Mulan's silence followed suit with Lan Ling Wang's combo, leaving Wei Liang's Jing severely wounded, forcing her to unleash her ultimate. Simultaneously, Yixing also responded, quickly using a skill to target Lan Ling Wang and Hua Mulan. Yet, Ling Yun had already switched to his heavy sword's second skill, entering a state of invulnerability. Yixing attempted to use his ultimate to ensnare both, but Haiyu had already activated her ultimate, drawing Yixing into her domain. Wei Liang found himself isolated and vulnerable. He had not anticipated Ling Yun's audacity. What if there had been 4 individuals in the brush? Wouldn't that have been a futile endeavor? Unexpectedly, he boldly flashed in to silence them. This evoked memories of the previous day when 4 top-tier players could be found in any brush he approached. Such suffocating pressure. Once again, he felt the overwhelming presence of the undying war god, Ling Yun. Wei Liang attempted to leverage his skills to evade and heal, hoping to survive through top-tier maneuvers. However, ideals often clash with the harshness of reality. Ling Yun granted him no such opportunity. Hua Mulan's heavy sword first skill preemptively predicted Jing's repositioning. With the release of Hua Mulan's heavy sword first skill, Wei Liang was tragically defeated. Wei Liang, disheartened, gazed at the notifications on his phone, slumping in his chair. Hua Mulan's record now stands at 4 kills and 0 deaths. After defeating Jing, Hua Mulan and Lan Ling Wang awaited Haiyu's emergence from the illusion. Within the illusion, Haiyu consistently utilized her second and first skills to wear down Yixing. However, due to Yixing's passive ability, Ming Dao, she was unable to secure a kill. Nonetheless, she managed to trigger his passive. As Yixing exited the illusion, the 2 formidable figures outside had been waiting patiently. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan had already charged her heavy sword's first skill in its second phase. The moment Yixing emerged, he was swiftly taken down by Hua Mulan's heavy sword, marking a double kill. In less than 4 minutes, Hua Mulan's kill count soared to 5, leaving her opponents in awe of her prowess. At this point, Ling Yun's economic advantage was unparalleled, leading the entire match by over 1,000 gold. What does this imply? The match had only just reached the 4-minute mark, yet she had already established such a significant economic lead. This clearly demonstrated that in both lane presence and rhythm, Ling Yun outperformed Hu Shun. Few can claim to have an economic advantage over Hu Shun in high-stakes matches, and even fewer can boast such a substantial lead. This feat earned Ling Yun considerable admiration for her skill and awareness. As the saying goes, truly formidable. Even Hu Shun could not stifle Ling Yun's development. The audience was filled with questions, their comments flooding the screen. Streamer, just end this. It's rather dull. If it isn't closed, it isn't opened. Is the volume turned up? Is it the same as Xing Zhu? Wei Liang has slipped up, didn't you hear? Of course, these were all in jest. No one truly believes professional players cheat. After all, This is a competition-specific device, and the likelihood of a professional player streaming while using cheats is practically nil. The humor stemmed from the sheer brilliance of Ling Yun's awareness, making her performance seem nearly flawless. Ling Yun glanced at the barrage of comments and remarked, "The streamer hasn't cheated. They simply forgot to turn it off." Lu Wei added playfully, "Ling Yun, send me that software later. I will absolutely crush Wei Liang." Ling Yun raised an eyebrow, asking, "Do you need wall hacks to defeat Wei Liang?" Lu Wei retorted defiantly, "How could that be? I Han Tian Di. Fear a mere Wei Liang? Are you joking? Do you know I dominated the peak rankings at 18? Once again, Lu Wei regaled everyone with tales from his past. And Ling Yun, weary of his boasting, chose to block him. The comments read, "Niu Wei can't compare to 18. Niu Wei's fans must be feeling embarrassed. Being a fan of Ling Yun is the best. She's attractive, skilled at the game, and humorous." Ling Yun remained focused on the match. After clearing the mid lane, she promptly returned to the opposing lane. By this time, 4 minutes had elapsed, just in time to teleport down. Hu Shun's Yilian had just left the tower. Ling Yun immediately commanded Hua Mulan to launch her second skill, the Flying Dagger. After clearing that wave of minions, Ling Yun had crafted the Shadow Sword. Indeed, leveraging her early 5 kills, she had forged the Shadow Sword. Yilian was grazed by Hua Mulan's dagger and lost a significant portion of health. Hu Shun was left in disbelief. What kind of damage is this? He quickly checked the economic panel, only to find that Ling Yun had achieved the Shadow Sword. Observing the 1,000 gold disparity between them, Hu Shun's jaw dropped in astonishment, internally lamenting, "What the hell am I supposed to do now?" Chapter 49. Hu Shun was partially correct in his assumptions. The immense economic pressure from the early game had drained the color from Hu Shun's face. He could only silently retreat towards the tower, while Ling Yun was free to teleport at will. After establishing economic dominance, Ling Yun played like a relentless demon, meticulously controlling the pace of the game. Should anyone dare to emerge, she was ready to strike. Her striking appearance belied her ferocity. She was fierce in her gameplay, creating a stark contrast. Ling Yun understood that if she did not exert pressure on her opponents, they would inevitably retaliate. Once she gained the upper hand, she afforded her adversaries no opportunity to catch their breath. It was clear that Hu Shun's morale had significantly waned, having been killed by Ling Yun twice. A flicker of trepidation crept into his heart, although he remained unaware of it. After dispatching Yilian, Ling Yun promptly made her way to the teleportation point, sending her to the mid lane. At that moment, aside from Yilian, the remaining 9 players converged at the position of the little tyrant. Only after clearing the minion wave did Yilian teleport to the central tower. None of the 9 attempted to engage the dragon. Instead, they constantly maneuvered and repositioned. Lan Ling Wang utilized his invisibility to threaten with exclamation marks, while Wei Liang hesitated to initiate a dragon attack. Just as Lan Ling Wang exerted his intimidation, the vision was suddenly revealed. This was due to Cheng Jiasai's first skill. Lin Guai Guai, using the exclamation mark, predicted Lan Ling Wang's direction and illuminated him with a first skill. Ling Yun's teammates were also granted vision by Lin Guai Guai's skill. Once Lan Ling Wang's vision was compromised, Wei Liang seized the opportunity to strike. He charged in with his first skill, instantly reducing Lan Ling Wang to half health. Lan Ling Wang's invisibility vanished in an instant, and he hurriedly activated his ultimate to retreat. However, Wei Liang's Jing offered no respite, locking him in place with her ultimate. She then refreshed her second skill and followed up with her first, resulting in a lethal strike. Tai Xuan Ran arrived tardily. Unfortunately, the range of his ultimate was insufficient, allowing Lan Ling Wang to be eliminated by Wei Liang's Jing. In high-stakes matches, a single misstep can drastically alter the dynamics of the game. With Lan Ling Wang gone, Ling Yun faced a new challenge. The situation swiftly transformed into a 4 versus 5 confrontation. At this juncture, Yilian arrived on the scene. Wei Liang immediately withdrew to unleash his ultimate, seeking refuge behind. Without his ultimate, Jing struggled to establish rhythm. Subsequently, Doria approached Jing's side and activated her ultimate, refreshing Jing's ability to fight. This revitalized Wei Liang's Jing, allowing him to initiate a dragon attempt. Lu Wei exclaimed, "Lan Ling Wang, don't falter. You might as well eliminate the wolf dog instead. Its flash is on cooldown for another 20 seconds. After witnessing Lan Ling Wang's unfortunate misstep, Lu Wei felt the pressure mounting. We can't secure this fight. Perhaps we should concede the dragon? Upon voicing his thoughts, he contemplated relinquishing the dragon. At this moment, Ling Yun concealed himself in the redback bush. The direction of the wolf dog's first skill failed to reveal him. We can still fight. We must not give up this dragon. Ling Yun was determined to seize the dragon. Having amassed a significant economic advantage, especially given the current timing where the wolf dog had yet to fully develop. Follow my lead. Tai, push out. Haiwe, prepare to pull Jing in. Just then, the wolf dog unleashed a first skill towards the lower lane, revealing Gongsun Li, Tai, and Haiwe hidden in the river grass. Lin Guai, fully aware of the wolf dog's pivotal role in team battles, typed a reminder in the team chat, cautioning that Hua Mulan's vision had not been detected, urging vigilance against a potential flank. Xuan remarked, Hua Mulan is certainly lurking in the red back. Just keep an eye out. Xuan was partially correct. However, he only grasped part of the situation. His alien had arrived at the forefront. Upon reaching the dragon pit, he promptly utilized his second skill to traverse the wall, aiming to uncover Hua Mulan concealed in the redback grass. Charge ahead, Ling Yun commanded decisively. Despite the vision, they were determined to engage in battle. He had already positioned himself in the middle right area. Xuan Ran prepared his first skill in advance. The moment the wolf dog's vision waned, he surged forward with a second flash. Lu Wei's Gongsun Li utilized her first skill to reposition, ensuring she could not be isolated. Haiyue followed closely, ready to pull the team into the illusion realm. Xuan Ran's target was clear, Jing. This second flash was executed with remarkable speed, detonating just as it made contact. Weiliang's Jing was stunned by Xuan Ran's first skill. Suddenly, Haiyue flashed in, locking Weiliang's Jing with her ultimate. Yalian, having just completed his second skill, was unable to assist Weiliang in dismantling the fire. By the time he turned back, Haiyue had already ensnared Jing within the illusion realm. Meanwhile, the dragon's health dwindled to half. After refreshing his second-tier first skill, Tai detonated Doria nearby. Lu Wei's Gongsun Li activated her fury and followed up with her second skill to deal damage. Yixing and the wolf dog, situated in the river near the blue area, were positioned well to output effectively. Yixing briefly struck Xuan Ran while simultaneously aiding Doria in dismantling the fire, while also activating his ultimate to ensnare the two. The wolf dog relentlessly output damage alongside basic attacks and his ultimate. Instead of retreating, Lu Wei's Gongsun Li allowed Yixing to ensnare the target. Yixing exclaimed, "We got them. We can fight." Xuan's Yalian disregarded caution and charged into the redback grass. Stop hiding. However, upon entry, he was taken aback. Hua Mulan is not here. Where could she be? The crystal. May my drop rate increase. Hua Mulan had already emerged from the middle right grass, heading straight for the backline of Yixing and the wolf dog. Xuan realized the gravity of the situation. When did she slip past? Unbeknownst to him, as Yalian exited the middle right grass, Ling Yun had timed his entry perfectly, exploiting the momentary gap. The instant Yixing activated his ultimate, Hua Mulan arrived from the side. Ling Yun first released a first skill towards Yixing, believing Hua Mulan's target was him. Yixing swiftly utilized his flash. The only escape route available was behind the wolf dog. Tai and Gongsun Li were ensnared and unable to assist, left only to block Yalian from reaching the wolf dog and Yixing. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Yun hurled his second skill as shuriken to slow the wolf dog while applying 2 layers of passive. He then followed up with the second phase of his first skill to silence the wolf dog. At this moment, Lin Guai's wolf dog had no flash remaining. Earlier, during his lane against Lu Wei, due to hero constraints, his flash had been expended. Lu Wei had previously remarked on the timing. Ling Yun had kept that moment in mind. Only 2 seconds remained. Meanwhile, the wolf dog's flash was also 2 seconds away from being available. Just in time. As Hua Mulan's second phase of her first skill struck the wolf dog, she triggered an additional layer of passive. Immediately afterward, Ling Yun canceled the recovery animation and landed a basic attack, swiftly unleashing 4 layers of passive. This obliterated nearly 2/3 of the wolf dog's health. Lin Guai was taken aback. What kind of damage is this? Just the silence nearly secured my demise. Chapter 50 Lu Wei exclaimed, Ling Yun snatched 4 kills from me. Otherwise, it would have been a 5 kill. Following the silence, Hua Mulan executed a third skill while seamlessly switching to her heavy sword for another basic attack. Lin Guai's wolf dog was instantly eliminated. Ling Yun's kill count soared to 6 with no deaths. As Lin Guai fell, his flash cooldown was just about to complete. Ling Yun had perfectly timed his strike. Lin Guai could not help but gasp in disbelief. Does this guy know my flash cooldown? And he timed it so precisely? If this is merely luck, that is fortunate. But if it's truly calculated, then that is indeed terrifying. What distinction does it hold? After Hua Mulan vanquished the hound, her thirst for battle was far from quenched. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Yixing. As Yixing regained his composure, he attempted to flee while casting his second skill, Zhen Shun, in an effort to launch Hua Mulan into the air. At that very moment, Ling Yun unleashed his heavy sword's second skill, utilizing his invulnerability to evade Yixing's aerial assault. Yixing hurriedly sought to escape. Yet Ling Yun's ultimate ability was already ready. He swiftly transitioned to his light sword's second skill to slow down Yixing, following up with his first skill. A seamless combination of silence struck Yixing, who was already down to 2/3 of his health. The silence triggered a dramatic shift in the battle, showcasing a remarkable economic advantage of over 1,000 gold within just 4 minutes. With the shadow battle axe in hand, even Yilian could barely withstand his damage. let alone a fragile character like Yi Xing. Yi Xing had already expended his passive ability in the previous encounter, making him an easy target for Ling Yun. The score escalated to 7-0, marking Ling Yun as a formidable force. Meanwhile, Dualia had also fallen to Lu Wei's Gong Sun Li, and the nearly defeated tyrant was swiftly claimed by Gong Sun, Li, and Tai Yi. At this moment, Jing emerged from the illusion, albeit in a weakened state after being significantly depleted within the realm. Even with her ultimate ability, she could only withstand the pressure inside the illusion, almost managing to retaliate against Haiyu, primarily due to Wei Liang's formidable skills. Had it been Lu Wei's old spectacles, they would have long since faded from view. Both Haiyu and Wei Liang emerged from the illusion with minimal health, with Haiyu being swiftly eliminated by Yilian as she exited. Wei Liang's Jing, however, retreated using her first skill. Tai Yi Xuan Ran approached, utilizing his second skill to control Wei Liang's Jing. Lu Wei's Gong Sun Li initiated her ultimate, placing the umbrella ahead in hopes of finishing off Wei Liang. The god of vessels Ye Lian charged forward with his second skill, leveraging Haiyu's passive ability to execute an aerial strike. Gong Sun Li was launched into the air, losing nearly half of her health in an instant. How could Ye Lian deal such damage? Lu Wei immediately repositioned himself to the umbrella's location. Meanwhile, Wei Liang's Jing, having refreshed her skills with her second ability, executed it once more, effectively restoring her health. Tai Yi Xuan Ran's damage was insufficient to pose a threat to Jing. Realizing Lu Wei's Gong Sun Li could not reach her in time, she began to retreat. She had no choice. If she remained, Lu Wei would undoubtedly face a solo demise at the hands of the god of vessels. Yilian swiftly activated his ultimate, targeting the fleeing Gong Sun Li. Tai Yi Xuan Ran arrived beside Lu Wei, but he had no control skills available, only his ultimate. Lu Wei's first skill was ready. Just as the god of vessels Yilian landed, she utilized her first skill to retreat while continuously attacking, attempting to outmaneuver Yilian. However, Yilian descended and struck both Tai Yi Xuan Ran and Gong Sun Li, granting him 2 layers of shields. Gong Sun Li's attacks on Yilian were ineffective, and the god of vessels promptly approached with his second skill, followed by a first skill aimed backward. Indeed, the rear was where Gong Sun Li returned to the umbrella. As expected, the god of vessels made the correct prediction. Lu Wei had indeed returned to the umbrella. Oh no, I was anticipated. Tai Yi cast his ultimate. Just as Lu Wei faced imminent death, Tai Yi provided a resurrection, taking 2 seconds to revive. The god of vessels immediately began attacking Tai Yi Xuan Ran to accumulate his passive. Meanwhile, Wei Liang approached the mid lane, seeking to greedily claim a wave of minions or disrupt the midline. The opposing team had seized the tyrant, and with both the mage and marksman eliminated, a continuous push could potentially lead to the destruction of the first tower. However, this move was clearly driven by greed. Ling Yun had anticipated his intentions. Just as Wei Liang used his first skill to clear the mid lane, Ling Yun suddenly rolled out with his first skill, launching his second skill with precision. This fluid sequence of actions culminated in Hua Mulan appearing within Wei Liang's line of sight the very moment the dart was thrown. Wei Liang was taken by surprise, unable to react in time. A triumphant triple kill. Ling Yun's record soared to 8-0, achieving an absolute godlike status. At the instant Lu Wei's Gong Sun Li revived, the god of vessels Yilian unleashed his first skill to launch her into the air, swiftly following up with an attack to eliminate Gong Sun Li, who was down to only 1/3 of her health. A consecutive double kill. The god of vessels Yilian accomplished a remarkable double elimination. Though Tai Yi's control skill was available, he could not affect Yilian's first skill. Lu Wei, upon hearing the game's notifications, was infuriated. Tai Yi, what are you doing? Control him. For goodness sake. I am utterly exasperated. Lu Wei maintained his habitual pressure on his teammates. Tai Yi Xuan Ran, however, was unfazed, having long grown accustomed to Lu Wei's demands. My. Lu Wei, cease your scolding. At this point, Yilian still retained half of his health. After Ling Yun dispatched Wei Liang's Jing, the two encountered each other once more. Tai Yi's health was also at half. 2 against 1. The advantage lies with me. Ling Yun decisively instructed Tai Yi Xuan Ran to restrain Yilian. Do not let him escape. He cannot flee. Ling Yun had just eliminated 3 opponents. Although the god of vessels had claimed 2, he trailed Ling Yun by over 1,000 gold. Furthermore, Ling Yun had a double kill following the defeat of Jing. With the god of vessels lacking his ultimate ability, he sought to retreat immediately. As soon as his second skill was available, he dashed towards the bottom lane. However, the skill of T-I-Y-Z-N-R-N was ready. He charged up and unleashed an explosive attack, stunning Wei Lian. At this moment, Hu ML and had already arrived, initiating her second skill to slow down the fleeing Wei Lian and activating her passive ability. In the next instant, she followed up with her first skill, landing a basic attack, and then executed the second phase of her first skill, delivering a moment of silence. With her current economic advantage and the high burst damage from the silence, Wei Lian's health plummeted to a mere 1/3. utilizing her heavy sword. She inflicted damage while consecutively executing 2 phases of her heavy sword's first skill, sending the divine Ling Yun packing. A remarkable for consecutive kills. The score soared to 9-0, just a hair's breadth away from achieving 5 consecutive kills. However, the kill of Duel Y was claimed by Li Wi. Otherwise, this round of LNYN would have surely secured a pentakill. Teammates began to shower LNYN with praise. LNLing exclaimed, "Impressive, truly impressive." TIYZHN RN added, "Brother LNYN is phenomenal. He is destined to soar in this match." Li Wi, with a stubborn tone, retorted, "LNYN snatched 4 of my kills. Otherwise, I would have claimed the pentakill. LNYN, come to my livestream later and gift me that magical tome." Chapter 51. The true hunter often appears in the form of prey. HIU remarked, "I have seen shamelessness, but not to this extent. Truly, NIW has thick skin." In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere here, the barrage of comments in the livestream began to flood the screen. 666, what a maneuver. Terrifying indeed. Amazing. A genius youth. It is not the age of 18 that is formidable, but LNYN. Haha. Brother LNYN has acquired another toy tonight. NIW is truly embarrassing us fans. On the side of WI Liang, the announcement of who MLN's quad kill resonated. Team wipe. Silence enveloped the room. The atmosphere grew somber. LN Gui, who originally had his microphone off, remained silent. The 2 most vocal experts, WI Liang and HSHN, fell into silence as well, plunging the mood into a frigid state. Could they still win this match? WI Liang could not help but recall how LNYN had annihilated their 4 leading experts the previous day. Was this fellow always in such formidable form? What was the point of continuing? WI Liang had initially anticipated a win-loss scenario for the evening. If he did not gain points, it was acceptable, but now he risked losing several. His mindset had already deteriorated. At this moment, he felt utterly defeated by LNYN. Next time, he would undoubtedly ban LNYN's who MLN. Even if it meant banning his own Jing, he would not allow LNYN to play who MLN. It was simply too terrifying. HSHN still clung to a glimmer of hope. Don't rush, let us drag it to the late game. After this wave, their early game had been completely obliterated. Any thoughts of reclaiming the jungle were futile. Ling Yun's landing phase had come to an end. As for the reason behind it, one could only imagine facing a who MLN with an economic advantage of 2,000 gold after just 5 minutes. Who possessed the most potent techniques in the entire network. How could one possibly contend in the lane? Even with superior mechanics, one could not prevail. Economic advantages could compensate for operational deficiencies. Moreover, this individual's details were not inferior. In fact, they were often superior. This was a source of frustration for HSHN. Li Wi said, "Don't panic, let us slowly build our advantage." Their lineup already held an inherent edge. If the wolf dog could not rise, they would have little chance of success. LNYN, along with his teammates, steadily pushed forward, continuously invading the jungle and building their lead. Meanwhile, WI Liang provided support wherever possible. As long as they did not lose points, it would suffice. By the 9th minute, the economic disparity had surged to 4,000 gold. Continuing in this manner would lead to a slow demise. HSHN felt that persisting in this way was a sheer waste of time. They needed to seek opportunities. Professional players, when facing adversity, would desperately search for chances. Peak matches were no exception. We need to hide a wave of vision and ambush those on the side lanes. HSHN began to strategize. Wolf Dog and Jing, come with me. The other 2, clear the minions first. If we lose vision, retreat immediately. Do not let the enemy exploit any weaknesses. HSHN aimed to rely on Jing and Wolf Dog's burst damage to eliminate 1 or 2 of the side lane opponents, thus granting them a chance to breathe. Otherwise, within 10 minutes, their high ground would be completely lost. Only the middle and bottom high grounds remained. WI Liang agreed with HSHN's plan, stating, "All right, let us go together, eliminate them and retreat immediately." The 3 then stealthily maneuvered from the red zone to the bush in front of the first tower on the development lane. They prepared to teleport back. As long as no one approached, or if the enemy overlooked their vision, they would return immediately. If someone did appear, they would swiftly eliminate them before retreating. Just as they were about to return, HSHN exclaimed, "Little white dragon, want to become sister's new pet?" Who MLN had arrived to push the lane. HSHN shouted, hold on, let me check his equipment." He then opened the economic panel and discovered that LNYN's who MLN had not built Seeing Qiying, but instead opted for a storm giant sword and a sun crown. "Strike," HSHN immediately commanded. They could not allow this wave of minions to be cleared. If cleared, he might just purchase Seeing Qiying. And at that point, Even focusing fire from 3 would not suffice to take him down. The 3 burst forth from the bush simultaneously. Wolf Dog initiated with his second skill to slow Hu MLN, followed by his ultimate to deal damage. Meanwhile, Jing executed her first skill. Li Yin began with his second skill, followed by a basic attack to accumulate his passive. All 3 were top-tier experts, their coordinated attack seamless. Yin had already been regarded as prey. Li Wi also noticed the situation in the top lane and immediately shouted, "There might be someone in the top lane. It's over if there truly is." Suddenly, a smirk crept on Yin's lips. "It was not me who would lose points. I am the true hunter." In the next moment, he pointed at the sky. Indeed, he was fishing. How could his economy possibly afford the sky? This was intentional. He deliberately refrained from purchasing it early, just to see if he could catch the opponent's side lane. If it were him, he too would seek opportunities in the side lane. Thus, he kept a watchful eye. As Hu and activated her celestial power, she swiftly blinked towards the bush. Li Ying originally intended to predict her backward blink at level 11 and then follow up with a big move. To his surprise, Hu blinked right into their position. This caused Li Ying's second segment of his first skill to miss. Li Yin was equally unprepared. In a mere instant, he found himself face to face with Hu Li Ying. HSHN. Gui. Was it all in vain? As Hu blinked in front of the wolf dogs, she unleashed a swift silence with her second skill. In less than a second, the silence was cast. Gui's hand was already poised to blink, but he was silenced and could not release it. After the silence, Yin's Hu immediately switched to her heavy sword and followed up with a basic attack. Instant kill moment 100. Unmatched in the world. The kill count reached 10-0. Li Wi. Yin. You're amazing. Come support me, Yin. Anyone who is slow, I will be quick with them. Li Ying immediately unleashed his ultimate in an attempt to eliminate Yin. However, Yin had a moment of invulnerability from the celestial power and the first skill of the heavy sword, providing nearly 90% damage reduction. Li Ying's inflicted damage felt like mere scratching. The hero Jing possesses high damage and burst potential, but that requires a solid economy. Without a strong economy, how could he contend with Yin's Hu Once Yin's celestial effect wore off, Li Yin approached for a basic attack. Yet, it still failed to inflict significant damage. In an instant, as Yin struck with a heavy attack, Li Yin dodged with his ultimate. Hu Yin's heavy sword first skill missed. Meanwhile, Jing began to utilize the center point of Hu Yin in the mirror world to unleash his lightning strike. He dared not endure Hu Yin's damage any longer. Just moments ago, Hu Yin's heavy sword had dealt half of his health in a single blow. Such damage was beyond his capacity to withstand. Yin then continued to employ the heavy sword's second skill, relying on damage reduction to survive. He merely needed to await his teammates. The other two also realized their attempt to capture had failed. As long as Yin awaited his allies, they would still suffer losses. Even if they managed to eliminate Yin, it would be in vain. There was a possibility of being overwhelmed in return. At this moment, Yin's Hu still retained half of her health. Li Wi, we have arrived. Jing was the first to arrive, launching her ultimate in hopes of aiding Yin. As Jing approached Hu Li Ying glanced at the time and immediately shouted, "Take down Jing first." HSH quickly grasped Li Ying's intention. He promptly executed his second skill followed by the first skill, launching Jing into the air. Li Wi was taken aback. What the heck? I'm panicking. Where is TIY? TIY felt somewhat helpless. This guy was moving too fast. Why was he so eager to lose points? He glanced at the time. It was 9 minutes and 40 seconds. He decided to let Li Wi lose points. Li Ying would not miss this opportunity. As soon as he stepped out of the circle, he instantly executed his first skill, eliminating Jing. If Hu could not be eliminated, could Jing be any different? Li Ying used Li Wi as a tool for venting his frustrations. Meanwhile, Ying and the other teammates arrived. Li Ying and HSH's Li Yin were also taken down by Yin. Double kill. Triple kill. Yin's Hu record soared to 1200. Li Wi stared at the darkened screen, nearly driven to madness. Stupid Li Ying. Targeting me. Damn. Points lost again at 10 minutes. The bullet comments in Li Wi's live stream were all abuzz. Points lost at 10 minutes. Not a second more or less. AWI, lose points at 10 minutes regardless of whether the game is going well or poorly. What a relief. Points lost right on schedule at 10 minutes. Streamer, I just had Xiao AI set a 10-minute alarm. and it opened your live stream instead. This wave caused Li Yang's side to lose 3 major core heroes. The mid lane had just enough minions. Let us go, we can push for the win. Lyn wasted no time. He aimed to finish the peak rank early tonight and rest. He did not wish to work overtime. There was another match tomorrow. Subsequently, the 4 of them pressed forward with the mid lane minions towards the high ground. The remaining YXing and Ly could not withstand the assault of 4 players, especially Lyns who charged indirectly, forcing YXing and Ly back to their fountain. It was exceedingly ferocious. YXing immediately activated his blink spell at the fountain. There was no other choice. With the enemy at the fountain, how could they win? As they pushed the minions into the crystal, the group began their final farewell. Wing, we're going for it. Wi, don't lose points next time at 10 minutes. Tiyzhnrn, remember, the man who carries you is. Hiu. Lnyn, send me a friend request. Tiyzhnrn, seeing this, hurriedly said, I want a friend request too. Lnlingwing added, me as well. Lnyn smiled and replied, sure, everyone gets one. I mumbled, why does no one want to be my friend? Am I not worthy? Hiu. Awi, I will definitely send you a friend request next time. Let us leave it at that this time. Please spare me. Wi. As the crystal exploded, the victorious voice resonated from the phone. A resounding triumph. Lyn set down his phone and began to stretch his neck. After a long day, following the training match, he had to stream. This had left his neck feeling somewhat sore. Streamer, what's wrong? Is your neck uncomfortable? The streamer requested to exchange WeChat information, expressing a desire for assistance with a medical concern. Meanwhile, a playful comment was made about the streamer being struck by a flying object. Feeling fatigued, the streamer leaned back for a moment of respite. Ling Yun, observing the messages of concern from viewers, found himself both amused and touched. Just as he was about to initiate another game, a notification on WeChat caught his attention. Is your neck alright? Are you feeling unwell? Would you like me to buy some ointment for you? This message was from Tian Yun, who appeared to be watching his live broadcast. Ling Yun glanced at the camera, raising an eyebrow, a subtle smile gracing his lips, an expression he was unaware of. I'm fine. I've just been training all day. A little rest is all I need. Despite receiving his message, Tian Yun still felt apprehensive. Biting her cherry-colored lips, she replied, make sure to find time to see a doctor. Many professional players often have neck issues. Ling Yun relished the feeling of being cared for, particularly by someone he cherished. I understand. You care about me so much? Sneaking a peek at my stream? Upon reading Ling Yun's message, Tian Yun's cheeks flushed a delicate shade, reminiscent of cherries, her demeanor a charming contrast to her usual mature appearance. Not at all. I just happened to click in and see. Unfortunately, Ling Yun was oblivious to her expressions. Were he to notice, he would surely comment on the delightful contrast of her mature looks paired with her sweet demeanor. Sure, you just happened to stumble into my stream, noticed my discomfort, and expressed your concern. I get it, he replied, a smile that echoed youthful innocence illuminating his features, a fact he himself remained unaware of. The chat filled with inquisitive comments. What's going on with the streamer? Why is he grinning at his phone? He looks so handsome when he smiles. Though he does seem a bit foolish. Did he get his head caught in a door? The streamer is quite attractive, but he seems a tad dim-witted. Yet, Ling Yun paid no heed to the banter, fully engrossed in his conversation with Tian Yun. The keen-eyed viewers quickly detected something amiss. Is he chatting with a girlfriend? That grin says it all. I do the same with mine. Wow, I'm not alone. I smile like that with my girlfriend too. The guy in front. You're unbeatable. Does your goddess have a boyfriend? Definitely a girlfriend, or perhaps a secret crush. The chat buzzed with speculation, predominantly fueled by Ling Yun's admirers. Meanwhile, Tian Yun sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Sitting in her pink gaming chair, she watched Ling Yun stream while simultaneously messaging him. As she glanced at her computer screen, she noticed the lively chatter and felt a twinge of self-consciousness, realizing the viewer's comments about a girlfriend or secret admirer were directed at her. Unable to contain her amusement at Ling Yun's endearing expression, she decided to capture the moment, taking a screenshot to send him. The chat continued to speculate, questioning if he was in a romantic relationship. With a teasing tone, Tian Yun sent a voice message. Upon seeing the image, Ling Yun became aware of his unguarded expression. He cleared his throat. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. It's just a message from a good friend. Let us not get carried away. Give me a moment. As the banter continued, a viewer remarked, good friend? That's a stretch. Another added, sure, we all believe that. Just a platonic friend, right? Faced with their skepticism, Ling Yun felt helpless. Well, who would have thought I'd be labeled a good friend? He mused, before Tian Yun cheerfully responded. All right, my friend, see you tomorrow. As she finished her message, she headed off to take a shower, leaving Ling Yun pondering her thoughts. Meanwhile, Wei Liang had entered Ling Yun's stream, intending to wait until Ling Yun began gaming before starting his own session. To his dismay, he found Ling Yun still smiling foolishly at his phone, having yet to commence the game even after 5 minutes, which left Wei Liang feeling quite frustrated. Come on, Ling Yun. Why are you still not starting the game? Don't wait for me to begin. Wei Liang contemplated launching his game but hesitated, fearing that as soon as he left, Ling Yun would finally start playing. It was a rather ridiculous scene, and the chat erupted in laughter. I can't believe Wei Liang has a day when he can be outdone. Indeed, Ling Yun could win against anyone, even with a cowtail, and yet here he is. This amusing moment was captured by video marketing accounts, destined to be shared widely. Unbeknownst to Ling Yun, who was leisurely wrapping up his session, his peak score reached an impressive 2,761 points. Only one match away from reaching the pinnacle. This game is undoubtedly essential. Wei Liang, unable to endure the procrastination of Ling Yun any longer, decided to commence a match. As soon as Wei Liang left the live stream, Ling Yun also began matching. Approximately 2.5 minutes later, the match was successful. Both entered the game simultaneously. However, they had yet to access the game interface. Following a successful match, a 30-second waiting period ensued. The barrage of comments on Wei Liang's side immediately exclaimed, "We encountered Ling Yun again." Ling Yun had also joined the match. Wei Liang was momentarily dumbfounded. Am I truly this unfortunate? No way. Surely, I'm not facing him again. I implore you, system, allow me to have Ling Yun as a teammate just this once. That 100-point peak score exchange. Let me have a chance. Ling Yun, on his end, also noticed the comments. Yet, he was indifferent. If Wei Liang were on the opposing side, he would simply gain points. After all, he had already earned points twice. What difference would it make to gain points from Wei Liang once more? As the game commenced, Wei Liang found himself in the blue side's first floor. At that moment, he tightly closed his eyes, slowly reopening them while covering the screen with his palm. Ling Yun, I'm here. Ling Yun, I'm here. He fervently prayed in his heart. Gradually lowering his hand, he gazed at the screen. He observed 3 commonly used marksmen on the second floor, Gong Xuanli, Sun Shangxiang, and Guya. His heart skipped a beat, continuously reassuring himself, there are still 3 more players, be patient. He then slowly examined the third floor, where his usual picks were El Bu, Nejia, and Lao Fuzi. His heart skipped another beat. This lineup felt eerily familiar, but surely it couldn't be Ling Yun. No way. Am I truly going to lose points again? What about the fourth floor? 3 usual supports? It's over, utterly doomed. Just as Wei Liang was engulfed in despair, suddenly the 5th floor's microphone activated. Is that you, Wei Liang? Upon hearing this familiar voice, Wei Liang's anxious heart instantly relaxed. The usual picks were indeed correct. They were Hua Mulan, Charlotte, and Quang Tai. Ling Yun, I finally match with you, Wei Liang exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Finally, it was his turn to be carried. Are you that excited to match with me, Wei Liang? Ling Yun responded with polite amusement. Of course. You've already taken my points twice and allowed that Lu Wei to gain points as well. Tonight, you'll surely boast about it. Just seeing that smug face of his irritates me. Ling Yun, always emotionally intelligent, often addressed others as bro. For instance, he would refer to El Dehua as Hua Ge. Except for Lu Wei, of course. Speaking of Hua Ge, Ling Yun suddenly sensed an ominous vibe. Why does it feel like the third floor's usual picks are hey, haha, I match with Wei Liang and Ling Yun. This game is guaranteed. A sharp voice, reminiscent of a eunuch, echoed from the microphone on the third floor. Both Ling Yun and Wei Liang were taken aback. Oh no, they truly matched with Dehua. This voice unmistakably belonged to the infamous tiger brother Dehua. How could someone of this rank possibly match with Dehua? This was astonishing. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun remained unfazed, merely finding it hard to believe. While Wei Liang's previously elated smile instantly froze. Just a moment ago, he was thrilled to match with Ling Yun, and now he was left speechless upon realizing he had matched with Dehua. Wei Liang couldn't help but lament. Has the matchmaking mechanism truly singled me out? Are you all excited to match with me? Dehua smugly inquired. Ling Yun chuckled, revealing nothing of his thoughts. After all, encountering El Dehua during a pinnacle first promotion match was something even fiction would hesitate to portray. Nevertheless, since they had matched, Ling Yun would not truly resent Dehua, but would strive to carry him instead. Of course, everyone is a skilled player. This pinnacle first promotion match is in the bag. Upon hearing Ling Yun mention the pinnacle first promotion match, El Dehua was also taken aback. He had not anticipated matching with such a high score. Wasn't he the account he borrowed from Lai Shen only ranked a little over 100? He believed he only had the capability of a 100+ rank. To his astonishment, he had matched with the top 10. Yet, he was still at a low score. Wow, do I even need to assist? I'll fill the position. Rest assured, I won't drag you down. While I may not excel, I can guarantee I won't be a burden. I have that much confidence, the 3 of us. The top players can easily secure the pinnacle first promotion match. In response to El Dehua's boasting, the barrage of comments in the live stream erupted in ridicule. This country bumpkin truly has no shame. His skin is far too thick. Ling Yun remained too gentle. If it were me, I would have lashed out immediately. Wei Liang was having a particularly unfortunate day. In the previous match, he faced Ling Yun, and now he was stuck with De Hua on his own team. Is there no one who sympathizes with my Wei Liang? Faced with the ridicule and taunts from the comments, De Hua merely smirked disdainfully. In this match, I will prove my strength. Although Wei Liang found the situation absurd, since they had matched, there was no other option. He could only do his utmost to carry the team. At the very least, he had Ling Yun with him. If he couldn't team manage it alone, perhaps with Ling Yun, they could succeed together. At this point, the positions were confirmed. The blue sideband Daji, Tai, and Shishir. The red sideband Jing, Hua Mulan, and Duoya. It was evident they were targeting Ling Yun and Wei Liang. It seemed the opposing team was aware that they had encountered popular streamers. De Hua was somewhat displeased, wondering why only his signature hero had not been banned. Was this a sign of disrespect? After all, he was a mysterious and extraordinary individual. Hua Gu, why not take the mid lane this time? Wang Zhaojun has been released, so you should seize the opportunity. Chapter 54. Should we start on the side? Apologies. I am a skilled player. De Hua, upon hearing Ling Yun's suggestion, also had Wei Liang help secure Wang Zhaojun. In this match, Ling Yun observed that the bullet comments did not indicate any clashes. The first peak promotion match did not feature any clashing streamers. However, it would certainly not be an easy battle. There would likely be several professionals or high-ranking players among the opponents, albeit they might not be streaming, leaving the audience ignorant of their identities. The lineups for both sides were soon finalized. On the blue side, top lane, Quangtia, Flash, represented by Ling Yun. Jungle, Luna, Smite, represented by Wei Liang. Mid lane, Wang Zhaojun, Flash, played by De Hua, a skilled blue player. ADC, Gongsun Li, Berserk, played by a strong player ranked in the top 50. Support, Zhang Fei, Heal, played by a player ranked in the top 100. On the red side, top lane, Cao Cao, Flash, a distinguished player. Jungle, Pei Qin Hu, Smite, also a distinguished player. Mid lane, Yixing, Flash, a player ranked in the top 100. ADC, Sun Shangxiang, Flash, a distinguished player. Support, Neo Mo, Flash, a player ranked in the top 100. The game commenced. The enemy forces would arrive on the battlefield in 5 seconds. All troops advance. Ling Yun was unaware of which opponent was the expert. Nevertheless, with both him and Wei Liang on the team, they would be sure to secure points. As he anticipated, this peak promotion match did not prove particularly challenging. At the start of the game, during the first wave of minions, Ling Yun approached the lane. Quangtia had an advantage against Cao Cao early on, with significant lane pressure. Thus, Ling Yun boldly stepped forward to secure the line, disregarding Cao Cao. In response, Cao Cao launched a skill attack at him. The moment Quangtia emerged, he executed a skill that struck Cao Cao and the minions, accumulating a substantial amount of energy while simultaneously restoring some of his health. Just as Ling Yun cleared the frontline minions, the tiger unexpectedly appeared from the river path. Switching to his human form, the tiger executed a powerful basic attack on Quangtia, reducing his health to half. Ling Yun furrowed his brow but maintained his composure. He calmly maneuvered closer to the 2 rear minions to build up energy, reaching 2 energy bars. Cao Cao and the tiger pursued him. As Cao Cao approached to continue dealing damage, the tiger lunged at Quangtia. In this moment, Ling Yun's second skill was ready. He precisely seized the opportunity, unleashing his skill toward both opponents. Quangtia's skill struck the 2 rear minions as well as Cao Cao and the tiger, hitting a total of 4 targets. The health bars that had just been diminished were swiftly restored. Cao Cao, having received 2 hits from the skill, was left with only a third of his health. After utilizing his skill, Ling Yun continued to attack to gather energy while attempting to clear the lane and reach level 2. The level 1 tiger could only continue to chip away at him. However, with multiple targets, it was exceedingly difficult for Quangtia to perish. This was precisely why Ling Yun had positioned himself near the 2 rear minions. Just as he delivered the final blow to the minions, he also managed to accumulate 2 energy bars. His health had dwindled to the final third. The moment he reached level 2, he swiftly used his second skill to reposition behind Cao Cao. As both opponents assumed Ling Yun intended to escape, he executed a powered basic attack with his second skill, launching Cao Cao into the air while continuing to deal damage. Cao Cao's health plummeted, prompting him to swiftly flash to the side of the tiger. Witnessing this, Ling Yun couldn't help but smile. His first skill was available once more, and he swiftly executed a flash to eliminate the weakened Cao Cao while simultaneously utilizing the tiger to restore health. The unhealed tiger's health had also been reduced to a third. Meanwhile, Ling Yun, once at low health, had recovered 600 health thanks to the 2. Their health bars were now equal. By attacking, Ling Yun's Quangtia still had 1 energy bar left, although he had no skills available. The tiger immediately switched to human form, using his second skill to gain a shield while engaging in melee combat with Quangtia. They exchanged blows. However, a level 1 tiger could hardly compete with a level 2 Quantia endowed with energy. Each blow from Quantia restored his health, while the tiger could not reciprocate. With a 2-hit combo, Ling Yun's Quantia was on the brink of collapse, teetering on the edge of defeat. The damage calculation was impeccable. This is the mastery of damage assessment possessed by a top-tier Quantia. Meanwhile, unfortunate news emerged from the mid lane. Dehua's Wang Zhaojun carelessly gifted an opponent a kill, nearly conceding first blood. Thankfully, Ling Yun managed to eliminate Cao Cao. Otherwise, El Dehua would have retained the title of First Blood Emperor. In this fierce competition for First Blood, Ling Yun emerged victorious. Zhang Fei expressed his grievances. Hua Go, why didn't you freeze him? Dehua retorted defiantly. They were moving. Zhang Fei, Wei Liang took note of Ling Yun's performance in the top lane. Reflecting on the previous match with Hua Mulan, he expressed his relief. I'm glad I'm not facing them this time. Other teammates, witnessing Ling Yun's double kill with Quantia, showered him with praise. The bullet comments in Ling Yun's streaming room were ablaze with admiration. Starting on the side, what level do you think you are to challenge me, Ling Yun? Don't you know about the First Blood Emperor? Do you really think you can match Dehua's speed in giving away kills? Engaging on the side lane without gaining an advantage ultimately led to Ling Yun securing a double kill. Now, the opposing team can directly declare their disadvantage. The strategy is sound. Once the side lane succeeds, they can seamlessly transition into the jungle. However, they failed to consider that Ling Yun is exceptionally skilled. Had this been Mulan, he would undoubtedly have perished. Yet, they inexplicably banned Mulan. Whom can we blame for this? One can only lament that the opposing team has shot themselves in the foot. After this wave, Cao Cao's landing phase has come to an end. He will no longer have the opportunity to contest minion waves. Ling Yun seizes the moment to enter the enemy's red jungle and begins to counter the small camps. The early advantage of the tiger has also vanished. Wei Liang's Luna has reached level 4 smoothly. What follows is a splendid exhibition of skill between him and Ling Yun. At 1 minute and 40 seconds. After they both secured the level 4 lane, Ling Yun heads towards the mid lane, creating a false vision. Just as Cao Cao is clearing the backline minions under the tower, Quang Tai and Luna emerge from the brush before him. They are fully committed to executing the right play. Fate, after all, is orchestrated by the heavens. Ling Yun initiates with his second skill, landing a reinforced basic attack. Cao Cao is momentarily taken aback. In that fleeting moment of being launched into the air, Luna employs her first skill and third skill to deal damage, while following up with her second skill to maximize her output. Meanwhile, Quang Tai utilizes his first and third skills to finish off the level 3 Cao Cao. Ling Yun's record now stands at 3 kills and 0 deaths. Meanwhile, Dehua is also caught in the mid lane by Neo Mo, allowing the tiger to claim his life. Dehua's record now reads 0 kills and 2 deaths. What a disaster. Liu Dehua angrily slammed his phone. Although Dehua is faltering, it does not impede the impending takeover of the match by Ling Yun and Wei Liang. At the 4-minute mark, Chapter 55 records a remarkable 17 consecutive victories, officially topping the pinnacle. Wei Liang secures the tyrant and begins to invade the tiger's jungle. At this point, the jungle protection mechanism at 4 minutes has dissipated. The tiger calls upon his teammates to defend. In the brush of the red area, Ling Yun has long since set an ambush. Luna, accompanied by 3 others, approaches the enemy's red area from mid lane. Zhang Fei has positioned himself behind the red. The tiger arrives with Yi Xing, Niu Mo, and the newly arriving Sun Changxiang. Just as Cao Cao exits the fountain, having restored his health, Ling Yun decisively uses his second skill to launch himself towards the tiger. The tiger reacts swiftly, leaping back. Come, follow me. The positioning of the tiger, Sun Changxiang, and Yi Xing is remarkably dense. Ling Yun seizes the opportunity, suddenly using a strengthened basic attack and blinking in that very moment. Tear through the space. Perceive the essence of things. Courage is the only faith. Instantly, he sends 3 opponents flying. Wei Liang's Luna, at the very moment Ling Yun emerges, uses the red as a springboard to leap onto the faces of the 3 foes. She follows up with her second skill, ensnaring all 3. Neo Mo attempts to unleash his ultimate to break the fire, but Zhang Fei leaps in with his second skill, following up with his ultimate to maintain control over the trio. Gong Suanli hastily employs her first skill, advancing with her second skill to deal damage. Even Dehua's Wang Zhaojun unleashes all her skills. As Ling Yun maximizes his damage with his first skill, he unleashes his ultimate. The 3 fragile targets are instantly evaporated under the concentrated fire of 5. Neomo's ultimate, due to its wind-up, is only released at this moment, awkwardly arriving after all his teammates have perished. A crucial area control of 3. A perfect team fight. A decisive triple kill. Ling Yun has also achieved a triple kill. Neo Mo, attempting to escape, finds himself unable to do so. Luna uses her first skill followed by her ultimate to ensnare Neo Mo. Teammates immediately follow up, granting the kill to Ling Yun. A 4-fold extraordinary performance. Ling Yun's record now stands at 7 kills and 0 deaths. He has already reached a godlike status. Within 5 minutes, the opposing team has been utterly dismantled. One might even say they have been rendered incapable of playing the game. One might mistakenly believe Ling Yun is playing in a diamond-ranked match. What follows is a relentless advance, with the advantage of economy and level within 10 minutes. All 3 lanes have been breached by Ling Yun's team. Although the opposing team continuously seeks to eliminate Liu Dehua, Ling Yun shows no mercy. For every time they attempt to kill Dehua, he retaliates in kind. After securing the tyrant, they launch a fierce push. Before concluding, it is essential to reiterate, the man who carries you is Liu Dehua. Although Dehua's record stands at 0 kills and 8 deaths, he feels his contribution is significant. However, after this match, he must return to the MO family. The game concludes. Ling Yun's peak score has reached 2,770 points. He stands as the number 1 in the nation. 17 consecutive victories. As the scoreboard appears, the opposing team's side lane consists of Xian Yu, with Qing Qing as the substitute in the side lane, and Luo Chun as the jungler. Overall, their strength is not particularly formidable. This is why he was able to secure victories so effortlessly, even while carrying Liu Dehua. When the god of the jug arrived, he showed no deference, let alone to a substitute side laner. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing today's sign-in task. Earning a reward of 10 for skill awareness across all lanes. Ding. A hidden task has been detected as completed. Carrying Liu Dehua to the Peaks promotion match. You have received a Peak Promise experience card, usable for 1 match. Ling Yun eagerly opens his attribute panel. Host, Fong Haoyu profession. Wolf Team Ling Yun skill awareness in the side lane. 130. Note. Average skill awareness of ordinary professional players is 90, star players 100, top-tier players 130. Exceptionally top-tier players 150, and god-tier players 200. Jungle mechanics awareness. 100. Mid-lane mechanics awareness. 90. Development lane mechanics awareness. 100. Support mechanics awareness. 100. Mastery heroes for the host. Hua Mulan, Guan Yu, Xia Luo Te, Huang Tai, Sun Shangxiang. Backpack. 1 Supreme Peak Mechanics Awareness Experience card, limited to 1 match. 1 Peak Promise Experience card, limited to 1 match. His combat lane mechanics and awareness have reached the ranks of top players. Few can maintain such high levels in the Spring Championship. Xuan Ran can be considered one, as can ZMO, along with the formidable Yao Dao from the Wolf Team. In any case, they are not many. Even without the system's sign-in rewards, his strength remains at an elite level, specifically in the combat lane. The barrage is filled with congratulations. Congratulations to Ling Yun Laozu for reaching the summit. Congratulations to Ling Tian Di for achieving the pinnacle. Congratulations to the world's number 1 Mulan for ascending. The barrage is frantically scrolling. The actual number of viewers has instantly surpassed 300,000. The VIP section has also reached 10,000. Ling Yun glanced at the time. It was already past 11 o'clock. He needed to prepare to end the stream and rest, as he had a match tomorrow. Before leaving, he expressed gratitude for the gifts from his viewers. Thank you to Lu Wei for the magic book. Thank you to Hua Gu for the Tiger number 1. Thank you to Wei Liang for the magic book. This concludes tonight's broadcast. Future streaming times will be irregular. If I plan to stream, I will inform the operations team to post on Weibo in advance. Good night, brothers. After bidding farewell, Ling Yun turned off the stream. To be honest, he is one of the few who could stream the day before a match. However, it wasn't late. He had just completed the task set by the system. Now he must rest well, as tomorrow would be his second match. Before sleeping, Ling Yun specifically watched the replay of the previous match. This was his habit before bedtime. He reviewed each team's characteristics and habits. The next afternoon at 3 o'clock, the Wolf Team arrived at the competition venue with their players. Many fans were already gathered to watch. Their match was scheduled for the evening, but they needed to arrive early to acclimate to the environment and test their equipment. In the Wolf Team's lounge, besides the 5 starters, there were also substitutes such as Gui Qi, Luo Bo, Dao Zai, and Yu Shang. Indeed, this match was set to have Ling Yun as the starter. After all, during the last match against Chao Wanhui, his performance was exceptionally brilliant. His recent achievement of a 17-game winning streak to reach the pinnacle only strengthened the decision to make him a starter. As a seasoned team, this year they emerged as a dark horse. They turned around the criticisms aimed at them and proved their worth. This match could be considered Ling Yun's debut defense. If he fails to deliver an impressive performance, there will still be considerations to replace him. After all, competition differs from peak matches. It demands a broader perspective, experience on the battlefield, and strategic maneuvering among coaches. Those who can compete professionally in peak matches are not merely mechanics experts. With a benevolent smile, he gently squeezed Ling Yun's shoulder. Ling Yun, make sure to perform well this time. Do not disappoint me. Chapter 56. Pre-match commentary discussion. Ling Yun smiled. Understood, coach. At that moment, Xiao Peng chimed in. Ling Yun just reached the pinnacle last night. With a 17-game win streak, there's really nothing to worry about. Yao Dao scoffed. This guy lost points to me just the other day. Ling Yun quickly threw an arm around Yao Dao's shoulder, laughing. Come on, brother Dao, don't be so petty. I'll help you win them back next time. The atmosphere among the group was quite jovial. After all, they had trained together for 2 days. Everyone recognized Ling Yun's strength. In their eyes, Ling Yun's abilities were certainly on par with Gui Qi, with ample room for growth. How far he could rise depended on his own efforts. Who knows, he might soon become a top-tier side lane player like Xuan Ran, or perhaps like Tan Ran. Achieving greatness right from the outset. Since the World Championship, the Wolf team's dominance had begun to wane, especially after the departure of the veteran training team. Their once proud operational prowess had diminished. In the last match without Ling Yun, they nearly faced a 1-3 defeat. Had it not been for their bold experimentation, they might have genuinely lost. This season, they are considered championship favorites, but it also represents the greatest obstacle for the Wolf team. Winning in the regular season does not reveal much. True victory lies in the playoffs. Subsequently, the Wolf team's players opened the game to find their rhythm. They still had nearly 5 hours before their match, so there was no rush. The match at 5 o'clock was against another team, while the Wolf team's match was at 8. Today's commentary would be provided by Ling Air and Su Nuo, while the commentary panel consisted of Mo Jiang, Zhu Heng, and Xiao Lu. Ling Yun quietly kept an eye on the earlier match. The first game concluded in 13 minutes with a victory. The second game ended in 15 minutes. And the third game wrapped up in 14 minutes, resulting in a clean sweep of 3-0. Ling Yun was not surprised by this score. As a newly promoted team, their strength was not particularly formidable. The strongest team in the group had just recently triumphed. Besides the Wolf team, they were the only other team to have achieved a win. In Ling Yun's view, they certainly had the strength of the group. Being swept was not unexpected. Next, it would be their turn to compete. Around 7:30, the 5 starters of the Wolf team approached to test their equipment. Today, there were still many fans supporting the Wolf team. It can be said that the majority of attendees this time came to support the Wolf team. The primary reason being that they had just avenged their previous loss, which delighted the fans, and naturally, they were eager to witness the match in person. There were also a number of fans for Ling Yun. In just a few short days, Ling Yun had garnered quite a following, many of whom were female fans. Male fans generally prefer to watch live streams from the comfort of their homes and seldom purchase tickets to attend in person. Ling Yun was adjusting his settings while numerous female fans below held up signs bearing his name, and even showcased a meme of a silly grin. Xiao Peng couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing it. Meanwhile, Yao Dao, who was drinking water, nearly choked upon viewing the meme, exclaiming in surprise, "What is this? Haha. Ling Yun, why do you look so silly?" Yi Sheng also teased, with such a sweet smile, "Have you found a girlfriend?" The moment Ling Yun thought of that enchanting face, he felt a slight flush on his cheeks. Turning his head away, he stubbornly retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Can't I just chat with my family?" All right, haha. The pre-match atmosphere was suddenly enlivened by Ling Yun's meme. He gazed at the meme with exasperation, wondering if he truly appeared that foolish yesterday. After all, he considered himself quite handsome. He had been so engrossed in chatting the previous night that he hadn't paid much attention to his expression. He vowed to control his facial expressions during the next live stream. He couldn't afford to tarnish his aloof and handsome persona. On the commentary desk, greetings were exchanged. "Hello everyone, I am Zhu Heng from the commentary desk." "Greetings, I am Mo Jiang from the commentary desk." "Hi, I am Xiao Lu from the commentary desk." Xiao Lu was adorned in a stylish French embroidered shirt dress, her face lightly made up, radiating a sweet blush and lip gloss that complemented her fresh and charming smile. She is indeed one of the beautiful commentators. The live chat was already buzzing with comments calling her wife. Xiao Lu smiled slightly and inquired, "Teacher Zhu Heng, who do you think has the upper hand in today's match?" Zhu Heng pondered for a moment while fiddling with his pen, then replied, "I believe this match is a 60-40 split, with the Wolf team slightly favored. However, they certainly won't have an easy victory. We all know that they have previously been a cohesive team, and after being shut out last time, it seemed they had not adapted to the pressures of the group. If they adjust to the pressure, they might not necessarily lose. Nevertheless, the Wolf team is an established powerhouse. They did make personnel changes in the last match, which proved effective at the time. Ling Yun is a formidable player, but he only played 2 matches, and given the brief 2-day period, it's likely that he hasn't fully meshed with his teammates, leaving opportunities for the opposition." Mo Jiang nodded in agreement. "What Teacher Zhu Heng said makes a lot of sense, but I still believe the Wolf team will take it 3-1 today. They managed to reach the group stage previously because they were not thoroughly studied. However, when they faced targeted strategies in the second round, they faltered, as seen with Luna's absence. Furthermore, the personnel changes in the Wolf team are not particularly impactful. It's merely a change in the opposition lane. Although Ling Yun didn't quite coordinate perfectly with his teammates last time, he is exceptional enough to compensate with his skills." Sitting in the center, Xiao Lu remarked, "Both of you have made valid points. Zhu Hong adjusted his glasses and asked, "So, Xiaolu, what is your prediction for today's score?" Xiaolu squinted her eyes slightly, contemplating before stating, "I feel that today's score will be 3-0, with the Wolf team winning." Zhu Hong appeared somewhat surprised. Such a bold prediction? After all, they are still a group stage team. The Wolf team's current operations aren't particularly strong. If I were to rely on skills, I should be able to secure a win as well. Xiaolu shook her head with a smile. Since the Wolf team changed their coaching staff, they have indeed lost their operational edge, but they certainly do not fall short in skill. She then raised an eyebrow. Recently, the Wolf team's Yao Dao just reached the peak rank once again, and his performance has been exceptional, showcasing remarkable skills. Xiao Peng excels in tanking, but remains strong in the jungle core. Of course, that is not the main point. Have you not seen Ling Yun's videos lately? Xiao Lu smiled coyly, causing the audience in the live stream to be utterly enchanted. Zhu Hong paused for a moment before recalling. Are you referring to Ling Yun's 17 consecutive victories leading to the peak rank? The official live stream chat began to flood with comments. Ling Yun, the first to reach peak rank with a total of 27 wins. 17 consecutive victories, carrying 2 games with Lu Dehua, a man who crushes and restricts his opponents. Secured 2 games with a chilly score, alongside Xiao Qi's master rank. Ling Yun's fans fervently shared his remarkable performances in the peak matches over the past 2 days. Of course, Zhu Hong had also come across these videos. He chuckled. I acknowledge Ling Yun's exceptional skills, but matches differ from peak matches, you know? While he may dominate in peak matches, the mentality shifts in actual competitions, which can lead to fluctuations. Jiguang also performed admirably in peak matches, frequently achieving first rank, but how many times has he disappointed us in actual competitions? Moreover, we are still unclear about Ling Yun's hero pool. Previously, he only utilized Hua Mulan and Guan Yu, and his peak matches predominantly featured Hua Mulan. However, if he has any weaknesses that the opposing team can exploit, this match may not be easily won. In the last match, Ling Yun primarily served as a surprise element. If the opponents study him closely, he may not perform as comfortably. Mo Jiang shook his head. Ling Yun is different. His confidence in the last match mirrored that of 2018. I have faith in his hero pool. After all, he is a tier 120 player in the opposition lane, so he should have no issues in that regard. True strength lies in not fearing scrutiny, just like that man. I can confidently say, if Ling Yun does not perform, Xuan Ran will be invincible. The barrage of comments also includes numerous rebuttals to Zhu Hong. Ling Yun lacks skill? How laughable. The peak competition speaks volumes. Indeed, one can achieve a pinnacle while withstanding the pressure of 4 ceilings, even without remarkable skills. A man capable of leading the team to victory, as demonstrated by Dehua. Devoid of skill? In Lai Shin's live stream, under the title Wolf Team Neutral Commentary, he scoffed at Zhu Heng's analysis. He has consistently supported Wolf Team. Moreover, given that Wolf Team's opponent today is brothers, I do not foresee this match being particularly arduous for Wolf Team. The probability of a shutout is indeed quite substantial. Ling Yun is the most reminiscent of the 2018 players I have encountered, exhibiting a fierce yet meticulous playstyle, capable of overwhelming numerous streamers through both skill and awareness in peak competitions. Such a player, I believe, would never falter in a competitive setting and would likely perform exceptionally well on stage. Unfortunately, he did not get to compete in the first round. Otherwise, we would have witnessed him in action alongside his peers. Returning to the competition venue, the players are adjusting their equipment. The coach and starters are as follows. Coach, Yu Qian, top lane. Bei Ying, jungle. Ji Jia, mid lane. Xiao, ADC. Xiao Nian, support. Yuzo. The 5 individuals are on stage, fine-tuning their devices. Yu Qian holds the coaching board, wearing a subtle smile, appearing quite relaxed. This season has not seen any reinforcements, and merely reaching the group stage has exceeded expectations. Previously, they were always in the relegation zone. I wonder how many teams fans envy them. Especially those teams that fell to the relegation zone after making reinforcements, such as Zhou Jing and 2 other teams. Particularly, Mi Fenghua's transfer maneuvers during the transfer period were remarkably audacious, selling their sole support, Jiu Ku, while allowing Wu Wei to transition to support and acquiring Xiao Yi, reportedly for 9 million. This not only satisfied Wu Wei's starting position, but also bolstered their jungle. As a result, they fell to the relegation zone, with their fate uncertain and a high probability of elimination. Meanwhile, they underwent minimal changes during the transfer period, with some players transitioning from coach to player. If they do not spend money to rise to the group stage, one could argue they have profited. Although they were thoroughly defeated in the first match of the group stage with a score of 0-3, at the very least, they could gain valuable experience. How do we fare today? The state of affairs seems acceptable. If the condition is poor, let us all rally our spirits. Our goal today is to defeat Wolf Team. As the head coach, Yu Qian must encourage his players before the match. He could hardly say, "You are no match for Wolf Team. Let us strive for a win or 2, Could he? While speaking, he gently patted Ji Jia on the shoulder, genuinely appreciating this player. Ji Jia boasts a 100-win rate with Luna in the spring split and has showcased remarkable performance. Furthermore, he is young and frequently ranks in the top 10 of peak competitions. Ji Jia smiled, stating, "No worries, I feel quite capable today. I will strive to take down Wolf Team. Recently, Xiao Pang has been performing poorly, and I am confident against him." Ji Jia thumped his chest, vowing, "Confidence is an essential quality for every professional player. Moreover, the one under the most pressure is not me, but rather Beiying and Xiao Nian Ha." Beiying rolled his eyes. "Pressure? My performance today is quite exceptional. This Ling Yun may not easily gain the upper hand against me." Both Beiying and Ling Yun are top laners, thus engaged in a direct matchup. Ling Yun has recently been making waves on short videos. Who in the King S circle does not know the prodigious youth Ling Yun? Xiao Nian shot Ji Jia a glare. "Although I am matched against the Spring's Demon Blade, he faces Spring's Xiao Nian and should be the one concerned." This remark elicited laughter from everyone. "Ha ha ha. All right, we are counting on the two of you tonight." The atmosphere is no less vibrant than that of Wolf Team. Although they were shut out in the previous match, it has not affected their mindset at all. On Wolf Team's side, they jested, "So, Fat Emperor, feeling the pressure? So many junglers wish to challenge your authority." Xiao Pang chuckled heartily. "The pressure is immense. I feel as though I am constantly being watched, which is quite frightening." Yao Dao remarked, "Isn't Ling Yun under the most pressure? The prodigious youth. If Ling Yun does not perform, Xuan Ran will be invincible." Haha. Ling Yun smiled confidently. "Rest assured, I will not underperform." Ding. The system's voice suddenly echoed in Ling Yun's mind, alerting him to today's match and whether he would check in. He nearly forgot that he could sign in for each match. "Check in." Ling Yun responded to the system in his mind. Ding. "Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a 5-minute Divine Awareness experience card." 5 minutes. Previously, during peak competition, I received an entire night. Now they are being so stingy. Moreover, it is merely Divine Awareness. Sigh. System, you have changed. You have become increasingly miserly. However, Ling Yun reconsidered, finding no issue with this. Even without the Divine Skill Experience card, his current awareness and skills are already approaching the pinnacle standard. Thus, whether or not he receives the Divine Skill card becomes less significant. Today's task unlocked, shutout, increase awareness and skill across all lanes by 10 points. Huh. Ling Yun was taken aback. This reward is quite satisfactory. It is known that an increase of 10 points in skill and awareness may seem minor, yet in reality, it is substantial. Star players and top players only differ by 30 points in skill. Moreover, his current skills and awareness in the top lane have already reached the level of a top-tier player at 130. An addition of 10 points is quite considerable. It seems this match requires my utmost effort. At this moment, the referee reminded, "Have you all adjusted your equipment? Prepare to commence the match." Chapter 58. Tianyun arrives at the venue to support Ling Yun. The time for the competition is fast approaching. The referee has begun to issue reminders. Welcome to the official live broadcast. Hello everyone, I am your commentator, Linger. Greetings, I am your commentator, Xunhua. The analysis from the commentators has concluded, and we are about to commence the match. Today, we will be narrating the game between the Wolf Team and their opponents. Let us observe how the newly adjusted Wolf Team performs in this contest. Xunhua, with a smile, begins to explain to the audience. The fans below are fervently cheering for their favorite players. Tianyun is situated within the Wolf Team's camp. She occupies a front row seat, adorned with a subtle touch of makeup. Even without makeup, she is remarkably beautiful, and with the light makeup, her mature charm is immediately evident. Many fans in the live stream have noticed Tianyun, and even the director has given her a camera shot. Tianyun smiles gently, winking at the camera and greeting the audience. She is here today for a particular individual. After exchanging pleasantries, her beautiful gaze shifts to Ling Yun on stage. In her hand, she holds a support sign for Ling Yun, embellished with his emoticons. Her eyes sparkle with an unseen brilliance. She then murmurs to herself, "He looks quite handsome when he is serious." This prime location was specially requested by Ling Yun from the club, thus it is relatively close to the front. Although she could have purchased it herself, would Ling Yun truly allow that? Seeing Tianyun smile so beautifully, many fans in the live stream are instantly captivated. "My wife is here. This is my wife." Of course, there are also those who notice the support sign in Tianyun's hand. Tianyun is also a fan of Ling Yun. "My brother Ling Yun's charm is quite substantial. Even Tianyun is his fan. Ling Yun, how could you steal my wife? This enmity cannot go unpunished." Tianyun 1T fall for Ling Yun, right? My heart is shattered. The competition officially begins. Linger cheerfully announces, "All right, let us commence today's match." The blue team faces off against the red team, the Wolf Team. First, we discussed the initial point. Luna from the current season may very well be targeted by the Wolf Team. Over here, Yuqian adjusts his glasses with his right hand while holding a board with his left. Let us ban Kai first. As the blue team, They are very likely to secure the dodgy system. Provided the red team does not ban dodgy, they can secure dodgy while banning Kai. However, the wolf team opted not to ban dodgy, but instead banned the bomb cat, clearly intending to leave dodgy open while preparing a lineup to counter her. With a serious expression, they declared, if they want to play dodgy, let them. We will target the dodgy lineup and profit immensely. Next, Yuqian decisively bans Hainua, the black technology known for countering dodgy. Hainua was developed by the wolf team specifically for the dodgy system and has already been scrutinized by other teams, proving to be quite troublesome. Thus, to utilize the dodgy system, it is impossible to let Hainua be available. They also banned Zhouyu, preventing dodgy from pairing with Zhouyu and the bomb cat. Xunhua comments, it is quite clear they intend to select dodgy, with Kai and Hainua banned. The wolf team has not chosen to ban dodgy, but has removed the two middle lane heroes that synergize best with her. It seems they aim for a direct confrontation. With dodgy locked in, there are no objections. Xunhua, as a professional player, begins to analyze. The wolf team should opt for the Xinxiang combination to confront dodgy. As Shen Mingqi and Zhouyu have been banned, Xinxiang is undoubtedly the best choice. Without any change in demeanor, they select Sun Shangxiang and Tai Yi Jinren. The wolf team has secured Tai Yi Jinren and Sun Shangxiang, forming a very conventional Xinxiang dodgy system. However, there is still another highly effective mid-lane choice, Wang Xiaojun. They lock in Laozi and Wang Xiaojun, solidifying the dodgy system. The subsequent pairing becomes quite effortless. The challenge now lies with the Chongqing wolf team. Linger states, should the wolf team consider acquiring a frontline? Suddenly, the wolf team locks in Jing. The self-image is still reflected in the mirror. Linger's words are cut short as the wolf team surprises everyone. Xunhua quickly interjects to support Linger. Is it Xiaopang's Jing? Are they aiming to thwart the opponent's potential marksman? Linger agrees, that is highly probable. Xunhua furrows his brow, pondering. However, with this choice, the wolf team has not secured a mid-lane High Moon or Shishir. To be frank, at times Xunhua truly struggles to comprehend. Clearly, Shishir and High Moon are excellent counters to dodgy. Yet they opt for Jing instead. Not just him, even the players are often left bewildered. Nevertheless, most players primarily adhere to the coach's directives. The wolf team subsequently bans Agujuo and Luna, as well as Shishir and High Moon. Angela has been selected. In this round, he did not intend to choose Shishir and High Moon. Indeed, he wishes to experiment with Angela against the dodgy system, leveraging Angela's burst damage to confront the dodgy lineup. They had previously tested this in training matches, with very favorable results, and now wish to try it in a competitive setting. The wolf team locks in Angela on the 4th floor. Xunhua suddenly realizes. No wonder they did not pick High Moon or Shishir. They wish to rely on Angela's burst to tackle the dodgy system, which is also a valid strategy. Yuqian snorts softly. It remains abstract as ever. In contrast, his strategy is considerably more stable. They secure the selections of the Tiger and Ji Xiaoman, ultimately finalizing the perfect dodgy and lousy system. Thus, an almost flawless dodgy and lousy combination has been formed. Su Nuo remarked that the combination of Lao Hu and Ji Xiaoman on the road exhibits formidable prowess. He turned to Ling Yun and inquired about his thoughts, suggesting the possibility of selecting Hua Mulan for the final position in the top lane, eager to gauge Ling Yun's perspective. After assessing the current lineup, Ling Yun candidly expressed that Hua Mulan may not be the most favorable choice, especially against Ji Xiaoman, as the matchup could be quite challenging. While he held confidence in his skills with Hua Mulan, he preferred to opt for a more manageable roster, especially considering the goal of achieving a 3-0 victory today. The viable options included Xia Luote, Yilian, and even Quang Tai, with Yilian being the optimal choice. Let us go with Yilian. He's easier to play, he concluded, glancing appreciatively at Ling Yun, who demonstrated commendable strategic insight. Unlike some players who rush to showcase their unique skills at the onset of the match. Alright, we'll select Yilian, he affirmed, completing the final pick for the wolf team with the most favorable choice of Yilian. Su Nuo noted that this decision was undoubtedly the wisest, asserting that while Xia Luote could also perform, the effectiveness would not compare to that of Yilian. The lineups were finalized. In the blue team, top lane, Ji Xiaoman, Flash, Beiying, Jungle, Pei Qinhu Retribution, Ji Jia, mid lane, Wang Xiaojun, Flash Xiao, ADC, Lao Fuzi, Flash, Xiao Nian, support, De Qiao, Flash, Tianbo. In the red team, the wolf team, top lane, Yilian, Flash, Ling Yun, jungle, Dongfang Jing, Retribution, Xiaopang, mid lane, and Qi La, Flash, Xiangyu, ADC, Sun Shangxiang, Flash, Yao Dao, support, Tai Yi Jinren, Flash, Yisheng. With only 5 seconds remaining until the battle commenced, the fans enthusiastically chanted their respective team slogans, declaring their fearlessness and determination to fight to the end. Ling Er welcomed everyone to the first match, introducing herself as the commentator. Su Nuo followed suit, providing analysis of the opposing team's lineups. From what I observe, this lineup is significantly stronger than that of the Wolf team. The complete Deqiao system is much easier to execute. Naturally, the segment of toxic commentary was not overlooked. With promises of penalties for losses, the comments reflected a mix of humor and skepticism, with some fans expressing confidence in the Wolf team, while others suspected bias from the commentator. In the live stream of Xuan, he expressed his support for the Wolf team, despite not having witnessed Ling Yun play Yulien before, believing that the Wolf team had a greater chance of victory due to their superior caliber. He maintained a neutral stance while favoring the Wolf team. At the onset of the match, the Wolf team decided to have Yao Dao's son Xiang accompany Xuan Ran to contest the mid lane. Xiang's Xuan Ran positioned himself at the right bush, while Enchila took her place in the ADC lane. As Ling Yun arrived on the lane, he immediately began to pressure Xiaoman's position. In a situation of hero dominance, Ling Yun was far from timid. Being a young player, certainly would not adopt a defensive strategy. Both sides contended for lane control, and as they cleared the minions, Ling Yun's Yulien swiftly unleashed his second skill to close in on Xiaoman. Yulien's second skill offered an attack speed boost, enabling him to swiftly land 3 basic attacks, thereby accumulating rage. Xiaoman, while contesting the lane, had already lost nearly 1/3 of his health due to minion damage and had just expended his 2 segments of the first skill. As a professional player, his reflexes were sharp. He quickly activated his 2 segments of the second skill to evade Yulien and retreat towards his tower. However, Xiaoman's health had dwindled to half. Ling Yun's Yulien chose not to pursue further, opting instead to retreat after gaining an advantage. Such aggressive play would signal to the opponents that he was not to be underestimated. After experiencing this setback, Being's expression reflected his dissatisfaction. Is he really that fierce? Let us coordinate a gank on him, he suggested. In this match, Lao Hu had not chosen to invade the jungle, allowing Ling Yun to play comfortably. Once Xiaoman returned to his tower, he promptly moved towards the river crab. In the mid lane, both sides had cleared their minions. Wang Zhaojun attempted to support the top lane, but was thwarted by Yao Dao's son Xiang. Meanwhile, Deqiao was making her way towards the top lane. Deqiao is on her way, be cautious, Yulien, Ling Yun noted, having already observed Deqiao's movement. However, he did not react immediately. Upon seeing Deqiao approach, Being prepared to unleash a 12-hit combo. In that instant, Ling Yun's Yulien swiftly executed his first skill, Meteor Slash, utilizing its invulnerability to dodge Xiaoman's initial pull while simultaneously delivering a knockup. Xiaoman's 12-hit combo failed to connect with Yulien, resulting in him absorbing the full brunt of Yulien's first skill damage. Having already lost health while contesting the lane, he was now left with merely 1/3 of his vitality, having rushed out without healing. At this juncture, Deqiao had also arrived. I'm here, Tian Bo announced as he approached from the river area. Ling Yun's Yulien found himself cornered between Xiaoman and Deqiao. Don't let him escape, Being shouted. Yet, just as he finished his command, he realized something was amiss. Due to Ling's Li En, who had no intention of retreating, Deqiao aimed to predict Li En's direction of escape with her first skill to unleash a knock-up effect. However, she was taken aback to discover that he did not head towards her defensive tower, but instead charged forth with a second skill, relentlessly attacking J11OMN. Being was startled by this maneuver. Following the use of Li En's second skill, the 3 consecutive attacks accelerated the assault. J11OMN, already at 1/3 health, found her life extinguished in an instant after being struck thrice. Being reacted swiftly, using flash to retreat, but Ling, exhibiting the prowess of a top-tier player, anticipated this move. He responded promptly, following with his own flash to continue the assault. At the precise moment Being's J11OMN executed her second skill, Ling's Li En delivered the final blow. In execution, after securing the kill, Ling immediately voiced his triumph, while Deqiao remained behind him. Indeed, the level 1 Deqiao had expended her first skill. Ling swiftly turned, utilizing his second skill to pursue Deqiao and land a hit. With the boost of his second skill granting an additional 40 attack speed, he unleashed 3 passive stacks in a second while executing the knock-up effect of his first skill, depleting half of Deqiao's health. At that moment, TNB realized Being had been slain by Ling. He hastily placed a second skill circle for returning home and maneuvered Deqiao towards it. I'm coming. At this juncture, YSH's TIZNR had also arrived, having charged his first skill, Li Nu NSHG. He executed a flicker to immobilize Deqiao while allowing Ling's Li En to continue the assault. Just as Deqiao's stun ended, TIZNR's first skill detonated, inflicting yet another stun. Without the boots of tenacity, Deqiao was rendered motionless. The circle loomed before her. Yet she could not enter. However, even if Di Chio could have entered, she would have perished, for both players had eliminated her before she could return home. A successive double kill. Ling Yun claimed a double kill. Shi Yoping exclaimed, nice. Yodo added, impressive. Shi Yingyi declared, the Blood Emperor. Well deserved. In the commentary booth, X Nu remarked, that was a ferocious display by Lian. My goodness. Instead of fleeing, he chose to counterattack, catching Ying completely off guard. He must have calculated J11OMN's skills accurately during the initial skirmish. She had already expended 2 segments of her second skill. Therefore, after using a complete set of 12, she was left without her second skill. His skill assessment was impeccable. The Blood Emperor. Truly deserved. Ling observed Ling Yun's maneuvers with intrigue. His confidence was palpable, adeptly gauging both health and damage, as well as his opponent's psyche. In Chapter 60, Ying displayed a transformation akin to Di Hu. In Lishng's live stream, he excitedly pounded the table, exclaiming, I told you. Ling Yun's technique is flawless. This victory was solely dependent on skill. In the peak matches, he consistently secures first blood. The first 2 games were no different. Each time claiming first blood, the Blood Emperor is indeed well-deserved. The barrage of comments read, isn't the Blood Emperor Di Hu? Lishng pondered briefly before responding. Di Hu is indeed also the Blood Emperor, but in a contrasting manner. One gives away first blood while the other claims it. Meanwhile, Di Hu, engaged in a peak match, sneezed. Who is cursing me? Returning to the match. The morale of Ying and TNB had been significantly diminished by this turn of events. Their coordination was far too abstract. Not only did they fail to capture Ling Yun's Lian, but they also fell victim to a double kill at his hands. Ling Yun thrived on being targeted. The more opponents he faced, the more exhilarated he became. Did the likes of Shi Okyu and Chi NM not attempt to contest him? Did it yield any results? They were swiftly dispatched. The advantages gained from this exchange, combined with TI's passive, allowed Ling Yun to lead Ying by over 500 gold. Not only had Ying fallen, but he also missed a wave of minions. This debacle could be described as a considerable loss. As believed he was a mysterious figure, the venue remained chilly. Yet Ying was beginning to perspire slightly. Ying stated, don't rush, let me farm a bit. My economy is somewhat low. Sweat streamed down. Their composition was superior to the Wolf team's. Should they find themselves at a disadvantage in the early game, it could spell trouble. The paramount focus now was to maintain stability. Shi Yoping had opened red to seize the farming lane, opting not to assist Ling North in the confrontation lane. This strategy was also to bolster Yodo's advantage. Moreover, with the red side commencing at red, they would be better positioned to contest the Dragon Pit at the 4-minute mark. At 1 minute and 30 seconds, the confrontation lane reached level 4. The Wolf team had congregated 4 players in the mid lane to seize the line. Wingzhoj in the mid left was revealed by T. Izich In's second skill. NQL immediately followed up with a 2-1 combo. Wingzhoj's reflexes were swift. The moment the stun ended, she utilized flash to retreat. At this point, the mid lane was only occupied by 2 players, Wingzhoj and Di Chio. LOFZ was clearing waves in the farming lane, while J11OM attempted to secure the level 4 lane in the top lane. To be frank, after seizing this wave of minions, he would not reach level 4, as he had just missed a wave of minions. CHG had also been consumed by Ling Yun's Lian. His attempt to claim minions was merely a result of the tiger being nearby. Naturally, Ling Yun's Lian was aware of this. Nevertheless, his level was already approaching level 4. This wave required only the elimination of the frontline minions for him to attain level 4. As the minion waves converged, J11OM unleashed 2 segments of his first skill directly onto the minions, while JG's tiger assisted in clearing the lane in human form. Ling Yun, do not rush to seize the line. Wait for us to finish the mid lane before we come to assist you, Yixing said in a low voice. The health of the frontline minion was reduced to half. How could Ling Yun possibly let go of this opportunity to secure level 4? The moment Yixing finished speaking, he suddenly used his second skill to advance towards the minions. Lao Hu, Ji Xiaoman. Neither of them anticipated that Yalian would suddenly use his second skill. It was known that their teammates had already missed the opportunity. Not only did the 2 fail to foresee this, but even their teammates were caught off guard. Ling Yun, what are you doing? Don't engage. Wait for us. Yixing was somewhat flustered. This wave must not result in any loss. However, Ling Yun's primary target was not them, but rather the half-health frontline minion. After utilizing his second skill, the 3 basic attacks benefited from a 40 attack speed bonus. Taking advantage of this speed enhancement and the last hitting key, he caught the 2 off guard. The frontline minion was swiftly eliminated by Ling Yun. Level 4. At this moment, his rage had also accumulated by half. By the time Ji Xiaoman realized what was happening, Yalian's first skill had already been unleashed in the direction of him and Lao Hu. Ji Xiaoman and Lao Hu, standing alongside the minion wave, were instantly knocked into the air. After completing his first skill, Yalian's rage was now fully charged. Ji Xiaoman, initially at 2/3 health, was struck by Yalian's first skill, compounded by the fact that Yalian had purchased the Heart of Melting, continuously burning him. Consequently, Ji Xiaoman's health plummeted to 1/3. This exemplified the economic disparity. Ji Xiaoman was behind Yalian by 600 gold. How many minutes had passed? Merely 2 minutes. At this moment, Lao Hu was still in human form, and he was also several hundred gold behind Ling Yun. Fortunately, this strike only depleted 1/3 of his health. Ji Xiaoman, realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately attempted to escape using his 2-part second skill, as Ling Yun's target was him. At this point, neither Ling Yun nor Ji Xiaoman had their flash abilities available. However, Ling Yun had already reached level 4. Lao Hu, lacking control skills, could not restrain Yalian. Moreover, Yalian's ultimate could not be avoided. Yalian promptly activated his third skill, Sunset Slash, targeting Ji Xiaoman. Ji Xiaoman, damn, I can't escape. Just as he uttered this, Yalian's ultimate struck down. Upon landing, Ji Xiaoman's health was entirely depleted. Lao Hu transformed into tiger form and lunged forward, but it was too late. Ji Xiaoman fell victim to Yalian's strike upon landing. Ling Yun's record surged to 3 kills and 0 deaths. Seasonal Lao Hu pounced, but failed to even shatter the shield gained from Yalian's ultimate. Seasonal, damn. So tanky. I must take my leave. Ling Yun would not grant him such an opportunity. After biting him, Lao Hu attempted to flee. Ling Yun immediately followed with his second skill and, while inflicting significant damage with 3 successive basic attacks, accumulated his passive. Seasonal's Lao Hu was left with only half health. Yalian, fueled by full rage, unleashed his first skill, Meteor Slash, launching Lao Hu into the air. This dealt a decisive blow, leaving him with merely 2 bars of health. Lao Hu could no longer escape. Ling Yun's Yalian had already closed in. Yalian still had half health remaining, while Seasonal's Lao Hu could only engage in basic attacks. He attempted to switch forms, but was just shy of the requirement. At that critical moment, Yalian's final strike landed. A double kill. Originally, Yixing had been urging not to engage, but he instantly changed his tune. Don't stop, keep it up. Ling Yun, awesome, just play like that. Ling Yun cast a puzzled glance at Yixing. Weren't you just saying something different? Yixing's swift change of heart rivaled that of Dehua. Meanwhile, on the side of Bei Ying and Seasonal, both were eliminated. They exchanged glances, filled with bitterness. What is happening? This guy is far too bold. In the commentary booth, Linger expressed her astonishment. My goodness. Ling Yun made a sudden move. He reached level 4, knocked 2 players into the air, secured Ji Xiaoman. And even Lao Hu could not escape. He completed a double kill. Su Nuo remarked. Ling Yun's maneuver was exceedingly audacious. He calculated perfectly that Ji Xiaoman would not reach level 4 after this wave, while he only needed a frontline minion to achieve it. Such confidence. The fans of the Wolf team were left in awe by Ling Yun's 2 consecutive operations. Chapter 61. Deceiving the East and Striking the West. Utilizing blind vision to locate Lao Hu. Ling Yun, you are my hero. The Blood Emperor. A 1 versus 2 double kill? Is this not superior to Prince Yalian? For kills in 2 minutes, could he reach 20 kills in 10 minutes? This is Ling Yun the Ancestor. The pinnacle of excellence. The comments echoed, my goodness. Was that so bold? If it were me, I would have given away my head long ago. Truly worthy of the Blood Emperor. Much better than the recent Guqi's state. This form feels like the starting lineup has been solidified. The comments read, how can the streamer say such things? Guqi is also the Blood Emperor. Although he may have given it away, it still counts as a kill. The comments, Guqi weeps in the restroom. The comments, Guqi has been quite stable, consistently giving away first blood every game. He could be renamed to the mysterious odd man. In the live stream, disbelief resonated. What is going on? 2 players were outplayed by Ling Yun alone. What are you all doing? At this rate, 500 will be lost. The lament echoed throughout the room. 500 gold is about to vanish. The comments. Wolf Team fans express gratitude to G'day for not jinxing them. The comments. Thank you, G'day, for your support. The comments. Damn. I am a fan. I should have known better than to watch this. G'day, please stop jinxing us. The previously advantageous lineup has suddenly turned into a disadvantage. The seasonal tiger was slain by Ling Yun's Yalian, disrupting the rhythm of the game. Ling Yun's Yalian achieved a double kill, combined with the newly refreshed neutral resources, leading to an economic advantage of 1,000 gold over Ji Xiaoman. With a double kill in hand, who would dare to target him now? Even if 4 players came to ambush him, he could easily evade capture. The situation has completely shifted against them. Most critically, Ji Xiaoman is struggling to develop, posing no threat to Sun Shangxiang unless Lao Fuzi can land a critical flash onto her. As the rhythm stabilized, both sides attempted to avoid conflict. At 4 minutes, the minor tyrant respawned. Ling Yun cleared his lane in advance and moved to assist the bottom lane. Ji Xiaoman, opting for a reactive wave clear, is supported by the presence of De Qiao, allowing him to utilize his ultimate for assistance without affecting his wave clearing speed. This is one of the advantages of a De Qiao composition, rapid support. They are unwilling to let this tyrant slip away, as securing it could potentially turn the tide in their favor. Tianbo urged, "Come on, gather around. We cannot let this dragon go." As the main commander, he signaled his teammates to converge. Ji Xiaoman remained in the top lane, while Wang Zhaojun took position in the middle right bush. De Qiao and Lao Fuzi positioned themselves adjacent, waiting for the right moment. The tiger stood in the red bush, biding his time for the perfect opportunity to strike. On the wolf team, Yixing said, "Let me move a bit forward. Daozi, don't push too far ahead. Avoid being caught by a flash." The core of this composition relies on Yao Dao's son Shangxiang. Thus his positioning must be exceedingly cautious. The commentator Linger remarked, "They do not wish to let the dragon slip away. Wang Zhaojun and De Qiao, along with Lao Fuzi, have already set up in advance. Let us observe how the wolf team will respond." At this moment, Ling Yun was also in the front line. The opposing team lacked a marksman, so he did not need to seek out flanking opportunities as he had previously. Moreover, with his economic lead of over 1,000 gold at the 4-minute mark, there was no need for such tactics. There were no threats in the front line to concern him. Yixing's Tai Jinren spotted Lao Fuzi and De Qiao near the middle right bush. Meanwhile, Xiaopeng's Jing emerged from the blue zone. "Xiaopeng, follow me. The enemy tiger is in the red bush. We will feign an attack on the dragon and then eliminate him," he instructed. Upon seeing Lao Fuzi and De Qiao, Ling Yun quickly deduced that Wang Zhaojun must be positioned behind Lao Fuzi. After Lao Fuzi's flash, he could step in to deal damage. He also inferred that the tiger was likely in the red bush, though he could not guarantee it. However, the chances were high. Confidence is key. Even if the tiger was not there, what difference would it make to give away a tyrant? An unconfident professional player is not a qualified one. Xiaopeng naturally trusted Ling Yun and followed him to the tyrant's location, while Yixing's Tai Jinren kept a close watch on Lao Fuzi to prevent him from flashing. De Qiao used her skills to poke and knock back Tai Jinren, and both sides began to test each other. If they could restrain Tai Jinren, Sun Shangxiang and Angela would have ample opportunities to shine. Thus, Lao Fuzi relied on Tai Jinren to build up his passive. The commentator Xunhua noted, "Are Ling Yun and Xiaopeng attempting to secure the dragon?" Ling Yun strategically utilized the tyrant to stack his passive and rage, without pulling the tyrant out. At the moment his rage was fully charged, he shouted, "Strike." Xiaopeng's Jing swiftly executed her first skill, using the tyrant's refreshed skills while employing her second skill to vault through the wall, positioning herself in front of the red bush. Then, without vision, she unleashed her ultimate towards the red bush. Ji Xiaoman was taken aback. They were just attacking the dragon, and now they are charging in blind? What is happening? Did I lose vision? Were they executing a feint? At that moment, Ling Yun followed up with his second skill. Jing's ultimate has a stunning effect, instantly immobilizing Ji Xiaoman's tiger. The humanoid form of the tiger was quickly reduced to 1/3 health by Xiaopeng's devastating combo. However, the assault did not end there. After 3 strikes, Yalian followed up with a first skill, dealing full damage. Ji Xiaoman's tiger, equipped with a red blade, was too fragile to withstand the high burst damage from the 2 players, ultimately being claimed by Yalian's meteor slash. Ling Yun's record now stood at 5 kills with no deaths. Ji Xiaoman, still reeling from the shock, exclaimed, "How did they know I was here?" He urged his teammates, "You all should retreat." With the tiger already eliminated, only 3 players remained in the front line, and Ji Xiaoman had yet to arrive. Yixing's Tai reacted swiftly, advancing to latch onto De Qiao. Sun Shangxiang rolled in with her first skill, following up with her second skill to shred armor and enhance her basic attacks. Angela quickly joined in with her own skills against De Qiao. De Qiao lost half her health and hastily used her flash. Yixing's Tai, having charged his first skill in advance, followed up with a flash to detonate on De Qiao, stunning her. Sun Shangxiang continued her assault, and Angela unleashed her ultimate to eliminate De Qiao. Before De Qiao perished, she managed to cast her second skill at her feet and activated her ultimate. The vortex gate had been opened. However, the front line was already in disarray. Ji Xiaoman's arrival at this point would be futile. In a decisive move, the old master relied on his second skill's damage immunity to return to base while stepping on De Qiao's second skill. Wang Zhaojun, after casting her ultimate, also sought to retreat. Chapter 62, The Pinnacle of Strategy. Is this the Wolf team of the Spring Championship of 2023? However, Ling Yun had already arrived. With a swift activation of his second skill, he charged forward, accumulating passive energy and rage. Wang Zhaojun hurriedly placed her second skill beneath her feet. At the very moment Wang Zhaojun's skill took effect, Ling Yun's Yilian unleashed his first skill. Yilian's third basic attack triggered his first skill, granting him a body effect, allowing him to evade Wang Zhaojun's control while inflicting substantial damage. This exemplified Ling Yun's extraordinary mastery of skills, remarkably precise. This is why others often refer to him as meticulous, specifically regarding his gameplay. Wang Zhaojun, with minimal health, used her flash to escape. Yet, Yilian followed suit, using his flash to latch onto her. A consecutive strike shattered her defenses. Ling Yun's Yilian claimed yet another double kill, bringing his total to 6. At this moment, Xiao Pang and Yao Dao had also secured the tyrant. This exchange resulted in a 0-for-3 trade, along with the tyrant, significantly benefiting their position. Ling Yun's economy had already established him as the top player on the field, and now he was even further ahead of Ji Xiaoman. Upon glancing at the economic scoreboard, the latter was taken aback to find himself trailing Ling Yun by 2,000 gold. How could he possibly compete? Commentator Su Nua exclaimed, "My goodness!" During this team fight, Ling Yun and Xiao Pang accurately predicted the position of the tiger, advancing into the brush with blind vision. How audacious! This decision was likely orchestrated by Ling Yun. The last time they faced off, it was Ling Yun who had pinpointed Xuan Ran's position. Commentator Ling Air added, "It's simply unbelievable. If I weren't at the live event, I would genuinely think he had some sort of cheat." Ling Yun's confidence radiates beyond the screen. In the official live chat, viewers commented, "Haha, opponents, don't hide in the brush. Ling Yun will find you with precision." Hiding in the brush? Don't you know that everyone who attempts that against Ling Yun ends up in dire straits? You can ask Wei Liang. Haha. Or inquire with Hu Shun and Lu Wei. Both are victims. In Lai Shen's livestream, how does Ling Yun know the tiger is here? Is he that confident? What if the tiger isn't here? I wouldn't dare take such risks. Lai Shen, known for his remarkable achievements in the canyon, often aims to dismantle the enemy's towers. Chat comments. If it were you, you would have already suffered a losing record. If it were you, you would have come out of that team fight without any kills, yet the towers would have fallen. In the livestream, Goody slumped in his chair. After this exchange, they had fallen into a disadvantage, losing over 500 gold. I'm amazed. Ling Yun actually led Xiao Pang into the brush blind. What if no one was there? Most importantly, Ji Jia was indeed inside. I'm astounded. Family, 500 is gone. The chat was a mix of joy and despair. Ha ha ha. Thankfully, I've always bet against Goody Yi. I'll never trust you again, Quail. You've deceived me once more. Bet against the streamer, and you'll find a villa by the sea. BNK is indeed living up to his name. Today, I'm truly impressed. As the Wolf team gained a greater advantage, the atmosphere improved. Yisheng exclaimed, "Well done." Yao Dao praised, "Incredible, that was quite impressive." Xiao Pang gave Ling Yun a thumbs up. "Truly the master, Ling Yun. I was about to question you, but now I'm convinced. The tiger was indeed there. If it weren't for the match, I would think you were cheating." Ling Yun smiled and jested. "I simply didn't log out, ha ha ha." Even Xiang Yu, typically reserved, couldn't help but commend Ling Yun, acknowledging that his awareness is undoubtedly among the best in the league. Xiang Yu was not exaggerating. Given Ling Yun's awareness and confidence, few in the league could match it. Meanwhile, the atmosphere had noticeably darkened. Ji Jia had died twice, losing all momentum. Xiao Nian's old master, though not dead, was of little utility. Wang Zhaojun, who had just died once, was in a similar predicament. Tian Bo's De Qiao had also fallen twice. His decisions thwarted by Ling Yun's keen perception. The situation for Bei Ying was even worse. His economy was nearly on par with the team's 4th position. The team had not dared to engage in the last skirmish. All 5 were left bewildered by Ling Yun's prowess. After that team fight, Xiao Pang took the opportunity to invade the tiger's jungle. Ling Yun held a significant advantage in lane, only waiting for Ji Xiaoman to emerge after clearing the waves. He was completely unafraid to cast a glance in Ling Yun's direction. Ling Yun began to take control of the match, also assuming the role of leader. As the main commander, Yisheng naturally had no objections. "All right, let us move into the blue zone. Don't engage yet. Let us gather resources and leave immediately. After I finish pushing the lane, you can come out. No need to rush." Ling Yun calmly directed the overall strategy of the Wolf team, instructing Xiao Pang to continuously invade the enemy's jungle, denying them the opportunity to counterattack. Sitting below, listening to Ling Yun's commands, his brow furrowed slightly. With such a significant advantage, why not engage in battle? If they were not at a disadvantage, they should fight. Each of them was a top-tier player. In his view, without disadvantages, they should press the attack. The Wolf team consisted of players with exceptional skills. Moreover, they were currently in a favorable position. Engaging in combat, while having the upper hand, could amplify their advantage. However, Ling Yun held a different perspective. The opposing team had to Qiao. If they were caught off guard in the side lanes, they could easily lose ground. Although they currently held the advantage, there was always risk in engaging. In contrast, expanding their economy through strategic play would mitigate potential risks. The strategy leans towards leveraging combat to enhance advantages while mitigating risks. This encapsulates the disparity observed in the previous performance of Long Dui. Currently, they are a team characterized by superior operational prowess. Prior to Ling Yun's ascent, Long Dui lacked both the necessary techniques and operational strategies. Ling Yun now aspires to restore the operational finesse that Long Dui once possessed. As a former powerhouse in operational strategy, how could they rely solely on combat? Such a team could hardly contend for the championship against others. 10 minutes have elapsed. Under Ling Yun's astute command, Long Dui has invaded the enemy's jungle, and with the passive abilities of Xuan Ran, their economic advantage has surged to over 5,000. The commentator, Su Nuo, remarked. After a 4-minute skirmish, Long Dui has continually expanded their lead, leaving no opportunity for the opponents. Their economic advantage has even reached 5,000. His tone was filled with astonishment. This starkly contrasts with the combat-centric style Long Dui exhibited recently, evoking memories of the 5 players from the 2023 Spring Championships. Chapter 63. This wave may appear deceptively simple, yet it is indeed quite challenging. In Lishan's livestream, viewers have noted a shift in Long Dui's approach. Previously, they would hastily conclude games upon gaining an advantage, but now they exhibit a steadiness reminiscent of their early season performance last year. With a lead, they maintain a composed demeanor, opting not to engage in unnecessary skirmishes, instead allowing their superior strategy to dominate the opposition. As the clock strikes 10 minutes, Ling Yun meticulously prepares the lanes and promptly instructs his teammates to secure vision around the tyrant. He understands the critical importance of not allowing it to fall into enemy hands. If they do, the combined damage from the second position Sun Shangxiang and the Dark Tyrant would be insurmountable. Even Laozi would struggle to withstand such onslaught. Can we make a play for it? Jie inquires of his teammates. Observing that they only have 3 high ground towers remaining and the minion waves are unfavorable, he hesitates but ultimately nods. Let us go for it. Otherwise, we face a slow demise. They are operating under the Deqiao system, which should at least enable them to push a lane. However, their current situation is dire with such pressure on their minion waves. Ji Xiaoman, you take the lane. I will teleport you over with my ultimate, Tianbo commands. Ji Xiaoman acquiesces eagerly. Meanwhile, Long Dui has commenced their assault on the tyrant. Yao Dao's Sun Shangxiang and Xiao Pang's Jing engage at the front lines, while Tai Jinren clears vision in the red jungle before returning to the backline. Angela positions herself on the right side of mid lane, ready to intercept any incursions from the enemy. Ling Yun's Yalian stealthily occupies the bush in front of the enemy's second tower, remaining undetected. Once Tai Jinren dispels the vision, he will advance to the enemy's small bush. This position is strategically advantageous. Typically, a team passing through would scout for vision. However, Ling Yun is betting on their failure to do so, and fortune favors him. Tianbo's Deqiao, along with 3 teammates, emerges from mid lane and enters the red jungle, with Laozi leading the charge. They swiftly make their way to the tyrant's location. Wang Xiaojun uses her first skill to reveal Tai Jinren hiding in the bush. Launching Tai Jinren attempts to block their advance. The Dark Tyrant's health is dwindling rapidly. Jijia's Tiger is becoming anxious. Forget about Tai, let's go? Tianbo's Deqiao immediately launches his ultimate, opening the vortex gate. Ji Xiaoman, having just cleared the minion wave in the side lane, teleports in. Jijia's Tiger also leaps into the dragon pit, while Wang Xiaojun casts her ultimate to prevent the tiger from being focused. The dragon's health plummets, nearing the execution threshold. Su Nuo exclaims, they can't hold back any longer. They are forcing their way in. They are disregarding Tai. Deqiao is unleashing his ultimate. Who will claim the dragon? Linger remarks, in this wave, Ji Xiaoman dashes in with his second skill to confront Sun Shangxiang. Can he eliminate her? Upon teleporting, Ji Xiaoman immediately uses his second skill to engage Sun Shangxiang. Yao Dao, lacking the protection of Tai, rolls backward, utilizing his flash to create distance while executing a powered basic attack. Justice Partner, the Berserk Nemesis. A critical hit of 2,000 damage is unleashed, causing Ji Xiaoman to lose 2 health bars instantly. Alarmed, he hastily activates Song Qiong and continues moving forward with his first skill to ensnare Sun Shangxiang. Yao Dao, without hesitation, launches his second skill while refreshing his first with a basic attack against the wall in the blue area, deftly evading Ji Xiaoman's first skill. His first skill cannot penetrate walls, rendering it ineffective. The Beacon Charge, a spectacular climax, starring this young lady. A powered basic attack follows, inflicting over 2,000 damage due to armor penetration, coinciding perfectly with the conclusion of Ji Xiaoman's Song Qiong. In this strike, Ji Xiaoman's health bar plummets, prompting him to use his second skill to dash through the wall while activating his third skill, refreshing his abilities and delivering a kick to Sun Shangxiang. Yao Dao, seizing the opportunity, requires no intricate maneuvers, for a simple basic attack will secure him the kill on Ji Xiaoman. Yao Dao secured his second kill in this match. The tyrant has been slain. The tyrant fell to Jing's hands. Jing's dual punishments far exceed that of Lao Hu. Although Xiao Pang's punishments are often snatched away during dragon fights, this time he did not disappoint. The battlefield instantly transformed into a fierce 4-on-4. Xiao Nian's Lao Fuzi executed a grand flash, ensnaring Xiao Pang's Jing. Xiao Pang unleashed his ultimate ability, maneuvering back and forth within Lao Fuzi's grand skill. Jijia's Lao Hu shifted into human form, relentlessly dealing damage to Jing. Xiang Yu unleashed a 213 combo, obstructing the advance of De Qiao and Wang Zhaojun. Yisheng's Tai Xuan Ran blinked into the dragon pit, prepared to unleash his ultimate upon the severely weakened Jing. The commentators were momentarily stunned as they observed Ling Yun's positioning from a godlike perspective. This flanking maneuver was simply exquisite. In this 4-on-4 skirmish, had they forgotten that the highest economic powerhouse on the field, Yilian de Dai, was absent? Indeed, the man with the highest economic standing in the arena has arrived. At this moment, Ling Yun activated his skills, charging straight towards the back line of Wang Zhaojun. Alas, Yilian, he was too hasty and failed to locate him earlier. Tianbo finally realized what was happening. He intended to cast a second skill on Wang Zhaojun to send her home. In an instant, Yilian struck. He dashed right to Wang Zhaojun's face with his second skill. Just when everyone thought he would attack, he turned and retreated. The clever Wang Zhaojun preemptively used her second skill, predicting that Yilian would place his skill at her feet. Had Yilian not struck 3 times, his first skill would lack invincibility. Thus, his timing was not slow. Yet, Ling Yun was not deceived at all. He directly anticipated her anticipation. In Lai Shen's livestream, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, Ling Yun predicted Zhao's prediction. He must have strategized this in advance. Zhao has become his plaything." This maneuver, while seemingly simple, was indeed quite intricate. The true challenge lay in deceiving Wang Zhaojun into utilizing her second skill. Ling Yun's Yilian appeared as though he was about to escape. Yet he did not. Zhao. At the very moment the second skill concluded, Chapter 64, Linglong Tower. Emperor Yilian. Ling Yun's Yilian surged forward, delivering 3 consecutive strikes while casting his first skill, launching Wang Zhaojun into the air and inflicting tremendous damage. Wang Zhaojun, already half-health due to Angela's harassment, was instantly eliminated by Ling Yun's combo. She didn't even have time to use her blink. However, even if she had, it would have been futile, for Ling Yun still possessed a second skill and his blink. Unrivaled. Yilian's kill count skyrocketed to 7, achieving a godlike status. De Qiao's second skill had not even returned him before he was annihilated. De Qiao did not retreat immediately. Ling Yun, now with a full rage bar, activated his second skill, charging directly at De Qiao's face to commence a relentless assault. De Qiao hastily unleashed his first and third skills, inflicting knock-up and silence. Ling Yun promptly activated his ultimate, blinking into the dragon pit to strike Lao Hu. The moment he landed, he unleashed his first skill, capturing the half-health Lao Hu. Double kill. De Qiao. At this point, Tianbo finally realized that he was merely a tool for Ling Yun to farm his passive. His true targets were Lao Hu and Lao Fuzi. Jing's ultimate concluded, and just before being slain, Tai Yi provided a resurrection. Yao Dao's son Shangxiang arrived as well, delivering a second skill followed by a reinforced basic attack. Xiao Nian's Lao Fuzi immediately activated his second skill along with Song Qiong. With 90% damage reduction, he withstood that onslaught. Tianbo promptly cast his second skill into the dragon pit. Lao Fuzi aimed to step on the second skill to return home, but Tai Xuan Ran was not about to grant him that opportunity. The first skill, Chain Incident, struck him directly. The moment Lao Fuzi was stunned, Jing revived. With a swift series of 11 smooth combos, Lao Fuzi's Song Qiong effect had just faded when Ling Yun pounced, executing a first skill knockup and continuing his control. "I am the only faith amidst your ruins." Yao Dao's son Shangxiang rolled in with another shot, claiming the last shred of Lao Fuzi's health. Double kill. Yao Dao's son Shangxiang achieved a double kill. At this point, only De Qiao remained. However, De Qiao found it impossible to escape. Ling Yun swiftly switched to boots of speed with his second skill, dashing through walls to pursue De Qiao's position. De Qiao, lacking her second skill, attempted to flee. Ling Yun, empowered by the red buff, latched onto her, ensuring De Qiao could not escape. Triple kill. Ling Yun's performance record stood at 9 kills, 0 deaths, and 1 assist. The commentators exclaimed excitedly. Ling Yun's flanking maneuver caught them completely off guard. This attempt to secure the dragon was far too hasty. They didn't even scout the grass thoroughly. It granted Ling Yun an exceptional opportunity to flank. The Wolf team achieved a flawless 5-for-0 team fight thanks to their economic lead, Xiaopeng's punishment, and Ling Yun's flank. This team fight was simply perfect. Although their lack of scouting allowed Ling Yun to flank effectively, had they scouted, the dragon would undoubtedly have been lost. Ling Yun capitalized on their impulsive mentality to execute this flank. Even if discovered, he would not have perished. His economic standing would have allowed him to withstand 4 opponents until his teammates arrived. Ling Er bit her lip, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. The Wolf team's execution in this match was simply outstanding. Of course, this was all thanks to one individual, Ling Yun. Everyone can clearly see the transformation that Ling Yun has brought to the Wolf team since his arrival. After the recent team fight, there was a wave of minions left untouched in the development lane. The Wolf team's 5 members have already begun their celebrations. One wave, another wave, one more wave. Brothers, you are incredible. Ling Yun, you are remarkable. The Wolf team, riding the momentum, took down the enemy with the minions, accompanied by the sound of the crystal shattering. The match concluded at the precise moment of 11 minutes and 45 seconds. The 5 players remarked, "It's fine, let them have one game. We can consider that a warm-up. Let us adjust our mindset. There are still many games to come, no need to rush." In the commentary booth, Sunhua stated, "Let us congratulate the Wolf team on securing the first game of today's best-of-5 series, bringing the score to 1-0. Meanwhile, the fans of the Wolf team erupted in cheers. "Ling Yun, you are amazing. I absolutely adore you. You are simply the Emperor of Yalian. This Yalian is extraordinary. Far superior to Prince Yalian. The Wolf team is phenomenal. Keep playing like this. Tonight, we will achieve a 3-0 victory." In the live broadcast, a commentator said, "What are you doing, brother? Why go out a fight? You might as well defend the base. 500 points have already vanished." Uncle Gus slumped in his chair, bewildered. Can this lineup really be shut out? I never imagined it would be such a clear display of dominance. They were overwhelmed entirely. The audience commented, "Haha. Today is a case of bad luck. I told you that going against the quail was the right choice. Haha, the quail has lost all hope. Please don't let my electronic pet get killed." Back at the official commentary desk, the sweet smile of Xiao Lu captivated the viewers. Congratulations to the Wolf team for taking the lead and securing the first point. Did the performances from both sides catch Teacher Zhu Heng's attention? Teacher Zhu smiled. Isn't it obvious? Ling Yun's performance is remarkable. He was outstanding in this match, excelling in both his double kills in the lane and his team fight strategies. The commentator teased. Didn't you say Ling Yun might struggle after being thoroughly analyzed? Teacher Zhu laughed awkwardly. That was my oversight. Ling Yun is indeed a bold player who is both daring and skilled. His blind vision exploration in the bush was quite courageous, demonstrating confidence in his abilities. Although I am unsure who was commanding at that moment, I believe it must have been Ling Yun. After all, he previously commanded Yao Dao to use blind vision to ensnare opponents. The commentator expressed pride. Ling Yun is truly exceptional. He caught my attention in the last match, and his performance in this first game has been equally impressive. Teacher Zhu nodded in agreement. Indeed, the operational tactics of the Wolf team have significantly evolved since Ling Yun joined, marking a notable improvement. Previously, they focused on constant skirmishes, but with Ling Yun, they have shifted towards a more strategic approach in the mid-game. Teacher Zhu has always been unafraid of the pace of the game. Everyone could discern the underlying message in Teacher Zhu's words. It implied that the training sessions were not as effective as those under Old Lin, and since joining the Wolf team, the operational strategies have faltered. Xiao Lu remarked. After hearing the analysis from both teachers, I can't wait to hear the post-game voice chat. Alright, let us now listen to the voice communications from the first match. The voice replay began at 1 minute and 30 seconds. Ling Yun's Yalian was at level 4. Yixing called out, "Don't fight. Wait for us." However, Ling Yun's Yalian achieved a double kill. Yixing immediately changed his tone. Well played. The fans below were amused by Yixing's sudden shift. Haha, Yixing's mask just slipped. Ling Yun's prowess forced Yixing to change his attitude, eliciting laughter. The second voice replay occurred at the 4-minute mark near the tyrant. Ling Yun directed Xiaopeng to engage the redback grass. Go, 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 there's a tiger. The tiger was swiftly dispatched. The broadcast only shared key moments of the voice communication. The official live comments erupted. Wow, what is the difference between Ling Yun's awareness and aimbot? The tiger was completely oblivious to its impending doom. Haha, does Ling Yun use the same tactics as Shinobu? Ling Yun is like a human radar, able to find opponents no matter where they are. As the voice replay concluded, they returned to the commentary booth. Xiao Lu's eyes sparkled with surprise. Wow, I never expected that season could be found in that position. I must say, Ling Yun is incredibly self-assured. Teacher Zhu maintained a smile. This moment showcases Ling Yun's personal confidence. We could see that Yixing was initially apprehensive about Ling Yun, but after his double kill, Yixing fully trusted Ling Yun's judgment during the second encounter in the redback grass. I believe Ling Yun may very well take on the role of primary commander for the Wolf team moving forward. Despite not being a support player, his keen sense of judgment is perfectly suited for leadership. The commentator shook his head. It's hard to say. Being the main commander can lead to distractions. If Ling Yun were to take on that role, his execution might not be as sharp as before, though such a possibility cannot be ruled out. In the Wolf team's lounge, the match was incredibly swift. The 5 players returned to the lounge, chatting and laughing. Xiaopeng beamed with joy. Ling Yun was so impressive with that level 4 1 versus 2. Season and the backup were completely caught off guard. Xiaopeng felt very comfortable in this match. Previous games had been quite challenging, but since Ling Yun joined, he played with ease. no longer worrying about being soloed in the side lane. Yao Dao playfully nudged Ling Yun's shoulder. I didn't even get to exert my strength before the game ended. You stole the spotlight. Ling Yun chuckled lightly. Please, no need for flattery. It is all due to everyone's collective efforts. At that moment, the director on the big screen had already displayed the results of the current match. Without any surprises, Ling Yun secured victory, boasting an impressive record of 9-0. The fans below erupted into cheers, brandishing memes of Ling Yun's silly grin. Tian Yun, seated among the audience, gazed at the dashing figure on the screen. Her beautiful brows arched slightly, revealing a glimmer of joy in her eyes, her lips curling into a gentle smile, resembling a celestial being amid the crowd. From the depths of her heart, Tian Yun felt genuinely elated by Ling Yun's performance. In the live streaming room of Lishan, it was evident that Ling Yun had performed exceptionally well in this match. Naturally, this victory was solely attributable to him. This marked Ling Yun's third outing, though not many. He had only participated in 3 matches. A perfect win rate is a testament to his prowess, and remarkably, he had not died even once, reaching over 30 kills. Lishan couldn't help but express his admiration. Is the Wolf team about to unveil another top-tier side laner, truly deserving of the title Emperor of Yalian? Ling Yun's hero pool is certainly not a cause for concern. Such statistics are indeed astonishing. The barrage of comments read, too few matches. Once he plays more, the stats won't be as impressive. Only 3 matches lack reference value. How bold. Does he aspire to replace my Yalian prince with these stats? In the resting room, Yuqian's expression had darkened considerably. Losing under normal circumstances is acceptable, but being defeated by Linglong Tower is simply unacceptable. Were they devoid of shame? Their previous performance was truly abysmal. Naturally, they could not expect any goodwill from him. What transpired during the first wave on the upper lane? You know full well that Yalian is stronger than you in the early game, yet you still engaged. And as for Tianhua, your skill was miscast. Why were they positioned so closely at 1 minute and 30 seconds? Did they not learn from the first wave? As for the 4-minute mark, I shall refrain from further comment. The opponents were undoubtedly aware, yet your reactions were simply too sluggish. Get your act together. Yuqian incessantly chastised the team members. The 5 players sat in silence, exchanging glances. Suddenly, Xiao stood up and declared, we did not perform well in this match. It is our fault. Let us forget this one and prepare for the next. We cannot afford to be shut out tonight. That would be too humiliating. His tone carried a powerful impact, inspiring the other 4 teammates. Yuqian nodded appreciatively, for he desired the team to rally their spirits and not be daunted by a single loss, lest they forget how to play. Xiao, having previously served as the assistant coach, had transitioned back to a player this season. He understood the significance of boosting morale, so he and Yuqian coordinated effortlessly. Come on. Jijia proactively extended his right hand. The 5 players placed their hands together, exclaiming, let us go. The break time swiftly concluded, and both teams returned to the arena. In the commentary booth, Linger announced, welcome back. I trust everyone has formed their own judgments after listening to the commentary. Now let us enter the second match. Commentator Xiyuan remarked, choosing the red side this time suggests they aim to counter the Wolf team. In this match, the Wolf team has opted to ban Luna, clearly not intending to allow Jijia his signature champion. They are determined to capitalize on any weaknesses. Yuqian chose to ban the previously utilized Daji. The Wolf team then selected Luban Dashi as their second ban. Yuqian followed suit by banning Jixiaman. Let us pick Dualia. The Wolf team's first pick went to Dualia. Xiyuan commented, are they indeed selecting Dualia? They should consider picking Yang Yuhuan and Shen Mingxi, or perhaps Kai, depending on their strategy. Yuqian responded, let us secure Yang Yuhuan and the Bomb Cat. The selections of Shen Mingxi and Yang Yuhuan were confirmed. Predictably, the Wolf team opted for Kai and a formidable marksman, Gaia. In this match, the Wolf team aimed to play a dual Kai strategy. The greater the fear, the more one must conquer it. The third pick was immediately locked in for Quantia to bolster their strength. Xiyuan observed, the upper map's strength remains quite formidable, with Quantia and Yang Yuhuan. This composition excels in attrition. Chapter 66, Choosing Womulan? Confidence from the highest-ranked Womulan across the internet. The remaining 2 positions were filled by Wang Xiaojun and Damo. The Wolf team selected Sankey and Dunshan. They then inquired once more, Ling Yun, which champion do you wish to play? This inquiry was posed to Ling Yun for both matches, indicative of the admiration held for him. Should we select Guan Yu? After all, he used Guan Yu in the first match, and his skills are not in question. Guan Yu is not that easy to play. Let us go with Womulan, Ling Yun replied nonchalantly. Womulan? I feel that Womulan is also challenging to master. However, after a moment of hesitation, he chose to trust Ling Yun's proficiency with Womulan. After all, the Womulan rated at 119 is the first Womulan to achieve a battle strength of 27,000, and that is no trivial feat, then let us do it. This match is about skill. What he hoped most was to see his player go toe-to-toe with the opponents in terms of skill. Every player on the Wolf team is a master of technique. Simply engage. This aligns perfectly with his coaching philosophy. Commentator Ling Yun exclaimed, "Womulan, is it coming?" The first Womulan across the internet with a battle strength of 27,000. Commentator Linger added, 17 consecutive victories at the peak. Womulan with a score of 119 has been secured. Upon witnessing the Wolf team lock in Womulan, both commentators were taken aback. In recent days, Ling Yun's name had resonated throughout the entire arena of Guangzhou Rongyao, particularly for his prowess with Womulan, for which he had been affectionately dubbed Womulan Yun by his fans. His exceptional proficiency with Hua Mulan is truly remarkable. The barrage of comments in the official livestream erupted in excitement. Hua Mulan. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan has arrived. The Wolf team has secured this victory. The unparalleled skills of Hua Mulan. Ling Yun's technique is beyond reproach. In the livestream of Lishan, a hint of astonishment appeared on his face. Are they really going to play Hua Mulan? Is it a skills match? A solo match? This lineup makes it difficult for Hua Mulan to perform well. Nevertheless, I still choose to trust in Ling Yun's skills. When the lineup is lacking, let the technique compensate. I still have faith in the Wolf team for this match. The comments read, to put it plainly, the Wolf team has Yao in the offlane. And even Lishan is optimistic about the Wolf team. Comments. Neutral commentary by Lishan comments. Haha, I have never seen Lishan not support the Wolf team. In the livestream, Hua Mulan. Locked in. How will the Wolf team play with this lineup? There is no sustain at all. It's tough for Hua Mulan. Analyzing from the lineup. Picking Hua Mulan is not a wise choice. Comments. This is not just any Mulan. It's the Mulan from Wang Wei's poetry. Comments. When the lineup is lacking, let the technique compensate. Comments. No worries, brother Ling Yun has the skills. I have faith in the Wolf team for this match. Watching these comments made him hesitate. While he favored the lineup, he believed the Wolf team possessed greater strength. However, he generally tends to trust the lineup more, so he chose to remain optimistic. The lineup is still playable. I have confidence in this choice. Comments. Fans of insert name can exit the live stream as they are about to face a 0-2 defeat. Comments. Let us congratulate the Wolf team for securing the match point with a 2-0 victory. Comments. BNK continues to exert pressure. Observing the Wolf team selection of Hua Mulan, everyone was briefly taken aback. Hua Mulan. This lineup dares to pick Hua Mulan? Yuqian scoffed lightly. They truly do not regard them as opponents. What does it matter if it's the strongest Hua Mulan in the entire network? A disadvantageous lineup will still feel the pain. Xiao laughed. Our lineup is quite formidable. Hua Mulan 1T be able to shine this match. We just need to suppress her effectively. Jia. Yes, brothers, don't rush. Let us win this match to even the score. The figure behind them could not help but smile upon seeing Hua Mulan. They completely forgot about the previous match where Ling Yun was trained by Yalian. No worries. They would easily handle Hua Mulan this time. Everyone wore cheerful smiles. The Wolf team's final pick was Yi Xing, while the opponent selected Zhang Fei. Ling Yun also noticed that the opposing team was smiling joyfully. Brothers, let us go. I don't want to see them so happy. Xiao Pang grinned. Rest assured, we will help you regain your face in this match. Both lineups were finalized. Blue side, Wolf team. Offlane, Hua Mulan, Flash, Ling Yun. Jungle, Kai, Punishment, Xiao Pang. Mid, Yi Xing, Flash, Xiang Yu. Farming lane, Guya, Berserk, Yao Dao. Roaming, Duo Lia, Flash, Yisheng. Red side, offlane, Huang Tai, Flash, Beiying. Jungle, Yang Yuhuan, Punishment, Jijia. Mid, Shen Mingxi, Flash, Xiao. Farming lane, Gongsun Li, Berserk, Xiao Nian. Roaming, Zhang Fei, Punishment, Tian Bo entering the match. The enemy will arrive on the battlefield in 5 seconds. All troops advance. Fans in the stands began chanting slogans. Born fearless, battle to the end. Fearless and unyielding. Brave and willing to fight. Commentary booth. Su Nuo. Alright, let us dive into the second match of the day. Blue side, Wolf team, red side. Both sides did not initiate with a conventional start. Xiao Pang's Kai began in the farming lane. Coincidentally, Yang Yuhuan also started in the farming lane. After forcing each other back in the river of the farming lane, both returned to their respective jungle areas to farm. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan appropriately arrived in the offlane. Upon reaching the lane, he did not attempt to contest the minions with Huang Tai, but instead leveled his second skill, waiting to farm. In the early game, Huang Tai and Hua Mulan are not of the same caliber. The difference between the heroes cannot be compensated by mere skill. At the very least, he needed to reach level 4 to have an impact. Previously, Ling Yun favored using the first skill to maintain his status. However, when facing Huang Tai, that approach is no longer viable. A capable Huang Tai can nearly have Hua Mulan's health with a single first skill. The possibility of using the second skill to contest the minions was out of the question. He could no longer rely on 2 backline minions to reach level 2. This is precisely why the opposing team believes that the Wolf team picking Hua Mulan is tantamount to handing over free points. as it is indeed a challenging match. Nevertheless, Ling Yun remained unperturbed. As long as he reached level 4, he could rely on his skills to eliminate Quang Tai. Su Nuo, we can observe that Hua Mulan, in the early game, does not dare to contest the lane with Quang Tai. Although Ling Yun's Hua Mulan is an exceptional talent, the disparity in strength between the heroes at this stage is still too great. Ling Er nodded in agreement. However, there is no need to rush. Hua Mulan will experience a qualitative leap in strength after 4 minutes. Perhaps Ling Yun, as a player, will surprise us with something different. The mid lane of the Wolf team is Yixing, who clears waves less swiftly than the Bomb Cat. Additionally, the first wave grants line control to Quang Tai. The Bomb Cat directly approached the top lane. Chapter 67, Early Double Kill. This is the pinnacle of Hua Mulan. The cat ascended. Xiang Yu signaled on the minimap. Ling Yun also noticed the Bomb Cat moving towards the top lane. Originally, he intended to contest the River Crab, but that thought dissipated. No need to hurry. Let the opponent enjoy themselves for a while. After level 4, there won't be any opportunities for them to enjoy. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan finished clearing the minion wave and successfully reached level 2. After securing the River Crab, Quang Tai immediately followed Bomb Cat to the location of the red armor, intent on snatching it from the Wolf team. Ling Yun's lips curled into a playful smile. Did they really believe they could seize the red armor right before his eyes? As if he were insignificant? Here I come. At this moment, Xiang Yu's Yixing had already approached. Ling Yun was concealed in the bushes beside the turret, while Xiang Yu advanced from the blue area. By the time Xiang Yu arrived, the red armor would most likely be lost. The shadow thought to himself, having taken the River Crab, they dared not engage. Quang Tai and Bomb Cat pulled the red armor out for battle. However, they underestimated Ling Yun's mastery over damage, and more importantly, his relentless determination towards the red armor. You have taken the River Crab, yet you still desire the red armor? Just when the red armor's health dipped below 1/3, whoosh. Mulan, lurking in the bushes, stepped forward and effortlessly secured the red armor with a simple auto attack. Quang Tai was merely a hair's breadth away from claiming it. The shadow frowned, clearly caught off guard by Ling Yun's audacity. Did he truly dare to step forward and attack? Yet, there would be repercussions. Courage is the sole belief. With a full energy bar, Quang Tai instantly unleashed his second skill towards Mulan. However, as a top-tier player, Ling Yun anticipated their intentions. He preemptively cast his first skill, dodging backward the moment Quang Tai initiated his attack, then swiftly retreated towards the turret. Bomb Cat executed a second skill followed by a flash, attempting to stun Mulan. But Ling Yun skillfully sidestepped the attack. Quang Tai suddenly flashed forward, aiming to utilize a boosted auto attack to strike Mulan. However, by this point, Mulan had already retreated within the turret's safety. The distance was insufficient. Damn, the shadow muttered to himself, just as he contemplated retreating. I never said you could leave. Ling Yun immediately cast his second skill, slowing them down while marking both with 2 layers of debuff. The shadow and the smile dismissed this, believing Mulan merely sought to annoy them before their departure. After all, how could Mulan dare to confront 2 early-game powerhouses at level 2? Yet, they overlooked one crucial detail. They were not the only ones with allies. At this moment, Xiang Yu's Yixing had arrived. If there were divine beings in this world, he would surpass them by a word. He flashed in, combining his first and second skills to deal damage while knocking both enemies airborne. Mulan's shurikens continuously harassed the duo, stacking up to 3 layers of passive effects. Bomb Cat instantly lost half of his health. Quang Tai fared better, being less fragile than Bomb Cat. He only lost 1/3 of his health. Ling Yun's Mulan had failed to hit a target with his first skill earlier, thus missing the second segment. However, he had auto attacks. Indeed, the moment the 2 were knocked airborne, he flashed in and executed 2 auto attacks, silencing both. Early game Mulan's silence inflicts significant damage. Coupled with Yixing's relentless attacks, Bomb Cat's health plummeted. The moment the silence was inflicted, the Shadow's Quang Tai unleashed a boosted auto attack aimed at knocking Mulan away, hoping to assist Bomb Cat in dismantling the turret. However, it was too late. Before being knocked away, Ling Yun delivered one final auto attack. Bomb Cat was still claimed by him. Quang Tai's energy was depleted, but he quickly followed up with his first skill, dealing damage while also recovering health and building energy. Quang Tai's health precariously returned to half due to the effects of his first skill. Thanks to the protective mechanism of the jungle, Ling Yun's health merely dropped by half. In the next moment, he walked away from the turret without looking back. The shadow watched as Ling Yun's Mulan finished off Bomb Cat and fled without a backward glance, gnashing his teeth in frustration. He had no second skill or flash available. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu's Yixing persistently harassed him with basic attacks and his first skill. However, relying solely on Yixing would not be sufficient to hold him. He still had half health and 1 energy bar. Just as he attempted to escape, Mulan appeared, pivoting back. A feint? Mulan was on the offensive. Correct. Ling Yun's Mulan had her second skill ready. He had no intention of fleeing. He merely awaited the cooldown. At this juncture, Quang Tai was in a skill vacuum. Mulan's first skill had an 8-second cooldown at level 2, while Quantia's second skill required 10 seconds. Their previous engagements had nearly coincided, with Ling Yun's Mulan casting her first skill slightly faster. Thus, his first skill would be available a couple of seconds before Quantia's second skill was ready. This brief window was sufficient. Ling Yun played for the timing advantage. The Shadow had just finished using his first skill. Before his second skill could cool down, he would become an easy target. The Shadow attempted to flee. Ling Yun sought to pursue. The distance between them was not far, barely less than half of a Flash S range. The Grand Sword halts the dragon carriage. This is our ancestral skill for provoking the Great Dragon. Ling Yun executed a fluid series of combos with Mulan, exhibiting no lag. Exceedingly smooth. Mulan's passive silence cooldown had also expired. Ling Yun's timing was impeccable. This series of attacks instantly inflicted the second silence on Quantia. Coupled with Xiang Yu's Yixing's continuous basic attacks, Quantia, now at half health and devoid of skills, could not withstand the onslaught. Just as his second skill became available, Ling Yun secured the defeat with an auto attack. A double kill. The commentary booth erupted with excitement. Su Nua's mouth fell agape, his expression one of sheer incredulity. What? Ling Yun's Hua Mulan has achieved a double kill. In this remarkable play, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan brazenly snatched away the red armor, and in the very moment of emergence, unleashed a well-timed first skill to predict the second skill of Quantia. A deft maneuver allowed him to evade the explosive cat's second flash. With the support of Yixing, he executed a counterattack, flashing to mark the enemy and triggering his passive ability. Every detail of this sequence was exquisite. Even Su Nua, a professional player, could not help but be astonished by this display of skill. Is this the pinnacle of Hua Mulan's capabilities? Truly terrifying. The audience below was equally astounded. Oh my goodness. Is this truly Hua Mulan from Ling Yun? Unbelievably strong. Absolutely intricate. Ling Yun is so handsome. Incredible. Quantia and the explosive cat being bested by Hua Mulan and Yixing in such a manner? They ought to retire. Among the fans, a beautiful lady continuously cheered for Ling Yun. She was Tian Yun. Ling Yun's recent performance was simply too impressive, prompting her to erupt in applause. Watching the focused and handsome Ling Yun on the field, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her heart stirred with ripples of emotion. Why must he be so handsome? Chapter 68. Hua Mulan flanks. The situation turns. Was this not a deliberate temptation? Alas, this fellow truly embodies the type that sister admires. In Lai Shen's livestream, he excitedly slammed his hand on the table, nearly damaging it. What did I tell you? Ling Yun's Hua Mulan can utterly disregard the composition. Did you see that? What of Quantia and the explosive cat? Ling Yun's Hua Mulan is the remedy for all defiance. Just moments ago, the opposing team was laughing. Can they still manage a smile now? The barrage of comments. Incredible. Is this truly the world's #1 Mulan? Even Jerry would tremble. Can the Hua Mulan of Geeky execute such maneuvers? Brace yourselves for next season's transfers. The Wolf team truly lacks no side lane players. Just as one leaves, another Ling Yun arrives. Ha ha ha. Just look at their expressions over there. It's utterly abstract. Meanwhile, Bei Ying and Xiao Wu wore grim expressions. This moment was too hasty. The two, relying on their hero's dominance, aimed to ambush Mulan in the jungle, only to be toyed with by her. For a while, they were left speechless. Their teammates quickly came over to reassure them. Don't panic. Our composition is far superior to theirs. We merely need to play it steady for the next round. Jia, suppressing his own unease, comforted the two. After witnessing Ling Yun's operations, he harbored a sense of foreboding. At 1 minute and 40 seconds, the two teams clashed at the level 4 line. On the Wolf team's side, Kai and Yixing were contesting the mid lane. Meanwhile, Yang Yuhuan, the explosive cat, and Zhang Fei were also vying for control in the mid lane. The 6 players tested one another in the center, while the bottom and top lanes saw one-on-one skirmishes. Quantia had just perished once. As the wave reached the lane, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan had already cleared it. She was the first to reach level 4, promptly taking down the freshly spawned river crab. Now level 4, none could contend with her. The economic advantage had surged by 500 gold. If the previous match's lane dominance stemmed from Ling Yun's hero suppression, this match was a clear demonstration of the disparity in skill between the two sides. Having consumed the river crab, Hua Mulan swiftly made her way to the mid lane, devouring the next wave of minions before returning to the confrontation lane to seize the subsequent wave. Her economy skyrocketed to the top position in the entire match. It must be said that having a mid laner like Xiang Yu, willing to sacrifice lanes, was immensely advantageous for both the side and jungle cores. Ling Yun recognized that the tyrant resided in the lower half of the map, necessitating optimal vision control in that region. The blue side lacked the ease of vision control that the red side enjoyed, hence he prioritized sending his teammates to assist Yao Dao, confident that he need not worry about his own safety. At 3 minutes and 30 seconds, the Wolf team's blue buff was set to respawn. Jia's Yang Yuhuan had just finished the red buff and emerged from the upper river's brush. Can Quantia come? Beiying asked, "Are we heading for the blue? He can come." At that moment, Zhang Fei also approached from the mid lane, with the explosive cat hastening to join. The commentator Su Nuo remarked, "Are they planning to invade the jungle to reclaim their advantage?" At this moment, Yang Yuhuan, Kuang Tia, and Zhang Fei are quite formidable. I wonder if the wolf team can withstand it. Ling Yun, meanwhile, lay in ambush in the brush before the enemy's turret in the confrontation lane. Kuang Tia had just moved downward. Yang Yuhuan had finished her red buff, and at that moment, Xiaopeng's Kai and Xiang Yu's Yixing appeared in the blue zone. As Dualia moved upward, she spotted the vision of Yang Yuhuan and Kuang Tia. They aimed to invade the blue. Yixing warned. Xiaopeng's Kai charged forward without hesitation. "We can engage," Ling Yun urged. At this moment, he had maneuvered behind them, next to the enemy's red buff, hidden in the small brush. Upon noticing Ling Yun's position, Xiaopeng wasted no time and unleashed his ultimate, charging forward recklessly. The retreat path was severed. Forward was the only option. Jijia's Yang Yuhuan immediately executed a sequence of skills to retreat, pulling back. Zhang Fei leapt beside Yang Yuhuan and Kuang Tia, shielding them while unleashing his ultimate upon the three opponents. Dualia managed to flash away from Zhang Fei's ultimate, while Kai and Yixing were caught in its blast. Kuang Tia seized the moment, executing his second skill to launch both opponents while delivering maximum damage with his first skill and ultimate. Yang Yuhuan followed suit with her damage output. Xiaopeng's Kai activated his ultimate, bolstering his defenses, rendering him exceptionally tanky. However, Xiang Yu's Yixing lacked such resilience. He swiftly activated his passive as he descended, unleashing his second skill to knock Kuang Tia into the air while simultaneously utilizing his ultimate. Do not be greedy for life, nor be without victory. With the assistance of this second skill that sends foes flying, coupled with the passive ability of Ming Dao, Xiang Yu's Yixing was not eliminated but instead managed to escape. The trio consisting of Kuang Tai, Yang Yuhuan, and Zhang Fei found themselves ensnared within the confines of a formidable ultimate. However, at this moment, the Lang team had only a single Kai and Duolia at the forefront. The situation appeared to be exceedingly favorable. "Let us go," Beiying exclaimed with fervor. They proceeded to unleash their attacks upon the resilient Kai. Even if they could not eliminate him, they could still diminish his state and subsequently claim the blue area. Yet, with Duolia present, defeating a dual-armored Kai was no simple feat. When the stout Kai activated his ultimate, he mindlessly charged forward. At that moment, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan finally made her move. With the mechanism of Beast Soul Ablaze, she wielded the dragon-slaying blade. The commentator, Su Nuo, remarked, "Zhang Fei's ultimate has struck two targets. This encounter had initially favored them, yet Xiang Yu managed to escape. It seemed they could not maintain control over the blue area. No, Hua Mulan was approaching from behind. She was preparing to strike. The Lang team, who appeared to be at a disadvantage in the front line, found the tides shifting subtly due to Ling Yun's maneuvering. Beiying shouted, "Watch out. Hua Mulan is behind you." At this point, Ling Yun had already closed in on Yang Yuhuan. Zhang Fei immediately utilized his second skill to protect Yang Yuhuan. However, Ling Yun's target was not Yang Yuhuan. The defensive prowess of Yang Yuhuan's tanky build, along with her untargetable ultimate, made her an unlikely first target. Ling Yun deftly employed his first skill, using Yang Yuhuan as a springboard to reach Kuang Tai. Simultaneously, he executed his second skill, combining it with a basic attack to silence Kuang Tai. The shield from Kuang Tai's ultimate had already been shattered by Kai. The early game damage from the tanky Kai was still considerable. Xiaopeng swiftly followed up with his second skill to launch the silenced Kuang Tai, connecting with a strengthened basic attack alongside Hua Mulan, bringing Kuang Tai's health down to half. After silencing him, Hua Mulan switched to her heavy sword, inflicting substantial damage while pushing Kuang Tai forward, right into Xiaopeng's path. Duolia also followed suit, using her skills to repel Kuang Tai. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan boasted a significantly higher economy than Kuang Tai, having already completed the meteor item. As Ling Yun executed the final segment of his second skill, he repelled Kuang Tai and claimed his third kill of the match. With the protection from the jungle and the damage reduction from his second skill, Yang Yuhuan's damage felt like mere pinpricks against him. At this moment, the bomb cat finally arrived, unleashing its ultimate ability. Chapter 69, The God of Flanking from Ancient Greece. This explosion instantly affected three characters. Ling Yun decisively activated his heavy sword's first skill, charging up against Zhang Fei while gaining damage immunity, thus evading a portion of the bomb cat's damage. Xiaopeng's ultimate had just concluded when Yixing's Duolia bestowed upon him another ultimate. The half-health Xiaopeng activated his ultimate once more, targeting the bomb cat. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan still had half her health remaining. While charging up with the heavy sword, Duolia cast her second skill, Zhu Lang, summoning a circular pool of water around Hua Mulan to restore her health. Ling Yun's heavy sword first skill struck Zhang Fei, whose shield had long since been depleted, leaving him with less than half his health. Hua Mulan continued to charge her heavy sword's first skill, reducing Zhang Fei's health further while applying a slow effect. Meanwhile, Yang Yuhuan had gone to assist the bomb cat in demolishing the turret. Hua Mulan's ultimate was just refreshed. As Ling Yun transitioned into his ultimate, he swiftly dispatched Zhang Fei with a double strike. Ling Yun claimed Zhang Fei's life as well. Let us retreat. Ling Yun instructed Xiao Peng above. They had already profited and saw no need to persist in the fight. Yang Yuhuan still had her ultimate available, and the bomb cat possessed its flash. Furthermore, Ling Yun's flash was still on cooldown, making it impossible for him to disregard these factors, especially since his skills had entered a cooldown period. Upon hearing this, Xiao Peng immediately turned back. Let us not push our luck. We've done well to retreat. Kai withdrew, while Hua Mulan and Duolia returned to their blue position. Yang Yuhuan did not dare to pursue further, primarily due to Hua Mulan's swiftness. Should she chase, Ling Yun's Hua Mulan might be ready to strike again, and they would be the ones on the receiving end. Seasoned, Yang Yuhuan decisively retreated, recognizing that this wave of aggression could not continue. On the Lang Team's side, Yisheng remarked, nice. We've done well to retreat. Let us clear the blue area and head towards the tyrant. Yao Dao chimed in, awesome. Brothers, I'll mark the spot in advance, waiting for your arrival. Ling Yun responded, I'll clear the upper lane and then teleport down. Xiao Peng added, Xiangyu, make sure to establish vision in the middle and right lanes. Xiangyu nodded affirmatively. The five did not let their guard down. Instead, they began strategizing for the next wave. Listening to the internal communications, they nodded in satisfaction. Ling Yun played a stabilizing role akin to the anchor of a ship, ready to support his teammates at any moment. This proved advantageous in preventing a repeat of the previous World Championship losers bracket semifinal, where the Lang team had been overturned despite holding a significant advantage. In contrast, the expressions of the five on the opposing side were grave. Xiao Nian had not even engaged in a single skirmish, and the economy had already fallen into a deficit. His Gongsun Li struggled against Guya in the lane. This decision fell upon Season, and naturally, he had to shoulder the blame. Season stated, I apologize, brothers. This wave is on me. Beiying replied, it's not your fault. It was my mistake for hastily coming down to assist without noticing Hua Mulan's vision disappearance. Tianbo added, I shouldn't have activated my ultimate so quickly. Laughter. It's all right, everyone stay calm. It's not as if we've never faced a challenging situation before. We can turn this around. However, Xiao Nian remained silent. Despite the words spoken, during the last match, the Wolf team had not offered any chances when they were in a favorable position. Would this time be any different? Each of them felt uncertain. Commentary by Ling Air. In this instance, the Wolf team has wisely chosen to retreat, demonstrating neither greed nor a desire to linger, avoiding the pitfalls of overindulgence. Ling Yun has once again secured a double kill, a consecutive triumph. The economic advantage has surged to 1,000. Commentary by Su Nuo. Indeed, Ling Yun's timing for the flank was impeccable. We all know that Ling Yun has a penchant for flanking maneuvers. This was evident from the previous match, where it was clear that they had not done their homework and made such an error. The Wolf team has undoubtedly profited from this exchange. They not only retained their blue zone, but also claimed 2 kills. The fans of the Wolf team erupted in cheers once more. Ling Yun is akin to the Greek deity of flanking. They were overwhelmed by Ling Yun's few extreme flanks in the last match and failed to anticipate further flanking attempts. Ling Yun, I adore you. I want to bear your children. How splendid. Sitting nearby, Tian Yun was taken aback by these words. Who shouted that? Although aware it was just fans playing around, she felt a twinge of discontent within her, though she could not pinpoint why. In the live stream, she rolled her eyes, pinching her philtrum, appearing as though she might faint at any moment. What is this? What exactly are you doing? Is there any logic in entering the jungle like that? Do you truly believe that just because you have a slightly stronger composition, you can do as you please? Moments ago, you were mocking others for playing Hua Mulan, and now you find yourself unable to laugh. You were flanked in the first match, and now again in the second. It serves you right to lose. Thankfully, they did not draw 500 this time. Otherwise, Ling Yun would have driven them to bankruptcy tonight. Fortunately, they understood Ling Yun's prowess with Hua Mulan and dared not make a reckless gamble. Had it been someone else's Hua Mulan, they would have drawn 500 long ago. Bullet screen. The quail nearly fainted from anger. Thankfully, they didn't draw 500, or else tonight's 1,000 would have vanished. Bullet screen. Ha ha ha. It's a relief it was Ling Yun's Hua Mulan. Otherwise, the quail would have indeed drawn 500. Bullet screen. Ha ha ha. Ling Yun is the Greek god overseeing the quail drawing 500. In Lai Shen's livestream, he observed the expressions of both teams, concluding that this round was lost. Ling Yun's flank likely shattered their morale. Look at their serious expressions. If the Wolf team continues to play as steadily as before, they will have no chances at all. The formidable Hua Mulan has already grown stronger, boasting the highest economic status on the field, with a crushing 1,000 economic lead at the 4-minute mark, and it will only amplify from here. This match can be deemed a disaster for the Kuangtai. The survival conditions for Yao Dao will indeed be quite comfortable. Li Shun, seasoned in high-level play, showcased his understanding of the game. He quickly analyzed the challenges of this match. The previously advantageous upper map has turned into a disadvantage due to Ling Yun's economic prowess. Bullet screen. Although Teacher Lai often rambles, I shall choose to trust him this time. After their recent team battle, the 4-minute tyrant had respawned. Xiao Peng, after clearing the blue zone, immediately moved from the middle right position to the dragon pit. Yao Dao's Guya and Yisheng's duo Liu also arrived, along with Xiang Yu's Yixing. The four of them effectively occupied the advantageous positions ahead of time. Upon seeing this scene, Ji Jia promptly abandoned any thoughts of contesting the dragon. They decided to let it go. Tian Bo, serving as the commander, also recognized the difficulty of claiming this dragon, fearing further disadvantage. Chapter 70. Even the dragon in the canyon is aiding Ling Yun. They decided to forego this dragon entirely. Let us exchange for another dragon, Ji Jia decisively stated. At the very least, we must secure the small lord. Shadow, let me initiate the dragon. Shadow maneuvered Kuang Tai to the lord's position to start the dragon. Ji Jia and Tian Bo were positioned in the blue zone and would take some time to arrive. As Ling Yun prepared to provide support, he noticed that Kuang Tai did not utilize the teleportation array, but was instead moving downward. As Ling Yun reached the blue zone, he sensed something amiss. Ji Jia as Yang Yuhuan and Tian Bo as Zhang Fei observed that their team had relinquished the dragon. At this moment, there likely were no resources left in the jungle. There was no need to contest the mid lane. It seemed futile. Ling Yun raised an eyebrow. There can only be one possibility. Do they intend to trade dragons? Ling Yun would not permit that. You all must come to support me right after finishing the dragon. As soon as Ling Yun finished speaking, he rushed towards the lord's pit. The other four were momentarily stunned. It's rather dangerous for you to go alone, Yixing cautioned. They understood that a dragon trade might be in play, but even though they currently held the advantage, their composition was inferior to the opposing side. Defending this dragon would be exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, Ling Yun had his own strategies in mind. Shadow had just executed a skill on the lord. The lord, receiving substantial damage, had a chance to trigger a skill to knock back. Clearly, Shadow's luck was not particularly favorable. The lord immediately sent him flying. At that moment, Shadow still believed it was inconsequential. How significant could a knockback be? Could it possibly take my life? Just then, a sharp voice resonated. Little white dragon, do not play hide and seek in the fog of war. Obediently become my new pet. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan appeared at that exact moment. Indeed, just when Shadow was knocked back, she made her entrance. Shadow, what? Is this a coincidence? Even Ling Yun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that upon arriving, the main objective would bestow upon him a surprise. Could this be the deterrent power of the Shu J Ingli L and GZH? However, he merely paused for a fraction of a second. Ling Yun's reaction was swift. He immediately unleashed his second skill, inflicting 2 layers of marks while executing an 11-hit combo. As Kuangtia landed, he was instantly silenced. Hu MLN held 1,000 gold advantage over Kuangtia, and with Kuangtia's ultimate not yet activated, he swiftly lost half his health. The basic combo transitioned into the heavy sword, dealing damage while the second skill began to push. They pushed towards the dragon pit. Not only did Hu MLN contribute damage, but so did the main objective. The ultimate of Beiying was wasted. After much effort, he finally activated his ultimate, but his health bar dwindled to its last sliver. Ling Yun's Hu MLN concluded the second skill with the heavy sword, immediately following up with the first skill S-charge strike. Midway through the charge, Beiying attempted to escape with his second skill through the wall. Ling Yun decisively pursued. Using his blink ability, a fully charged first skill struck, sending Kuangtia flying. The shield from the ultimate was shattered. Ultimately, Ling Yun executed a cancelled animation of a basic strike, securing the kill. A solo kill. At the moment he eliminated Kuangtia, the bomb cat arrived first, while the other teammates reached the red area. Just as the bomb cat presumed Ling Yun would flee, he resolutely switched to the light sword and unleashed his second skill towards the bomb cat. Following up with the first skill, he swiftly cast silence. The bomb cat, smiling, reacted promptly, using blink just a moment before being silenced. However, it was too late. Ling Yun's ultimate was still on cooldown, and with the recent use of blink, he could not keep pace. Meanwhile, the wolf team's tyrant had been defeated. Xiao Peng exclaimed, "Well done. Hurry over to support. Do not let them secure the dragon." For players hastened from the mid lane towards the main objective. YODO utilized the passive of GY directly in the mid-right bush, launching an attack from behind SH and MNGX, casting an ultimate that slowed while damaging the bomb cat. This enabled Ling Yun to follow up with a basic strike, completing a 2-hit combo. Ling Yun executed the final strike, which was deliberately given by YODO. The others quickly joined in. However, Shi Yingyi activated his ultimate, confining Ling Yun's position to the right, aiming to eliminate the remaining half-health Hu MLN, which proved impractical. Seeing the Wolf team's rapid support, they had no choice but to concede defeat. What could they do? The opposition had secured the Tyrant, had an advantage in numbers for the team fight, and boasted a superior economy. How could they contend with this? The Bomb Cat had also fallen. The Wolf team subsequently pushed down the mid-tower, plunging them into a dire predicament. In terms of kills, towers, and dragons, they had yet to acquire anything. Were they to be defeated by LNL, Ing T once more? Wai Chi-in observed the player's performance from the sidelines. A dark line forming on his face. What is this gameplay? Even if there is a gap in strength against the Wolf team, it should not be to this extent. He thought for a moment that the Wolf team was engaged in battle against a stronger team. Damn, Wai Chi-in, usually good-natured, could not help but curse at such a display. The commentary desk's ex-new furrowed his brow slightly. This match seems nearly impossible to turn around. The pressure from the Wolf team is overwhelmingly strong, unwilling to relinquish a single dragon. Ling Yun, during this wave, showed no fear, directly confronting Quangtia and securing a double kill. Commentary desk L. Ingr smiled subtly, noting that the timing of the main objective's appearance was impeccable. Ling Yun had indeed paused momentarily upon witnessing it. One must admit, Beiying seemed somewhat unfortunate today. The official live stream's bullet comments read, "Haha, the unlucky Beiying." What could he do when Ling Yun is utilizing the Shu J, Ingli L, and GZH? The main objective is aiding him. The live stream of LISHN echoed. This dragon seems to have a grudge against Beiying. Initially, it would not have been easy for Ling Yun to kill Beiying, as he had blink and a second skill. But unexpectedly the dragon knocked him up, allowing him to absorb a full set of skills. One cannot deny that even the Dragon of the Canyon seems to be aiding Ling Yun. No wonder he chose the skin of the Shu J, Ingli L, and GZH. For this very reason, LISHN also began to joke. Bullet comments read, "This dragon is collecting money for the Wolf team. I can't stop laughing." After tonight's match, Beiying should head to the training camp to slay the main objective 100 times. Putting facts aside, could the dragon not be at fault? In the live stream, he rolled his eyes. I truly bear no blame for this. The dragon is supporting the Wolf team. What can be done? The bullet comments clearly disregarded his explanations. If the onlookers had favored the Wolf team, perhaps it would have been LN who was knocked up instead. Ha ha. Is even the main objective part of the streamer's antics? The main objective seems to have heard the predictions, promptly arranging a grand feast. Following this point, the Wolf team surged forth. Ling Yun continued to lead. Do not rush into battle. DHing. Wait to activate your ultimate. Do not engage directly. Just force their position back, or tank a few hits from the tower, allowing us to chip away at it without a minion wave. With a Bomb Cat in the lineup, clearing waves was quite effortless. Thus, Ling Yun planned to allow KI to absorb a few hits while wearing down the defense tower. Once it was sufficiently weakened, they would withdraw, leaving no room for hesitation. The five of them once again experienced the suffocating feeling of the previous match's operations. Chapter 71. A feint to the east, pretending to destroy the tower while actually securing kills. At this point, Ling Yun's record stood at 6 kills and 0 deaths. Coupled with the jungler and mid laner being tanky and supportive, he was not only able to farm both lanes, but also gather resources from his jungle. By the 6th minute, the economic gap in their matchups had widened by 2,000. Indeed, Beiying's Quangtia was trailing Ling Yun's HUMLN by 2,000 in economy. It can be said that now, Quangtia would rather take a detour upon seeing Wamulin. Otherwise, just a single glance could lead to trouble. This time, Ling Yun's approach is markedly different from the previous game. In the last match, he avoided direct confrontation. However, this time, he charges at the enemy as soon as they dare to show themselves. On one hand, there is a significant economic advantage, and on the other, the opposing team's composition differs from that of Dajiang. The Dajiang composition could rely on Lao Fuzi's ultimate and Dajiang's ultimate to chip away at the opponents, but this time, the enemy's lineup cannot eliminate Ling Yun's Wamulin immediately. They might even suffer a counterattack. At the 9-minute mark, aside from the high ground, all outer turrets have been taken down by the Wolf team, and the jungle has been thoroughly depleted. The economic disparity has reached 5,000, and it's not even 10 minutes yet. Ling Yun's Wamulin remains the top economic player on the field, leading the second player by 1,000 in gold and over 2,000 in their respective matchups. Meanwhile, the 5 players are trapped in their high ground, unable to gain any vision outside. Tianbua inquires whether they should venture out to fight, seeking the opinions of the others. For remain silent. The previous match unfolded similarly. They attempted to engage after 10 minutes, and ended up being utterly decimated. Venturing out now seems no different. They might even suffer worse consequences. GGS suggests they refrain from making a move this time, opting for a more cautious approach to see if they can escape. Noting that with the Bomb Cat to clear waves, it's not too slow. Clearly, they are feeling intimidated, having been stunned by the Wolf team in the last game. This time, they dare not venture out. They find themselves in a disadvantaged position. If they force a confrontation, it could lead to losing sight of Ling Yun. He can maneuver freely behind their lines, as there is no one to challenge him. Even if they are aware of his positioning, what can they do? They lack the time to track him down. The previous game serves as a stark example. They decide to delay and see if the opponents make a blunder. If they can eliminate just one enemy, they could buy themselves an additional 2 minutes. At this point, their hopes rest on the Wolf team's potential mistakes, as they are known for their propensity to falter, even turning a commanding lead into defeat. One moment, everything seems fine, and the next, they hand over the advantage. This is a characteristic unique to the Wolf team. However, with Ling Yun leading, they certainly won't be afforded such an opportunity. After directing the team to take down the tyrant, Ling Yun does not rush into battle against the enemy. Instead, he secures the Lord as well. With the Lord's enhancement, they can utilize the enhanced minions for a push. Even with the bomb cat, it would be challenging to clear the waves. The dragon is sent down the mid lane, and they press forward. At 11 minutes and 30 seconds, the Wolf team has reached the mid lane high ground. As the enhanced minions enter, Yao Dao's Guya immediately begins to attack the turret. Shen Mengshi activates his ultimate against the crowd and the dragon minions, but only manages to remove a magic cloak, inflicting no actual damage. Unfortunately, the mid lane development has been rather poor, not just for him but for others as well. Commentator Xuan remarks on the dire situation. The Wolf team has just secured the tyrant and the Lord, along with a wave of enhanced minions. The high ground is certainly vulnerable, and the crystal is in jeopardy, leaving it to see how the Wolf team will proceed. Just as he speaks, Ling Yun's Womulan suddenly engages the bomb cat. Womulan strikes with a flash. Just as the bomb cat charges its second ultimate, while preparing its move, Ling Yun swiftly flashes out from the turret. He executes his first skill, followed by a flash, marking the target while swiftly transitioning to his second skill and an auto attack. In less than a second, he casts silence. Shen Mengshi, caught off guard, fails to react in time. His ultimate is interrupted before he can cancel it. The silence reduces the bomb cat to a third of its health. Ling Yun has completed the Black Cut and the Shattered Star Hammer, augmented by the Dark Tyrant's power. Shen Mengshi is still several thousand gold behind him. It's fortunate that the silence didn't eliminate him outright. After casting silence, Ling Yun swiftly transitions to the heavy sword while executing a heavy sword auto attack. In under a second, Shen Mengshi, who failed to activate his flash, is eliminated by Womulan. The moment he casts silence, he unleashes his ultimate, aiming to assist Shen Mengshi. However, Zhang Fei's ultimate has a wind-up time. Ling Yun shifts to the heavy sword and promptly activates its second skill, gaining a shield to avoid Zhang Fei's ultimate while mitigating some damage. At this point, the high ground is breached. Commentator, my goodness. Ling Yun suddenly strikes at the high ground turret, eliminating Shen Mengshi. A clever feint, pretending to attack the turret. He was actually targeting the enemy. The 5 opponents clearly did not anticipate Ling Yun's sudden aggression. In an instant, the situation shifts to a 4 versus 5. Zhang Fei no longer has his ultimate. However, they cannot afford to hold back. They must push forward despite the odds. Beiying urges, take down Womulan first. Womulan's position is about 2 flashes away from her allies, creating a slight disconnection. Immediately, the 4 players unleash their skills towards Womulan. Ling Yun remains unfazed as he activates his Tsang Qiong, following with the heavy sword's first skill, instantly reducing damage taken to 85%. The damage from Yang Yuhuan, Quantia, and Gong Sunli feels like mere scratches. The economic disparity is evident. Yao Dao's Guya leaps forward, executing a ricochet with his third skill, Black Sand Bomb, instantly leaving the previously positioned Quantia severely weakened. Beiying exclaims, "This damage is indeed extraordinary." Yao Dao, as the second highest economic player on the field, continues to shine. With the addition of the Dark Tyrant, the eruption of power is formidable. Yixing swiftly utilized his flash and second skill to lift 2 opponents, while simultaneously activating his ultimate, the chessboard, to enclose 4 adversaries. Xiao Pang's armored hero unleashed his ultimate, charging directly into the enemy crowd with his second skill. Yisheng bestowed his ultimate upon Yao Dao, who launched another Black Sand Bomb. The shadowy figure of Quang Tai activated his celestial and connected his ultimate with his first skill, only to have his recently restored health decimated in an instant. Ling Yun's ultimate was ready as well. Switching to his light sword, he promptly hurled his second skill, the flying dart, towards the fleeing Quang Tai. Following up with his first skill, he landed a basic attack, silencing his opponent. A double strike. As Ling Yun claimed the kill, he hastily retreated from the battlefield, his health dwindling to a mere third. Yisheng's Duolia activated her second skill, healing Ling Yun's Hua Mulan, who lingered behind. Yao Dao relentlessly attacked Zhang Fei, whose economic disadvantage rendered him as fragile as paper. After merely 2 seconds, he was left severely damaged by Yao Dao. "Ling Yun, the kill is yours," Yao Dao exclaimed. Ling Yun raised an eyebrow. His second skill recharged due to the previous silence caused by Hua Mulan, having its cooldown. The other 4 teammates, exhibiting remarkable synergy, graciously allowed Ling Yun to secure the kill. Without hesitation, he unleashed his second skill's dart. A triple strike. Chapter 72. A quintuple kill for Hua Mulan. The recognition of a man. In an instant, only Ji Jie and Xiao Yin remained, as all other teammates had been vanquished. Xiao Yin's Gong Sun Li had barely begun to deal damage when her health inexplicably plummeted. In a losing battle, Gong Sun Li is often left to her own demise. With minimal damage output and a fragile constitution, she was easily worn down by Xiao Pang's tanky armor. Without lifesteal or the dawn item, she could hardly inflict harm on the armored foe. Ji Jie's Yang Yuhuan, upon seeing Gong Sun Li in dire straits, activated her ultimate to restore her health. After the healing, both were left with just half of their health. However, the health of the Lord Minion remained at half, preventing them from returning to the fountain for recovery. They could not afford to return home now. At that moment, the minion waves had also refreshed, blocking the Lord Minion. Unfortunately, these minions would not hold for long. They still could not return to recuperate. Yisheng's Duolia suddenly flashed forward, activating her first skill. Come on, I have repelled them. Duolia's first skill provided a brief airborne control. Ling Yun's Hua Mulan utilized the newly spawned minions as a launching pad, executing a 2-part leap right into the faces of Yang Yuhuan and Gong Sun Li. Immediately, he unleashed his ultimate, switching to the heavy sword while executing a full-power basic attack. With Gong Sun Li and Yang Yuhuan at half health, he swiftly eliminated Gong Sun Li. A 4-fold extraordinary strike. Due to Yang Yuhuan's defensive build, she was not eliminated immediately. Nevertheless, Hua Mulan's aggressive gear reduced her health to 1/3. Following this, Ling Yun unleashed a 2-hit push with his heavy sword's second skill, then quickly transitioned to his first skill, unleashing a charged strike. Given that Yang Yuhuan possessed resistance boots, his heavy sword's 2-hit push maximized damage before he switched to his first skill, charging it to 1/3 before unleashing it, reducing Yang Yuhuan's health to a sliver. Instantly, he followed up with his first skill's second part, executing, without charge, a 5-fold unparalleled strike. Ling Yun achieved yet another quintuple kill. This marked his second quintuple kill in this match. Incredible. Fellow comrades. The previously composed Ling Yun could not contain his excitement. Moreover, this quintuple kill was graciously facilitated by his 4 teammates, for which he felt immense gratitude. This highlights the significance of having good teammates. The 4 allies did not hesitate to shower him with praise. Brilliant. Another quintuple kill. Remember to let me have one next time, haha. Incredible. Ling Yun, the legend. Truly deserving of being the first on the internet with 27 Hua Mulan. In the commentary booth, Su Nua exclaimed in excitement. Once again, it is Ling Yun. This is his second quintuple kill of the season. This is the highest combat power Hua Mulan on the internet. No one can question him. As long as he steps forward, it is guaranteed victory. Although his speed of speech and emotional expression did not match that of his co-commentator, it could not mask his exhilaration. A newcomer achieving a quintuple kill in just his second match is remarkable, even as a professional player. Su Nua understood the difficulty of securing a quintuple kill in a competitive setting. It is already challenging for a newcomer to perform well in a match. Yet Ling Yun managed to secure a quintuple kill upon debut and again in his second appearance. How could he not be thrilled? There was even a hint of envy. Ling Er was equally astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief at Ling Yun's dazzling performance. Incredible. The world's best Hua Mulan. Before the match concluded, Xiao Pang raised his thumb in admiration. This scene evoked memories of last year's spring split, when the Wolf team executed a 3-0 revenge, and Xiao Pang, in his excitement, had thrown off his headset. At that time, the esteemed Guan Yu had stood beside him, giving a thumbs up to encourage Xiao Pang. This moment was captured by many viewers in the live stream. In the official live room, Xiao Pang, I'm in tears, reminiscing about last year's strongest top jungle duo. Ling Yun is phenomenal. A quintuple kill as Hua Mulan. Is this truly a newcomer? Achieving a quintuple kill in his first match and another in his second. The new side laner of the Wolf team reminds me of that man. In Lai Shen's live stream, this Hua Mulan. Absolutely remarkable. Once again, he remains unscathed. Another quintuple kill. Ling Yun, this young player, bears an uncanny resemblance to that man. Lai Shen's excitement is heartfelt. As a devoted fan, he felt a pang of sorrow when the team departed from Long Due. His affection extends beyond mere admiration. He genuinely cherishes Long Due. It can be said that his fondness for Long Due is profound. Witnessing Long Due's poor form upon their return has left him disheartened. Yet now, observing Ling Yun's performance, he feels an immense sense of relief. Long Due has produced another prodigious talent on the flank. At this moment, within the club's training room, the starting 5 are gathered, intently watching the Long Due match. The man seated in the center squints slightly at the screen before him, clad in a striking black and red team uniform emblazoned with the character Xia. Indeed, he is the highest peak. Watching the scene of Xiaoping giving Ling Yun a thumbs up, Yu is reminded of last year's revenge match. A subtle smile graces his lips as he gazes at Ling Yun with pride. His rapport with Ling Yun is quite amicable. As a social butterfly, Yu maintains good relationships with most professional players. Ling Yun idolizes him, and they have frequently exchanged insights regarding the game. He has never been stingy with advice, having guided Ling Yun during his time as a substitute. I can't shake the feeling that his playstyle resembles a younger version of you. He exudes such confidence, Wu Shuang teased. Shaking his head, he chuckled. His gameplay has always been this way. He simply lacked the opportunity to showcase it. With a hearty laugh, Xiaoying remarked, anyone who earns your recognition must possess remarkable skill. If you were to face him in a match, would you be intimidated? Rolling his eyes at Xiaoying, he retorted, what do I have to fear? Although he is a young player, I am a young player too. I've said it before, he has always been a young player. He does not fear any professional contender. Let us first establish our synergy. The odds of encountering Long Due this season are slim, he continued. It's regrettable that we faced them when Geeky was on the roster. Nevertheless, I sent a message to congratulate Ling Yun. Following tonight's performance, Ling Yun's starting position should be firmly secured. As the crystal shattered, let us applaud Long Due for securing victory in the second match. The score stands at 2-0. They have reached match point. The commentator Linger announced. The 5 players from Long Due wear smiles, while their opponents appear dejected. The contrast in expressions is striking. Upon returning to the locker room, Chapter 73 unfolds. An explosive mindset leads to a 3-0 triumph. As Ling Yun steps into the locker room, a throng of teammates surrounds him. Incredible, Ling Yun. Another pentakill. The more they witness Ling Yun's prowess, the more they admire him. Members of the second team also come forth to congratulate Ling Yun. Unaware of the true score, one might assume they had already achieved a 3-0 victory. However, it is nearly the case. Long Due's momentum has surged, especially after that remarkable pentakill, coupled with the previous game, where they effortlessly dismantled the opposition. Geeky also approached to congratulate Ling Yun, though a shadow of gloom flickered in his eyes. After enduring such hardship, another Ling Yun has emerged. If nothing changes, he may find himself as a substitute once more in the spring season. Whether he will even step onto the stage again remains uncertain. Ling Yun noticed the flicker of melancholy in Geeky's gaze. Once the others dispersed, he quietly approached Geeky's side and patted him on the shoulder. What's wrong? Have you surrendered so easily? Ling Yun knew Geeky's skill was formidable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached the top 8 in the Challenger Cup and ultimately claimed the championship. However, with his departure, the pressure of competition has dissipated, altering his mindset and contributing to his recent decline in form. Ling Yun had experienced such a phase himself, but he had previously guided Geeky through it. Geeky remained silent, his thoughts unspoken. Ling Yun pressed on. If you wish to reclaim your starting position, you must take tangible action. However, I will not relinquish my spot without a fight. Ling Yun earned his place through sheer determination. He would not yield it easily. His confidence in maintaining his starting role is unwavering. Moreover, if his substitute were to give up, the competitive pressure would vanish. While this would benefit his position, he yearns for the thrill of constant competition. It is this very pressure that fuels his drive, extending his professional career. Geeky gazed at the handsome young man beside him, and his previously dim eyes sparkled with renewed brightness. Thank you, he expressed with genuine politeness. Ling Yun returned a warm smile before stepping away to allow Geeky some time alone for reflection. He trusted that Geeky would adjust his mindset accordingly. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among the others was somber. Even the coach remained silent. The 5 players sat on the sofa, their gazes vacant, as though they had just awoken from a slumber. Some even resorted to biting their nails. No one uttered a word. Yu Qian, though not outwardly displaying anger, radiated an even more daunting presence than fury. Following the conclusion of the match, the dark lines on his face had not faded. After a prolonged silence, Yu Qian suddenly spoke. If you are disinterested in competing, feel free to return home. What purpose does it serve to continue in this profession? You might as well go back to your team. Wait for a break, stream, and play your ranked matches. Why even bother with competitions? 5 individuals swallowed hard, not daring to utter a single word. Particularly, Beiying appeared to have been transformed into a little warrior during the military training today. He was too apprehensive to even open Weibo. Silence reigned, as they decided not to speak until they returned home. Was the opposing team cheating? How could they be so thoroughly outmatched? In all my years of coaching, I have never encountered such a situation, being defeated in 2 rounds of Linglong Tower. Surely, one of you should have secured a kill? I acknowledge that the Wolf team is formidable, but does that imply you are utterly weak? Even if you are less skilled, it should not prevent you from claiming a single kill. Communication within the game should be as seamless as in private. Let us call it a night. No one should play anymore. Yu Qian forced a smile, albeit one that appeared rather sinister. The 5 knew that after the match, there would be no pleasant outcomes awaiting them. Yet, their mentality was too disoriented to adjust. The previous 2 rounds had drained their youthful spirits. They had initially formed a team, but their ability to recalibrate their mindset was not as strong as other teams. Yu Qian understood that he could not rouse them from their stupor tonight. They would simply have to wait until the competition concluded. The chances of winning this round were slim. In the commentary booth, praise was lavished upon Ling Yun's performance as Hua Mulan, boasting a record of 1100. The commentator marveled at Ling Yun's prowess, wearing an expression of smug satisfaction. I mentioned that Ling Yun bore the semblance of that man, who dared to claim he was incapable. Zhu Heng chuckled awkwardly, genuinely surprised that this rookie exhibited a level of maturity akin to seasoned veterans, showcasing the impulsiveness of a newcomer while making decisions with the composure of an experienced player. I apologize for my reckless remarks today, he laughed. Xiao Lu sweetly smiled. Today, Ling Yun achieved his second pinnacle of his career, and it was during the second match. What are the teacher's opinions? Zhu Heng was the first to respond. This final pinnacle demonstrates the unity within the Wolf team. Observe how Yao Dao intentionally allowed kills, and teammates also facilitated Ling Yun's successes. The atmosphere in the Wolf team is remarkably positive, and Ling Yun's skills are impressive, especially as Hua Mulan. I am thoroughly impressed. The commentator chuckled. A Hua Mulan capable of impressing Zhu Heng is extraordinary. This must be a unique Mulan in the league. Zhu Heng nodded, at the very least. She matches the caliber of Zhong Yi's Jing. Regardless, it yields a point. However, she may be slightly stronger, as Jing has at least a competitive strength rating of over 1, whereas Hua Mulan's current strength is not particularly high. Thus, I believe Ling Yun's performance surpasses that of others. The third match commenced swiftly. The final match held no suspense. The Wolf team opted for the red side, banning Luna, Duolia, Huo Wu, and Haiwei. Their lineup comprised Charlotte, Yang Yuhuan, Shen Mingxi, Ao Yin, and Su Lai. The blue side banned Qiao, Kuan Xiaoman, Sun Bin, and Zhong Kuei, selecting Yalian, Xiahou Dun, Zhou Yu, Huang Zhong, and Lu Ban Master. A classic combination of Lu Ban Master and Huang Zhong. Nonetheless, the Wolf team maintained an overwhelming dominance. Ling Yun utilized a 5-minute God-level awareness experience card signed in today, leading the Wolf team to outmaneuver their opponents effortlessly. With their spirits shattered, the opposing team faltered under pressure. The Wolf team claimed victory within a mere 10 minutes, winning 3-0, as the crystal shattered. The commentators Ling Er and Su Nua simultaneously proclaimed, "Let us congratulate the Wolf team on their 3-0 triumph, securing their second victory of the regular season." After a cordial handshake, both teams returned to their respective rest areas. Ding. Today's task completed. All lane skill awareness increased by 10 points. Ding. Hidden task accomplished by achieving 2 rounds of Linglong Tower. Advanced command and operational level obtained. Ling Yun raised an eyebrow upon hearing the system's voice. Advanced command and operational level? Chapter 74. Interview concluded. A date with Tian Yun. This is a remarkable boon. Although his command and operational skills are commendable, they pertain to weaker teams. When faced with formidable opponents, they may not be as effective. His command and operational prowess rely on the instincts of a top-tier player. Defeating weaker teams is undoubtedly a case of overwhelming advantage. However, now he has acquired an advanced command and operational level. That is more than sufficient. His mind was instantly flooded with a wealth of operational knowledge, a sudden enlightenment. The impact of the advanced operational level was considerable. What if he were at the peak? Or at a divine level? He dared not even contemplate. He hastily accessed the system panel. Host, Fong Haoyu Profession. Wolf Team Ling Yun Top Lane Skill Awareness. 140. Note. Average professional player skill is 90. Star player 100. Top tier player 130. Extraordinary top tier player 150. Divine player 200. Jungle Skill Awareness. 110. Mid Lane Skill Awareness. 100. Development Lane Skill Awareness. 110. Support Skill Awareness. 110. Command and Operational Level. Advanced. Top tier skill heroes. Hua Mulan, Guan Yu, Charlotte, Huang Tai, Sun Shangxiang. Backpack. 1 God level peak skill awareness experience card, limited to 1 match. 1 peak promise experience card, limited to 1 match. His top lane skill awareness had reached 140, just a mere 10 points shy of extraordinary top tier status. Ling Yun, wait a moment. You will accompany Xiao Pang for the post-match interview. The tone was laced with barely concealed amusement. An interview? As today as victorious contributor, the coach would undoubtedly insist he participate. Ling Yun glanced at the time. It was still quite early. Completing 3 matches took only an hour, averaging 10 minutes per match. With hardly any time for a break, he sent a message to Tian Yun, notifying her that he would join her after the interview. Tian Yun had anticipated his presence at the interview and replied positively. Ling Yun smiled as he spoke. After the interview, I will go out for a meal with a friend, and I will return by myself. This was certainly not a matter of contention. Typically, when one wins a match, especially with a significant victory, it is quite normal for players to dine with friends, provided there is still ample time. However, Should they lose, they are expected to return immediately for a review. This is precisely why Ling Yun had mentioned treating to a meal in the event of victory. Only after winning would the coach permit him to go out on a date. Well, perhaps it could be considered a date. The more he observed Ling Yun, the more he found him appealing. If Ling Yun maintained this demeanor, he would have no qualms about treating him to a meal himself. Make sure to get some rest. We'll return to the club tomorrow, he reminded Ling Yun. Ling Yun nodded and then joined Xiaopeng at the interview stage. Hello everyone. I am the interviewer of the day, the enthusiastic host greeted with a warm smile. He was also a fan of the Wolf team, and the victory today filled him with joy. Next to me are the two victorious players. Let's have them introduce themselves. Ling Yun picked up the microphone, wearing a gentle smile. Hello everyone. I am Ling Yun from the Wolf team. His youthful voice elicited cheers from the female fans below. Ling Yun is so handsome. What a lovely voice. Can you give me an autograph? Ah, what a charming voice. Xiaopeng also introduced himself. Hello everyone. I am Xiaopeng from the Wolf team. Many fans cheered for Xiaopeng as well. Xiaopeng played exceptionally well today. Keep it up for the next match. Confidence. You are the best jungler. Although Xiaopeng did not have many fans who admired his looks, he had a considerable number of fans who appreciated his skills. Tian Yun, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but smile at Ling Yun's face. Ling Yun, how do you feel about achieving your second pinnacle today? How did your teammates encourage you at that moment? The host inquired. Ling Yun pondered for a moment before responding. Well, I must say, I was extremely excited. After all, this is my second match, and I didn't expect to secure a pentakill. It was mainly thanks to my teammates. They really helped me out. When I achieved the pentakill, my teammates showered me with compliments, and I truly enjoyed that feeling. His responses predominantly praised his teammates, lacking any sense of arrogance that often accompanies such achievements. He projected humility, appearing exuberant on stage, yet refined off it. The host nodded. It seems the atmosphere within your team is quite positive. Today, we noticed a moment when you secured the pentakill and celebrated the victory. You were very excited, and Xiaopeng gave you a thumbs up. That moment reminded us of the encouragement given to Xiaopeng in the past. What were your thoughts at that time, Xiaopeng? Xiaopeng reflected for a moment, recalling their synergy, and smiled warmly. My former captain used to encourage me when I was in high spirits, and at that moment, I instinctively gave Ling Yun a thumbs up. Reminiscing about those times, the host nodded again, acknowledging Xiaopeng's growth under the influence of his former captain. You both have grown significantly. Ling Yun, who once was a spirited youth, now stands before us as a promising player. In truth, Xiaopeng was only half a year older than Ling Yun, having debuted at the age of 16, thus holding more experience. The interview concluded with gratitude extended to both players. Afterward, Xiaopeng returned with his teammates, while Ling Yun headed out for his meeting. To avoid drawing attention, he changed into a different outfit, opting not to wear the Wolf team jersey. Instead, he donned a casual ensemble consisting of a white inner shirt paired with a beige collared jacket and some stylish joggers, completing the look with a white mask. Fans outside the venue would struggle to recognize him, as they would not expect him to have changed out of his uniform. Tian Yun awaited outside the venue, sending Ling Yun her location. He hurriedly made his way to her. Before long, he spotted her silhouette. She wore a simple yet elegant French knitted dress in a soft beige hue, exuding an air of purity. Tian Yun, I'm here, Ling Yun exclaimed cheerfully. Tian Yun, also wearing a mask to avoid recognition, quipped, how could I let a girl wait? Apologies. I'll cover the bill tonight, Ling Yun said, scratching his head. Feeling a bit shy? That was supposed to be your treat. Tian Yun retorted playfully. How about we go to Haidaleo? Tian Yun suggested after a moment of contemplation. At this hour, it seems like the only option left. After the match and interview, they had spent an hour and a half, and it was nearing 10 o'clock. Generally, players tend to dine at a nearby Haidaleo after an evening match, as well as commentators and analysts, since many of them are acquainted and share good relationships. It was customary for teams to gather for a meal at Haidaleo post-match. As a professional player, Ling Yun seldom dines out, dedicating most of his time to rigorous training. Consequently, Haidilao has become a go-to destination. Whenever unsure of where to go, they simply opt for Haidilao. Let us go, I'll call a cab, Ling Yun declared, gracefully retrieving his phone to summon transportation. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the nearest Haidilao. They chose a cozy corner table and settled in, ready to order whatever they fancied. After removing his mask, Ling Yun revealed a charming smile. Tian Yun felt no need for formality, knowing that Ling Yun was treating her. After all, he had often taken advantage of her kindness. Now that he was finally treating her, she had no intention of being modest. Are you really going to finish all of this? Ling Yun inquired, not out of concern for money, but rather for the potential waste of food. Tian Yun raised an eyebrow and smirked. Don't worry, if I can't finish, you'll be my backup. I remember how much you can eat when I treated you before. Ling Yun chuckled heartily, clearly in high spirits. It seems you do care about me, he remarked. To which Tian Yun tilted her head proudly. Who else would care for you but me? Ling Yun pondered for a moment. Well, my parents do as well. Are you being argumentative? Tian Yun rolled her eyes playfully. By the way, I bought you a neck pillow. I remember you were uncomfortable during your last live stream. It should arrive by tomorrow at your club. Ling Yun was momentarily taken aback by the mention of the neck pillow, his expression shifting to one of surprise, followed by gratitude. You remembered? Tianyun Jia, I'm truly touched. Tianyun retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Your expression looks rather insincere. Well, I'm not the best at managing my expressions. But I am genuinely happy, Ling Yun confessed. Curiously, he asked, what color did you get? Tianyun's eyes sparkled with mischief. You'll find out when it arrives. Ling Yun, not noticing her playful demeanor, responded, all right then. I'll go get the sauces. Do you want to come? Tianyun took out her phone and began to take selfies. You can help me with the sauces. You know how I like them. How could one enjoy an outing without capturing a beautiful photo? Ling Yun dutifully went to prepare 2 portions of sauce, clearly accustomed to such tasks. As Tianyun watched Ling Yun's retreating figure, a sense of happiness bubbled within her. Suddenly, she recalled that despite their long acquaintance, they had never taken a photo together. Should they capture one later? Just as she contemplated this, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Tianyun, are you here at Hai Di Lao for dinner too? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Tianyun lowered her phone and turned slightly to see the source. Lu Jia? Xiao Lu Jia? What brings you here? Ling Er smiled. Of course, we're here to eat. Why else would we come to Hai Di Lao? Are you here alone? It's no fun to eat solo. Tianyun hesitated, unsure how to respond. I'm not alone, she muttered softly, but her words went unheard. Xiao Lu inquired. Why don't we join you? It's been a while since you've commentated, right? Have you rested enough? Tianyun felt a wave of nervousness and embarrassment as she replied, I can't decide. Someone else is treating today. Realizing Tianyun might feel uncomfortable, Ling Er smiled and said, all right then, we won't disturb your date. Upon hearing this, Tianyun's cheeks flushed slightly. Lu Jia, please don't say such things. Just as Ling Er and Xiao Lu prepared to leave, Ling Yun returned with 2 portions of sauce in hand. Lu Jia? Xiao Lu Jia? Although not intimately acquainted with them, Ling Yun recognized the two, especially since they were among the 4 renowned female commentators. Ling Er, taken aback by the handsome young man before her, responded, hello. You must be Ling Yun? Well, who else would I be? You're commentating on my match today. I thought I had made an impression, he joked. Xiao Lu looked surprised but then noticed the sauces in Ling Yun's hands, and it clicked for her. Wait, are you two together? She blurted out. Tianyun's face turned crimson at the comment. Ling Yun quickly clarified, we're just friends who plan to have a late-night snack together. Ling Er exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Lu, realizing the situation. Oh, I see. Suddenly, Xiao Lu proposed, since we all know each other, why not share a table? Ling Yun was indifferent, open to meeting more friends. Sure, I can treat. Tianyun naturally had no objections. Her previous concern had been about Ling Yun feeling awkward since he was the one treating. Now that he was fine with it, she was too. Tianyun Jia, please sit beside me. Ling Yun gestured to the space next to him, feeling too shy to invite the other 2 to sit next to him since he wasn't well acquainted with them. Tianyun instantly understood Ling Yun's intent and moved to the seat beside him. They sat together while Ling Er and Xiao Lu took the seats opposite them. Ling Er smiled and said, I apologize, Ling Yun, for making you spend on our first meeting. Ling Yun placed the sauces in front of Tianyun, replying, no worries. With so many people at Hai Di Lao, it's lively. Besides, treating Lu Jia is something many would wish for. Laughter echoed through the air as Ling Er smiled sweetly, her lips curving into a delightful grin. Ling Yun lightened the mood with a jest, instantly uplifting the spirits of those present. You finish the match, yet you sneak away to dine with Tianyun, Xiao Lu teased. Ling Yun replied earnestly, I assure you, this is entirely above board. I have informed my coach. Xiao Lu is merely jesting with you. Why take it so seriously? Tianyun shot a playful glare at Ling Yun. Among the 4, 3 were enchanting women and 1 was a handsome man. Ling Er's beautiful eyes glimmered with realization as she suddenly remarked, by the way, Tianyun, the talented player you mentioned last time is him, right? Chapter 76. The first photograph with Tianyun. Tianyun nodded, confirming, indeed, he is the one I referred to. I initially planned to leverage connections during the transfer period to recommend him, but he impressively made his own mark. Oh, it is true that gold shines wherever it may be. Ling Yun's performance indeed left us all astounded. Ling Er couldn't help but shower compliments. You've made me blush. Ling Yun admitted, feeling a tad embarrassed. Such humility. Who doesn't know you now? You surged to the #1 spot in just 2 nights. The highest combat power of Hua Mu Lan across the internet. A prodigious talent, Xiao Lu exclaimed. To be honest, you are the most gifted player I have encountered in recent years. Although Ling Yun had yet to achieve accolades, Xiao Lu believed his future accomplishments would be remarkable. Ling Er nodded in agreement. It reminds me of the past, yet you still have a ways to go. If you can secure the championship and achieve a three-peat, you would be on par with them, debuting at the pinnacle, just like those who claimed 3 championships upon entering. Ling Yun's initial performance was indeed dazzling. reminiscent of those early days. However, the question of whether he could attain the championship remained uncertain. He has always been my idol and role model, and of course, a good friend. Honestly, surpassing him may be somewhat challenging, yet I shall strive with all my might. Ling Yun expressed his confidence. His goal for this season was to secure a stable starting position, and now that he had achieved that, his sights were set on the championship. Soon, the dishes ordered by the four arrived. After the ladies took their photographs, they began to indulge in their meal. Once the three beautiful women had their fill, plenty of food remained on the table, which was naturally left for Ling Yun to savor. Tianyun, shall we take a few pictures? Linger suggested. Tianyun smiled slightly. Sure. Thus, the three began snapping various photos, even capturing Ling Yun, who was indulging in his meal of beef tripe. Ling Yun, I'll make sure to edit you out later, Linger remarked, uncertain if he desired to appear on camera. No need. I prefer not to be edited out. Ling Yun replied nonchalantly. Although he had sauce on the corner of his mouth when captured, he was not particularly concerned about appearances. Otherwise, he would not have foolishly smiled during live streams, allowing his expressions to become memes. Would you two like to take a photo together? Xiao Lu inquired, noting that only the three women had been in the photos thus far. Tianyun's cheeks flushed. I'm fine with it, but I'm unsure if he is. Linger raised an eyebrow, seemingly catching on to something, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. The thought of taking a photo with Tianyun filled Ling Yun with inexplicable joy, though he did not show it outwardly. Ahem, I'm indifferent, let us do it, he said, suppressing his excitement, leaning beside Tianyun and flashing a victory sign. Is that all boys do in photos, make victory signs? Linger smirked. You wouldn't understand. It's the universal gesture for boys, Ling Yun replied, tilting his chin upward. At that moment, they were quite close, and Tianyun could hear Ling Yun's breathing, which made her feel somewhat uneasy. Ready to take it? Tianyun blushed as she reminded him, striking a pose with her left hand on her cheek. Ling Yun glanced at the phone screen and noticed the sauce still lingering at the corner of his mouth. Wait, he exclaimed, wanting to wipe his mouth. Although he did not care much for appearances, he still hoped to look somewhat presentable for his first photo with Tianyun. Click. Tianyun had already pressed the button, and thus, their first selfie together was captured. In the photo, Tianyun remained stunningly beautiful, while Ling Yun wore an expression of fluster with sauce on his lips. Haha, this one looks great. Tianyun, initially shy, burst into laughter. Linger rushed over. Let me see. Tianyun handed over the phone, and Xiao Lu leaned in. I want to see too. Linger and Xiao Lu couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing Ling Yun in the photo. Haha, this picture is quite lovely. Sister Tianyun looks beautiful, and Ling Yun resembles a person. Faced with their teasing, Ling Yun rolled his eyes, feeling a bit helpless. However, he soon realized that the photo held a significant nostalgic value. Although it did not capture his most handsome side, it was undeniably amusing. Make sure to send me that photo, Ling Yun said, playfully turning his face away, diving back into his meal. You ordered so much and ended up consuming it all yourself, he complained. Tianyun tilted her head, retorting, what do you know? Beautiful women need to maintain their figures. And besides, it was all ordered for you, to nourish you. Ling Yun replied with a hint of annoyance. I am in great shape. I don't need any nourishment. Who knows? You will find out in due time. Tianyun blushed, pinching Ling Yun's arm. What nonsense are you spouting? Ouch, ouch, I was wrong. Sister Tianyun, be gentle. Ling Yun winced in pain and immediately conceded. Observing the intimate playfulness between the two, Linger and Xiao Lu decided not to intrude any further. Glancing at the time, Linger cheerfully stated, we should head back now. Ling Yun, remember to escort Tianyun home. With that, she took Xiao Lu and departed. Once they left, Tianyun shot Ling Yun a playful glare. Have you eaten enough? Hurry up and take me back. Ling Yun wiped his mouth and replied, all right, I'll drive you back to the hotel. After settling the bill, he hailed a taxi to take Tianyun back. It was primarily unsafe for her to travel alone at night, and Ling Yun felt it necessary to embody the spirit of a gentleman. As Tianyun exited the car, she glanced back at Ling Yun, a gentle smile gracing her features. The moonlight illuminated her flawless face, rendering her exceptionally beautiful. How are you? Good night. See you in the next match. Good night, Ling Yun responded with a smile. He then checked his personal phone, where Tianyun had sent a photo of the two of them from their time at Haidaleo. After admiring it for a moment, he set the picture as his phone's wallpaper. Approximately half an hour later, he arrived at the hotel arranged by the club. It was nearly 11:30. After returning to his room and washing up, exhaustion overtook him, and he fell heavily onto the bed, succumbing to sleep. The following day, Ling Yun accompanied the players of Wolf Team back to their club. The next match was scheduled for the 22nd at 5 p.m., leaving approximately 10 days until then. To be frank, this duration felt rather lengthy. Ding. The system has detected that there are 9 days remaining until the match. Would you like to check in? Check in. Ding. Please complete 300 matches before the upcoming match, utilizing the heroes Damo, Yalian, and Ji Xiaoman for 100 matches each. With a performance level not lower than 2,300 points. Ling Yun was momentarily taken aback upon returning to the club. Previous tasks had always been completed within a day, but this one seemed to span 9 days. Chapter 77, Training Match Review, Ideological Conflict? However, this seemed a bit troublesome. The match performance must exceed 2,300? This indicated he could not engage in matches rated below that score. Although 2,300 was considered low for him now, it would still require a significant investment of time. Primarily, he could only play peak matches after completing daily training matches. Calculating this made the timeline seem rather tight. However, Ling Yun quickly grasped the crucial point. The system specified matches not rated below 2,300. The training matches surely would not fall below that threshold. If he played earnestly, the performance level would likely surpass that of the top 10 in peak matches. This meant that over 9 days, he would only need to play 34 matches each day. This realization made the task appear less daunting. Wait, Ling Yun suddenly thought it couldn't possibly be that straightforward. Sure enough, ding. Victories in matches are required for them to count towards the total. Damn, I knew it. If only he needed to play 34 matches. He would be required to win 34 matches each day, and the scores must remain high. Was this task slightly excessive? Upon completion of the task, the reward would enhance his proficiency in the dual lane by 5 points, and the hero's demo, Yalian, and Ji Xiaoman would automatically be elevated to the status of divine-level heroes. Subsequently, the panel's top-level heroes would be referred to as divine-level heroes. Currently, Ling Yun possessed divine-level heroes such as Hua Mulan, Guan Yu, Charlotte, Huang Tai, and Sun Shangxiang. Ling Yun raised an eyebrow. This reward was quite impressive. It was well known that he could achieve a score of 27,000 with his divine-level Mulan. If he could elevate these heroes to divine levels, he could hardly fathom the depth of his hero pool. Of course, it was already substantial. He possessed the skill level of a top-tier player, and the heroes he brought forth were all of exceptional caliber. However, divine level was a different realm altogether, far surpassing the top tier. Today marked the first day since his return. Training matches commenced at 1 in the afternoon, while peak matches rated above 2,100 points would not begin until 6 in the evening. This was quite frustrating for him. He was eager to train, yet impatience was futile. At that moment, an operations staff member handed Ling Yun a package. Ling Yun, this is your delivery, just arrived, she said with a radiant smile. Ling Yun accepted the package and politely replied, thank you. He then returned to his dormitory. Initially, he shared a room with the third-team players. But now that he was a starter, the operations team had arranged a new room for him. His current roommate was Yao Dao. Upon entering the dorm, he found Yao Dao lounging idly, evidently also at a loss due to the lack of training. Ling Yun, you're back. What do you have in your hands? Yao Dao inquired curiously. It's a neck pillow my friend bought for me. Ling Yun replied with a smile, leisurely beginning to unwrap the package. Your friend is so thoughtful, sending you a neck pillow. Unlike me, who can only endure, Yao Dao expressed with envy. You certainly exude a strong hint of green tea. Tea Dao, huh? Ha ha. The nickname Tea Dao was given to Yao Dao by his detractors. Ling Yun had a good rapport with Yao Dao, allowing him to tease him. Alright, you're teasing me, huh? I'm the team S-ace. I might just bench you for the next match. Yao Dao pretended to be displeased. Ha ha ha, my apologies, brother Dao. Grant me a chance. The two maintained a harmonious relationship. Once Ling Yun finished unwrapping the package completely, it was discovered to be a pink neck piece. How should I put it? The gaze was a bit flirtatious. How could it be pink? A true warrior like me, forced to wear such a flamboyant neck piece? Ling Yun expressed disdain verbally, yet had already adorned it around his neck. It looks splendid. I quite fancy such flamboyance, so do not even think of taking it from me. Upon hearing Yao Dao's comment, Ling Yun immediately protested. No way. Even if it's flamboyant, I will wear it. After all, it was a gift from a friend. Although I am not fond of it, I will still use it. I see you seem to be enjoying it. Yao Dao said with a hint of skepticism. Go away. Ling Yun retorted irritably. How could Ling Yun ever give away a gift from Sister Tianyan? Alright, tidy up a bit. We need to head to training shortly. Yao Dao couldn't fathom Ling Yun's thoughts. Why was this person so contradictory? Clearly fond of it, yet verbally denying it. At 1 o'clock, Ling Yun officially began training with the first team. Previously, he had been evenly matched with Geeky in practice matches. Now, he had begun to take on a plethora of training matches independently. For Geeky to ascend, he would have to perform exceptionally in competitions. Otherwise, the starting lineup would remain unchanged. In the training room, they began to review yesterday's match. Only after the review concluded did they start the practice match. He pointed at the screen. Although everyone played well yesterday, there were still many details that required attention. For instance, when it's time to engage, we must engage. In the first match, I believe we could have fought them since we had no disadvantage. If we won, wouldn't they be at an even greater disadvantage? You are all top-tier players in peak competitions. Xiao Pang, an adept player, Yao Dao, who recently reached peak rank 1, Yixing, who has been among the top 10 supports, and Xian Yu, the most underrated mid laner. As for Ling Yun, he needs no introduction, recently making waves in peak competitions, his skills being top-notch. Why hesitate to engage? The essence of competitive training lies in the thrill of battle. However, this can easily lead to neglecting the most crucial aspect, strategy. Previously, no one had addressed this directly, mainly because everyone was a teammate, merely following the coach's instructions. Some matters were difficult to articulate and had to be navigated according to his training philosophy. This led to ideological clashes. Problems were only exposed when facing certain teams, particularly during combat scenarios. The issues were quite severe, but Ling Yun's presence managed to somewhat mask them. "Coach, may I say a few words?" Ling Yun suddenly spoke up. Xiao Pang, sitting beside him, sensed something amiss. He tugged at Ling Yun's sleeve, hoping to caution him. Previously, Xiao Pang had encountered ideological conflicts, ultimately yielding. However, Ling Yun disregarded Xiao Pang's warning, casting a curious glance at Ling Yun. He held a fondness for Ling Yun as a player, particularly admiring those with exceptional skills. "Speak your mind." He gestured invitingly. "Do you find any fault in what I've said?" Chapter 78. Ling Yun persuades the training team. "I believe our performance in the first match was commendable. Although we had the advantage, we did not take unnecessary risks. What is wrong with utilizing strategy to outplay the opponent?" Ling Yun also put forth his opinion. Xiao Pang sighed nearby, knowing Ling Yun would inevitably voice his thoughts. However, persuading them might prove challenging. His expression stiffened, clearly taken aback by Ling Yun's directness. He adjusted his glasses. "I acknowledge that strategy is excellent, but team fights are equally vital. If we shy away from engaging with such a significant advantage, others may perceive us as easy prey. We need to be more aggressive, instill fear in our opponents. If we are not at a disadvantage, we should engage. I trust in your skills. The advantages gained from victory far surpass those from mere strategy." Ling Yun offered no leniency. He stood and stated unequivocally, "I admit that winning brings substantial advantages, not only in terms of kills, but also in economic benefits and securing neutral resources. However, coach, have you considered that losing a team fight could put us at a disadvantage when our composition is evidently inferior to the opponents? Should we really resort to battling to turn the tide?" He furrowed his brow slightly. "I believe in your skills, and I will do my utmost to ensure our composition is optimal. If our composition is inferior, we can reduce the frequency of engagements." Xiao Pang's eyes narrowed slightly. This person had previously admonished him. Now, he seemed to be softening his stance. Ling Yun resumed his seat. "If the issues within our training philosophy remain unresolved, it could lead to conflicts detrimental to the team. This could severely impact our pursuit of the championship." During the World Championship, Xiao Pang and Lao Lin had a falling out, and they had yet to reconcile. "Coach, the risks associated with strategy are minimal. If executed well, it can yield greater advantages than direct confrontations. A well-executed strategy can maintain economic parity, even if we fall behind in kills and the risks remain low. Have you ever seen a team that lacks strategic acumen win a championship?" Ling Yun gazed intently. After a moment of silence, he countered, "But if our strategy is inferior to the opponents, continuing to strategize is akin to inviting gradual defeat. In such a case, wouldn't it be better to engage directly?" He had his own considerations. On one hand, his training philosophy was evidently lacking in strategy. The previous failures from champions to top 8, culminating in a disastrous world championship, clearly illustrated the deficiencies in his training approach. Had it not been for fans' inclusion, securing a championship would have been exceedingly difficult. On the other hand, he believed that overpowering teams with inferior skills directly was the way to go. There was no need to engage in strategic play with opponents. Ling Yun sensed a wavering resolve within him. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Coach, I never claimed we must always engage in operations." Intrigued by Ling Yun's remark, the coach inquired, "What do you wish to convey?" Ling Yun, possessing a high-level command of operations, was acutely aware that none of the current teams could rival his operational prowess. He understood both the merits and drawbacks of operational strategies. "Coach, do you believe that competing against weaker teams negates the need for operations?" Ling Yun swiftly discerned the coach's inner thoughts. Adjusting his glasses, he placed his hands on the table and retorted, "Otherwise, engaging in operations against a weaker team would merely squander time, wouldn't it?" With a cold smile, he shook his index finger, his face replete with disapproval. This caught his 4 teammates off guard. They were astonished that he would exhibit such expressions towards the head coach. The coach, known for his stern demeanor during training, surprisingly did not react with anger. Instead, he earnestly asked, "Please elaborate on your understanding." Ling Yun proceeded to articulate his perspective. "We should not abandon operations simply because we are facing weaker teams. On the contrary, we must engage in operations even more diligently. The most apparent weakness of such teams lies in their operational capabilities. Strong teams invariably possess superior operational strategies compared to their weaker counterparts. and operations are guaranteed to secure victories. While the skills of weaker players are not negligible, relying solely on skill to win may yield results. But they will never be as effective as a well-executed operation. You might argue that operations against weak teams are unnecessary and time-consuming. Yet if we neglect operational strategies and focus solely on combat, we risk altering established operational habits, leading to a dangerous assimilation. To cultivate operational habits, we must engage in operations regardless of the opponent. When the operational disparity is significant, leveraging operations against weaker teams will ensure a stable victory. In encounters where the operational strengths are comparable, we can engage in combat at critical moments to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. Why are we so formidable now? It is not solely because of our combat prowess. Our operational strategies are among the elite in the league. The true strength lies not merely in operations or combat, but in mastering combat within the framework of operations. After hearing these words, the coach found himself momentarily speechless. He recognized the validity of Ling Yun's assertions. The current gap between the Wolf team and their competitors lay in operational execution. If he continued to instruct them to focus solely on combat, they would easily fall victim to a sudden collapse during critical moments if they failed to operate diligently. What if we encounter a team with superior operational skills? He asked. Ling Yun contemplated for a moment before responding. In that case, we must rely on combat. In situations where operational levels diverge significantly, persistent operations lead to gradual defeat. We can only rely on continuous combat to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. However, this is not mindless fighting. We must strike decisively at pivotal moments. This distinction separates strong teams from weaker ones. After all, if the opponents are also skilled, why should we assume that our combat abilities will guarantee victory? Not everyone possesses my level of finesse. As Ling Yun explained, he could not resist a touch of self-praise. His four teammates rolled their eyes in response to his unabashed confidence. Yet, they had to admit that thus far, Ling Yun had never been slain. He had always been the one to eliminate others. Ling Yun indeed possessed exceptional skill. After a moment of contemplation, the coach appeared deep in thought. He sighed and furrowed his brow, pondering for approximately 2.5 minutes. I believe Ling Yun's reasoning holds considerable weight. He grasped a crucial insight. Ling Yun's final remarks highlighted the futility of mindless combat. Engaging in frequent battles must be purposeful, occurring at pivotal junctures. Xiao Pang regarded Ling Yun with newfound admiration. He had not anticipated Ling Yun would be so persuasive, especially considering the great effort he himself had expended to achieve similar results. Of course, Xiao Pang's acceptance of Ling Yun's perspective stemmed from the fact that their previous operational performance had been lacking. Yet, Ling Yun's understanding of operations was evidently profound, perhaps even surpassing that of the coaching staff. He was, without a doubt, an extraordinarily versatile player. Chapter 79, Transition of Command. Earning one salary while doing two jobs, Ling Yun now resembled the legendary Mao Shun from earlier days. At that time, whether in command or during training, Mao Shun was the one orchestrating everything, performing the dual roles of player and coach while executing the duties of the training team. During competitions, Ling Yun's command and operational acumen had already garnered recognition. Now that he articulated his understanding, it solidified the coach's conviction. Ling Yun undoubtedly possessed a natural aptitude for command and operations. Henceforth, matters concerning operations could be entrusted to him. It was reminiscent of when Fan Fan first arrived. He had brought half of the training methods to the Wolf team, thus making his transition seem effortless. To the coach's surprise, another player with innate talent in this area had emerged upon Ling Yun's arrival. Old Lin, you truly are benevolent. You discern what I lack in pursuit of the championship and provide accordingly. Though his expression remained unchanged, his heart was already jubilant. Given your insights, I shall allow you to take the reins for now. The command of the Wolf team has always been in the hands of the capable. From this moment until the upcoming match, you shall be the main commander. Let us trial this approach and observe the results. Ling Yun felt a sense of satisfaction with this outcome. He did not seek command for its own sake. Rather, he aspired to restore the operational excellence of the Wolf team during its prime. Moreover, you will also address operational concerns, which means your responsibilities will increase. Very well. Does this mean I can expect a salary increase? He queried. I lack the authority to grant that, the coach replied with a hint of exasperation. Ling Yun sighed. Are you exploiting the players? He rolled his eyes and added, all right, if the results are favorable, I will mention it to the higher-ups and see if a salary increase can be arranged. Ling Yun chuckled, declaring that he would take action if he had the means. To be frank, his current performance merited a salary that exceeded that of a typical starting player. However, he was not overly concerned about this for the time being. He believed that once he showcased his true capabilities, the management would naturally reward him with a raise. If they did not, he would certainly voice his concerns. The management of Lang team was not foolish enough to let him go. Having only participated in 2 matches, his market value was rapidly ascending. Once the review phase concluded, They would commence training matches. The review did not consume much time, as the 3 matches were overwhelmingly in their favor. There was little to critique. Therefore, the review period was brief, and soon the 5 players began their training matches, starting with the second team. Ling Yun assumed the role of main commander, while Yi Sheng transitioned from main to assistant commander. The training match commenced at 2 in the afternoon, lasting an entire afternoon during which they played 10 games. Aside from 1 loss during match play, they triumphed in 8 out of the 10 games against the second team. As for the reason behind the loss, let us not inquire. It was merely a case of letting up. In training matches against other teams, stronger squads often conceal their strategies, and Lang team was no exception. By 5:30 in the afternoon, they reviewed the day's training match results. Given that it was Ling Yun's first time as the main commander, the other players were still adjusting, and Ling Yun himself required some time to adapt. While they secured victories, numerous issues persisted. The shift in command necessitated a reconfiguration of their synergy. Previously, Ling Yun had occupied an assistant command position, allowing him to operate more effectively. The sudden change required time for acclimatization. Although Ling Yun possessed advanced command skills, his teammates needed to adapt to his leadership style. They had to trust his decisions unconditionally while also comprehending the reasoning behind his strategies. Only then could their collective mindset align. This was not merely a matter of adhering to commands. The review began. Ling Yun took his position, standing before the screen to point out everyone's mistakes. Xiao Pang, I just mentioned that you shouldn't push this lane. The opponents are hesitant to do so. If you neglect vision, they will either outnumber us or continue pushing. Just conceal the vision. For this wave, we can group up as 5 and push directly, but we must leave one person to feign a recall, making them hesitant as they notice one player missing. The enemy jungler will be reluctant to engage. He continued, also, I just said not to rush the dragon. The opponents have already switched. We can control the dragon respawn time. In our advantageous position, the next 2 dragons will have a 10-second interval, preventing them from swapping immediately. Do you understand? Due to the shift in command, it was evident that the other 4 players had yet to adapt. Ling Yun's decisions often faced skepticism. Though camaraderie was strong, such issues were unavoidable in a team dynamic. For Ling Yun to truly seize command, he needed to address these concerns. Naturally, it was not just the teammates who felt discomfort. He himself felt the pressure. After all, a main commander bears many responsibilities and must learn to anticipate scenarios in advance. This resulted in fewer standout moments for Ling Yun that day. Although he managed to secure solo kills in nearly every match, his impact was noticeably diminished compared to before. In the span of the afternoon, Ling Yun achieved only 5 exceptional performances. Had he not been in command, he would have likely secured 8. While the team experienced discomfort, Ling Yun understood that once their synergy improved, a qualitative transformation would occur. In future matches against stronger teams, they would not solely rely on his individual prowess. Previously, victories were predominantly attributed to his skills, but relying solely on personal ability would not suffice. If opponents studied Ling Yun's gameplay, his performance in the playoffs would surely be compromised. For instance, while Ling Yun could secure kills consistently, post-analysis could diminish that effectiveness. Hence, Lang team had to evolve, making it difficult for other formidable teams to target Ling Yun specifically, allowing him to maximize his potential. Let us overcome these issues tomorrow, Ling Yun asserted, his throat dry from speaking. Once the playoffs concluded, he intended to discuss his salary with the management. He regarded Ling Yun with satisfaction. With him present, there was no need for additional reviews. The coaching staff found their duties considerably lightened. Who says coaching is exhausting? I find it quite enjoyable. Following the review, mealtime arrived, granting Ling Yun a moment to relax. Though weary, he remained hopeful for Lang team's transformation, as his ultimate goal was to secure the championship. Honor of Kings is a team game. Individual strength alone cannot lead to victory. Today's task of 34 matches remained unfinished, with 26 still pending. It seemed the remaining matches would have to be played in the peak competition. Chapter 80. Peak Competition, 26 consecutive wins. After dinner, the 5 members of Lang team began their live streams, and Ling Yun was no exception. The title of his stream read, No Victory in 26 Matches, No Stream. Upon starting the broadcast, he still had a VIP audience of 5,000. The details of the live stream will not be elaborated upon here. They will be addressed after the matches conclude. Ling Yun has created a secondary account with a score of 2,300. The high score of his primary account has made it difficult for him to match with other players, and he is currently prioritizing speed. Today, time is of the essence. As he began his stream, he adorned a striking pink neck accessory that drew considerable attention. The audience quickly started to tease him, speculating about his unexpected preference for muscular men and expressing surprise at his youthful spirit. Who would have thought that Ling Yun harbored such a playful side? The contrast in his persona during the live stream was quite apparent, and the notion of winning 26 consecutive matches seemed daunting. Would he manage to play enough games in one evening? Ling Yun paid little heed to the barrage of comments, diving straight into his first ranked match. In less than 10 minutes, he secured a victory with a demo character, achieving a perfect score of 160. His prowess had evidently surpassed that of top-tier players, as he was already ranked first in the peak tier. For him, a match with a score of 2,300 felt akin to a game against AI. As long as his 4 teammates abstained from surrendering, victory in 10 minutes was a certainty. The second and third matches continued in a similar fashion, culminating in 3 victories within 40 minutes. Unfortunately, there were no challenge matches available. Otherwise, Ling Yun might have reached a score of 27,000 demo today. Throughout the stream, he remained mostly silent, fully engrossed in the game, leaving viewers curious about his unusual quietness. Was he attempting to project an image of mastery? Perhaps he was simply a skilled player? The audience wondered why he wasn't striving for a score of 2,800, preferring to dominate lower-ranked matches instead. As he continued to achieve impressive victories, the viewer count surged. By 7 p.m., he had secured 5 consecutive wins without uttering a single word. The 6th match ended in 10 minutes and 20 seconds, the 7th in 9 minutes and 30 seconds, the 8th in precisely 10 minutes. The 9th saw his opponents surrender within 7 minutes, and the 10th concluded in 11 minutes. He achieved another streak of 5 wins, bringing his total to 10 consecutive victories, all while remaining silent and focused on the game. The viewer count soared as spectators marveled at his undefeated streak. Ling Yun's secondary account reached a peak score of 2,435. With just 16 matches left to play as the clock ticked towards 8 p.m., time was indeed of the essence tonight, with 4 hours remaining for the final 16 matches. Each hour required winning 4 matches, with the average match time and matchmaking not exceeding 15 minutes. Ling Yun appeared to be intensely focused, resembling a machine dedicated to achieving high scores. By 9 p.m., he had reached a remarkable 15 consecutive wins, with his peak score climbing to 2,510, leaving just 11 matches remaining within the last 3 hours. As the tier began to escalate, his opponents became more formidable, and the duration of matches increased from the previous 10 minutes to over 10. Despite these challenges, Ling Yun relied on his exceptional skill to continue winning. At 10:10 p.m., he secured 4 additional victories, achieving a total of 19 consecutive wins. However, fatigue began to creep in after a long day of gaming, and his focus started to wane. With only 7 matches left and less than 2 hours on the clock, the pressure mounted. He understood that the games would only become more challenging as time passed, and he could not afford to lose a single match. His peak score had now reached 2565, and he stood at 110th place in the rankings. In the 20th match, he once again secured a victory with a demo character, taking over 14 minutes to win after acquiring numerous kills. The next few matches similarly concluded around the same time, leading to a late-night finish at 11:30 p.m. He needed to complete the 25th match before midnight to meet his goal. In that final match, he encountered 4 abstract teammates and faced several other streamers. Thanks to Ling Yun's guidance, they managed to clinch the victory after 20 minutes. With the matchmaking time included, the clock read 11:58 p.m., and his peak score soared to 2660. He achieved the milestone of ranking in the top 10 with both accounts. Ling Yun then commenced the final peak match, knowing that a victory would not only fulfill his goal, but also elevate his secondary account to the 2nd position in the peak rankings. The viewer count reached new heights once again. Remarkably, Ling Yun had hardly spoken throughout the stream, yet the audience numbers surged to unprecedented levels, with VIP seats exceeding 10,000. It was an extraordinary achievement to climb from 2,300 to over 2,600 points in a single night. Not to mention, he had defeated both the peak 1st and 2nd ranked players in this final match. What an incredible feat! With a record of 25 consecutive wins, he had truly earned the title of the top demo player on the internet. The final match required no sense of urgency, and Ling Yun played with remarkable ease. He directly commanded his teammates, urging them not to hesitate and to follow his rhythm in the game. Possessing a high level of strategic command, he was engaged in a match ranked among the top 10. The probability of securing victory remained high, especially with teammates who were not foolish. In this particular game, the opposing team boasted several skilled players, including Xiao Qi and Wei Liang. The battle waged for a tense 20 minutes, culminating in Ling Yun's demo executing a skillful maneuver at the location of the Storm Dragon King, using his second ability to knock up 4 opponents while simultaneously activating his ultimate to wall them in. This decisive action led to a resounding victory, marked by a 4-kill streak. With the enemy crystal shattered, Ling Yun's secondary account achieved a peak score of 2,672 points, placing it among the top 10, while his primary account claimed the 1st position and his secondary account held the 2nd. After the match, Ling Yun finally exhaled in relief, nearly succumbing to exhaustion, though he meant this in the context of the game. At that moment, he noticed the barrage of messages flooding the screen. Incredible. Ling Tiandi. Amazing. 1st and 2nd in the rankings. Tomorrow, let us aim for a third to dominate the top spots. He had watched the game for an entire evening, feeling exhilarated, as they had not lost a single match. The screen was filled not only with messages, but also with a plethora of gifts. That night, he encountered several streamers, including Lu Wei, whom he defeated in a mere 10 minutes, denying him any opportunity to regain points. Before concluding the stream, Ling Yun expressed his gratitude for the gifts received, particularly appreciating the flashy magic book from his fans. In Chapter 81, he proposed a review session to reignite the spirit of the Wolf team. Ling Yun took a full 10 minutes to thank everyone before bidding farewell to his audience, who inquired about his streaming schedule for the following day. He reminded them that he might not stream, depending on the circumstances, but if training concluded early, he would certainly participate in ranked matches. The chat was filled with messages wishing him good night. After shutting down the stream, Ling Yun stretched, acknowledging the fatigue that accompanied a day of gaming. However, time waits for no one, and he had only 2 secondary accounts. Once those accounts were exhausted, his only recourse would be through training matches. If he played ranked with a top 10 account that evening, he would not be able to engage in many games. Winning 10 matches in a single night would already be a commendable feat. It seemed he would need to intensify training the following day. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ling Yun placed the pink neck support on his bedside. Truth be told, the neck support had significantly alleviated his discomfort after such an extended gaming session. Observing Ling Yun's fondness for the neck support, Yao Dao cast a skeptical glance his way. Was this a gift from a girlfriend? You seem to cherish it so much. Ling Yun, of course, denied it, stating that it was merely a baseless assumption. Are you still in the ambiguous stage? Do I know her? Is she in the circle? Yao Dao's curiosity was piqued. After finishing his evening routine, Ling Yun lay back down on the bed. Stop asking so many questions, get some good sleep. We have intense training tomorrow. Yao Dao rolled his eyes, questioning the intense training he had never heard about. Ling Yun teased, why would I tell you? What relation do we have? I am the team leader. Yao Dao quickly conceded, smiling. We are brothers. What is our relationship? Don't worry. I'll have your back in the training room. You should sleep early. We have training matches to play tomorrow. Ling Yun yawned, turned off the lights, and drifted into a deep slumber. Yao Dao glanced at the time and acknowledged that it was indeed time to rest. The next day, Ling Yun rose at 8:30 in the morning. After breakfast with Yao Dao, the 5 teammates arrived at the training room by 9 o'clock. They continued with the training between the first and second teams, with the second team simulating the strategies of other teams. Naturally, complete simulation was impossible. They could only approximate the tactics. Against such formidable opponents, full replication was unfeasible. At best, they could achieve 50% effectiveness under optimal conditions. If complete simulation were possible, there would be no need for the first team. They would simply use the second team. Previously, when Lao Lin was with the Wolf team, the second team was tasked with mimicking the strategies of other teams to provide practice for the first team. However, the current second team was not the same as before. The second team from last year's spring season was a luxurious lineup, having claimed championships throughout the year. Whether it was those who had left, such as Zhong Yi and Fan Fan, or those who remained, like Gui Qi and Yi Shang, they all earned their well-deserved championships. The second team, except for Yusei, had at least one championship under their belt. However, the competition training group was not as strong as it once was. The second team, nurtured by Lao Lin, had reached a certain level, and now the current second team was similarly at that same level. Nonetheless, it was still highly effective for targeted training, such as specific lineups. The first team would use characters like Enchi La or Hai Nua to counter the second team's De Qiao strategy. Recently, the Wolf team had successfully employed the innovative Hai Nua to counter the De Qiao strategy unexpectedly. Many strong teams engaged in internal training, leading to the discovery of effective strategies. During the playoffs, a moment of brilliance emerged unexpectedly. The Athena played by the renowned Cat God at the World Championship made it to the finals, or more accurately, deceived its way into the finals. This led the opponents to believe that Cat God would employ a sacrificial strategy with Athena, luring them into selecting Ling Wang for the jungle role, while allowing Zhong Yi to secure Athena for jungling instead, leaving the opponents utterly outsmarted. Who could have anticipated that the month-long experimentation with the sacrificial Athena was merely a ruse devised by Cat God? At noon, the call to action rang. To the top lane. Push forward. Ling Yun maneuvered Mo to advance the lane minions into the enemy's high ground, while the opposing team faced complete annihilation. After demolishing their crystal, Ling Yun exhaled deeply, relieved. He had engaged in training matches with the second team for an entire morning. Dedicating his time solely to Mo regardless of the composition, he consistently played Mo, which puzzled his teammates. With a furrowed brow, one of them inquired, Ling Yun, why have you been playing Mo since yesterday? Although Ling Yun's performance was commendable, professional players are not meant to specialize in a single hero. Surely, one cannot employ 2 Demos in a competitive match, barring the peak duels. Ling Yun elucidated, I have been experimenting with which compositions synergize best with DMO. And I also wish to refine my skills with him. His teammate retorted, what compositions haven't you tried with DMO? If it weren't for my insistence that the opposing team refrain from picking DMO, how many games would you have played today? The teammate had specifically requested the second team to avoid selecting DMO, eager to discern Ling Yun's intentions behind his persistent choice. Unfortunately, he gleaned nothing substantial from Ling Yun's performance that day, which was decent but not exceptional, lacking when compared to his prowess with Hua Mulan and Guan Yu. Rest assured, coach, I am proficient with other heroes as well. This afternoon, I shall play Ji Xiaoman and Yu Lian. Ling Yun had come to realize that it was unnecessary to play 34 matches with the MO in a single day. Combining Ji Xiaoman and Yu Lian with the MO could suffice to meet that number. Hearing Ling Yun's willingness to diversify his hero pool, the coach's expression softened slightly. He held great expectations for Ling Yun and didn't wish to see him fixate on a solitary hero. After all, a robust hero pool of at least a dozen champions was essential for the playoffs, and familiarity with them was imperative. Thus far, the coach had observed that Ling Yun's experience with heroes was somewhat limited, with some only played a handful of times, leaving him unconvinced. You must understand, do not confine yourself to mastering just one hero. You should also master others, even to the level of your Mulan. Ling Yun nodded in agreement. All right, I shall take my leave for lunch. He waved his hand and set off with his 4 teammates. At the dining table, Ling Yun suddenly inquired, shall we have lunch? Take a half-hour nap, and then review our gameplay? What do you think? Are we in such a rush? Xiao Peng responded, surprised by Ling Yun's eagerness. It was evident he had not anticipated such enthusiasm from Ling Yun, yet upon reflection, it could be attributed to his first stable starting position, prompting him to exert greater effort. Ling Yun nodded, then shook his head. Yes, but not quite. It's not an urgent matter. It primarily depends on your opinions. The decision lies with you. Ling Yun understood that time was theirs. He was neither the coach nor part of the management, hence his inquiry. If they chose not to attend, he would harbor no objections. He respected their opinions. Should the others opt out, he would review on his own. His singular aim was to enhance their team synergy, ensuring the other 4 could adapt swiftly to his directives. I have no pressing matters. I want to be napping. So I can join, Xiao Peng declared with a smile. As last year's best jungler, his determination was not mere talk. In terms of experience, he was more seasoned than Ling Yun. Seeing Ling Yun's dedication, he felt compelled to match it. Xiao Peng also recognized the current decline of their team, now far from the dominant force they had been in the previous spring season. Presently, they resembled the antagonists, striving to claim victory against the odds, just as they had in the summer season of 2022. If they wished to secure the championship amid skepticism, they must toil diligently. The thought of the 500,000 spent on Dao Zai by the Wolf team intensified the pressure on Yao Dao, who was determined not to return to the bench. He quickly raised his hand. Count me in. Yi Shang, a dedicated player, could not afford to fall behind upon seeing Xiao Peng and Yao Dao's commitment. Me too. Xian Yu followed suit, realizing their rest time was ample. Provided they retired early that night and refrained from late-night streaming, they could still attain 8 hours of sleep. A half-hour nap would suffice, as excessive napping could lead to headaches. Upon confirming that all 4 teammates agreed, Ling Yun felt a surge of excitement. Xiao Peng, do you aspire to become the greatest jungler in history? Yao Dao, prove that your skills as a marksman remain among the league's elite. Xiang Yu, you are the top mid laner in the current roster. Be confident. Although Chang Sheng has performed admirably this season, it does not imply you are inferior. If you channel last year's form, you remain the strongest mid laner in the league. Yi Shang, I know you wish to demonstrate that even after Fan's departure, you can lead the Wolf team to victory. Our goal this spring season is to seize that elusive championship. Ling Yun's words resonated deeply with his teammates, all of whom were young men in their 20s. Upon hearing Ling Yun's words, a flame ignited within his heart, particularly for Xiao Peng. His performance in the spring split had been rather lackluster, leaving him feeling adrift without a clear objective. The fervor he exhibited during the summer split of 2022 and the subsequent year had seemingly vanished. He had once harbored lofty ambitions, encapsulated in the popular saying, do not let Peng Peng perceive your weakness, nor let Xiao Peng perceive your strength. Should Xiao Peng discover someone surpassing him, he would immediately embark on a rigorous quest for improvement until he eclipsed them. Ling Yun was right. Xiao Peng shed his previous lethargy, as if he had rediscovered his purpose. Following a quarrel with Lao Lin, he had lingered in a state of confusion until now. His recent demeanor could be aptly described as, your fat emperor, engulfed in boundless uncertainty. After the 5 of them enjoyed lunch, they returned for a brief half-hour nap, promptly arriving at the training room an hour early, while others had yet to arrive. It was naturally Ling Yun who took charge of the review session. The issues discussed previously were addressed again, with fewer errors today, though some persisted. For instance, during one match, as they approached the blue buff, Xiao Peng diligently noted his mistakes. His teammates had not yet positioned themselves, yet he rushed in, risking vulnerability. As the reigning top jungler, he refrained from contesting Ling Yun's observations and instead engaged in earnest analysis. Upon confirming his misstep, he promptly retrieved a notebook to jot down notes. Daozi, your desire to output damage is not misplaced, but you ought to wait. The bodyguard has yet to position. Once Xuan Ran arrives, he can assist in both dismantling the turret and initiating a fight. Yi Sheng alone cannot shield you. Can you withstand an onslaught from 4 opponents? Daozi nodded earnestly, opening his personal notes to update them. Any outsider witnessing this scene would undoubtedly be taken aback. Ling Yun, a newcomer, was leading a review session with 4 of the league's elite players, a 4-time champion and 2 junglers, Xiaopeng and Daozi, a 5-time champion marksman, and Xiangyu, a 4-time champion mid laner, alongside Yi Sheng, a champion support. The least decorated among them, Yi Sheng, possessed more accolades than Ling Yun. Most remarkably, these 4 players were attentive to Ling Yun's words. They diligently recorded everything he said. Consequently, apart from Daozi's notes, 3 additional notebooks emerged: Xiaopeng's notes, Xiangyu's notes, and Yi Sheng's notes. Those unaware might mistake Ling Yun for a coach. However, if they knew of Ling Yun's recent performance in scrimmages, they would comprehend the situation. Ling Yun had consistently excelled, showcasing top-tier strategic thinking that earned the respect of his 4 teammates. Xiaopeng, in particular, had relished playing tank junglers in recent days. Previously, when he had ceded resources to Gu Qi, the results had been mediocre, but when he entrusted them to Ling Yun, the outcomes were transformative. In recent scrimmages, Ling Yun's Darius had been a force to be reckoned with, single-handedly dominating fights. His commands were deliberate and purposeful, enlightening his teammates during reviews, imparting wisdom to those who had initially been bewildered by his strategies. Over the course of an hour, Ling Yun conducted a thorough review of the more problematic matches from the morning. For some, he opted not to elaborate further, instead advising them to preserve the recordings and review them before sleep to discern the underlying issues. Ling Yun had a habit of watching recordings of other teams before bed, though he had not had time to do so in the past few days due to late nights. By the time the 5 of them concluded their review, they arrived at the training room. "Have you finished your review?" he inquired with surprise. Xiaopeng nodded, confirming their completion. "I will first seek out Yi Xiao to review with the second team." He had no doubts about Ling Yun's capabilities, having witnessed his operational prowess the previous day. His review skills were also of top-tier caliber, at least not inferior to his own. A talent like this could certainly pursue coaching after retirement. "What about us?" Daozi asked, adjusting his glasses, clearly surprised by the early arrival of his teammates for the review. "I have scheduled scrims with several teams, but they are not as prompt. You can warm up with some 5-man matches in the meantime." Ling Yun suddenly broke into a smile, having anticipated this question. "I have already arranged a scrim with the first team." Indeed, he had proactively coordinated a scrimmage with his idol. Nodding in approval, his expression conveyed his admiration for Ling Yun's foresight. "I never imagined you had planned this ahead of time." Indeed, these past few days have been exceedingly smooth. Ling Yun has handled the operational reviews splendidly, yielding excellent results. Historically, operational strategy was not Lao Gai's strong suit. The Wolf team has made remarkable strides in recent days, gradually rediscovering the operational strategies they had previously overlooked. They were no longer merely a team that relied on brute force. However, I remain somewhat concerned about the strength of the opposing team, as they are formidable. The benefit of scrimming against them may be limited. Isn't our second team of a similar caliber? Ling Yun countered incisively. Where is there a team that would genuinely engage in a scrim? They all hold back. Yesterday, when they played against us, they deliberately lost. Lao Gai rolled his eyes. "This guy is far too blunt. You may handle it as you see fit. I have faith in you." Having spoken, he departed from the training room of the team. Ling Yun also took out his phone and began to communicate. I responded after receiving the message. "Are you all going to take this seriously?" There was no doubt on my end. We were certainly going to engage earnestly. They were a weaker team, not a strong one, and lacked the privilege to choose. Conversely, the Wolf team, as part of the group, had the option to ease off. Having previously been with the Wolf team, I was well aware that strong teams often lost in training matches. Ling Yun chuckled and replied, "We will play seriously this time." "No easing off at all." Raising an eyebrow, I asked, "Really?" It's already a significant gesture for the strong team to agree to practice with the weaker one. If they choose to play earnestly, it will greatly benefit the weaker team. Although they had potential, other positions still had shortcomings. For instance, the transitioning support, Xiaoying, did not perform well, and Huayan was also in poor form. Haha, when have I ever deceived you? Given our relationship, rest assured, we will definitely take this seriously. Ling Yun was inclined to engage in a genuine match for several reasons. One was to honor the Wolf team, which had secured 8 championships, and also because he admired them. They had previously encouraged him. Now, facing difficulties, Ling Yun was willing to lend a hand. Additionally, the Wolf team was not currently threatened, with one being at the forefront and the other in the middle. If they were to ascend to the upper tier, it might indeed warrant the wolf team's attention. Moreover, the other 4 members of the wolf team shared a bond with him, such as Xiaopeng, who had once considered accepting a pay cut to remain. After discussing with the 4, they all agreed to exert their full strength in this practice match. We are serious. You must also be serious. If there is no pressure, we might as well not play. Ling Yun jokingly sent a voice message. With a laugh, I replied, rest assured, we will certainly be serious. As long as you don't ease off. As we were about to engage, I assured him, you understand our matchup, right? I then patted my chest and guaranteed, rest assured, our matchup will not be shared with other clubs. You know my integrity. One reason strong teams are reluctant to earnestly face weaker teams is the recording of matches. If the footage were to be shared with other clubs, it could lead to unwanted scrutiny. Nonetheless, my integrity remains intact. Having been part of the wolf team, I was well aware of the recording issues. Ling Yun nodded. If my idol guarantees it, I will undoubtedly be at ease. Let's prepare our accounts and have a match. Thus, the training match officially commenced. Wait, let us play earnestly. And no easing off, Ling Yun reminded everyone before the match. The other 4 nodded in agreement. Do not worry, I will certainly be serious. After all, the opposing team has the old captain, and respect must be given, Xiaopeng assured with a pat on his chest. Giving respect does not mean easing off, but rather playing earnestly. All right then, everyone, log in, Ling Yun urged. Subsequently, the 5 of them opened the match client. On this side, I addressed the other 4 teammates. The wolf team will definitely play seriously. If we take this seriously, we can learn a great deal from our match against them. As a veteran and the spiritual leader of the team, I reminded them that this match was hard-won and must be approached with seriousness. The 10 players quickly set up the room. The wolf team had no coach, and neither did our team. Both sides consisted solely of players. The process shall not be elaborated upon further, mainly to avoid unnecessary verbosity. The lineups were soon finalized. The blue side, Xia, top lane, Yalian, Flash. Jungle, Xiahou Dun, Smite, Wushuang. Mid lane, Yixing, Flash, Qianshi. ADC, Huangzhong, Flash, Huayun. Roamer, Luban Master, Flash, Xiaoying. The red side, Wolf Team, top lane, Charlotte, Flash, Ling Yun. Jungle, Yang Yuhuan, Smite, Xiaopeng. Mid lane, Ganjiang Moi, Flash, Xiangyu. ADC, Gaia, Flash, Yao Dao. Roamer, Zhang Fei, Smite, Yixing. The enemy will reach the battlefield in 5 seconds. All troops advance. At the start, Ling Yun's Charlotte first learned the second skill. Xiaopeng, come help me with the side, Ling Yun began to direct. In this match, Yang Yuhuan's jungle role was particularly suited for side assistance. After securing resources and clearing the jungle, he would ideally aid the ADC, Yao Dao, in gaining an advantage. It was imperative to suppress Luban Master's strategy and prevent Huang Zhong from rising. If we failed to suppress them early, we could easily be overwhelmed later. Ling Yun boldly stepped out to clear the lane. His experience was evident as he positioned himself before the tower without rushing to contest the lane. The opposing Yang Yuhuan might be in the side lane. His wealth of experience allowed him to accurately predict Ling Yun and Xiaopeng's intentions. As he was quite familiar with the two, Ling Yun had no intention of killing Yalian, who was primarily focused on expanding early economic advantages. Come on, let's south push through the lane. Xiaopeng's Yang Yuhuan emerged alongside Ling Yun to contest the level 2 lane. Subsequently, Ling Yun's Charlotte, accompanied by Xiaopeng's Yang Yuhuan, consumed the red buff. After devouring the river crab, they swiftly initiated a gank from the red side. Although they missed 1 river crab and 1 red buff, it could not be helped. Xiahou Dun was ganking from the red side and had not opted for side assistance. The differing early game strategies of both teams could significantly influence the course of the match. Chapter 84, Stability from the Veteran. The Wolf team has managed to secure an early economic advantage for Ling Yun through strategic deployment. Presently, the team boasts 2 formidable players, Ling Yun and Yao Dao. In the initial 2 minutes, neither side has claimed any kills as they engage in cautious probing, particularly in the confrontation lanes. Ling Yun, known for his aggressive playstyle, typically dominates with solo kills or engages in 2-on-1 scenarios. However, today he is exhibiting a more reserved approach, reflecting his seasoned experience. Each time Ling Yun attempts to position himself or draw attention forward, he does so with remarkable composure. His ally, Yalian, remains vigilant, ensuring that no enemies are lurking behind before advancing to secure vision in the river. He only confronts Ling Yun's Charlotte if there are river crabs or red armor available, always opting to retreat after securing his gains. Yalian demonstrates a commendable steadiness. Ling Yun recognizes that Yalian plays cautiously during practice matches, only unleashing aggression in major competitions. Engaging Ling Yun carries substantial risk, and Yalian leans towards a team-centric strategy, leaving Ling Yun at a standstill. Previously, the players Ling Yun faced were primarily young, proud competitors, unwilling to be subdued and eager to showcase their skills, much like the peak-level player Wu Huan. who would readily engage after a slight pressure. This distinction between seasoned players and their younger counterparts is evident, each possessing their own merits. However, such an aggressive playstyle has its drawbacks, notably slower economic growth due to the challenges in securing neutral resources. This match centers around the economy of Huang Zhong in the lower lane, with Ling Yun needing to accumulate resources swiftly to pose a significant threat to him. The only players capable of threatening Huang Zhong are Xiangyu's Ganjiang and his Charlotte. At the 4-minute mark, Ling Yun can prioritize support. His Charlotte possesses lane control, with an economic lead of several hundred over Yalian. Despite this, Yalian does not feel pressured. Observing other lanes, players facing Ling Yun often find themselves down by nearly 1,000 in economy after 4 minutes, many having fallen victim to Ling Yun's solo kills. Only a few can maintain such stability, a quality Ling Yun admires. He informs his teammates, "I will push this wave and then head down," as Charlotte makes an early descent. He offers a reminder to his teammates, "Wu Shuang, ensure Yixing uses skills to scout the brush, avoid being ambushed." She ensures Yixing moves forward, utilizing his first skill to explore the brush, revealing Yinqing's Zhang Fei. Xiaopeng announces, "I'm on my way, prepare to engage the dragon." Xiaopeng's Yang Yuhuan takes the forefront, while Zhang Fei positions himself to flank. Ganjiang and Guya stand behind Yang Yuhuan and Zhang Fei. At this moment, Ling Yun's Charlotte teleports to the mid lane. After clearing the minion wave, he awaits Ling Yun's arrival before also teleporting to the mid lane. Wu Shuang's Xiahou Dun activates his second skill, positioning himself at the front, while Yixing prepares to initiate a team fight. Behind Yixing are Luban Dashi and Huang Zhong. "Let us commence. I trust your smite." Ling Yun directs Xiaopeng's Yang Yuhuan to engage the dragon. Yang Yuhuan promptly begins to approach the dragon. Wu Shuang exclaims, "Here we go, I can secure it." Wu Shuang is confident in his smite, well aware that Xiaopeng often struggles to secure objectives. Yet, Ling Yun is cognizant of this as well. The Wolf team's composition features dual smite capabilities. Should the dragon be at risk of being stolen, they will simply reset the fight, eliminate the dragon swiftly, and then engage. Ling Yun commands. Yao Dao's Guya and Xiangyu's Ganjiang quickly contribute damage. The small tyrant's health plummets to half. Wu Shuang's Xiahou Dun pushes forward, aiming to seize the dragon from the side. Can Yixing contain him? "Yes, I can." Qianshi responds before advancing and utilizing a second skill to launch Zhang Fei and Yang Yuhuan into the air. Following this, he unleashes an ultimate that ensnares for enemies. Do not use your flash, engage them directly. Neither Yao Dao's Guya nor Xiangyu's Ganjiang resort to their flashes. The tyrant's health dwindles significantly, nearing depletion. The time has come for a spectacular initiation. Huang Zhong charges forward, unleashing his ultimate. Luban Dashi provides him with a chain. Yinqing activates his ultimate and smite, with Xiaopeng following suit. At this moment, Ling Yun arrives at the mid-right brush. Tension mounts as both sides engage in a tug-of-war. Yinqing's Zhang Fei swiftly activates his ultimate, synchronizing with his smite, attempting to use the knockback and stun effects of his ultimate to thwart Xiahou Dun's smite. However, at that very moment, Xiahou Dun steps back 2 paces before turning to unleash his own ultimate, locking down the tyrant's position. Utilizing the invulnerability of his ultimate, he evades Zhang Fei's attack and closes the distance to the tyrant. This sequence of events is executed with remarkable finesse. The tyrant is slain. The dragon is secured by Xiaopeng. Both smites are released simultaneously, with the execution threshold significantly surpassing Xiahou Dun's. Wu Shuang furrows his brow. Didn't he secure it? Shall we continue the fight? Do not blink. It's coming right up. Guya immediately activates his ultimate, entrapping Xiahou Dun within the black sand explosion for damage output. Xiangyu's Ganjiang swiftly follows up with his third and fourth skills, his 4 swords striking Xiahou Dun with precision. Xiahou Dun's health is rapidly diminished, losing half in an instant. At this moment, Huang Zhong unleashed his ultimate ability, continuously dealing damage alongside Zhang Fei and Yang Yuhuan. It was at this juncture that Yalian made his move, proclaiming, "Come on, let us get to it." Positioned towards the center right, Yalian initiated his second skill, landing a basic attack on Zhang Fei to accumulate passive stacks and rage. Just as he executed a third attack, he directed his second skill towards Ganjiang. "He is targeting me," exclaimed Xiangyu, attempting to knock Yalian back with his first skill. Yet, Yalian suddenly turned his head, deceiving Xiangyu into falling for his ploy. In an instant, Xiangyu was ensnared by Ganjiang, who began to unleash 3 basic attacks enhanced by his second skill's acceleration. Following this, he activated his first skill to send Yalian airborne, filling his rage while severely wounding Ganjiang. The control abilities of Yao Dao's Guya were no longer available, rendering him incapable of aiding Ganjiang. In a desperate move, Ganjiang used his flash. Yalian followed suit with his ultimate, landing and acquiring a shield while further damaging Xiangyu. Ultimately, he secured the first blood, claiming victory for his team while immobilizing the backline of the Wolf team. It appeared that the wolf team was at a disadvantage. However, this was far from the truth. Prior to engaging, Yalian had stacked 2 layers of his passive in the center right brush. Just as the confrontation commenced, Ling Yun activated his abilities. Chapter 85, Charlotte's Quadra Kill. Recognizing the shift in the wolf team's dynamics, Charlotte, having prepared 2 layers of passive, directed his second skill towards Yixing. The skill lunged forward, piercing Yixing and allowing Charlotte to amass 3 layers of passive. Utilizing an empowered basic attack, he swiftly closed the distance to Yixing, inflicting maximum damage. "Here comes Charlotte," exclaimed Qianshi. Positioned relatively forward, Yixing, after taking the brunt of Charlotte's Qixing Guangmong Zhan, immediately used his flash to retreat behind Huang Zhong, who was already outputting damage. At the moment Yixing flashed back, he unleashed his second skill in an attempt to control Charlotte. Master Luban quickly followed up with his first skill, lunging forward to knock Charlotte airborne. However, Ling Yun's Charlotte reacted with remarkable speed, employing his ultimate to evade Luban Master and Yixing's control skills, while simultaneously using flash to send Huang Zhong and Yixing into the air, triggering the first layer of his passive. After knocking both airborne, he immediately activated his first skill to stack a second layer of passive. The combined damage from Charlotte and the early small tyrant severely depleted Yixing's health bar. At this moment, his second skill still had 2 seconds remaining. Master Luban swiftly cast a chain on Yixing, pulling him closer. Huang Zhong, meanwhile, cancelled his ultimate with his first skill and flashed backward. Yixing and Huang Zhong found themselves in disparate positions. Ling Yun wasted no time and advanced towards Huang Zhong, who attempted to slow Charlotte with his second skill. Unfazed, Charlotte absorbed the skill directly. The distance for that flash was minimal, and Ling Yun's second skill was ready. As he lunged into Huang Zhong's face, he regained health, achieving the third layer of passive. The Qixing Guangmong Zhan was unleashed upon Huang Zhong, who endured a full barrage of the skill, leaving him with only a third of his health remaining. He continued to inflict damage with basic attacks. At this moment, Yang Yuhuan managed to restrain both Yixing and Master Luban, preventing them from assisting Huang Zhong. Yixing's passive was activated, causing him to retreat. However, he found himself cornered by Charlotte. As Charlotte engaged Huang Zhong, he precisely executed his first skill towards Yixing, striking him just as his passive expired. The kill was swiftly claimed by Charlotte. Meanwhile, Huang Zhong struggled against Charlotte for 2 seconds, but ultimately could not overcome the empowered Charlotte, who was left with merely a third of his health. Huang Zhong was subsequently eliminated by Charlotte's second skill. A double kill was secured. At this point, Master Luban sought to escape. Yang Yuhuan, aided by her red buff, slowed him down. With Ling Yun ahead and Yang Yuhuan behind, Master Luban found himself in a precarious position. Half-health Xiahou Dun executed his second skill, knocking Yang Yuhuan airborne. "I've sent him flying. Can we escape?" exclaimed Wu Shuang. Laughing Shadow as Master Luban hastily flashed to the side, attempting to return to the first tower from the center right brush. Ling Yun immediately used his freshly refreshed first skill, hitting him and gaining acceleration while stacking 2 layers of passive. Swiftly, he moved towards Xiahou Dun, his true target, given that Master Luban's health was still substantial. Laughing Shadow's Master Luban realized this predicament and urgently returned, extending a chain to Xiahou Dun. Xiahou Dun promptly activated the chain, intending to retreat alongside Master Luban. "Let us go," shouted Laughing Shadow. "Pursue directly," replied Ling Yun. Xiao Pang swiftly followed, reducing Xiahou Dun's speed. At this moment, Charlotte caught up, with his second skill refreshed. He lunged forward, triggering the third layer of passive, and unleashed Qixing Guangmong Zhan. Combined with Yang Yuhuan's damage output, Wushuang's Xiahou Dun found his passive on cooldown. Unable to regain health through basic attacks. Attempting to flee, he was slowed by both attackers, leading to a rapid depletion of his health bar. Laughing Shadow's Master Luban unleashed his ultimate, aiming to control both foes. However, Xiao Pang's Yang Yuhuan decisively activated her ultimate to evade the incoming assault. Ling Yun's Charlotte also prepared his ultimate. With a decisive maneuver, he unleashed his ultimate ability, sending Xiahou Dun flying and simultaneously securing a kill while evading Liu Ban Deshi's ultimate. A triumphant triple kill. Meanwhile, on the opposite battlefield, although he had eliminated Xiang Yu's Ganjiang, the mobility of the Demon Blade Gu Ye proved too formidable. Without his ultimate, and with Yi Shang's Zhang Fei applying slow effects nearby, he found it impossible to eliminate Gu Ye, as both sides suffered casualties in the frontline clash. His experience dictated that retreat was essential. Seizing the moment while in good condition and with flash available, he successfully vacated the battlefield. Unfortunately, Liu Ban Deshi was not as fortunate. In a bid to rescue his teammate, he ultimately met his demise. A maximal loss. Xiaoying had only recently transitioned to support, and his proficiency in this role remained inadequate. Without question, the kill was graciously handed over to Ling Yun, who claimed the 4th kill of the match, achieving an extraordinary 4 consecutive eliminations. This surge in economy was remarkable. While the others began to falter, he reassured them, urging calmness and patience, remarking that once Huang Zhong reached peak power, their team would be significantly more formidable. Wu Shuang responded, it's fine, let's maintain composure. Qianshi cautioned, hold on, be careful during the team fights. After gaining the upper hand, Ling Yun began to command with seriousness. The wolf team leveraged their advantage, consistently managing to clear the lanes efficiently. At this juncture, Charlotte was exceptionally strong. Following Ling Yun's orders to clear the minion waves, they promptly invaded the enemy jungle to seize the small monsters. It must be said that Yang Yuhuan, now riding the wave of momentum, showcased extraordinary kiting abilities and formidable poke potential, coupled with Xiang Yu's Ganjiang continually utilizing his long sword to harass Huang Zhong. Ling Yun directed Ganjiang to target Hua Yun's Huang Zhong in the development lane, rendering him unable to secure much-needed gold. Due to Ling Yun's early game 4 kills, Yin struggled to contain him, resorting to providing vision for his teammates. Despite his efforts to develop, Ling Yun's movements were largely predictable, yet helpless against the pressure. Charlotte had gained control, potentially flanking from behind, and the second turret was lost. The wolf team was strikingly different from their previous self. They had transitioned from a reckless brawling style to a more disciplined approach, reminiscent of their earlier matches, but with notable improvements. However, the players themselves remained oblivious to these changes, which could only be comprehended during post-match analysis. Nonetheless, it was evident that the wolf team was genuinely committed to competing earnestly. Chapter 86. Ling Yun engages in mutual flattery with two others. There was no denying it. The strength disparity between their team and the wolf team was staggering. After 10 minutes, the economic gap had ballooned to 4,000, with a kill count of 4-1. Following 4 minutes of team fights, no additional kills had been secured, yet the wolf team maintained control over the game. The economic difference had reached an uncomfortable 4,000. Other teams struggled to exert force, and this composition had yet to reach its power spike. Ling Yun commanded, let's take the dragon. Leading the wolf team, they secured the dragon, achieving a double dragon. After claiming the tyrant, they proceeded to seize the main objective. The enemy team was too intimidated to contest vision. The wolf team, emboldened, sent Zhang Fei to scout the blue buff area. Should the enemy attempt to contest the dragon, Zhang Fei would have vision of their approach. In this scenario, Ling Yun would instruct the wolf team to engage the enemy first. They held the advantage from the tyrant. As expected, the enemy refrained from contesting the dragon. The wolf team, bolstered by the buff, advanced to demolish the outer turrets, and soon the mid-lane turret fell as well. Only the bottom lane turret remained. With both outer turrets down, the wolf team pressed forward with the buffed minions, launching an assault while the enemy Huang Zhong was still unprepared, leaving no room for opportunity. Ling Yun showed no mercy. At the moment the high ground fell, he had amassed his Qi Xing Guangmang Zhan, and, with a swift flicker, lunged toward Huang Zhong. Lu Ban de Shi immediately ensnared Huang Zhong, who, upon activation of his ultimate, was pulled beside Lu Ban de Shi. Yisheng's Zhang Fei swiftly leaped into action, unleashing his ultimate in Huang Zhong's direction. Hua Yun's Huang Zhong was compelled to use his flicker. Lu Ban de Shi was immobilized, and Ganjiang followed up with damage. Guya executed a ricochet and unleashed his ultimate, swiftly dispatching Lu Ban de Shi. Xiao Ying's Lu Ban de Shi was unable to utilize his flicker before being obliterated. A mere step closer would result in annihilation. Yin entered the fray with his second skill, launching into the crowd and utilizing his first skill to send Guya and Ganjiang airborne. Xiahou Dun followed up with his ultimate, aiming to lock down Ganjiang. But Yang Yuhuan intervened, blocking Xiahou Dun's ultimate. Qianshi quickly activated his second skill, providing control and coordinating an ultimate that ensnared all 5 members of the wolf team. From the rear, Hua Yun's Huang Zhong relentlessly dealt damage, severely wounding Ganjiang with just 2 shots. Ling Yun's Charlotte deftly evaded Yin's knockup. With Ganjiang on low health, Yin unleashed his ultimate. However, Xiang Yu, a seasoned mid laner, reacted swiftly, flickering to the side and closing in on Huang Zhong. Sword comes. He executed his third skill followed by his fourth, piercing Huang Zhong with 4 strikes, leaving him critically damaged. The economic advantage of Ganjiang was overwhelming. Recognizing he could not escape, he decisively inflicted severe damage on Huang Zhong. In that moment, Xiao Pang promptly followed up with his first and second skills, claiming the nearly defeated Huang Zhong for himself. In an instant, 2 members of the wolf team were eliminated, one of whom was Huang Zhong. As Yin landed, he swiftly took down Xiang Yu's Ganjiang. Realizing that this match was lost, immediately, he charged towards Gu Ya's position using his second skill, hoping to exchange blows with the demon blade Guya. However, it was evidently futile. After using his ultimate ability, Xiahou Dun became exceedingly clumsy, and Guya, equipped with flash, retreated effortlessly. Yin promptly followed with his own flash, executing his first skill to knock Guya into the air. The demon blade, Guya, quickly lost half of his health. The chubby Yang Yuhuan unleashed his ultimate towards Guya's location. Guya, continuously maintaining distance from Yilian, felt no fear of him after absorbing Yang Yuhuan's ultimate. Yilian had already been reduced to half health. Ling Yun's Charlotte followed up with a second skill, triggering the third layer of her passive. The 7-star Radiant Slash once again targeted Yilian. Yang Yuhuan, Charlotte, and Guya coordinated seamlessly to focus their fire on Yilian. Although Yilian held on for a considerable time, the outcome could not be altered. Yilian was ultimately taken down by Guya, resulting in a double kill. Xiao Dun was also severely injured. Ling Yun and the chubby one exhibited remarkable synergy, handing over the kill to the demon blade, achieving a triple kill. With only Yixing remaining, it was clear that Qianshi could not hold out alone. Yixing promptly used Flash to retreat to the fountain. As the crystal exploded, the Wolf team secured their first victory. The Wolf team concluded the match in 12 minutes, exhibiting a complete domination. In the Wolf team's training room, cheers erupted. Nice. Beautiful. Well played. The 5 members had grown accustomed to encouraging each other after matches, and today's performance served as a testament to their training effectiveness. It could be deemed exceptionally successful, particularly in terms of their operational strength. In the Xia training room, observing the somber expressions of the team, someone spoke up to offer consolation. Don't lose heart. Our adjustment period is still short, which is entirely normal. Although we were overwhelmed in the first match, we can learn a great deal from strong teams. Even if we lose the next 2 matches, it will be a gain. Why the long faces? This isn't a real competition, it's a practice match. Losing helps us identify our issues. As a veteran of the team, these words significantly uplifted the spirits of the 4 teammates. Indeed, practice matches exist to uncover one's shortcomings. Winning continuously in practice would inevitably lead to problems. Last year's summer season training matches had not resulted in any defeats, but that was merely a smokescreen set by other teams. Wu Shuang remarked, "No worries. Let us thoroughly review our performance." Soon after, the Wolf team's second training match commenced. In this match, the Wolf team triumphed in 15 minutes, showing improvement compared to the first. After the match, they expressed their gratitude to Ling Yun on WeChat. "No doubt, you are the spring season dual pinnacle player. You are truly formidable." "Not at all. You are the pinnacle of Hua Mu Lan's capabilities," came the reply. They shared a laugh. "Stop flattering me. You are the highest combat power of Hua Mu Lan in the entire network." Ling Yun chuckled. "You are the owner of Hua Mu Lan. Enough flattery. I'm getting shy." He expressed, "However, I appreciate you today. Training against a strong team significantly enhances us." Ling Yun responded, "Haha, you've helped me a lot in the past. I look forward to seeing you in the playoffs. Haha. That opportunity will surely arise." Thus, the Wolf team completed their training match. In the training room, the replay was displayed on the screen. "We shouldn't have engaged at the 4-minute mark. They had double smite. We should have exchanged for the dragon." The Wolf team's training room saw Lao Gai return. "Have you finished your training match?" Ling Yun nodded. "Yes, we won both matches." Lao Gai raised an eyebrow. "That was quick. Let me see the replay." Chapter 87. Completing 300 match tasks while simultaneously ranking at the pinnacle 123. Lao Gai was not surprised by the Wolf team's victory. Despite their strength, they were no longer at their peak, and this team was not particularly formidable. One cannot simply transform a team by adding a single player. Last year, over 6 million was spent to bolster Jin Yu. Yet the spring season ended in a single elimination. They nearly faced a complete sweep. At that time, their strength in the spring season was still weak, leading many to believe that the expenditure was in vain. However, during the summer season, they almost surged from the loser's bracket to the finals. This was a matter of team synergy. The grouping level at that time hindered Jin Yu's compatibility with the team. Once the 5 members achieved synergy, they transformed into a formidable squad. Although they may not be strong now, it remains uncertain what they might become once they fully gel. Lao Gai, watching the replay, wore a satisfied expression, enjoying the exquisite team battles and operations. The Wolf team now conveyed to him the essence of a true, strong team, rather than a mere fade of strength. He even felt that competing against them with full effort would yield little advantage. Several details still needed refinement. In the second match, they prolonged the game too long, and their ability to conclude matches remained too slow. As the coach of the Wolf team, Lao Gai felt compelled to point out certain errors made by the 5 players. Otherwise, what purpose would his role as a coach serve? Did he not care for his reputation? Suddenly, Lao Gai pointed at the pre-battle planning, noting, "The synergy with teammates is still insufficient. You see, every time you try to split push, your teammates want to engage in battle, believing they can win, yet when it comes time to fight, they hesitate. Their disconnection issues are quite severe. However, this is their concern, not ours. We only need to ensure that such issues do not arise. You are a team, and it is essential that you possess a sufficient level of synergy." Ling Yu nodded seriously. This matter indeed needs to be discovered by them on their own. Well, it is about time to engage in a training match with Team 2. I have meticulously devised several formations. For the first match, you shall utilize the first formation. And for the second match, the second formation, to observe the different outcomes that can be achieved with the same lineup. After all, training matches are meant for experimenting with formations. Thus, the Wolf team resumed their training matches. During this period of training, Ling Yun and his 4 teammates agreed to minimize their live broadcasts in the evenings and dedicate more time to training. Naturally, Team 2 bore the brunt of this, as they frequently found themselves at the mercy of Team 1's relentless onslaught. The strength of Team 1 was undeniably formidable, while Team 2 originally boasted competitive prowess. Consequently, they were subjected to relentless defeats, often unable to secure victories throughout the day, which nearly drove them to despair. Meanwhile, the 5 members of Team 1 found time to occasionally stream, or even opted not to stream at all. Ling Yun's streaming room remained closed for several days, leading to a chorus of complaints from his fans. Why hasn't the streamer gone live? My dear, please start the stream. I can't take it any longer. Has the streamer gone silent? Why aren't you broadcasting? This was particularly distressing for those marketing accounts that relied on editing Ling Yun's videos for sustenance. As they were facing a severe lack of content, they were compelled to edit videos from other streamers, but the results were far from satisfying compared to Ling Yun's edits. Notably, loveCD had been earning a decent living from editing during this time, with enough income to sustain himself for 6 months. Although Ling Yun had ceased streaming, he still had plenty of footage from previous broadcasts. Each day, he would extract a segment to edit and share. Ling Yun's streams seemed to remain ever popular, which made things easier for loveCD. There was no need to worry about whether the streamer could achieve remarkable feats or which clips would look better. He could simply select any segment for editing, making it quite effortless. His platform, Douhai, had since been renamed to CU Commentary, Mentor Ling Yun. The videos he posted daily garnered millions of views, with likes reaching tens of thousands, even surpassing 100,000. This was undoubtedly more lucrative than traditional employment. He had come to regard Ling Yun as his benefactor. He resolved that whenever the opportunity arose, he would send a donation to Ling Yun's stream. Soon, the day before the competition arrived, Ling Yun, unusually, went live. Upon starting the stream, he used his second account with a rating of 2,400 to make a push, utilizing Xiaoman throughout the evening. As before, Ling Yun remained largely silent, focusing intently on climbing the ranks. The chat comments reflected this. Is the streamer being aloof by not speaking? It's been so long since we heard a word. Men can be so heartless. Are we about to witness another silent push for points? What is the goal today? The long-lost streamer has returned. Initially, the chat was filled with playful jabs at Ling Yun. However, it soon erupted with praises of 666 as he achieved a series of consecutive victories. At 11:50 p.m., he reached 2,700 points, claiming the top 3 spots on the leaderboard, all under his name. The chat exploded. Top 3? Are you the Ling Tiandi? Congratulations, Ling Tiandi. Welcome back, Ling Tiandi. Dominating the leaderboard. This was a testament to Ling Yun's current prowess. He had renamed all 3 of his accounts. First place, Ling Yun. Second place, also Ling Yun. Third place, still Ling Yun. The pinnacle leaderboard for the Android zone was ablaze with excitement. Lu Wei's streaming room also saw a frenzy of activity. Ling Yun had taken the top 3 spots. The Ling Tiandi had returned. Lu Wei, noticing this, rushed to Ling Yun's stream, initially astonished. What the heck? All 3 top spots are Ling Yun's accounts? Incredible. I should ask him if he wants me to gift him a name change card. He then began boasting. Honestly, I achieved my rank of 18, while he only reached 34. It's clear who is superior. After all, I was the first to break new ground. The chat responded with jests. Lu Wei has no shame left. The streamer reached the top 3 without a single loss. That's the Han Tiandi. What does that have to do with you? Ling Yun's primary motive for streaming today was to complete a task. With his ascension to the top 3, the objective of winning 300 matches had been fulfilled, all with matches rated above 2,300. Naturally, most of these were training matches. During this period, he had trained tirelessly from dawn till dusk. At this moment, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of 300 matches. Your lane awareness has increased by 5 points, and you have acquired the godly techniques of Damo, Yilian, and Xiaoman. Ding. Detection of host's top leaderboard status has rewarded you with an additional 5 points in lane awareness. An unexpected delight. Ling Yun's spirit soared. Achieving the top 3 was already a smooth endeavor, yet he had not anticipated such a pleasant surprise. Chapter 88. A duel between newly emerged talents on the flank. Thus, he promptly opened the system panel to check. Host, Feng Haoyu. Profession, Wolf Team Ling Yun. Lane awareness, 150. Note, the average skill level for regular professional players is 90. Star players 100, top players 130, exceptional top players 150, and godly players 200. Jungle awareness, 110. Mid lane awareness, 100. Development lane awareness, 110 support awareness, 110 command and operational level, advanced. The host's masterful heroes include Hua Mulan, Guan Yu, Xia Luote, Quang Tai, Sun Shangxiang, Yilian, Daimo, and Ji Xiaoman backpack. 1 master level peak skill awareness experience card, limited to 1 match. 1 peak promise experience card, limited to 1 match. His data in the confrontation lane has reached the extraordinary level of top-tier players, akin to the exceptional performance of Chun Ji Yao Dao in the spring tournament. For him, this is merely a standard level. With his advanced operational skills, his confrontation lane awareness can undoubtedly surpass that of extraordinary top-tier players. This is why Ling Yun is so elated. Furthermore, he has attained a godly level with the current popular confrontation lane heroes, including Daimo, Yilian, Ji Xiaoman, Quang Tai, and Xia Luote. Additionally, he possesses exceptional skills with Hua Mulan, which instills trepidation in other teams within the league. The live stream remains filled with a variety of gifts. Thank you all for the generous donations. However, minors should refrain from gifting. Ling Yun has kindly reminded them, as he currently does not lack financial resources. He does not rely on live streaming for income. Once he achieves notable results, the money will naturally follow, requiring no proactive efforts on his part. Nong Siyu has specifically renewed the Guardian subscription and has sent multiple Lao Hu Yihao gifts, each costing 1,000 yuan. Thank you, Siyu, for your commentary on Huya Yihao, and for renewing the Guardian subscription. Ling Yun recalls that this individual edits his videos for Douhai. I remember you. You are the marketing account that edits my videos, right? There's no need to gift so much. I'm delighted that my fans can earn money by editing my videos. And I also gain considerable recognition, creating a win-win situation. I want to take legal action against you, Ling Yun assured in the live stream, especially given that many marketing accounts have recently faced legal challenges from streamers due to lack of authorization. As long as you don't use my videos for advertising, I'm fine with it. Ling Yun subtly indicated that fans are welcome to edit his videos to earn money through means such as view counts, but they should not take on advertisements. It must be said that Ling Yun possesses a grand vision. Shortly after expressing gratitude for the gifts, he ended the stream, as he had a match to prepare for the next day. Fortunately, they were hosting the match at their home ground, eliminating the need for extensive travel, which is one of the advantages of playing at home. After the stream, Ling Yun returned to his dormitory to rest. On match day, the Wolf team's match was scheduled for 5 p.m. After rising at 9 a.m. to freshen up and have breakfast, the 5 players joined the main group to arrive at the Wolf team's home ground. The opposing team's players likely arrived around noon, with a 5 p.m. match. Both teams arrived 5 hours early to set up equipment and attend to various details, such as signing autographs for fans or warming up together in ranked matches. The commentary team for today includes Yun, Imo Jiang, and Ling Air. The commentary desk features Ping Zi and Xiao Sa. Time swiftly passed to half an hour before the match. The Wolf team players were already at the competition stage, adjusting their equipment, while the Taobo players were doing the same. Pre-match commentary commenced. Hello everyone, I am the commentator Ian. Hello, I am the commentator Imo Jiang. Hello, I am the commentator Ling Air. Ling Air, dressed in an elegant black dress that reached knee length, sat gracefully on the sofa, a pillow resting on her beautiful legs, revealing 2 long, fair legs below her knees, adorned with black high-heeled shoes. She exuded a sultry charm, quite a departure from her previous cute style. Ling Air flashed a sweet smile and initiated the discussion. To both esteemed teachers present at our commentary desk, what aspects of today's match do you find particularly promising? Imo Jiang thoughtfully analyzed. I was also at the commentary desk for the last match of the Wolf team, and I believe that since Ling Yun joined, the team has undergone significant transformation, particularly in the upper lane's dominance. Tao Bo's Wu Huan is nicknamed the Pressing Brother, and I am eager to see whether Ling Yun will suppress him or vice versa. Yun, a professional player renowned among fans as an Tian D, nodded. The confrontation between the junglers will surely be riveting, particularly with 2 prodigies in the side lanes. Ling Air then inquired, who do you think will emerge victorious today? Imo Jiang replied, I believe the Wolf team will win, as Tao Bo's paper strength is indeed inferior to that of the Wolf team. They recently suffered a defeat against the Wolf team, who managed to shut them out, showcasing superior hard power. Ian concurred, nodding. I also think the Wolf team will prevail, especially since they have been performing well recently, having just secured a shutout victory, which has significantly boosted their morale. In contrast, the pressure on Tao Bo is quite substantial. Both analysts predict that the Wolf team will ultimately claim victory. Ling Air expressed her agreement with their forecasts. What do you think the final score will be? Imo Jiang, 3-0. Ian, perhaps 3-1, allowing the Wolf team 1 point of leeway. Ling Air smiled gently. All right, I'll predict 3-2. The floor is now yours. Commentary team Ping Zi and Xiao Sa. Commentary team. Hello everyone. I am commentator Ping Zi. Hello everyone. I am commentator Xiao Sa. Both Ping Zi and Xiao Sa donned matching white suits, each wearing a black headset, holding blackboards, and wearing smiles on their faces. The host first introduced today's match to the viewers in the live broadcast. The opening contest features TOB facing off against Ling Yun, marking TOB's concluding battle of the second phase. Should TOB secure a victory, they would solidify their position in the group, thereby eliminating the necessity to vie for a qualification match. Conversely, a failure to stabilize their standing could lead to a multitude of uncertainties. Securing their group placement equates to ensuring a berth in the playoffs, alleviating concerns about postseason entry, and potentially contending for a position in the winner's bracket. Xiao nodded in agreement, affirming that TOB must prioritize today's match. However, facing the formidable Ling Yun, the pressure on them is undoubtedly immense. The host glanced at the board in hand, which displayed the rankings and schedules of various teams. Having just faced another opponent yesterday, TOB's performance at Ling Yun's home ground could potentially affect their state. Historically, Ling Yun has emerged victorious in prior encounters. Yet TOB now boasts its strongest quintet since its inception, rendering today's match particularly captivating. The confrontation between the top and jungle players, Wu N and BRN against Xiao Ping and Ling Yun, is anticipated to be a focal point of interest. Xiao remarked, indeed. One is the first pick Wu N, while the other is the celebrated rookie, Ling Yun facing the current top jungler Xiao Ping. Today's match promises to be exceedingly thrilling. As the dialogue unfolded, the match was on the brink of commencing. On the Ling Yun side, Xiao Ping initiated. Can you hear me? Yodio responded, I can't hear you. Xiao Ping rolled his eyes, if you can't hear me, how do you know what I'm asking? Yodio explained, telepathy. Ling Yun chuckled, Dio, can you sense my voice? Yodio nodded. Having barely caught on, Ling Yun grinned mischievously. Alright then, let's enhance our synergy with some extra practice tonight. Yodio's expression shifted immediately, no way. I heard you. Let's take a break tonight. I can't handle it. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle. Rest assured, tonight you shall relax. As long as we achieve a clean sweep against the opposition and perform well, you may indulge in some leisure over the next couple of days. The grueling training regimen has been known only to Ling Yun's first and second teams, who can attest to its intensity. The training volume has been exceedingly high, to the point where even Xiao Ping, a training enthusiast, nearly reached his limit. Nonetheless, the pre-match atmosphere within Ling Yun remains quite upbeat. The five players shared jovial expressions, devoid of any tension, primarily due to their rigorous training schedule. On TOB's side, the coach announced, the starting five are as follows: top lane, Wu N, jungle, BRN, mid lane, MS, ADC, LNY, support, Bing CHN. TOB's quintet was also engaged in adjusting their equipment, despite this being their critical concluding match of the second round of the regular season. Their faces lacked any signs of heavy tension. BRN jested, Wu N, let's dominate the opponent's side lane today. As the top lane first pick, your limelight has been overshadowed by a rookie substitute. Wu N, a sought-after talent from this year's draft, has faced high expectations from the external world. However, perhaps due to his recent arrival, he has yet to fully adapt, lacking the formidable presence he exhibited during the Challenger Cup in the past, leading to disappointment among many. Of course, his performance is not lacking. It simply falls short of the lofty expectations set by others. Additionally, with Ling Yun's rising star status, having achieved consecutive victories since his debut, he remains undefeated thus far, boasting a perfect win rate. Moreover, he has dominated the peak competition, first ascending to the pinnacle rank and then breaking the highest combat power record, subsequently claiming the top 3 spots. In the high-tier peak matches, he has become a well-known figure. Originally, Wu N gained fame through his peak matches, but now, his reputation has been eclipsed by Ling Yun, who has garnered numerous titles, such as LNTND, LNYNLOZ, and YSUDD. Wu N had previously faced off against Ling Yun once, during which he learned a valuable lesson, as Ling Yun's Hua Mulan repeatedly outperformed his Charlotte. With a sudden serious demeanor, Wu N remarked, to be honest, it feels a bit challenging. BRN was taken aback, having merely intended a jest, not expecting Wu N's earnestness. No worries, this isn't a peak match. This is about teamwork. Everyone participating here essentially possesses the strength to reach the pinnacle rank. Today, we shall avenge your previous defeat in the peak matches. The other 3 players concurred, indeed. Although Ling Yun is formidable, it does not imply we are weak. Let us decisively conquer them today. Wu N also smiled. Let us see if our historically least skilled jungler can surpass the opponent. Haha. This was a label BRN had acquired during the World Championship due to his underwhelming performance. Their camaraderie is strong, and Wu N teasingly brought it up. Alright, I shall encourage you, but don't expect me to come to your aid if you provoke me. BRN pouted, feigning threat. Xuan replied, no worries, I'll handle him alone. BRN retorted, that would be ideal, but don't get caught off guard. Dressed in a black suit with a matching inner lining, his expression bore a hint of seriousness. All right, today's match requires your utmost seriousness. If you wish to avoid qualification matches, you must secure a victory. The match preparations commenced as the referee reminded both teams to get ready. The commentary desk awaited. Bottles. It is well known that Xuan rose to fame through the peak competition, and recently, Ling Yun has also gained considerable recognition in the same arena, even dominating the top 3 positions on the leaderboard. Today's match is highly anticipated. Xiaosa. Indeed, the clash of techniques in this match will be abundant, particularly the intricacies of the confrontation lane. One could say the audience is in for a treat today. All right, let us commence the first match. Officially starting. Blue side, Taobua. Red side, Wolf team. The first pick for Taobua in the blue side is Haino. Commentary by Bottles. Right from the outset, Taobua has chosen Haino, clearly aiming to establish a dodgy system, while the Wolf team does not opt for dodgy. Old guy, let them have dodgy, drop Wang Xiaojun. The Wolf team has indeed dropped Wang Xiaojun. Commentary by Xiaosa. The Wolf team has not chosen to eliminate dodgy, but has instead opted to remove Wang Xiaojun, who synergizes well with dodgy. Taobua has subsequently removed Luban Master. The Wolf team continues to eliminate Zhuge Liang, a mid laner that complements dodgy. This indicates that the Wolf team is inclined to let dodgy through, having removed 2 mid lane heroes that pair well with her. Only Shen Mengshi remains, but Taobua is likely to secure dodgy first. As expected, Taobua locks in dodgy. The choice of Haino was to facilitate the dodgy playstyle. Will the Wolf team then opt for Tai and Sun Shangxiang? To date, Yaodao's Sun Shangxiang boasts a perfect win rate. The Wolf team first reveals Tai Xunren in the second round. You have traversed the longest road. It is all part of our strategy. Tai Xunren is a solid choice. Old guy, let us take Yalian. It will strengthen our dual lanes. Ling Yun nods and secures Yalian in the first position. The Wolf team locks in their second hero, Yalian. Bottles. The Wolf team has selected Tai Xunren and Yalian. They are not in a hurry to draft Sun Shangxiang. And today, the Wolf team has revealed their confrontation lane quite early. Previously, the Wolf team's confrontation lane was always the last to be drafted, but now they have prioritized Yalian. Yalian is quite effective against dodgy and lousy dual lane system. Xiaosa. Given the Wolf team's choices, Shen Mengshi should be left for Taobua. Without hesitation, Taobua secures lousy and Shen Mengshi. They have already established half of the dodgy system. Dodgy, lousy, Shen Mengshi. With this, Taobua's remaining picks will be relatively straightforward. Old guy adjusts his glasses and selects Awaken. Xiaopeng. Aren't we taking Sun Shangxiang? Old guy calmly replies. No, we can experiment with formations. Let us try something new. The Wolf team is under little pressure from placement matches. They possess the strength to explore new strategies. Awaken is locked in. Chapter 90. Lai Shen. The Wolf team's lineup is challenging to execute, which is why I have faith in them. Bottles expresses mild surprise. Aren't we pairing Sun Shangxiang with Tai? Directly opting for Awaken? However, Awaken is indeed resilient against dodgy. He may just require a longer development phase. His ultimate can also evade Laozi's ultimate, providing considerable survivability. The Wolf team's third and fourth picks are Gongsun Li and Hu Yao, preventing the opposing team from utilizing Gongsun Li to counter Awaken. Taobua then eliminates Lanling Wang and Haiyue. Bottles. By removing Haiyue, which poses a threat to dodgy, and Lanling Wang, who could limit Shen Mengshi's lane transitions, Taobua exhibits clever strategy to ensure Shen Mengshi's mobility. The Wolf team's fourth selection secures Jing. Taobua chooses Yao and Chao Chao. Xiaosa. Taobua has selected Yao. Unfortunately, Yao is not particularly strong in this version. This should be considered a rather unique hero pool, specifically used to combat Jing. Bottles nods. Indeed. Last summer, Bu Ran and Xiao Peng faced off using Yao against Jing in the finals. Most players have eschewed this hero. It appears only Bu Ran continues to utilize him, with Huahai having done so previously as well. The Wolf team's final selection is Angela. Indeed, Old Guy has previously employed Angela against Dodgy's composition with satisfactory results. Today, he will continue to use Angela against Dodgy and Lousy. This also explains why he did not prioritize Shen Mengshi. Xiaosa teases. The Wolf team remains delightfully unpredictable, haha. The marksman is not Sun Shangxiang. Xiaosa and Bottles exchange glances, simultaneously stating, the confrontation lane is not Damo. Bottles, can the Wolf team surprise us with this match? Xiaosa, the Wolf team's composition heavily relies on development. With a jungle core and Angela, this may prove challenging. In Lai Shen's livestream, Lai Shen looks perplexed. Huh? What is this composition? Not taking Sun Shangxiang, instead opting for Jing and Angela? This lineup is incredibly reliant on economic growth. The Wolf team may face difficulties. Bullet comments. Which team does Lai Shan favor in this match? Lai Shan, with utmost seriousness, responds, "Do I even need to say? Of course, I support the Wolf team." Bullet comments. What a neutral commentator, Lai Shan. Bullet comments. After criticizing the Wolf team's lineup for so long, he ultimately chooses them. I'm in tears. Bullet comments. Regardless of what Lai Shan says, he always supports the Wolf team. Even if they select 4 supports, he still stands by them. This is certainly a hallmark of Lai Shan's commentary style, emphasizing neutrality. Many fans of the Wolf team gather in his livestream to hear his insights. In Beixing's livestream, Beixing gazes quizzically at the Wolf team's lineup. To be honest, the Wolf team's composition is difficult to execute. Primarily, it is heavily dependent on development, making it challenging in unfavorable situations. How is this lineup even conceived? I am quite puzzled. The only possibility I can fathom is that the Wolf team is experimenting with something new. Awaken, Angela, and Jing possess high burst damage. The Wolf team may be attempting to leverage Tai's control in conjunction with Angela to execute a powerful combo, with Awaken following up, while Jing can supplement damage, aiming to eliminate the opposing front line with overwhelming force. Moreover, Awaken exhibited a remarkable lack of fear towards Lao Fuzi's grand maneuvers. For as long as he possessed a formidable skill, he could easily retreat. However, did the Wolf neglect a crucial issue? How, then, would they achieve development? Does the mid laner not require gold? Does the marksman not require gold? What about the jungler? What are the side lanes? The passive ability of Tai alone cannot sustain the economy of so many players. The barrage of comments read, could Laogai truly be a genius? I have grown accustomed to it. Laogai's strategies remain perpetually inscrutable. If one can predict them, they cease to be Laogai's. Thus, the discussion concluded. Laogai reminded his 5 teammates of the necessity for caution in the early game, advising them to play defensively and allow their economy to flourish. Once they had amassed sufficient resources, Lao Fuzi would prove to be quite fragile. Even if they faced defeat, this composition was merely an experiment. All 5 nodded in agreement. On the side of Tao Bo, he urged his team, remember, we must establish dominance in the early game. The opposing composition is weak due to a lack of resources. We must strike while they are vulnerable. Do you understand? Wu Huan, unleash the oppressive force you demonstrated in your peak matches. Do not forget what your fans call you. Wu Huan nodded emphatically. I will. The lineups were confirmed, and both coaches shook hands before departing the stage. In the blue team, Tao Bo, the composition was as follows. Top lane, Cao Cao, Flash, Wu Huan. Jungle, Dongfang Yao, Retribution, Bu Ran. Mid lane, Shen Mingxi, Flash, Mu Se. ADC, Lao Fuzi, Flash, Lon Eucalyptus. Support, De Qiao, Flash, Bing Chen. In the red team, Wolf Squad. Top lane, Yilian, Flash, Ling Yun. Jungle, Dongfang Jing, Retribution, Xiaopeng. Mid lane, Ankila, Flash, Xiangyu. ADC, Aoen, Flash, Yao Dao. Support, Tai Xuan Ran, Flash, Yisheng. The enemy forces would arrive on the battlefield in 5 seconds. All troops advance. As the match commenced, the fans in the stands began chanting their slogans. First came the rallying cry of Tao Bo's supporters, unstoppable, no regrets in battle, followed by the Wolf Squad's battle cry, fearless in life, fight to the very end. In the commentary booth, Ping Zi proclaimed, all right, let us enter the first match of today. I am your commentator, Ping Zi. Xiao Sa added, I am your commentator. Xiao Sa. This match marked Wu Huan's debut against Ling Yun. The Wolf Squad's early strategy remained consistent, sending their marksmen and support to the mid lane, while Ankila took position in the ADC lane. This was primarily because Ankila's wave-clear capabilities could not compare to those of Shen Mingxi. Xiaopeng opted for a red start. Let us go engage directly. Before the minion wave even arrived, Yao Dao's Aoen, accompanied by Tai Xuan Ran, initiated an assault on De Qiao and Shen Mingxi, who had just reached the lane. Yisheng's Tai preemptively activated his first skill, Chain Incident, charging forward to stun De Qiao. Yao Dao's Aoen immediately unleashed his first skill, Thin Sun Palm Fire, following up with a strengthened basic attack that dealt 3 segments of damage, reducing De Qiao's health by a third. Clearly, Bing Chen was taken aback by the ferocity of their engagement. He had not anticipated such aggression from the two, given the cooldown of Ao Yin's skills at this stage. Do not engage them. After absorbing a full combo of damage, Bing Chen's De Qiao retaliated with a skill that knocked back both opponents while retreating. Shen Mingxi also deployed a skill bomb, depleting a portion of Tai Xuan Ran's health. At this point, the minion wave arrived, and Bing Chen's De Qiao proceeded toward the top lane. De Qiao is heading to the top lane. Be cautious in the bottom lane. The red team's top lane is situated in the bottom lane. Ling Yun took note of this. You can seize the lane. The opposing cat cannot compete against 2 players. Tai Xuan Ran and Aoen promptly positioned themselves at the front line, pressuring the bomb cat and preventing it from clearing the wave to assist. As for the two players in the top lane, upon the arrival of the minion wave, they each cleared their respective lanes without interference, both vying for level 2. Chapter 91. Incomprehensible Analysis. Solo kill relies solely on player skill. After clearing the lanes, Ling Yun turned and engaged with vigor, directly confronting Cao Cao to build up his rage. Wu Huan's Cao Cao swiftly retreated toward the river. The commentator, Ping Zi, remarked, "Is Yilian not planning to disengage? The Qiao has already arrived." Yilian pursued Cao Cao relentlessly. Cao Cao was drawing Yilian's attention. The Qiao has arrived. At this juncture, Bing Chen's De Qiao had successfully reached the scene. Without hesitation, Wu Huan planned to coordinate a 2-on-1 with De Qiao. Bing Chen declared, "I am here, let us engage." He immediately cast his first skill, aiming to knock up Ling Yun. However, Ling Yun's Yilian responded with remarkable speed, using his second skill to evade De Qiao's first skill while simultaneously targeting Cao Cao. At that moment, Cao Cao attempted to turn the tables. After Yilian's second skill concluded, he executed 3 empowered basic attacks. Just as Cao Cao unleashed the first segment of his first skill, Yilian had already built up his rage to its maximum. With De Qiao at level 1, she could only resort to basic attacks after her first skill was wasted. In that instant, Ling Yun decisively activated his first skill, Meteor Slash, knocking Cao Cao into the air while inflicting maximum damage. Wu Huan's Cao Cao was left with only a third of his health. Recognizing the precarious situation, Bing Chen urgently instructed Wu Huan to retreat. Recalling a similar scenario from their previous match against the Wolf Squad, this scene felt eerily familiar. "Cao Cao, retreat. We cannot defeat him." Wu Huan, hearing the command, promptly executed the final 2 segments of his first skill, retreating toward his defensive tower. However, the distance of Cao Cao's 2 segments of mobility was limited. "You wish to escape? It is too late." Ling Yun's Yilian still had 1 segment of his second skill left. Seizing the opportunity while his rage was full, he activated his second skill, closing in while executing 3 basic attacks. Cao Cao's health dwindled to a mere 200 points. Cao Cao decisively utilized his flash, and Yilian did the same. In the final moments, a basic attack secured the first blood for Yilian. The expressions of the other members of the Wolf team became filled with exhilaration. The first blood in the opening match often serves to significantly boost a team's morale. "Splendid. Nice. Another 1 against 2. Impressive." However, their tones clearly indicated that they were no longer surprised. It was evident that Ling Yun frequently performed such feats. His teammates had grown accustomed to it. This also explained why, during this instance, when De Qiao advanced to provide assistance, Ling Yun remained unfazed, with his teammates merely offering a brief reminder. During the previous match, there had been constant chatter. As a result, Ling Yun executed a remarkable 1 against 2. Furthermore, their recent scrimmages had fostered significant trust in Ling Yun within the Wolf team. This is precisely why Lao Gai prioritized Yilian for him in the first round. Ling Yun's prowess with Yilian was indeed beyond reproach. Ling Yun humbly smiled, urging them not to overpraise him. He possessed godlike skills with Yilian. When Cao Cao opted not to engage him initially, Ling Yun capitalized on that opportunity, consistently harvesting his state. De Qiao did not bring healing, and when De Qiao arrived, avoiding her first skill rendered the encounter akin to a 1 against 1. At the start, Cao Cao had expended his first skill while clearing minions. His initial skill had a longer range than Ling Yun's. He seized that fleeting moment, and given that Cao Cao assumed a 2 against 1 scenario, he expected Ling Yun to play conservatively. However, to his surprise, Ling Yun launched a counterattack. One could only say that they had not sufficiently studied Ling Yun. On the side of Tao Bo, Bing Chen remarked, it's fine. I don't blame you, I blame myself. I should have anticipated this. I even specifically reviewed the previous matches of the Wolf team, and today it was the same, allowing him to secure a kill." Wu Huan sighed, "It's alright, my fault. I'll play more cautiously next time." In the commentary booth, Ping Zi expressed astonishment. My goodness. Ling Yun did not flee upon seeing De Qiao. Instead, he executed a counterattack. While dodging De Qiao's first skill with his second skill, he unleashed 3 basic attacks to fill his rage bar for his first skill. Then, when Wu Huan attempted to escape with his second skill, Ling Yun followed up with his second skill. The moment Wu Huan activated his flash, Ling Yun mirrored the action, ultimately claiming Wu Huan's Cao Cao. The first blood was ultimately secured by Ling Yun's Yilian. Xiao Sa remarked, "I did not expect the first blood to erupt so swiftly in this match. It occurred within a mere 40 seconds. In the previous match, Ling Yun also opted for a counterattack, indicating that Tao Bo had not done adequate homework, and their research on Ling Yun was insufficient." In the official livestream chat, comments flooded in. Is this the Yilian Emperor? The opposing team has talent as well. 2 individuals dared to confront the Yilian Emperor, clearly underestimating him. Haha. Can they really capture the Ling Tian Emperor? They are clearly too young. The suppressor was suppressed, haha. In Lai Shen's livestream, Lai Shen wore a smug expression. I told you. Although the wolf team's lineup may be lacking, their skills are commendable. This is why I have faith in the wolf team. Ling Yun is truly an exceptional player. It is difficult for others to match his level. In simpler terms, young players lack his steadiness, while veteran players lack his audacity. He possesses qualities that neither group holds, perfectly embodying my vision of an ideal side lane champion. Even the suppressor was slain by him. From now on, we can call him the suppressor. The chat responded, streamer, be mindful of your words. Isn't this supposed to be a neutral live stream? Lai Lao sure. What would your Lao Fuzi 1 against 9B? In Bei Sheng's live stream, he couldn't help but exclaim. He secured a solo kill. Ling Yun's performance remains as fiery as in the previous match. Ever since Ling Yun entered the fray, the Wolf team has consistently claimed First Blood. The title of First Blood Emperor is truly deserved. The chat inquired, Teacher Bei Sheng, can you analyze why Ling Yun was able to secure a solo kill this time? Bei Sheng shook his head. I cannot analyze this. It purely stems from the player's individual capability, perhaps his confidence, mastery of damage, and understanding of the hero. Had it been another player, they might have retreated or adjusted their state, but Ling Yun directly engaged. This reflects the judgment of a player's personal ability. In the live stream, comments surfaced. What? Yi Yan secured a solo kill? Nevertheless, it matters little. Tao Bo's lineup is considerably stronger than the Wolf team's, making victory difficult for the Wolf team. This First Blood is not particularly significant. Guda Yi favored Tao Bo's lineup, as the Wolf team's composition appeared somewhat disjointed. Winning would fundamentally rely on individual player skills and in-game performance. The chat commented, I'll trust you one last time. It's fine, even if the Wolf team's lineup is poor. BNK can still hex Tao Bo. As expected of a retired coach, he has feelings for the Wolf team, directly hexing Tao Bo to grant the Wolf team victory. I truly weep. Chapter 92. The Wolf team is playing aggressively today, returning to the game. Yishang's Xuan Ran rushed to the upper lane after securing the mid-lane minion wave. Ling Yun's Yi Yan first accompanied Xuan Ran to consume the river crab, then proceeded to devour the opposing team's red armor. With the passive enhancement from Xuan Ran, Ling Yun quickly gained an economic lead of over 300 gold against Cao Cao. Once again, Ling Yun secured an advantage in the early game. Bing Chen remarked, Shun Mingxi, you've crossed the line in mid. I'm heading to the top lane. At 1 minute, the second wave of minions converged. Cao Cao had revived and returned to the lane by this time. De Qiao was tethered to him, while Xuan Ran remained connected to Yi Yan. Both sides had 2 players in the opposing lane. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Shen Mingxi aimed to clear the lane and provide support, but Yao Daozaoyin firmly controlled his skills. If Shen Mingxi attempted to clear the minions, he would have to endure a full set of attacks. Angela, after a brief pause, assisted Jing in accelerating his jungle farming speed while you focused on accumulating gold in the lane. At this moment, Angela was in the blue zone, not in the farming lane, adhering to Ling Yun's command to remain there. Little Fat had already started clearing the blue area, using her first and second skills. Angela aided Little Fat in swiftly harvesting blue buffs, and then returned to the lane to avoid sharing experience from the blue zone. Since Ling Yun's strategic guidance, the Wolf team has exhibited greater attention to detail and a more compact rhythm, utilizing their free time to engage in more productive activities. Angela found it challenging to contend with Lao Fuzi in the farming lane, since both would ultimately need to clear the minion waves. It was more prudent to assist Jing in expediting his jungle farming. Both sides in the opposing lane were persistently tugging at the minion waves. Yisheng's Xuan Ran activated his first skill, Chain Incident, charging forward to seize the lane. They were ready to strike if anyone dared to make a move. Upon hearing this, Yisheng decisively positioned himself amidst the 3 minion waves. Wu Huan's Cao Cao hesitated to contest the lane, opting instead to use his second skill to enhance his basic attacks against Xuan Ran. However, it proved to be a mere nuisance. Yi Lian joined Xuan Ran, rapidly stacking his passive ability using the minions. In an instant, as Xuan Ran unleashed his second skill towards Cao Cao, the unexpected attack stunned Cao Cao completely. Observing this, Bing Chen immediately cast his first and third skills to silence and dismantle the fiery onslaught. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yun, without even clearing the minion wave, activated his second skill to inflict damage. As the stun on Cao Cao ended, he attempted to escape the battlefield using his first skill. Ling Yun swiftly activated his first skill, Meteor Slash, sending Cao Cao flying while simultaneously building up his rage. The moment Cao Cao landed, he immediately cast his first skill to create distance. Dajiang's control over Xuan Ran had concluded. The synergy of Dao Sheng Yi, Yi Sheng Air, and Air Sheng Tai Air was impeccable. The timing of the first skill, Chain Incident, was flawless. Yi Sheng's Xuan Ran promptly flashed and unleashed his first skill, resulting in a devastating explosion for Cao Cao. At this point, Cao Cao had not yet acquired his boots of resistance and found himself incapacitated. Ling Yun quickly followed up with basic attacks to continue stacking his passive and rage. Yisheng's Tai Jinren dealt damage while simultaneously unleashing the second segment of his first skill. Just as Cao Cao's stun was about to dissipate, Tai Jinren launched another segment of Chain Incident. Wu Huan exclaimed, "Wow, so much crowd control. Can Dajiang still dismantle the fire?" Bingchen replied, "No way. We are still short." The second segment of the control was swift. Wu Huan's Cao Cao was left with less than a third of his health. As he attempted to retreat under the tower using his first skill's second and third segments, Ling Yun's Yalian activated his second skill and pursued relentlessly. At this moment, Yalian's rage was fully charged. After using his second skill, he unleashed 3 accelerated basic attacks, sticking to Cao Cao. Finally, Dajiang's first skill was ready. "My first skill is ready." At that instant, Yalian had already landed his final basic attack. Before Cao Cao succumbed, he begrudgingly struck at Yalian. A solo kill. After securing the elimination, Ling Yun excitedly shouted. Yisheng rolled his eyes but had grown accustomed to it. After all, any kill achieved by Ling Yun, regardless of assistance, was counted as a solo kill. In the commentary booth, this 2-on-2 skirmish saw the commentators speaking rapidly. In this exchange, Yalian and Tai Jinren seized the lane. Tai Jinren activated his second skill. Dajiang dismantles the fire. However, Yalian has already made his move, and the minion wave is not cleared. Directly following up with the second skill into the first skill to knock up Cao Cao. Just as he landed, Tai Jinren stunned him with a flash and first skill. Yalian continues to engage. The second skill sticks to Cao Cao, who is low on health. Can he escape? No way. Ling Yun's Yalian has claimed the second kill of the match. Bingchen's Dajiang managed to knock Yalian into the air with his first skill, but Yalian still had 2/3 of his health. Cao Cao did not manage to farm any minions during this wave. Wu Huan glanced at Bingchen. His expression filled with helplessness as if to say, "I seem to have failed completely." He did not expect that merely glancing would prompt Tai Jinren to take action. Most notably, he had not used his flash in this exchange. Bingchen's expression grew grim. If only he had not brought flash, perhaps a healing spell could have saved him. The commentary booth remarked with flair, "At this point, Cao Cao no longer possesses a flash." Tai Jinren acted decisively, targeting Cao Cao instead of the flash-capable Dajiang. If Dajiang had brought healing, this encounter might have been different, but it appears that nothing works for Dajiang this match. The commentator nodded in agreement, confirming, indeed. The Wolf team's strategy today is encapsulated in one word: ferocity. If you dare to show yourself, we will strike. Those who hesitate shall perish. The crowd of Wolf team supporters erupted in cheers. Ling Yun is incredible, dominating in the opposing lane. You are the emperor. Ling Yun the Great. Ling Yun the Ancestor. Ling Yun the Heavenly Emperor. The suppression has left everyone dumbfounded. Today, you are not facing Prince Yalian, but Emperor Yalian. In Lai Shen's livestream, he raised an eyebrow, smirking. "I told you, the Wolf team's skills are formidable. Following Teacher Lai's guidance is undoubtedly the right choice." The bullet comments read, "Showing off. Don't show off. Dehua borrowed your account." In Beishing's livestream, he noted with mild surprise, the Wolf team's early dominance has been quite substantial. They have taken down Cao Cao once again. Wu Huan, as the top laner, faced a disheartening situation, succumbing to 2 consecutive solo kills, which undoubtedly affected his morale. The Wolf team astutely discerned Taobua's vulnerabilities. Once the top lane is suppressed, Taobua finds it exceedingly challenging to perform effectively. The Wolf team's form has improved significantly compared to the first round, particularly after Ling Yun's entry, which brought noticeable changes. However, the true measure of their performance will depend on today's overall gameplay. Within the match, Ling Yun's Yao appeared to be poised for action, and he urged his teammates while reminding them to stay vigilant. Aware of Yao's imminent arrival, Ling Yun swiftly eliminated 2 low-health minions before making a hasty retreat with Tai. Meanwhile, Daji was strategically positioning herself to manipulate the minion waves until Cao Cao respawned. In Chapter 93, Ling Yun harbored no ulterior motives. His sole intent was to unsettle the opposition. Ling Yun's Yalian initiated the game with 2 kills, similarly to previous encounters. Not long after the match commenced, he managed to dominate Wu Huan, with the economic gap in their respective lanes widening to 500 gold. The commentator noted that Taobua's Cao Cao had been eliminated twice in the early game, rendering him almost incapable of contending against Yalian. If Daji did not arrive to assist, he would be left to clean up the waves defensively. With Ling Yun gaining the upper hand, he reached level 4 before Daji, who was still in the mid lane. Taobua's Cao Cao could only respond reactively. When the next wave of the red buff appeared, Ling Yun noticed that Daji had slipped out of vision in the mid lane. He quickly cleared the incoming minion wave and made his way towards the enemy's red buff. Utilizing his second skill, he maneuvered through the terrain to start attacking the red buff. Cao Cao, waiting for the minion wave to arrive, began to clear it. By the time he finished, Yalian had already secured the red buff. Yao Dao's Aoen had returned to the development lane with Tai, while Xiang Yu's Angela repositioned to the mid lane. Xiaopeng's Jing was currently in the blue area, while Yao had cleverly positioned himself in the brush before the top lane turret. Wu Huan remarked that this moment hinged on whether Ling Yun would become overly aggressive. Ling Yun appeared to sense the tension and cautioned Xiang Yu not to expose their vision. Listening to Ling Yun, Xiang Yu hesitated to clear the minion wave and instead concealed himself in the brush near the blue area beside the first tower. Ling Yun decisively seized the top lane minion wave, prompting Wu Huan to inquire if they were going to engage. Taobo could no longer contain his impatience. However, Yao furrowed his brow, realizing that Xiang Yu must be close behind, making it unwise to engage given the economic advantage Yalian held. As the mid-lane minion wave approached the defensive tower, Taobo noticed that the opposing mid-laner had yet to clear the wave, leading him to suspect an ambush. Observing Ling Yun's Yalian brazenly taking minion waves without fear of Yao's potential attack, Wu Huan quickly deduced that Angela was likely in the vicinity. Internally, he commended Yao for his seasoned instincts, narrowly avoiding a trap. Resolving to wait until the minion wave was cleared, Wu Huan decided against initiating an attack. Ling Yun, with a slight smirk, pondered whether the two could hold their positions. After clearing the minion wave, he suddenly executed a second skill to enter the brush, using his first skill to blindside and knock up Yao. Yao, taken aback, questioned how Ling Yun had anticipated his presence. Quick on his feet, Yao countered with 2 segments of his first skill before using his third skill to retreat, narrowly escaping the encounter. Ling Yun's sudden aggression led Yao to believe that someone else was lurking nearby, possibly Angela or Jing, or even both. Regardless of who it was, Yao felt he could not afford to engage. Just as Yao activated his second skill to flee, Angela finally exposed her position in the mid lane. Wu Huan, bewildered, remarked on Angela's prolonged absence from the action, questioning whether she had been merely attempting to intimidate him. Yao could not help but admire Ling Yun's boldness in initiating an attack without backup. Despite the miscalculations, Wu Huan acknowledged that caution was prudent. Ling Yun's intent was simply to disrupt the opposition, while Wu Huan and Yao, although perturbed by the Wolf team's aggressive strategy, realized they had no choice but to endure the situation for now. In this moment, Yalian boldly utilized his second skill to engage, swiftly following up with his first skill to blind the vision and launch Yao into the air, creating a 2-on-1 scenario. What? Taobo's top lane and jungle duo did not opt for a 2-on-1. Instead, Yao chose to unleash a full combo, and then swiftly retreated with his second skill. Was he perhaps wary of the presence of someone behind Yalian? Xiao San nodded sagely indeed. Otherwise, it seems that Wu Huan and the others must have communicated within the game, as Angela and Jing had no vision, with Angela even neglecting the mid-lane minions to stay hidden. The 2 players in the top lane dared not counterattack. For Taobo's strength in the upper region was not particularly formidable. Yalian could single-handedly take on 2 opponents without succumbing. Marveled. This instance of Ling Yun was remarkably audacious, daring to advance and guess the enemy's position in blind vision. What if the opposing team counterattacked? Truly, a player with a heart of steel. The execution of the Wolf team was commendable as well. Angela resolutely avoided the minion wave, allowing Ling Yun to intimidate the opposing duo into retreating. The viewers in the official livestream were amused, witnessing the scene where Ling Yun single-handedly frightened away 2 opponents. Bullet comments. Haha. Ling Yun scared off the enemy's jungle and top lane duo all by himself. Comment. Can't they spare a glance? Will it explode? Comment. Ling Yun's pressure is overwhelming. The 2 opponents were subdued by him alone. Comment. The true suppressor, Ling Yun, the false suppressor, Wu Huan. In Beisheng's livestream, this scene also brought a smile to his face. However, he took a moment to explain to the bullet comments. This instance exemplified the understanding among players. The Wolf team's comprehension of Taobo's strategies must have been meticulously researched, knowing their opponents would hesitate to engage, complemented by their strong execution. As Angela stated, she would not farm the lane, and indeed did not. I greatly appreciated the visuals presented by the Wolf team today, particularly regarding their landing and attention to detail, which were quite vivid. Of course, during this period, Ling Yun frequently studied the recorded matches of Taobo, gaining substantial insight into various details and habits. Ling Yun had an 80% probability of predicting that Wu Huan would not take action. Ultimately, he was correct, successfully annoying the opposing jungle and top lane duo. Chapter 94. The Wolf team secures the tyrant. The team fight is imminent. At this moment, Bing Chen's De Qiao had begun to merge with Lan Yan's Lao Fuzi. Meanwhile, Shen Mingxi commenced roaming to provide support. The Wolf team opted for a 1-3-1 formation, prioritizing control of the mid lane. Yao Dao was unperturbed by Lao Fuzi's potential to evade. As long as his ultimate was available, he would not be tower dived. This is the extraordinary marksman Aowen. Once equipped alongside the tyrant, he merely needed a quick 3-skill combo to eliminate a nearly full health squishy target. The 4-minute mark was fast approaching, and both teams began to emphasize the mid-axis. At 3 minutes and 40 seconds, aside from Cao Cao, the other 4 members of Tao Bo had positioned themselves in the middle right area. The wolf team Xiao Pang was preparing to clear the red buff in the red zone, while the mid lane was occupied by Angela and Xuan Ran. The top lane minion wave had also arrived. Before the minion waves could converge, Ling Yun's Yin boldly advanced to clear the minion wave. Such audacity. Yet, what of it? Wu Huan's Cao Cao dared not take action against him, waiting instead for Ling Yun to clear the wave. However, their composition included De Qiao, allowing them to rely on her ultimate for teleportation support. As the wolf team did not employ the De Qiao system, Ling Yun needed to swiftly finish clearing the minion wave to provide assistance. Tao Bo prioritized securing the mid lane, while Lao Fuzi hurried towards the farming lane. Yao Dao's Aowen had already begun clearing the minion wave. Wu Huan's Yao awaited in the red zone, farming the small birds in anticipation of the tyrant's respawn at the 4-minute mark. As the 4-minute mark arrived, the wolf team swiftly transitioned from the mid-right position to the tyrant's location. Xuan Ran led the charge, followed closely by Jing and Angela. With Yin also in tow, Ling Yun's Yin provided rapid support, dashing down immediately after clearing the minions. Let's take the dragon. Xiao Pang's Jing initiated the attack, landing his first skill on the tyrant. Upon receiving damage, the tyrant unleashed its abilities, releasing energy in all directions. Xiao Pang quickly distanced himself from the tyrant until its abilities had concluded. In the red zone before the red-back grass, Wu Huan's Yao, Mu Sei's Shunmingxi, and Bing Chen's De Qiao were all preparing for action. Both teams began to position around the tyrant, ready to engage. The moment the tyrant was about to be pulled, they could eliminate it in an instant. Ling Yun observed the mini-map and promptly directed his team, noting that if Tao Bo did not promptly position themselves, they could secure the dragon. Tao Bo initially failed to occupy the dragon pit, granting the wolf team an advantageous terrain. This was also influenced by the choice of sides. The red team had superior vision control over the tyrant. Listening to Ling Yun's command, Xiao Pang hurriedly pulled the tyrant out. Just as the tyrant was about to be pulled, the wolf team executed their skills in perfect unison. Angela's second and first skills, Yao Dao's third skill followed by his first skill and a basic attack, and Xiao Pang's second first skill followed by a basic attack. The tyrant's health plummeted instantly, reaching the execution threshold. At this moment, Tao Bo sensed something amiss. They had yet to commence their pull, yet the tyrant's health had already dwindled. Wu Huan's Yao immediately used his 2 segments of the second skill to engage, following up with his first skill in an attempt to secure the tyrant. However, the initial distance was too great. Furthermore, Xiao Pang had been diligently training his execution skills during this time. Under such circumstances, how could he allow the dragon to be snatched away? Xiao Pang's Jing directly unleashed the punishment within the range of Yao's retribution. As the mirror's duplicate executed a double punishment, the tyrant was swiftly claimed by Xiao Pang's Jing. In that fleeting moment when the tyrant was eliminated, Yao, otherwise, was eager to return with a 2-part ultimate. However, the distance was insufficient for him to traverse the wall back to the red buff. At this juncture, Ling Yun's Yin took action, employing his second skill to advance and land basic attacks that triggered his passive while accumulating rage. Meanwhile, Yao found himself in a brief moment of vulnerability, forced to maneuver in an attempt to mitigate the damage inflicted by Yin. Xuan Ran and Jing surged forward as well. Observing this, Shunmingxi promptly unleashed her ultimate, which detonated and affected numerous foes. At this moment, the distance between Shunmingxi and Yin was merely a wall apart. De Qiao also arrived, casting her third skill in an effort to aid Yao in dismantling the onslaught. Yet, Ling Yun anticipated this with his second skill, evading the attack. His second skill was directed towards Shunmingxi. He was but a sliver away from achieving full rage. The 3 stacks of his first skill's passive had been amassed. The moment his second skill surged toward Shunmingxi's face, he followed up with basic attacks to expend his rage. In the twilight of the battle, Shunmingxi immediately deployed her second and first skills, seeking to repel and stun Ling Yun's Yin. In response, Yin released his first skill the instant she cast her first ability, activating his invulnerability. This allowed him to evade the knockback effect from Shunmingxi's combo, while simultaneously executing a knockup and unleashing the full fury of his first skill, Meteor Slash. Bolstered by the tyrant's enhancement, the bomb cat was swiftly reduced to half health. Just as he activated his flash to escape toward the trio of little pigs, Ling Yun's Yin unleashed his ultimate, denying him any chance of escape. The ultimate, Sunset Slash, struck down, leaving Shunmingxi severely weakened. Before he followed up with a series of basic attacks to finish her off, as Yin secured Shunmingxi's demise, on the front line, Xiao Pang's Jing activated his ultimate, continuously repositioning to eliminate Yao. Yao's health was also rapidly depleting. De Qiao provided him with a second skill to facilitate a return to base. Only 2 seconds remained. Lao Fuzi executed a decisive flash to immobilize Jing, preventing him from comfortably repositioning. He then activated his second skill, relentlessly harassing his opponent. The vortex gate was now open. De Qiao unleashed her ultimate. The ethereal Cao Cao immediately teleported down. Although Jing possessed damage reduction and healing from his ultimate, the combined assault from Lao Fuzi, Yao, and Cao Cao proved overwhelming. Yisheng's Tai Yizhenren approached, employing his second skill as he prepared his first skill for a devastating explosion. Yao narrowly avoided being eliminated, managing to teleport back to restore his health. Xian Yu's Angela, noticing the clustered positioning of several foes, swiftly cast her second skill, followed by her first, culminating in her ultimate. Magic, for my existence. A sequence of 213. Lao Fuzi's health was halved. Had it not been for his second skill, he would have likely been eliminated by now. Cao Cao activated his ultimate, evading the stun from Angela's second skill. Jing's health dwindled perilously low. Tai Yizhenren promptly unleashed his ultimate to revive Xiaopeng's Jing. Meanwhile, Yao Dao's Aoyin began to seamlessly connect skills with basic attacks. The ethereal Cao Cao unleashed 2 segments of his first skill, depleting Jing's resurrection shield. The final segment of his first skill was followed by a flash, launching Angela, who had just used her ultimate. He then unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the defenseless Angela. Yao, recovering health in the fountain, saw De Qiao's ultimate nearing its end, and promptly activated her teleport to rejoin the fray. With Yao's health reduced to half, he arrived on the battlefield to confront the revived and weakened Jing. Chapter 95, 3 matches, 3 pentakills. He immediately followed up with his second skill and 2 segments of his first skill, swiftly claiming Xiaopeng's Jing. The first kill for Tao Bo was secured by Yao. Xiaopeng's Jing had endured for quite some time. However, the advantage of Tao Bo's De Qiao system lies in its ability to sustain after enduring damage, allowing for recovery and re-engagement. Presently, both Yao and Lao Fuzi were in a state of diminished health. The ethereal Cao Cao was single-handedly restraining the dual threats from the wolf team. Keep them at bay, do not let them through, Ling Yun urged. Yisheng's Tai Yizhenren decisively unleashed his first skill, stunning both Lao Fuzi and Yao, preventing them from supporting Cao Cao. The early game had seen Cao Cao's economy suppressed by Yin, rendering him unable to swiftly eliminate Angela. Instead, Angela and Aoyin continuously impeded him, relying on the sustain from her ultimate to avoid being swiftly dispatched. Can you come? The ethereal Cao Cao inquired, unable to contain his anticipation. I can come. Just a moment. Yao replied, as Yin suddenly appeared, advancing to assault De Qiao and maintain his rage. De Qiao, positioned near the red buff, immediately placed a recall beneath her feet. After the third strike, Ling Yun's second skill was ready. With a recall beneath De Qiao, Yin's early burst could not eliminate her. Thus, he opted to employ his second skill to traverse the wall, targeting the previously stunned Lao Fuzi and Yao with basic attacks. The fully charged Yin unleashed his first skill, Meteor Slash, launching the 2 half-health opponents into the air. Lao Fuzi had no second skill remaining, while Yao's abilities were limited to the final segment of his ultimate, with the rest still on cooldown. My memory is limited. I do not wish to leave room for animosity, Yin remarked. The fully charged damage from his first skill struck with full force. The blue eucalyptus Lao Fuzi was left on the brink of demise. Yao, too, found himself in a precarious position, especially against an opponent like Yin, who wielded mixed damage. He narrowly avoided being severely injured due to a well-timed ultimate ability, but his health was far from satisfactory, leaving him with merely 3 bars of life. The player known as Bing Chun, controlling De Qiao, felt a sense of helplessness. He longed to assist, yet he had just utilized his second skill on himself. It dawned on him that Ling Yun had intentionally tricked him into using his ability. Had he refrained from doing so, he would have perished. Conversely, by using it, his teammate faced death. He felt outmaneuvered. Ling Yun swiftly eliminated the critically wounded Lao Fuzi with a double strike. Tai Yizhenren immediately followed up with his second skill, stunning the fleeing Yao, and continued to unleash a barrage of basic attacks. Yin closed in, securing the final blow. Bing Chun, feeling uneasy, warned Wu Huan, "Can you escape?" Wu Huan, somewhat resigned, pondered how he could possibly flee. At that moment, Bing Chen's De Qiao opted not to retreat into the safety of her second skill circle. Instead, she waited for the right moment to deploy it towards the dragon pit. I've cast my second skill. Can you make it out? At this position, Wu Huan's Cao Cao required 3 segments of his first skill to reach her. Just then, his first skill became available. With half of his health remaining, he immediately activated the 3-segment first skill in an attempt to enter the circle. Tai Yizhenren and Yin, positioned nearby, were determined not to allow him a smooth approach. Don't let him return. Suddenly, De Qiao executed a flash into the dragon pit, following up with her first and third skills. She launched both Yin and Tai Yizhenren into the air, then positioned herself within the safety of the circle. In this decisive moment, Bing Chen's De Qiao boldly utilized her flash and skills to support Cao Cao. Even Ling Yun felt touched by this act of camaraderie. She's not abandoning her teammate, yet such an act carried the risk of a double-edged sword. A slight smile graced Ling Yun's lips. It was evident that Tai Bo had underestimated the explosive potential of the Wolf Team's lineup against isolated targets. At this juncture, Cao Cao also entered De Qiao's protective circle. The cooldown for the Demon Blade was complete, and with a swift combination of skills, he unleashed devastating damage upon Cao Cao. The latter's health dwindled to a mere third. Ling Yun's Yilian flashed directly into their midst, delivering a flurry of attacks. Angela also deployed her second and first skills, immobilizing both foes while dealing massive damage. With Yilian's passive fully charged, he executed a first skill that not only sent both enemies flying, but also maximized the damage dealt. With only 2 seconds left, De Qiao, already somewhat fragile, was further compromised with just over half her health remaining. The Wolf Team's concentrated firepower on a single target was formidable, especially with Angela in the mix. Ling Yun's Yilian executed a full first skill, claiming both of their lives. For consecutive kills, 5 extraordinary kills. The exceptional prowess of Ling Yun's Yilian perfectly calibrated the damage output. What does perfectly calibrated mean? It means he would not steal the kills. He could reliably calculate the damage and secure the eliminations, while others might face the risk of having teammates snatch kills in the early game. Ling Yun was free from such concerns. Coupled with the selflessness of his teammates, the quintuple kill was comfortably secured. Once again, a 5-kill streak. Ling Yun exclaimed, "Heisey, speak up. Wait, it seems he doesn't have Heisey right now." In the commentary booth, after this skirmish, the commentator's voice was as rapid-fire as a machine gun, narrating the unfolding battle. The Wolf Team decisively eliminated the tyrant, and Yao was trapped. Ling Yun and Xiao Peng moved in for the attack. De Qiao provided the circle. Could they escape? Yilian targeted the position. A feint to distract. Shen Mingxi found himself under scrutiny as Yilian unleashed a fully charged first skill, eliminating both Cao Cao and De Qiao, who attempted to retreat. The commentators, Bin Zi and Xiao Sa, simultaneously gasped, "Oh my heavens! 5 extraordinary kills." It was a thoroughly exhilarating commentary session. Even Bin Zi, having witnessed numerous talented players, could not suppress his astonishment. Goodness! Ling Yun has achieved another 5 kills. He secured 5 kills in the last match and again in this one. Xiao Sa's eyes were filled with disbelief. My word, not only did the Wolf Team win, but they also achieved 5 kills. Tai Bo just suffered a tremendous setback. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but admire Ling Yun's prowess. The first time Ling Yun played, it was during a match he was commentating, whereas Guan Yu secured 5 kills, leaving him astounded. The second 5-kill achievement was not during his commentary, but he was watching the livestream. The third time, while he was indeed commentating, Ling Yun managed to secure another 5 kills. 3 matches, 3 5-kill performances. He had never encountered such a player. The fans of the Wolf Team erupted into cheers. Yilian Emperor is phenomenal. Heisey, speak up. 3 matches, 3 5 kills. Ling Yun is remarkable. Supporting the Wolf Team in this lifetime is worth it. In Beisheng's livestream, the bullet comments read, "Didn't the host say Tai Bo's lineup was superior?" Beisheng, shocked, immediately clarified. Although I stated that Tai Bo's lineup was stronger than the Wolf Team's in-game execution is far superior. In this instance, the Wolf Team first secured control over the tyrant and then seized the opportunity to initiate a team fight. Chapter 96. The Wolf Team's bold decision, 311 positioning. Despite Tai Bo being caught off guard, the team still had a chance to fight back. However, the players' decision-making and attention to detail were lacking. Did you notice how meticulous Ling Yun was? He feigned an assault on Yao, then lured Shen Mingxi closer before swiftly attacking him. Shen Mingxi was a crucial damage dealer for Tai Bo in the early game, and Ling Yun understood the weaknesses of the opposing lineup at that moment. Therefore, the core of the Wolf Team's success in this team fight rested upon the shoulders of Ling Yun. This team fight leaves little to be said. The scene is dominated by Ling Yun's explosive annihilation of the opposition, firmly grasping the enemy's fate. In the live stream, Good Day, appearing utterly disheartened, reclines languidly in his chair. Why did De Qiao use Flash to rescue someone? Couldn't she have just sacrificed herself? Initially, one could have escaped. Now, not a single soul remains to flee. I cannot fathom what Tai Bo is playing. 500 is about to vanish. The barrage of comments reads, "Spread the word, 500 is gone. The quail has gone mad. Spread the word, 500 is gone. The quail has appeared. Spread the word, 500 is gone. The quail has been born." In Lai Shen's live stream, a pinnacle, I knew the Wolf Team would not disappoint. Although their composition was less than ideal, their control over it was superb. After swiftly eliminating the tyrant due to their high burst potential, they immediately initiated a team fight, leveraging individual skills to secure victory. The pride on Lai Shen's face was unmistakable. The comments began to turn sarcastic, unable to bear it any longer. If you don't understand, Why is the streamer so neutral? Does he not like the wolf team? Neutral? The streamer is clearly a fan of Tao Bo. Just look at his forlorn expression. Could the streamer refrain from favoritism towards Tao Bo? It's unfair to the wolf team. The atmosphere on the wolf team side erupted into cheers following the pentakill. The first casualty of the team fight, the little fat one, transformed into the spring water encouragement officer. Incredible. That was a 5-kill, Yao Dao remarked. The opponent's mentality is shattered. This match is secured. Xiang Yu added, nice. Yisheng declared, our coordination is seamless. Ling Yun cautioned, don't rush. We haven't T1 yet. Let us not pop the champagne prematurely. His words swiftly returned several to a state of combat readiness. Premature celebrations can easily dampen morale if a loss occurs. In stark contrast, the atmosphere around Tao Bo was one of stiff expressions. A far cry from their demeanor before the match. It was suffocatingly grim. Each announcement from the earpiece felt like daggers piercing their hearts. It was utterly humiliating. All were professional players, who would willingly become the backdrop for someone else's pentakill. Given their advantageous composition, the embarrassment was magnified. Those who had previously secured pentakills could resonate with such feelings even more acutely. After this team fight, the kill count stood at 7-1. With the wolf team enjoying an economic lead exceeding 1,000. Ling Yun began directing his teammates to push down Tao Bo's middle turret first, then gradually consume resources through prudent operations. We have the advantage now, but we are not yet in a dominant phase. Let us not rush into fights. First, cross the lane and avoid being caught by loveCD. The execution capabilities of the wolf team were notably strong, and they managed to avoid any point losses moving forward. Ling Yun's Yalian had already amassed a kill count of 7-0, with an economic lead nearing 2,000. Wu Huan's Cao Cao was positioned in the 4th place economically. The side lanes, initially lacking in economic value, required him to either farm the middle lane or brush through the jungle to improve his economic standing. Having been suppressed early on, he missed opportunities to transition lanes effectively. His record stood at 0-3, which, considering he was not trailing behind the support in economy, was somewhat acceptable. He sensed that the term suppressed brother would soon shift from a compliment to a derogatory label after this match. Bing Chen remarked, I should have just walked away earlier. We're not in a hurry, we're not too far behind. Their composition isn't as well suited for operations as ours. I'll team up with loveCD and ensure we manage our lane properly. On the Tao Bo side, Bing Chen, as the commander, temporarily calmed his teammates' spirits. Following this, Tao Bo utilized De Xiao's mobility to manage the side lanes effectively, ensuring that one side remained advantageous and alleviating the pressure of a losing situation. Although the first turret fell, the wolf team still faced challenges in advancing. With the middle turret down, the jungle became exceedingly accessible. Ling Yun recognized the difficulty in managing the side lanes with De Xiao and promptly summoned his teammates to invade Tao Bo's jungle repeatedly. The wolf team persistently encroached upon Tao Bo's territory, with both sides' economies continuously expanding. The wolf team exercised great caution in their growth. At the 9-minute mark, Tao Bo found themselves trailing by 3,500 in economy. Ling Yun directed, do not rush to push the lane in the opposing side. You shooters and mages should look for positions to ambush. Little fat, before you go, place a mirror in the middle. He instructed further, Yisheng, stand in the middle right bush to deliberately leak vision, but do not clear the middle lane. Meanwhile, Ling Yun leaked vision directly in the lower lane. This positioning was undeniably precarious. If the enemy noticed, they could swiftly target Yalian or Tai Xuan Ran. Leveraging De Xiao's system could easily lead to point losses. Pingzi gazed quizzically at the wolf team's formation. What is going on with the wolf team? Is this a 311 formation? Should Tao Bo seize this opportunity? Xiaosao nodded, contemplating the strategic interplay between the two commanders. In his view, the wolf team could solidify their position. As long as they avoided point losses, victory was assured, albeit perhaps taking a bit longer. Yet, it was evident that the wolf team was not inclined to prolong the match excessively. From Tao Bo's perspective, Yalian's avatar was suddenly clearing minions in the lower lane. At that moment, the minimap revealed Tai Xuan Ran's vision flickering in the middle right bush before vanishing. Ice dust. On Tao Bo's side, observed this and saw Tai Xuan Ran briefly in the vision from the middle right bush, but could not spot the mirror. Jing and Tai Xuan Ran positioned themselves in the mid lane, while Yalian occupied the bottom lane. Aoen and Enkilo were unlikely to ambush them, so they decided to push the top lane. Bing Chen quickly analyzed the situation and nodded in agreement, suggesting that if the opposing duo dared to initiate a gank, they could swiftly counterattack with a team fight and eliminate some of their opponents. From their perspective, Yalian was positioned too far away to provide support in a team fight, rendering it at least a 5 versus 4 scenario. Ling Yun held the highest economic position in the match, and with Yalian absent, their chances of winning a 5 versus 4 encounter were significantly enhanced. Old Master, let us go. Bing Chun's De Qiao and Lan Yun's Old Master swiftly made their way towards the top lane minion wave. Chapter 97. Little Fatty's handsomeness lasts no more than 3 seconds. It's just too brief. Ling Yun instructed. Wait, let us take down De Qiao first. I'll push the lane to apply pressure on them. The others nodded in agreement, anticipating the moment when the opposing De Qiao and Old Master would expose themselves. Tai Jinren ventured out to clear the minions. Yi Sheng's Tai pretended as if he were being flanked, executing a combination of skills to clear the minions. They cleared the mid lane efficiently. Bing Chun preemptively cast a second skill at the minion wave and then returned to base. Following this, he and Old Master attempted to cross the lane. Just as De Qiao unleashed her second skill, Little Fatty's Jing sprang into action. Huaiba Huang, Ru Jiuchong. Jing emerged suddenly from the river's brush, using the minions as a springboard. With 2 segments of the first skill followed by the ultimate, she executed a long-range attack that caught De Qiao off guard, dealing significant damage. I've been deceived. Jing is right here. Old Master immediately activated his ultimate to trap Jing and began to strike. At that moment, Xiang Yus and Keela flashed in, initiating her second skill and unleashing a 213 combo. Old Master, stunned, activated his celestial sphere and second skill, but Xiang Yu had no intention of targeting him. Her ultimate and first skill were directed solely at De Qiao, who, being fragile and economically disadvantaged, was swiftly eliminated by the combined burst from Jing and Keela. However, De Qiao managed to activate her ultimate before her demise. The vortex gate is now open. Bing Chun exclaimed, there are only 3 of them. Let them come. We can fight. The 3 members of Taobua instantly teleported from their base. At this moment, Tai Jinren was still in the river, making his way to the top lane. Ling Yun also provided vision for an upward support. Meanwhile, Yao Dao's Awaken emerged to begin dealing damage. The opposing team, consisting of Shen Mingxi, Cao Cao, and Yao, teleported in with the primary target being the ensnared Jing. Little Fatty's Jing was in good condition, still boasting over half health. He skillfully maneuvered through the incoming damage, continuously repositioning. Had it not been for Old Master's ultimate restricting him, Jing could have remained airborne indefinitely. However, Jing's health was visibly depleting, and Keela's skills momentarily fell into a lull. At this juncture, Yao Dao's Awaken executed a 3-skill combo directed at Yao, initially aiming to weaken Shen Mingxi. Yet, Shen Mingxi repositioned defensively as she teleported in. She relentlessly tossed her first skill at Little Fatty's Jing. Just as Old Master's ultimate faded, Jing's health plummeted to below a third. He immediately utilized his first skill to create distance while activating his 323 to prolong his survival. Just as Little Fatty's ultimate concluded, he repositioned to the far side and deployed his first skill to escape the battlefield. In the commentary booth, the announcer exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my!" With sheer personal skill, Little Fatty's Jing managed to evade the battlefield using the Flying Thunder God technique. Xiaosai remarked, "This is the prowess of Little Fatty's Jing, the premier jungler's individual capability." Ling Yun, unable to contain his admiration, praised, "Incredible. Skillful play." Naturally, Little Fatty beamed with pride, for he had indeed mastered the technique. However, his moment of glory was fleeting, as Shen Mingxi's ultimate swiftly ended his reign. He could not triumph over the fierce cat amidst the chaos. Little Fatty's previously lifted smile immediately faded. "Crap, I forgot about Shen Mingxi," Ling Yun quipped. "Your handsomeness lasts no more than 3 seconds. Da-hung, it's just too brief." At this moment, Tai Jinren arrived beside Awaken and Keela, while Cao Cao, Yao, and Old Master charged towards them. Bing Chen encouraged, "We can fight. There are only 3 of them. 2 are squishy." Yao advanced with 2 segments of his second skill. Wu Huan's Cao Cao initiated his 3-segment first skill towards the trio. Shen Mingxi also activated her second skill to advance. Yi Sheng's Tai Jinren positioned himself in front of the 2. As they approached, Xiang Yus and Keela unleashed a combination that stunned Cao Cao. Wu Huan's Cao Cao promptly activated his ultimate to dispel the crowd control. Xiang Yu initially refrained from stunning Yao, as Yao posed less of a threat without 2 segments of his second skill compared to the threat posed by Cao Cao's ultimate. Yi Sheng's Tai Jinren charged his first skill, ready to detonate upon Cao Cao's approach. Yao Dao and Xiang Yu retreated while dealing damage, moving towards their red zone. This formation favored their damage output. The battlefield unfolded into a 4 versus 3 scenario, with Taobua evidently gaining the upper hand. Cao Cao flashed forward, relentlessly delivering enhanced basic attacks to inflict damage. Shen Mingxi followed suit, using her second skill to stun Keela. Yao advanced, delivering enhanced attacks to Tai Jinren while connecting his first skill for additional damage. Faced with the relentless assault from Shen Mingxi and Cao Cao, Keela found herself overwhelmed, her health rapidly diminishing. Yi Sheng's Tai Jinren promptly activated his ultimate, providing a layer of resurrection for Keela. The announcer stated, The Wolf team is undoubtedly on the verge of collapse in this confrontation. Aside from Awaken, the other two will struggle to escape. Xuan nodded slightly, acknowledging the difficulty the Wolf team now faced, attributing it to their hasty decisions. The fans of the Wolf team below were evidently growing anxious. Whose decision was this? What on earth is happening? They managed not to falter in the early stages, yet after preparing for 10 minutes, they send forth a massive wave? Who made this call? Why hasn't Ling Yun gone to provide support yet? They are on the verge of losing the team fight, and he is nowhere to be seen. This has become a pattern with the Wolf team. I had hoped they would stabilize, yet they have delivered a massive setback. Some fans below have even begun to express their frustration vocally. What was once a favorable situation is now being squandered. After this team fight concludes, the advantages accumulated in the early game will likely vanish entirely. The commentator, Ping Zi, also felt that the Wolf team was throwing away their chances. Suddenly, he noticed that the minion wave in the lower lane had breached the high ground of Taobao. At this moment, the director's camera finally focused on Ling Yun. While the team fight was nearing its climax, Ling Yun was stealthily attempting to dismantle the base. Ping Zi exclaimed, "What? Ling Yun is sneaking into the base. What is going on? The battle in the upper lane is too intense. No one has noticed Ling Yun. The first to fall was Qiao, and no one on Taobao's side could return in time." The fans of Taobao below had begun to chant fervently. "Oh no! Jame! Jame! Pay attention! Jame!" On Taobao's side, our high ground is under siege. The 5 members of Taobao quickly reacted. Bing Chun, transformed into the commander of the fountain, shouted, "What? Ling Yun is directly sneaking into the base. Hurry back. Don't let him get away with this." As the commander, he had been observing the team fight after his earlier demise and had not noticed the absent Ling Yun. Initially, Ling Yun had provided vision for support towards the upper lane, but unexpectedly, Ling Yun had not arrived. Instead, he chose to go for the base directly. "Hold them off. I will make my move," Ling Yun declared.